Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. In June 1975, Keinan University-affiliated school defeated Manawa High School in the county finals and entered the National League. Since that year, it has not missed a game for 17 consecutive years. The number 6 player of Manawa High School, who missed the last shot, later became a sneaker store owner who would be forced to buy and sell in the future. On July 31, 1975, Miyagi Ryota was born. On September 23, 1975, Shiozaka Tetsushi was born. On November 4, 1975, Satoru Kakuta was born. In a certain month in 1975, Sawakita Tetsushi's son, Sawakita Eiji, was born. When he was 8 months old, his father gave him his first basketball. In November 1975, Tachibana Nijiro was born. In February 1991, age 8.6. White Infrared was launched, and the shoe store owner quickly collected a pair of size 28. In March 1991, Kawada Masashi, a member of Suna Technical High School, grew rapidly from 165 cm a year ago to 190 cm, and changed from defender to forward. In March 1991, Suna Technical High School invited Sawakita to enroll. On April 1, 1991, Miyagi Ryota rejected Dikamoiki's invitation and entered Shohoku High School. Inua Yako, Shiozaka Tetsushi, Yasuda Yasuharu, Satoru Kakuta, and others also enrolled in Shohoku High School. On the same day, Soichiro Jin enrolled in Keinan University-affiliated school, Akira Sendoh, Tachibana Nijiro, Fukuda Kichu, Koshino Hiroaki, Uekusa Tomoyuki enrolled in Ryonan, Taku Ito enrolled in Shoyo High School, Itakura Dejiro enrolled in Toyotama High School, and Sawakita Eiji enrolled in Suna High School. It was also on this day. Tachibana Nijiro was traveled by Suijet. Ryonan High School, entrance test. At this time, Suijet was standing on the sidelines with a confused face, watching Akira Sendoh, who was killing all sides on the court, overpowering Uajumi to complete a dunk, causing a burst of exclamations. The sight swept across the distance, and it was the team motto "Brave and Courageous" hanging prominently in the Ryonan Stadium. It took a long time. He finally accepted his travel. In 2024, Suijet was reading a black basketball novel at home. Because the author was a eunuch, Suijet was furious and cursed, "Stupid, you can't write, let me do it, damn." Then, Suijet felt that the world in front of him fell into darkness, followed by a crisp ding sound. The black basketball system sensed the host's strong desire, and the system was turned on. When Suijet's eyes regained their sight, he felt a sharp pain in his head, and countless memories flooded into his mind. I traveled through time. Although he didn't understand what the relationship between your black basketball system and slam dunk was, he traveled through time, and he traveled to a character he had never heard of. The Suijet in this world, that is, Tachibana Nijiro, is 183 cm tall and plays as a power forward in junior high school. His athletic ability, ball handling ability, and finishing ability are all quite average. The only thing worth mentioning is that he is very active in defense and has an open shot. Because of Ikegami Ryoji's example. Maybe Coach Dikamoiki may be interested in this. But the most important thing is Tachibana Nijiro. I'm speechless. Let me complain about the author. Did he travel through time? Fukuda Kichu. What are you doing? At this moment, Dikamoiki's angry voice rang out on the sidelines. It turned out that just now, first-year Sendoh, facing Uajumi's defense, succeeded in a slam dunk, and in the next round, Fukuda Kicho also challenged Uzumi. Then, he was blocked by the crazy second-year Uzumi. Tachibana Nijiro, who was off the court, could see that Fukuda's level was very poor when he first joined the Ryonan High School basketball team. After all, when he was in junior high school, Fukuda joined the junior high school basketball team where Seijuro-jin was with zero basketball foundation. Do you think you are Sendoh? Off the court. The irritable Dikamoiki was out outputting. Even though he had seen that Fukuda was a promising talent, seeing the challenge that was overestimating his own ability with such poor skills still made Dikamoiki very angry. A moment later, Fukuda, who was silent and had a strong sense of self-esteem, seemed to have not heard Dikamoiki's words. It might also be because of the other party's scolding that he felt rebellious. Anyway, Fukuda still went his own way and faced Yuzumi's attack. As expected, he failed again. After Dikamoiki scolded Fukuda's brainless action again, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the first-year rookie team waiting to play on the sidelines. Then, he aimed at Tachibana Nijiro, who was of decent height and good at defense. Dikamoiki. In this entrance test, observing other players is secondary. The main thing is to observe Sendoh brought from Tokyo and the changes in strength over the past few months. So, although this Tachibana Nijiro's physical and technical tests are quite average, it is better to replace him. At least he won't mess around like Fukuda Kichu. Chapter 2. When Dikamoiki called a halt to the game and called Fukuda Kichu off the court, the new players standing beside Tachibana Nijiro all subconsciously stood up straight. However, Tachibana Nijiro was a little panicked, because it had been less than 10 minutes since he opened his eyes and came here, and he still hadn't figured out what the so-called black basketball system was. If he was substituted in at this time, he would probably be unlikely to play, as he had drastically reduced the number of times he played street basketball after work, especially after seeing Sendoh's dunk just now. However, the thing he was most worried about still happened. While Dikamoiki was scolding Fukuda Kichu, his eyes were completely fixed on him, and then, there was a voice in his ear, "Tachibana Nijiro, go in and take Fukuda's place." Tachibana Nijiro walked up, but he was completely unsure. Dikamoiki was explaining the tasks after entering the court, but at this time, Tachibana Nijiro's body froze and completely forgot what Dikamoiki said. Because a prompt sounded in his mind. The pendant of the time traveler has arrived. The host has been detected to log into the court, and the black basketball card drawing system has officially started. The number of novice cards for the opening bonus has been automatically drawn. The novice card drawing bonus for the opening. The bonus has been loaded. The player has been obtained. First personality Akashi Seijuro, beginner. Tachibana Nijiro. The first personality Akashi who passes the ball to let everyone enter the zone? But beginner. Just when Tachibana Nijiro was distracted, Dikamoiki patted his shoulder hard. Don't stick to the ball like Fukuda Kichu, do you understand? Your task is to defend well and pass the ball to Sendoh. Hearing this, Tachibana Nijiro was relieved. Although I don't know what level that beginner is, anyway, isn't it just passing the ball? No matter what level this thing is, the first personality Akashi is definitely the best at it. It's no problem to join the Ryonan basketball team with this. After going on the court, the current first-year offensive round. On the first-year side, 3 familiar faces were seen at a glance: Akira Sendoh, Koshino Hiroaki, Uekusa Tomoyuki, and another first-year center whose name was unknown like himself. At this time, Uekusa Tomoyuki dribbled forward at a very fast speed. However, the second-year Ikegami Ryoji of the opponent suddenly left the defense of the position, completed the defense exchange with his teammates, and quickly entangled Uekusa. Uekusa Tomoyuki protected the ball very well, but Ikegami Ryoji's defense was like a spider, entangled Uekusa Tomoyuki tightly, and at the same time blocked his passing route to Sendoh from the route. At this time, here. Uekusa Tomoyuki was slightly relieved by the sudden shout, but when he turned around, he saw that it was Tachibana Kojiro who came over. The power forward whose ball control ability was quite average in the ball skills test. It would be fine if he got rid of the defender and came over to receive the ball. But not at all. In this situation, if the ball was passed to him, Tachibana Nijiro would definitely fall into the same situation as himself, and it might even be worse than his situation because of his inferior ball control ability. But there was no way. This second-year student has strong defensive ability. Tachibana Nijiro took the ball and immediately moved his crotch to distance himself from the defensive player behind him. The moment he touched the ball, he felt comfortable dribbling. Then, looking at the situation in front of him, the passing route keep appearing in his mind. You call this thing elementary? Tachibana Nijiro's confidence instantly exploded, and he felt as if he had merged with basketball. Under the pressure of the defensive players, he dribbled the ball with almost no visible movement on his hands, cleverly avoiding the opponent's steal and forcing the opponent to reveal an open space. Then, the same high-speed pass without any pre-action flew towards the restricted area along his fingertips after flicking his wrist. The supporting center standing under the basket was dumbfounded when he received the ball, because this ball almost penetrated the entire defense line of Ryonan's second-year students from outside the three-point line and fell into his hands accurately. Even though he was stunned for a moment, the angle of the ball cleverly attacking his chest still made him easily forced to catch the ball. The supporting center turned around. A beautiful, layup. On the court. Akira Sendoh, who was still fanatically pursuing scoring in the first year, was enlightened by Tachibana Nijiro's control movement before passing the ball, while Uekusa Tomoyuki, the point guard, widened his eyes because of the pass. Uekusa Tomoyuki. How did he pass it? Chapter 3. Off the court. After watching the ball just now, Takamoiki immediately confirmed with the team member in charge of the test whether this guy was indeed the one whose conclusion was only good at defense and open shots, Tachibana Nijiro? Or did he recognize the wrong person? Is there a master among the newcomers? Yes. It is indeed him. The third-year captain confirmed again and again before he dared to answer Takamoiki. Because they were off the court just now, they saw it more clearly than the players on the court, and knew how wonderful the pass was. That was a pass from the three-point line directly into the restricted area basket. It can be said that it would be intercepted if there was a slight mistake, but the ball boldly and accurately found that slight gap and seized the fleeting opportunity to stuff it in. The speed of the ball was fast, and the pass was fast, so that Uajumi, who was still paying attention to the outside line, could not react to block the attack of the first-year center. The ball had already been scored. Crash! Crack! Takamoiki flipped the test records back and forth. But no matter how you look at it, leaving aside the physical test, just looking at the skills, there is nothing outstanding at all, and it is indeed as it should be. If Tachibana Nijiro had the same performance as the ball just now during the test, how could I not remember it? This ball. The pass may be a coincidence. But the control technique before the pass cannot be faked. And swish. Swish. Continue to look up personal information. 183 centimeters. His position in junior high school was clearly written as power forward. Attack and defense transition. The second-year students came to their senses and regrouped to organize a counterattack, but on the first-year side, whether it was the short Koshino Hiroaki, Uekusa Tomoyuki, or the taller Tachibana Nijiro and Akira Sendoh, they all retreated very quickly. The second-year students failed to counterattack, but they were not anxious, because they had Uajumi and could enter the positional battle they were good at. Ikegami Ryoji and his teammates made a pick and roll at the top of the three-point arc. This is a very common technique and tactic in high school basketball, but Tachibana Nijiro immediately saw through it. This time it was a feint. Because Ikegami Ryoji's teammates did not do a tight screen action. It was obviously just to compress the defense and then prepare for a more timely outside shot after the pick and roll. Ikegami Ryoji pretended to break through after the screen and passed the ball to the shooter teammate who was picked up. However, at this moment, a figure blocked their passing route. It was Tachibana Nijiro. The passing ability of the first personality Akashi, which brings observation and insight into the court, is reflected in the content of the game. It is not just a simple offensive ability. It is also a defensive ability. Almost after the second-year player on the opposite side made a screen action, Tachibana Nijiro immediately made a judgment and confirmed that Ikegami Ryoji's breakthrough with the screen was just a cover. The player who was picked up will not follow in, but will take an outside shot. Akashi's talent and his ability to interpret the game are also quite strong. Snap! Under everyone's shocked eyes, Tachibana Nijiro intercepted the ball. Counterattack! The moment he finished speaking, Tachibana Nijiro was the first to hold the ball and counterattack. Although according to the original plot line, Ryonan will only make it to the county semi-finals after Sendoh joins the team this year, and finally lose to the county semi-finals with Buri. But among the current senior players of Ryonan, there are undoubtedly players who can be used before Sendoh. For example, the shooting guard who is chasing behind Tachibana Nijiro. However, Tachibana Nijiro glanced at it, and on the other side, a figure with a speed as fast as lightning was quickly following up, the hedgehog head, Akira Sendoh. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Tachibana Nijiro shook his left wrist, and still could not see the forward action of the pass. At the moment when he had turned back to aim at the basket, as if he was about to attack the basket, the ball was accurately guided and suddenly flew out of his hand. It came to the hands of Akira Sendoh, who looked surprised. Akira Sendoh? Didn't he just look at me? Bang! Akira Sendoh's dunk was quite beautiful, but everyone's eyes were focused on Tachibana Nijiro. Tachibana Nijiro, who is this guy? Is he really good? I don't know. I have no impression of his junior high school basketball. Maybe he was recruited by the coach from other regions like Sendoh. Indeed, with such strength, how could he be unknown in junior high school? If so, something is wrong this year. In addition to Sendoh, the coach actually got another talented player. No. Didn't you notice him? His performance was very ordinary during the previous test. Hey! Are you kidding me? Just when the third-year players were discussing this, Dakamoiki suddenly excitedly waved his fist. Pass! Beautiful pass! Chapter 4. After Tachibana Nijiro came on the court, he immediately took the lead and scored 2 goals in a row, plus Akira Sendoh's personal bombardment before he came on the court. The current score, freshman versus sophomore, has caught up from 14 points behind to 10 points. What surprised Dakamoiki was the performance of Tachibana Nijiro after he came on the court. If there were no accidents, this unknown freshman had extraordinary talents in the overall view and passing. Did Ryonan's physical side and technical tests ignore passing too much? But how to explain the excellent ball control? Maybe it's just a personality that only likes to show it in actual combat? However, in any case, this freshman is definitely a player who can bring great help to the team in future games, especially in the weak point guard position of Ryonan. On the court, Koshino Hiroaki took the initiative to greet Tachibana Nijiro. A freshman like him, who is also a shooting guard, needs the point guard's pass too much. What's more, it's a point guard like Tachibana Nijiro who is strong at first sight. The second-year players' offensive round. This time, the second-year players learned their lesson and chose to pass the ball to Uazumi in the restricted area with an extremely stable offensive choice. Uazumi, a second-year player with a height of 2 meters, was ridiculously large on the court. Bang 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 rammed in. The first-year center's scalp was numb from the ramming and he retreated again and again. In a blink of an eye, he was pushed to the basket by Uazumi. Jump! Hanging on the opponent, Uazumi grabbed the ball with both hands and was about to dunk. However, on the first-year side, Akira Sendoh, who was playing as a small forward but was 188 centimeters tall but the tallest on the court, had been staring at the inside line and aimed at the moment when Uazumi jumped. Bang! Bang! The former Akira Sendoh touched the ball. The latter Uazumi suppressed the block with his strength and dunked the ball. However, the interference of the block was not without effect. The ball hit the back edge of the basket and bounced out of the basket. Tachibana Nijiro grabbed the rebound. The next second, Tachibana Nijiro rushed out immediately. On the side, point guard Uekusa, who was about to receive the ball, was stunned for a moment. Obviously, I am the point guard? While Tachibana Nijiro was advancing quickly with the ball, the second-year players also quickly returned to defense. Regardless of their strength, their long-term training and discipline are beyond doubt. Ikegami Ryoji and another teammate followed Tachibana Nijiro. Tachibana Nijiro took a look at the situation. The number of opponents was very balanced. No one on the second-year side was out of position. However, in his current wide field of vision, he immediately found a solution to the problem. Of course, it was not a simple and crude way to directly give the ball to Sendoh. But it was more clever. Tachibana Nijiro's continuous and rapid changes of posture, his movements were not fancy, but the skills of his large-scale dribbling movements were almost invisible. The simplicity and efficiency visible to the naked eye attracted the attention of the second-year players. Suddenly, Tachibana Nijiro turned his head while controlling the ball and looked at the movement of Akira Sendoh on the side, causing the player defending Koshino Hiroaki in the middle to subconsciously jump forward. Unexpectedly, this head-turning movement was just a fake move, and the ball was almost passed to Koshino Hiroaki along with the fake move. Koshino Hiroaki. Koshino Hiroaki, who caught the ball, felt that the feeling of the ball in his hand was better than ever before, so good that he was a little surprised, and the defense in front of him was also moved away. Now he only needed to jump up easily and throw the ball into the basket. The next second, swish! The basketball went into the basket accurately. Because of Tachibana Nijiro's performance, the second-year players took the initiative to call a timeout. After leaving the court, one of Ryonan's junior high school teammates was shocked and looked at Tachibana Nijiro with completely unfamiliar eyes. Nijiro, when did your skills become so good? Maybe it suddenly came to my mind. Tachibana Nijiro pondered for a moment and replied, I have been practicing during this period, and I didn't expect that I would be so talented in passing. The junior high school teammates nodded in agreement. Everyone saw Tachibana Nijiro's passing. As for the ball control technique, maybe it really came to my mind suddenly, otherwise it would be completely inexplicable. On the other side, on the second-year team, the third-year seniors also gathered around, and the focus of the discussion had shifted from Akira Sendoh to Tachibana Nijiro. That freshman is a very good point guard. He even passes the ball without looking at the person. The freshman is really brave. The example of Fukuda Kichua is right in front of him, but this guy is not afraid of mistakes at all. He is absolutely confident in his own skills. The captain of the third year nodded, indeed. As the captain of Ryonan, in the previous game, the shock that Tachibana Nijiro brought to him was no less than that of the players on the court, especially with Tachibana Nijiro's physical profile in hand, the contrast was even greater. Whether it is the performance of physical ability or technology, it is like a completely different person. There is no doubt. Tachibana Nijiro has all the qualities that a point guard should have. Even like Sendoh, some are far beyond imagination. However, the captain of Ryonan looked at Tachibana Nijiro on the other side and shook his head speechlessly. So, you still dare to say that you are a power forward? Chapter 5. Takamoiki, who had just failed to recruit Miyagi Ryota, suddenly saw a point guard who was better than Miyagi in all aspects, including height. His mood can be imagined. So, in the stunned eyes of the Ryonan players, they saw Takamoiki smiling and amiable again after facing Sendoh. Ahem. Tachibana Nijiro, right. Come, sit forward. Yes, yes, sit next to Sendoh. At the coach's cordial invitation, Tachibana Nijiro came to Sendoh and listened closely to Takamoiki's guidance to the newcomers. Such treatment was not only envied by the first-year students, but also by the second-year students who were opponents in the distance. Tachibana, you did a great job as a point guard just now. We are all newcomers and have not yet gotten used to each other. Just run according to your own habits. Leave the rhythm control to Tachibana, and the strong attack and scoring to Sendoh. Also, you are still behind now, so you must always pay attention to defense. Defensive performance will also be part of the admission assessment. Hearing this, Uekusa Tomoyuki, who felt more and more uncomfortable, raised his hand tentatively. Coach. Then, what about me? Takamoiki. I forgot. If Tachibana Nijiro plays point guard, then we can replace him with a tall forward. In this case, the height on the court may become another advantage for Ryonan, a 183 cm point guard. Ha! Compared to Miyagi Ryota, who is 168 cm short, this is better, this is better. Uekusa, I have seen your ability clearly. I will replace you with a power forward later. Takamoiki said after a moment of hesitation. And the moment he hesitated was because Fukuda Kichu. There is no doubt that among the first-year rookies, the only one who can match Sendoh and Tachibana in height is Fukuda Kichu, who was just scolded by him. Sendoh, 188 cm. Fukuda, 186 cm. Tachibana, 183 cm. But Fukuda's current skills are still too poor. He can only cut into the restricted area to attack the basket. His offensive choices are also problematic. Defense can be said to be non-existent. Defense. This is the point that Takamoiki cannot accept the most. With his talent, he can do better. Just as Takamoiki was hesitating, Tachibana Nijiro, who noticed the coach's focus on Fukuda, suddenly spoke up to help. Coach, if you want to change players, why not Fukuda? Although Fukuda's level was very poor when he joined the Ryonan High School basketball team. But this so-called poor also needs to be compared with time. As far as I know, Fukuda joined the basketball team at the end of the second year of junior high school. To be honest, his current level has exceeded expectations. From the level that can be achieved in a short period of time, Fukuda, who has only played for more than a year, is probably second only to Sakuragi Hanamichi, and there is a stronger talent monster, Mori Shigehiro. Hearing this, Takamoiki was obviously stunned. At the end of the second year of junior high school? Then isn't it only more than a year now? Okay. Okay, Fukuda, you continue to play. Takamoiki's face was tense, hiding the joy in his heart. He knew that Fukuda had great potential, but he didn't expect that he would have such potential. Although he is still far from being comparable to Sendoh and Tachibana, who have a high degree of completion, this speed of improvement is also very imaginative. On the other side, Fukuda Kichu, who was originally gloomy because of Takamoiki's reprimand. After hearing Tachibana Nijiro's words that he recognized his strength in disguise, the whole person seemed to be a little more lively, but overall, because of his personality, he was still like a dull gourd. After the timeout, the players continued to play. Fukuda. When he came on the court, Tachibana Nijiro came to Fukuda Kichu. To this guy who looked strong but was actually delicate, Tachibana Nijiro gave Takamoiki the same level of persuasion as Sendoh. I will pass the ball to you later. In the first grade, no one can compare to you in terms of attacking the basket. Hearing this, Fukuda Kichu was shocked. Ryonan's entrance test, the simple Fukuda didn't know that Dakamoiki was so strict with him because he was a promising talent. He just felt that the coach's attitude towards him was like he would be marginalized again because he played too little time in junior high school. This was hard for Fukuda, who longed for affirmation and praise, and longed for a chance to show his talents, to accept. Especially after Dakamoiki habitually evaluated the players' personalities, he thought that geniuses like Sendoh had strong self-esteem, so he guided him gently and never spoke harshly. As for young players like Fukuda, he often scolded them. But sports skills are obviously not the same as self-esteem. Chapter 6. I'll pass the ball to you in a minute. In the first grade, no one can beat you in attacking the basket. Facing this person in front of him who he didn't know at all, but who told him when he started playing basketball and gave him such an evaluation when they first met, Fukuda Kicho was stunned for a moment. Just when he didn't know how to respond, fortunately, the other party gave him a chance to answer. If I make a gesture later, come over and screen for me in time. Hearing this, Fukuda Kicho nodded immediately. Yet, on the other side, Akira Sendoh looked at Tachibana Nijiro strangely. First in attacking the basket? It's obviously very ordinary. Although he did play basketball for a short time. After entering the court, the second-year offensive round, Tachibana Nijiro stepped forward to put pressure, which made the second-year point guard panic for a while, surprised that this guy actually came over and played point guard completely. Because Tachibana Nijiro's body center of gravity is higher, as a short point guard, he thought that he could get rid of Tachibana Nijiro by constantly shifting his center of gravity in disguise. But the fact is not like this at all. Tachibana Nijiro is fully focused. Although his center of gravity is indeed much higher than that of his opponent, his long arms can constantly harass his opponent. And thanks to Akashi, he is very fast now. The opponent was tightly guarded by Tachibana Nijiro, and in the end, there was no other way but to pass the ball. Whoosh! After the second-year player got the ball, he immediately accelerated and went straight into the penalty area, and then passed the ball to Uajimi, finally breaking the second year's goal drought. Looking back, the first year's round, Tachibana Nijiro dribbled the ball forward, turned sideways, and pushed back the opponent's point guard's defense. Although the card draw reward player is the first personality Akashi, his current physical condition is here, of course, it is not exactly the same as the real Akashi. The most obvious difference is that he is stronger than Akashi, who is 170 centimeters tall. Watching Tachibana Nijiro's mature and steady style of play on the court, Dakamoiki smiled brightly. With a point guard of this level, plus Sendoh and Uajimi, this year's Ryonan will definitely be able to show off their skills in the county, or even in the country. On the court, Tachibana Nijiro waved his hand. Fukuda Kicho immediately came out to screen for Tachibana Nijiro. The quality was not very high, but Tachibana Nijiro's strong skills in pick and roll made up for the quality of Fukuda Kicho's screen by actively cooperating with the position. After brushing past Fukuda Kicho's screen and getting rid of the opponent's defense, Tachibana Nijiro rushed to the restricted area in one step. The point guard was blocked behind him, and the power forward couldn't catch up with Tachibana Nijiro. There was no choice but for Uajimi to go up to make up for the defense. The opponent's short-term defense gave Tachibana Nijiro an opportunity. He only glanced at it and pushed his right palm forward. After the ball landed, it passed through the gap between the two defenders, the sophomore Ami and Uajimi. Fukuda Kicho, who only knew how to attack the basket by cutting, was subconsciously running towards the penalty area. Then the next second, he received the ball from Tachibana Nijiro. Rotation, speed, angle, height. All were unprecedentedly comfortable. There was no need to adjust at all, let alone slow down to catch the ball. Fukuda Kicho jumped up and scored 2 points. Fukuda Kicho. So, is scoring so easy? Amid the noisy discussions outside the court, Tachibana Nijiro walked up and clapped hands with Fukuda Kichu, then smiled and said, "It was a beautiful pass." "No. It's just that you passed the ball well." When Tachibana Nijiro gave Fukuda Kichu encouragement, the player in charge of statistics outside the court was surprised. In such a short time, Tachibana Nijiro has already got 4 assists. The third-year player on the side nodded. "Very strong, whether it is the awareness of passing or the technique, it is first class, and every pass after entering the court directly creates an excellent offensive opportunity. Compared with Sendoh, he is a genius in another sense, and from the perspective of influence and control over the game, he may be stronger than Sendoh. After all, Sendoh is strong, but only one person is strong. And Tachibana Nijiro, so far, his 4 assists have been different for each goal, and he almost revitalized the entire team by passing the ball. You know, the team in front of us is composed of first-year rookies. The game is still going on. Led by Tachibana Nijiro, the first-year players have always taken the initiative on the court. The ball passed from his hands seemed to have magical power, always able to find teammates from the gaps and let teammates complete the offense comfortably. This feeling is unprecedented in the first-year player's past basketball career. And the opponent? Including Uajumi and Ikegami Ryoji, everyone's face was solemn. According to Ryonan's habit, the actual combat test for entering the club has always been to let the seniors give the newcomers a taste of color, while tempering their character, and also let the newcomers know the difference between junior high school and high school basketball, and train harder. However, everything went bankrupt after Tachibana Nijiro came on the court. As second-year players, it seems that they will be kicked in the eye by the juniors who just graduated from junior high school. At this time, Yuzumi, with a gloomy face, was reminded by his teammates that Tachibana Nijiro had already scored 10 assists in just 1 quarter. Tachibana Nijiro. He hasn't scored a single point so far. Maybe he doesn't have the ability to score, he's just good at passing the ball. Let go of the defense against Tachibana Nijiro, and use the extra manpower to help defend the others, especially Sendoh. Since you can't block his pass, then block the person who receives the ball. Ikegami Ryoji was stunned when he heard this. Indeed. Since the game till now, he has never seen Tachibana Nijiro shoot. Chapter 7. On the court. After a round of attack and defense. When Tachibana Nijiro got the ball, he found that he was 2 steps away from the middle gate, and the defensive player who should have been cautiously guarding him was now completely focused on other people. Tachibana Nijiro. Hey! Don't get me wrong. I'm not Miyagi Ryota. Although Akashi, the first personality, is good at passing, it doesn't mean that he can't score, especially this kind of almost open shot, which is a must-have ability for a qualified point guard. Besides, even if Akashi Seijuro is not considered, in his fused memory, in addition to defensive ability, the best thing is fixed-point shooting. Tachibana Nijiro glanced at the basket, followed the action in his mind, and obeyed the muscle memory and the ability given to him by Akashi. With a swish, the basketball shot out of Tachibana Nijiro's hand, and a beautiful parabola appeared, and fell steadily into the net. Uajumi. This guy actually has offensive ability, but unlike Sendoh, who only knows how to score, he is always willing to pass the ball to his teammates. On the court, Tachibana Nijiro, who contributed 10 assists, has become the darling of his teammates. Even Sendoh, with the help of Tachibana Nijiro, got more scoring opportunities and had a great time. So, when Tachibana Nijiro scored a goal, everyone came over to high-five him. Takamoiki saw Tachibana Nijiro on the court, using the pass to quickly connect himself and the players, and couldn't help but smile, because what was happening on the court now was also one of the reasons why the team must have an excellent point guard. Tachibana Nijiro. This is really a big surprise. Very soon, Tachibana Nijiro gradually showed his offensive ability, even if it was just shooting including three-pointers, but using this as another offensive threat, it strengthened his passing in disguise. As the game progressed, the second-year students were still suffering from Tachibana Nijiro's pass and could not find a solution. They were also completely unable to stop the offensive wave organized by Tachibana Nijiro with passes, with Sendoh as the core. The appearance of Tachibana Nijiro made the game enter the fourth quarter without suspense. And finally, the game ended. The first-year students defeated the second-year students, and the second-year students were led by Uzumi, which immediately reduced the volume of the Ryonan arena. On the other side, the first-year students, after leaving the court, they all said to Tachibana Nijiro that the pass was beautiful. However, this pleasant atmosphere did not last long. As Takamoiki announced the results of the entry test, all the new players were ready to run laps with their seniors just after the game. Everyone, including the newcomers who just joined the club and finished the game. You must complete today's physical training well before you can end today's basketball club activities. Then, Takamoiki turned his head and looked at the second-year students. As for the second-year students who lost to the newcomers, double it. Captain Funabashi, you supervise. Okay. Ryanan's third-year starting power forward and captain, Daisuke Funabashi, blinked helplessly at everyone and said with a smile, "Everyone, the coach has spoken, let's start training. Newcomers just follow and run." But countdown to add laps. The unusual atmosphere made the newcomers know that what they just said was definitely not a joke, although it was a bit outrageous to start training right after the game. But successfully joining the basketball team and starting a high school basketball career still made everyone quite motivated. No one complained, but responded in unison. Yes. Turned around and ran with the seniors, starting the first lesson of their high school career, physical training. In fact, it was just running laps. When everyone entered the training rhythm, Takamoiki's eyes were always fixed on Tachibana Nijiro, and gradually fell into contemplation. After confirming the recruitment of Sendoh, all the plans made had to be replanned because of the appearance of Tachibana Nijiro. Maybe this year. Maybe it is more promising than he thought. On the other side, Tachibana Nijiro, who was running in circles, was completely distracted. Because he always felt like he was dreaming about his time travel. In fact, he didn't really want to travel through time. After all, even if he was not rich in his previous life, he lived a pretty good life. Before the time travel, he had just made an appointment with a beautiful young lady. The two of them had planned to go home and have a deep chat after watching a movie in the dead of night. As a result, just after getting home, while the young lady was taking a shower, he opened the novel and complained about the author, and suddenly appeared in the world of slam dunk inexplicably. It's okay to travel through time, even if you are a little late by an hour. Damn it. But complaining is complaining, the facts can't be changed. Now that he was here, he brought the system with him. As a time traveler, he couldn't mess around. He didn't have time to figure it out during the previous competition. Now he was just running for nothing during physical training. He might as well study the system. Then, the next second after Tachibana Nijiro thought of the system interface suddenly appeared in his mind. The name alone was very simple and crude. Kuro Basket Card Drawing System. Chapter 8. As soon as the system interface appears, the first thing that comes into view is the player attributes. Player attributes. Name, Tachibana Nijiro. Team, Ryonan, 1st grade. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 73 kilograms. Wingspan, 190 centimeters. Speed, 82. Strength, 69. Ball control, 88. Passing, 88. Bounce, 80. Layup, 81. Dunk, 77. Mid-range shot, 82. Three-pointer, 82. Rebound, 69. Blocks, 69. Steals, 81. One-on-one defense, 82. Assist defense, 80. Vision, 88. Physical fitness, 80. Drawn player, personality 1 Akashi Seijuro, beginner. Unlocked skills, command tower, beginner, perfect pass, beginner, perfect control, beginner. Tachibana Nijiro looked at his player attributes. Except for the 3 abilities of passing, ball control, and vision, which reached 88 and approached 90, the others were all around 80, and rebounding, blocking, and strength were barely 70, far from what Tachibana Nijiro expected for Akashi Seijuro. But it was not surprising when you think about it carefully. Through the previous games, he also had a general understanding of his abilities. The most obvious thing is Akashi's ability to bring people into the zone. He doesn't even need to think about it now. The word beginner in player and skill has already explained everything. After reading the attributes, continue to study other things. Basic attributes can be improved through training, but the improvement speed is very slow. However, as a chosen person, Tachibana Nijiro has a shortcut, that is, completing the tasks issued by the system. You can get a card draw ticket and draw the card pool related to the tasks issued. Tachibana Nijiro has already obtained the first personality Akashi, which comes from the novice card pool generously given by the system. The card pool is not fixed and will change with the release of tasks. In addition to the current players, there will also be props for upgrading players. In addition, the skills brought by drawing cards to obtain players are more important than attributes in Tachibana Nijiro's opinion. Like already possessed. Command Tower, beginner, perfect pass, beginner, perfect control, beginner. Using these skills as weapons can more effectively express the power of attributes. In short, drawing cards is the fastest way to improve strength. Relying on a first personality Akashi, Tachibana Nijiro jumped from an ordinary person who was mediocre to a super point guard in the eyes of Dikamoiki. This is the best example. Hey! Ha! Tachibana, the physical training is over. Uekusa Tomoyuki saw that the physical training was over and Tachibana Nijiro had not stopped, so he quickly reminded him. However, Tachibana Nijiro, who was completely immersed in the system, of course did not respond. Should we wait for him? No. Let's go first, I'm so tired. Uekusa Tomoyuki and Koshino Hiroaki looked at each other, and after not getting any feedback from Tachibana Nijiro, they hesitated for a long time, and finally stayed, not leaving the gym with the tired newcomers. So, those who stayed in the gym in the end. There was Fukuda Kichu who ran after him, Akira Sendoh who sat on the sidelines waiting for the two, or waiting for Tachibana Nijiro, and Uekusa and Koshino who were quietly doing shooting training on the side. After entering Ryonan, with Sendoh's occasional invitations to singles, and Fukuda Kichu's following suit. Soon, Tachibana Nijiro's first chance to draw a card came. Card ticket mission, defeat Awadou Industries in the training match, win the game, and give more than 10 assists. Achievement reward, draw card tickets times 10. Card pool mission, in the match with Awadou Industries, the number of steals is greater than or equal to 5 times. Achievement reward, open the limited time defensive player card pool. Ryonan Arena. In the singles, after being defeated by the first-year Kaed Rukawa style scoring maniac Sendoh, Tachibana Nijiro turned around and defeated the eager Fukuda Kichu. Then I received the task prompt from the system. Immediately, Tachibana Nijiro's eyes lit up. The defensive player card pool, gaining a new defensive ability, is definitely a great improvement for me. Especially at the moment when I can't stand Sendoh's attack, in order to beat the scoring maniac Sendoh, defensive ability is too important. So now Tachibana Nijiro's mind is full of how to give Awadou Industries a steal in the training match. Awadou Industry. It seems. I have some impression. Akaji and Kagure, in the first year, Shihoku eliminated the young gorilla in the first round. Awadou Industry? I don't remember the exact score. But it seems to be twice. At the same time. Kanagawa Prefecture, Awadou Industry. Captain Yubo Raiwichi was talking about Ryonan with his teammates, and when talking about Uajumi, the 2-meter-tall center, he was a little serious for a moment, but the rest of the time, he was quite relaxed. Except for Yuzumi, the strength of other players in Ryonan is at most the level of the top 8, and our goal this year is to get the seed quota to the national level. The champion and runner-up are our goals. Ryonan is a little weak for us. But let's use them to get a feel for it first, and start our summer with a big win, which is not bad. Chapter 9. On the day when Awadou Industry visited Ryonan, Tachibana Nijiro was full of expectations. Then he was put on the bench. Even though Tachibana Nijiro was visibly stronger than the current third-year point guard in Ryonan's starting lineup, the opponent's starting position was definitely not something that Tachibana Nijiro could overturn with just one entrance test. Coach Takamoiki knew that immediately putting Sendoh and Tachibana in the starting lineup would definitely improve the team's combat effectiveness, but such things could not be rushed. As newcomers to the team, he hoped that the two could gradually get more playing time through their performance in the game step by step. In this way, they could better integrate into the team. So, Tachibana Nijiro was left on the bench. The same goes for Sendoh. Yes. That's right. Sendoh was also on the bench, right next to Tachibana Nijiro, and at this time he was looking at the seniors on the court, with a heartless and sunny look. Tachibana Nijiro glanced at Sendoh. Slam dunk, an important work as a childhood memory. Tachibana Nijiro knows it very well. On the one hand, the fisherman next to him has the common characteristics of fishermen, a personality that never admits defeat, a steely will, and confidence that is always in his eyes and smiles. Refer to the fisherman. Sendoh's love and desire for basketball are also very high. On the other hand, compared with Shihoku, who always talks about dominating the country and seriously regards it as a dream, Sendoh has nothing to do with dreams. He treats basketball as a game like fishing, a game he loves 10 minutes. He takes on the responsibility of being the ace and leading Ryonan forward because basketball can bring him something very important, which every 16 or 17-year-old child needs. That is challenge. Only when the team continues to move forward can he meet stronger opponents, accept greater challenges, and enjoy more happiness, so he loves basketball. So, don't look at this guy's sunshine. When he falls behind, see if he can still hold on. On the fenced stands on the second floor of the Ryonan Arena, there were fans who had been following the basketball team and came to watch the game. They had heard about the two super rookies in the team. Originally, they thought they would be able to see their performance today, but they didn't expect that once they were on the court, Ryonan was still the same as last year. Hey! Are you kidding me? Both of them are substitutes. Daisuke Funabashi is the captain of Ryonan. He wouldn't lie, right? He said there were two super powerful rookies, and they were even as good as last year's Maki and Fujima. Ah! Really? Come on, don't you know that big mouth Funabashi? Last year, there was a guy named Yuzumi who dared to say that he would dominate the country. If you listen to him, Ryonan will be the champion again this year. You really take it seriously. That guy Funabashi, tisk, he has been shouting that he wants to dominate the country since the first grade. I'm used to it. As the game progresses on the court, the situation of the Ryonan team is not very good. In their own territory, they encountered big trouble. Facing the particularly strong Awadou Industrial this year, especially the outside line as the core of the offense, the Ryonan players on the court were in trouble. The only thing they could do was to pass the ball to Uzumi, and let Uzumi use his height and strength to send the ball into the basket. However, when Awado Industrial began to double-team Uzumi without restraint, Ryonan's scoring ability declined, and in turn, their defense was suppressed by Awado Industrial's outside line. Ikegami Ryoji, one person is distracted. 33:47. Ryonan lost 14 points in less than 2 quarters in their own stadium. Just then, the students watching the game on the spot suddenly noticed the fierce Takamoiki, who turned around and was talking to 2 players on the bench. It's them, the hedgehog head, Akira Sendoh. That. The handsome one, Tachibana Nijiro. It's time to let the newcomers play. On the court, Awado Industries, Captain Ryuichi Yubo was still suppressing Ryonan's outside play, but even though the team was leading, he still looked ugly. Because Uajumi's strength was very different from last year, both in terms of movement speed and strength, so the team only had a 14-point lead that did not meet his expectations. This made Ryuichi Yubo, who was eager to play the level of Kanon and Shoyo dominance, quite unhappy. Snap! Ryuichi Yubo steals the ball. Then a large change of direction, the rapid speed made Ryonan's starting point guard suffer a lot. Seeing his performance, the spectators were anxious to death. And then, Ryuichi Yubo rushed into Ryonan's paint area, then jumped up with a whoosh, avoiding direct confrontation with Uajumi, and made a mid-range shot. Ryonan's round. The point guard was just penetrated by Ryuichi Yubo, and in the offensive, he was also entangled by the opponent, and it was difficult to connect the ball, so Ryonan still played a tactic this time and passed the ball to Uzumi. It should be said, although this year's Uzumi is not as good as Akaji, but it still depends on who he is compared with. Compared with the top center in Kanagawa, Uzumi is not as good, but facing the center of Awado Industry, Uzumi, who is growing stronger day by day in the second year, is still fierce. The tall and rigid center, back-to-back and fiercely slamming into the basket. Bang! Bang! With a muffled sound, Uzumi squeezed the center of Awado Industry, and before the opponent's defense arrived, he jumped up like a gorilla, and then... bang! Slamming the basket with both arms. 35:49. At the same time, Tachibana Nijiro, while admiring, also made a judgment on Uzumi's strength. It's all strength, and very strong, but if standing in front of Akaji, the current Uzumi is probably no different from the first-year Uzumi who can't do anything except being tall. Chapter 10. Sendoh, Tachibana, you can go. Takamoiki signaled for a substitution. Akira Sendoh and Tachibana Nijiro replaced the point guard and shooting guard respectively. These two positions were also the most suppressed in the previous game. The outside line was destroyed by Awado Industry. Therefore, the audience of Ryonan was eager to see someone who could fill this vacancy, so the appearance of Sendoh and Tachibana made the audience of Ryonan a little excited. Among them, because of the big mouth captain, he claimed that the newcomers who were comparable to Shinichi Maki and Fujima Kenji made everyone have high expectations for their performance. And after going on the court, as the first to touch the ball, Tachibana Nijiro's performance really made the audience shine. Awado Industries' point guard tried to put pressure on the opponent with speed and physical confrontation as before, so that the opponent would make mistakes from the beginning of the ball. However, if it was the previous Tachibana Nijiro, Awado's point guard might still succeed. But now Tachibana Nijiro, who has initially acquired the ability of the first personality Akashi, has a ball handling technique called perfect control. Although it is only beginner, in terms of stability, it is probably one of the best in Kanagawa. Snap! 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 Tachibana Nijiro swayed lightly, each move was simple and efficient. It was quite difficult to predict from his extremely small arm swing, and then, while observing the situation on the court, he advanced easily. The audiobook point guard missed the ball, knowing that the man in front of him was completely different from the previous point guard, and immediately stood firm. This guy dare to be distracted under his own defense? Don't be too arrogant. Little devil! Looking at the guy who was arrogantly gesturing and directing right under his nose, the audiobook point guard couldn't help but move in the end, reaching out to grab Tachibana Nijiro's ball handler. However, this was just a feint. If he couldn't touch the ball, he would intercept it as soon as possible while the opponent was panicking. This move was quite useful, but it failed this time because Tachibana Nijiro was not panicking at all. Instead, after the command just now, he made a pick-and-roll breakthrough with Ikumi Ryoji. Tachibana Nijiro started the raid, not fast or slow, but very rhythmic. In a blink of an eye, he had already penetrated into the paint area. The center was defending in front of the basket, looking at Yuzumi and Tachibana Nijiro at the same time. Behind him was audiobook point guard who bypassed the screen and chased Tachibana Nijiro, forming a situation of being attacked from both sides. The audience all frowned because Tachibana Nijiro went too deep after the screen. They didn't want to see the situation of being suppressed by audiobook industry again after the substitution. Especially this newcomer who easily broke the tight outside pressure of audiobook industry after coming on the court. Then, the next second, Tachibana Nijiro did not disappoint them. When he was surrounded, a figure suddenly rushed to the free throw line from the side. It was none other than Akira Sendoh. Before everyone understood, Sendoh had a ball in his hand like a magic trick. Without any defense, he easily threw the ball into the basket. Good. Good ball. The ball suddenly appeared in Sendoh's hand while he was moving. The magical scene immediately made the atmosphere of the audience in the stadium heated up. Amid the exclamations, most people were curious about how the ball got through. On the court, Akira Sendoh and Tachibana Nijiro celebrated with a high five. This ball also made Sendoh marvel at Tachibana Nijiro's pass again. The opponent at this time was confused. Off the court, the audience who had a clearer view from the standing angle were excitedly gesticulating and explaining to the people around them how powerful the ball was just now. Just now, Tachibana Nijiro was sandwiched between two people and attacked from both sides. Just as he was about to be surrounded and blocked, at this moment, Tachibana Nijiro suddenly passed the ball behind him as if he had eyes on his back. With almost no pre-action, the audiobook point guard was ready to block Tachibana Nijiro's passing route, but he never expected the ball to come from below. Under the crotch. He was caught off guard by a beautiful crotch pass that broke through the defense. Then, the ball came into Sendoh's hands. The scene just now appeared. It turned out to be like this. Wow! He really didn't look back, did he? It was the command just now at the top of the three-point arc. That command action was not only telling Ikumi to cover, but also telling the new player number 12 to run. Facing such entangled defense, he could be distracted to this extent in an instant. Everyone was stunned, and so were the opponents. The number 13 who passed the ball. But number 13. Ryonan's unfamiliar face, and the number 13 of the substitute, plus the faint talk about the first grade from the audience around. First grade? How can there be such strength? Substitute? Are you kidding? Chapter 11. Tachibana Nijiro's performance inspired the entire Ryonan team and the Ryonan students who came to the stadium to watch the game. This is amazing, this newcomer, Tachibana Nijiro. What a great pass. This is more like it, Ryonan's point guard is saved. That guy Funabashi Daisuke, what he said is actually true. It's actually a newcomer. Awadou Industrial Attack. In the last round, Awadou point guard was played around by Tachibana Nijiro, so he turned around and decided to teach this newcomer a lesson in order to save face. With a short body, Awadou point guard suddenly lowered his center of gravity and changed his body continuously. Tachibana Nijiro was not at all confused, and surprisingly, although he was in passive defense, his reaction and speed were faster than his opponent. With the help of the first personality Akashi, Tachibana Nijiro has a new understanding of defense judgment and other aspects. This makes Tachibana Nijiro feel that even Akashi without the Emperor Eye can detect the opponent's movements to a certain extent. The audiobook point guard was surprised. He didn't expect that this guy could keep up with his rhythm. You know, the opponent is at least 10 centimeters taller than him. In terms of speed and rhythm, he should have the advantage. Swish! The audiobook point guard suddenly burst out with all his strength, and the speed suddenly increased. Tachibana Nijiro's figure paused strangely, and the former broke into the penalty area during the burst. He was not afraid of Uzumi's help defense. The audiobook point guard jumped up. After Uzumi jumped up, pass the ball. But at this moment, a white figure suddenly appeared. It was Tachibana Nijiro. When the audiobook point guard was concentrating on the breakthrough pass, he did not notice that Tachibana Nijiro, who had just been broken through by him, suddenly accelerated and attacked from behind. With a crisp sound, Tachibana Nijiro intercepted the pass for the breakthrough pass and sent it to the opponent. Tachibana Nijiro. Hey! Steal ×1. Wow! Tachibana Nijiro's immediate effect on both offense and defense after he came on the court, especially after the former Ryonan starting point guard was suppressed by the opponent, the huge contrast in front of him made the Ryonan stadium scream. Newcomer! Tachibana Nijiro. In one round of offense and defense, he won the support of Ryonan students. Tachibana Nijiro, well done, this round of defense is also well done. So strong, both offense and defense are strong. Just now he obviously took the initiative to let go, and his position forced the opponent into the penalty area. Even though he has superior qualities in all aspects, he still used Uzumi's strength very smartly and steadily, and played with ease. Too difficult, Ryonan finally has his own strong point guard. Offense and defense alternated, Tachibana Nijiro dribbled forward. Seeing that Awado High School retreated to the defensive position in time, Tachibana Nijiro also slowed down the pace, handed the ball to Akira Sendoh, and then started running with the opponent. Facing Awado High School's ace, the point captain Ryuichi Kamafono, Akira Sendoh made a large change of direction, followed by a quick confrontation on the move, and easily broke through the opponent. Swish! The center blocked the shot. Sendoh exclaimed, and lay up. Swish! A light hit. In addition to Tachibana Nijiro, there is actually another expert, and even an ace scorer that can be seen at a glance. Ryonan Arena suddenly rang with cheers like a tsunami. Takamoiki also applauded. He knew that the two would bring him a surprise after they came on the court, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Seeing Tachibana Nijiro and Akira Sendoh high-fived and celebrated, he was extremely excited. In the round of Awado Industry, Yubo Ryuichi no longer dared to underestimate his opponent at this time. He showed unprecedented concentration and faced Akira Sendoh's defense. Ding! The ball bounced on the basket a few times and bounced out. In the first time. After receiving the pass from Uzumi after the rebound, Tachibana Nijiro turned around and swung his slender arms vigorously. The basketball flew out immediately, drawing a high arc in the air and heading straight to Awado's backcourt. The ball passed through the entire court. Because of the high arc, it left enough time to chase the ball, and finally fell into the hands of Sendoh, who immediately accelerated and ran wildly after defending. The receiving point is near the basket. Bang! Sendoh easily dunks and scores. Wow! Tachibana Nijiro! Akira Sendoh! The surroundings cheered for the two again, and their names gradually spread. On the court, Akira Sendoh pointed at Tachibana Nijiro from a distance in the opponent's half. Obviously, Sendoh wanted everyone to know that the credit for this ball belonged to Tachibana Nijiro, who gave him a perfect pass. The rugby-style pass spanned the entire court. The wide field of vision, the grasp of timing, and the excellent passing ability were all indispensable. Ryonan Stadium was full of jubilation, and the cheers of the audience came like a tide. An Awado industry. While Ryuichi Yubo was ashamed that the two first-year kids dared to be so arrogant in front of him, the fine beads of sweat on his forehead also meant that he knew very well that these two Ryonan newcomers were unusual. Therefore, the next round, he called pick and roll more frequently. Even though he himself was blocked and had no chance to shoot. But after pulling away from the defense of Akira Sendoh and Tachibana Nijiro, he took the initiative to pass the ball, allowing his teammates to shoot against Ryonan's defensive stalwart Ikegami Ryuji. Although it was difficult. But he finally scored. But, looking back, when facing Tachibana Nijiro and Akira Sendoh, Ryuichi Yubo was numb again. Chapter 12. The game continued. Tachibana Nijiro and Akira Sendoh cooperated very well. Of course. This tacit understanding was mainly due to Tachibana Nijiro's passing ability. And Sendoh, after several cooperations with Tachibana Nijiro, also had a very magical experience in scoring. The point guard experience given by the command tower, first, and the skills given by the perfect pass, first, allowed Tachibana Nijiro to always pass the ball in the most appropriate position in a timely and comfortable manner. Even the hit rate has improved a lot. In terms of hit rate, Sendoh may not feel it deeply, but Ryonan's captain, the third-year power forward Funahashi Daisuke, only feels that his shooting is getting more and more confident. I don't know why, when this newcomer passes the ball to him, it becomes much more comfortable to catch the ball and shoot, and he is not the only one who feels the same as Funahashi Daisuke. Then something amazing happened. When Ryonan players got the ball, even if they stole the ball in the opponent's half, their first thought was not to find the core player Yuzumi or the player with the strongest scoring ability, Sendoh, but to find Tachibana Nijiro. It's a simple fact that Tachibana Nijiro's pass makes scoring easier, and everyone likes it. Even Sendoh is the same. Under the leadership of Tachibana Nijiro, Ryonan played a wave of smooth offensive. Although Ryonan's firepower was not weak in the past, it was only possible when Yuzumi was used intensively. Not to mention the current situation where everyone has a chance and the success rate is extremely high. So, all the audiences of Ryonan were stunned. Is this kind of offense really something that our Ryonan can do? Why does it seem that everyone's offensive ability is not weak? Indeed. When Ikegami Ryuji attacked the basket several times, the opponent Awado Industry could only sigh. Bang! On the court. At the end of the third quarter, Uazumi received a wonderful pass from Tachibana Nijiro, turned around and completed the Ryonan version of the gorilla dunk. Ryonan led Awado Industry by 5 points 79 to 74. The whole Ryonan arena was full of jubilation. Just like Fujima. Off the court, the coach of Awado Industry felt something was wrong. It shouldn't be so strong. The performance of his own team, at least in terms of defense, was completely fine. But because of Tachibana Nijiro's extremely penetrating passes, Ryonan's offensive firepower became too strong, even affecting the scoring rate. As for Tachibana Nijiro, who kept sending assists. From the perspective of movement and agility, the more you look at him, the more he looks like Fujima Kenji. The only difference is that Fujima is strong in both offensive firepower and passing, while this Tachibana Nijiro is an enhanced version of Fujima Kenji with a slightly lower offensive desire. On the other side, Akira Sendoh, the coach of Awado Industry, was stunned after seeing his rich and overwhelming scoring skills. Could this combination be Shinichi Maki and Fujima Kenji? The morale of the Ryonan team was high. Everyone felt that they were in the best condition. Only Tachibana Nijiro, who performed the best, had an expression on his face that was hard to describe. The reason? Due to Tachibana Nijiro's pass, Ryonan's offense was raised to a height that Dikamoiki could not see clearly, so he asked Tachibana Nijiro to take a break first. See Ryanan's current pure strength after excluding Tachibana's pass, and at the same time, let the players on the field not get lost in Tachibana's pass and misjudge their own strength. There is nothing to do about it. After all, Tachibana Nijiro's pass has a large radiation range and influence. If there is any accident, it will affect everyone at once, so he wants to confirm what level Ryanan's offense will be in the future when Tachibana Nijiro's pass is blocked. It is very important for Takamoiki to evaluate this point. Thinking of this, Takamoiki turned his head and glanced at Tachibana Kojiro's expression. Sure enough, for such a talented player, it should be difficult to accept being suddenly substituted. His face is very ugly, is he angry? At the same time, Takamoiki thought of Sendoh's usual laxity. This is the first time he has coached such a genius, and even two at a time. Takamoiki couldn't help but think that this is probably the so-called happy trouble. However, although Takamoiki usually guides Sendoh and Tachibana with praise and encouragement, but from his strict training plan, emotional loud voice, and unsparing reprimands and criticisms of Fukuda Kichua and even the entire second and third grade, there is no doubt that as a coach, his character is unyielding. So on the court, even if he saw Tachibana Kojiro's negative emotions, Takamoiki just had a cold face and left him there. However, Takamoiki would never have thought that Tachibana Nijiro was just sitting there speechless because his card pool task had not been completed. The number of steals was greater than or equal to 5. When the fourth quarter began, when the coach of Audiobook Industry saw Tachibana Nijiro resting on the bench, he was surprised that the player who led Ryanan's offensive reversal was not on the court. What does this mean? Most people think so and don't understand why Ryonan did this in the fourth quarter. You know, Akira Sendoh is indeed extremely strong and eye-catching, but no one can deny that Ryanan's overwhelming reversal is definitely due to Tachibana Nijiro. Moreover, the arrival of Tachibana Nijiro not only uses his organizational ability to make Ryanan's overall offensive power stronger, but as a point guard and the team's first line of defense, his defense is also excellent. There are several steals alone. Compared to the third-year point guard Ryonan, who was beaten to a pulp by the Audiobook point guard at the beginning, Tachibana Nijiro is much better than him in terms of assist defense and individual defense. So, in this strange atmosphere, a clamor suddenly sounded around. We want Tachibana Nijiro! Tachibana Nijiro! Tachibana Nijiro! Chapter 13. When the reporter of Weekly Basketball, Aida Yayoi, stepped into the Ryonan arena, the loud "We want Tachibana Nijiro" suddenly interrupted Aida Yayoi's catchphrase. We must observe carefully. What a powerful shout! Who is Tachibana Nijiro? With this doubt, Aida Yayoi, who came to collect information about Audiobook Industry, was distracted and curious about who the Tachibana Nijiro was who could make the whole stadium shout so loudly. In the middle of the court. In the fourth quarter. After Tachibana Nijiro left the court, even though Sendoh was still unstoppable in scoring, Ryonan no longer had the overwhelming advantage before. Due to the defect of the point guard position, Audiobook Industry opened a gap, forcing Sendoh and Ikegami Ryoji to frequently take care of the three-point arc. Then the Audiobook point guard played a passing effect comparable to Tachibana Nijiro. Breakthrough. Attract double team. Pass the ball. Teammates attack the opponent's defense after assisting. Relying on the core back line, Audiobook Industry played a familiar rhythm, and around them, the other positions of the ball catcher and shooter gradually opened up. The positions of both sides changed at once. Audiobook played very team, while Ryonan relied on Sendoh's singles and Uajumi's singles to not give in to the score. Sure enough, the rumors are not false. Audiobook Industry is very strong this year. But who is Ryanan's No. 12? Scoring ability. Is it too strong? Aida Yayoi watched Ryanan's number 12 and Uajumi, relying on the scores of two people, withstanding the opponent's offensive firepower, and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Especially that number 12, the scoring ratio is even higher, it's scary. But the voice of Ryonan students in my ears, we want Tachibana, has not weakened, that is to say, even a strong number 12 is not the target they call. There are masters. And judging from this posture, he is on the bench. Aida Yaoi's camera turned and scanned the Ryonan bench, and it was easy to lock on that person, because in the shouts, many Ryonan players on the bench also focused their eyes on him. Number 13. His face is still very young. A first year. A newcomer? Very quickly. When the Ryonan point guard was broken through again and was embarrassed to chase and defend, the Ryonan audience had already been unable to bear it. It was okay before, and it was okay after not seeing that kind of game content, but now after seeing Tachibana Nijiro's fine brain, who can swallow such coarse grains? Tachibana Nijiro's previous performance suddenly raised the lower limit of the Ryonan audience for point guards. Obviously, under Sendoh's bombardment, the score is still maintained. But they want Tachibana Nijiro. The shouts lit up the Ryonan arena, and more students who heard the news followed suit and shouted without knowing why. Then, Tachibana Nijiro's name surged in the arena like a tide, one wave after another. Tachibana Nijiro himself was confused by the shouts. But if this is the case, can I play? I have to hurry up and complete the task. On the other side, Takamoiki looked surprised, and had not expected this situation at all. The overwhelming public opinion was hard to stop, and coupled with the expectant gaze of Tachibana Nijiro almost fixed on him, Takamoiki thought that there should be a limit to training a genius. He was a little overwhelmed as he was coaching a genius for the first time. So, Takamoiki gently patted Tachibana Nijiro on the shoulder. Tachibana, go on the court. Swoosh. Tachibana Nijiro stood up quickly. With only half a quarter left before the end of the game, he was finally substituted on the court. The score on the court, Ryonan's lead did not change. Tachibana Nijiro pushed forward with the ball and made a gesture to stabilize the messy singles rhythm of his teammates. Sendoh looked at Tachibana Nijiro on the court and felt inexplicably relieved. He was indeed very happy with the bombardment, but he was also very tired. I kind of miss the feeling of receiving Tachibana Nijiro's pass. I always feel that if I play the whole game according to that style of play, I might get 70 points. However, the first ball from Tachibana Nijiro caught Sendoh off guard. He did it himself. Snap! 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 Seeing the opponent's defense distance widen to prevent the sudden pass, Tachibana Nijiro was not polite immediately, and a set of skillful and smooth continuous changes, simple and efficient movements, made him dazzled. Then, when he entered the dangerous area deeper into the free throw line and attracted all the attention of the opponent, he suddenly made a fake pass. Swish! Shoot! Start, mid-range hit! Awadou Industry. Ryonan High School. Both sides thought he was going to pass the ball, and they were fooled. At the edge of the court, Aida Yaoi saw that because of Tachibana Nijiro's fake pass, regardless of the panic of the enemy and ourselves, everyone followed the fake move and looked in the direction of the pass. She accurately locked the scene in the film. Aida Yaoi. Tachibana Nijiro. What did he do before? Opponents. Is the pressure so great? Awadou Industrial's round. They also played a trick in this round of offense, and the offense suddenly shifted from the outside to the inside, but this attempt to pass the ball from the outside was thwarted by Akira Sendoh's 188 cm height. On the passing route, Akira Sendoh showed a level of bounce that was not the same as everyone else on the court, and intercepted the ball from the air. Wow! On the sidelines, Aida Yaoi subconsciously exclaimed. And Tachibana Nijiro secretly said it was a pity, he had aimed at this steal, but unfortunately, with Sendoh's physical ability, he was directly intercepted by that guy. After completing the steal, Sendoh rushed out in the direction of the jump, and beautifully passed through people along the way, and then, there was only the basket in front of him. Bang! Slam dunk! 2 more points. Aida Yayoi came to her senses and focused her attention on Tachibana Nijiro. After he came on the court, the effect was immediately apparent. His personal offense made the opponent panic, and when defending, he also forced the opponent to change the formation, resulting in the number 12 steal. Although she only saw the tip of the iceberg, the opponent's reaction alone, in Aida Yaoi's eyes, was all the remaining power, pressure. Chapter 14. Awadou Industry called a timeout. The coach replaced the point guard and asked his own ace point guard, Ryuichi Yubo, to defend Tachibana Nijiro, because according to his observation, Tachibana Nijiro is a first-class player in terms of physical speed, agility, and technical pass handling, and he also has a deep understanding of tactics. As a point guard, there are almost no shortcomings, but as a player, Coach Awadou is very sure that Tachibana Nijiro is not good at confrontation, so after deceiving everyone with fake moves, Tachibana Nijiro still chose to shoot on the spot instead of rushing into the penalty area to attack the basket. In fact, as a point guard, especially a player with excellent height and who can use his body to resist his own point guard, not good at confrontation should never be pressed on Tachibana Nijiro's head. But there is no way. Under the on-the-spot situation, he can only see so much now, and try to let the team's ace Ryuichi Yubo go against Tachibana Nijiro and suppress him with the difference in strength, just like the match between Kanan and Shoyo last year, Shinichi Maki's violence vs Fujima Kenji's agility. Obviously, Shinichi Maki is better. Hearing the coach's words, Ryuichi Yubo's eyes lit up immediately. That damn hedgehog head is hard to beat, but a point guard can handle it. How did Shinichi Maki beat Fujima last year? Isn't it the same? Back to the court. Awadou Industry immediately played a pick and roll to pull the back line out of position, and quickly found a chance for Ryuichi Yubo and Nijiro Tachibana to face off. One is a third-year student and the other is a freshman, plus Nijiro Tachibana is a point guard who does not emphasize power confrontation. Then, Ryuichi Yubo played with his back to the basket and rolled all the way to the penalty area. Nijiro Tachibana's eyes moved with Ryuichi Yubo's movement, aiming at the ball in the opponent's hand, but his strength was indeed a bit behind. Ryuichi Yubo's body sank, like a small tank, and Tachibana Nijiro could not help but sigh, Sendoh, he could suppress such power in his first year. He is worthy of being a guy who can fight Shinichi Maki on equal terms in his second year. Bang! 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 Fading jump shot. Tachibana Nijiro, who was shocked by Ryuichi Kamaphone, watched his opponent make a turnaround jump shot. It was impossible for him to jump and catch up at this time. Swish! Hit! Ryuichi Kamaphone, this guy has become very powerful this year. Tachibana Nijiro's defense prediction was correct, but he simply couldn't keep up with the strength. How could he withstand it? Tachibana Nijiro is a point guard, and a heavy guard like Ryuichi Kamaphone. This is a complete mismatch. Listening to the concerns in the students' discussions around her, Aida Yayoi shook her head. This year's Awadou Industry is indeed very powerful. Their backline and point guard are obviously imitating Shinichi Maki, and the other point guard is also quite strong. Normally, they may have the strength to enter the round-robin finals. However, compared to this year's Ryonan, it is still far behind. Especially in the guard line that Awadou Industry is best at, one Akira Sendoh and one Tachibana Nijiro, although both are rookies, they are absolutely suppressed in terms of level, and are simply natural enemies. Don't look at the mismatched goal of Ryuichi Kamaphone just now, it's actually just a temporary solution. The weakness of Tachibana Nijiro's confrontation is too far-fetched. If it were really that simple, Fujima last year would not have lost to only Shinichi Maki. The reason why others can't do it. 1. For the point guard position, no one has the combination of strength and speed like Maki. Just now, Ryonan was blocked by a sudden screen, causing a mismatch. In the next round, he doesn't have the speed of Maki. If Tachibana Nijiro is prepared, it will definitely not be so easy to replace. Another one. If you force the point guard to play, there will be loopholes in other positions. For example, in order to fight against Sendoh's tall man, Audiobook Industry has to put another tall man on after Komaphone Raiwichi switched to defend Tachibana Nijiro. But Komaphone Raiwichi can't stand Sendoh, let alone others. And let's talk about defense first. The problem of offense will be even bigger later. Who will carry the ball to the front court? You know, it won't be a front court serve after the timeout like just now, but it will be pushed all the way from the backcourt to the front court. With Tachibana Nijiro's speed, agility, and steals, this is not easy to push. So, there are too many problems. This position change can only be said to be a temporary forced measure. Aida Yayoi turned her head and glanced at the coach of Audiobook Industry, thinking that this person must have been stunned by Tachibana Nijiro, and even the players on the court were. As expected. In Ryonan's offensive round, Raiwichi Yubo, who was responsible for defending Tachibana Nijiro, tried his best to go up and confront him, but Tachibana Nijiro was not in a passive defensive position. Snap! Snap! While changing his form rapidly, Tachibana Nijiro nimbly dodged Raiwichi Yubo's entanglement. Assist Sendoh to score. Akira Sendoh. This new guy is even weaker than the previous one. The opponent. What is he doing? Just as Sendoh thought of this, Raiwichi Yubo, who had just failed to entangle Tachibana Nijiro, was entangled by Tachibana Nijiro at the moment he took the ball from the baseline and prepared to advance. From the backcourt to the front court, the long distance gave Tachibana Nijiro enough time to use his speed and agility to make use of his stealing ability. Even if Komaphone Raiwichi sticks his butt out in a mess and starts to push forward, he still has to turn around and rush forward. Even if Tachibana Nijiro is weak, he won't be pushed through so quickly in such a large space. With limited confrontation and steals, he can use all his strength to consume Komaphone Raiwichi's time to advance. But, seeing the time running out, Tachibana Nijiro is anxious. But he didn't expect that his opponent is more anxious than him. Komaphone Raiwichi suddenly can't help looking for an opportunity to accelerate and turn around to break through from his back-to-back attack. Then Tachibana Nijiro, who is eager to steal and complete the task, steals the ball with a gambling steal. Bang! The ball is hit by Tachibana Nijiro. Without the ball, the steal is not completed. He immediately flew out of the court to save the ball. In front of him. The ball. And flash. In addition, Tachibana Nijiro seems to have seen a woman, but his attention at this moment is almost only on the ball in front of him. After jumping out, he reaches far away with one arm. Finally. Pa! He touched it, and with one arm he reached out to his backcourt and threw it far away. Then, he was completely thrown into a soft embrace. He had just saved the ball, and even the system task completion prompt sounded. But why did two more balls appear in front of him? They were even soft? Chapter 15. Card Pool Task. In the match with Audiobook Industries, the number of steals is greater than or equal to 5 times. Card Pool Task has been completed, and the rewards have been loaded. Limited time defensive player card pool has been opened. Of the 2 tasks in this game, the card pool task has been completed. As for the other card ticket task, it will probably be settled after the game is over and the victory is confirmed. However, the current Tachibana Nijiro will probably not consider anything else. So soft. Are you okay? A crisp female voice came to Tachibana Nijiro's ears. Then I felt a slender hand pushing my chest, and then the whole person withdrew, but when I withdrew, because Tachibana Nijiro was holding me down, the two of them had some friction as expected. It feels clearer. Coming back to his senses, Tachibana Nijiro, who was eager to return to the court, quickly stood up, but at this moment, he heard another delicate exclamation. Ah! It turned out that the young lady who wanted to help her up kindly bumped into her who was standing up quickly. Snap! Tachibana Nijiro grabbed the unstable opponent. What a coincidence! Looking at the black silk lady in front of him with a blushing face, Tachibana Nijiro was not embarrassed at all. That. Why don't you let go first? I still have the game to continue. The distance was too close, and coupled with the panic just now, Aida Yaoi's heart was beating chaotically, making her reaction slow. When she came to her senses, Aida Yaoi! She was held in Tachibana Nijiro's arms. At this time, she found that it was not her who was holding on, but the kid who was holding her tightly. Fortunately, the kid knew the limit. After speaking, he looked back at the court and then let go. For some reason, Aida Yaoi did not immediately leave the current dangerous distance, but turned her head from Tachibana Nijiro's chest and looked inside the court. In the court, the ball that Tachibana Nijiro had just saved seemed to have not only fallen back into Ryonan's hands, but even the counterattack had been completed. At this time, Akira Sendoh was returning to defense, and when he passed by, he looked over here with a strange look on his face. Aida Yaoi! The whole court was looking over here. Whoosh! She immediately took a step back and awkwardly gathered the hair by her ears, but before Tachibana Nijiro returned to the court, her footsteps paused, and with a turnaround step, she returned to the zero distance just now. Leaning over, she said something in Aida Yaoi's ear that made her brain crash. If you win this game, will you go on a date with me? This guy. What did he just say? Aren't you sure you'll win this game? No. How come we're going on a date? Aida Yaoi didn't come back to her senses until Tachibana Nijiro returned to the court triumphantly to continue the game. The words that seemed to be still whispering in her ears made her feel like she had been electrocuted, and she couldn't explain the feeling. Just when Aida Yaoi's head was about to smoke from the heat. It was raining on a rainy night. Oh! I didn't expect that the type of senior like you would be popular among high school students. Senior, are you still reminiscing? Isn't Tachibana's body great? Sani. Aida Yaoi hurriedly explained, it was a complete accident just now, and I wanted to pull him later. Anyway, it was a complete accident. Oh, Nakagawa Sani said sarcastically, then why did you stay and refuse to leave later? Aida Yaoi's voice was very low. Well, I was just panicked for a moment. Do you believe it? Guess. Do I believe it or not? Senior, you looked so cute when you poked your head in just now. Well. Anyway, whether I believe it or not. After the game, are you going to date that first-year kid? Although he's a little young, he's very handsome and tall, 183 centimeters. Just right. Above 190 centimeters is too tall. Thinking of Kazumi Kawasaki, who is currently coached by Tsukutake. Although Sani Nakagawa has now become a reporter for Weekly Basketball, as the manager of Kazumi Kawasaki's basketball team during her college years, she still has some concerns about this guy who has become a coach. For example, the junior high school player that Kazumi Kawasaki went to observe today, Koichiro Minamigo. A third-year junior high school player. He's almost 190 centimeters tall. Really? Too tall. On the other hand, Aida Yaoi was still struggling with the guilt of not being able to do it because the other party was a first-year high school student, just 1 year older than her brother, and then she was stunned for a moment as she thought about it. Aida Yaoi. Wait. It's not a question of whether or not to do it, right? Aida. Wake up. A date is too sudden. On the court. As expected by Aida Yaoi, the position change by Awado Industry was like a bubble that was blown away. Whether it was the point guard's advance or defense, it was all broken by the pure point guard Tachibana Nijiro. Then, the game entered the rhythm of Tachibana Nijiro again. The whole Ryonan team felt that the offense and defense were smoother and easier. Until the end of the game, the score on the field continued to be widened. In the offense of Awadou Industry, Ryuichi Komaphone finally squeezed into the restricted area with the help of a pick and roll, and rushed straight to Uazumi in the restricted area. In mid-air, Ryuichi Yubo turned and passed the ball through the gap, and Uzumi, like his name, was fooled. The center of Awadou Industries got the ball and jumped up to attack the basket. However, a figure flew out from behind him. It was Akira Sendoh. In terms of height, Sendoh was not even a few centimeters shorter than the center of Awadou Industries. Bang! Sendoh blocked the shot perfectly. The ball hit the backboard. Before the two of them could take off for the second time, Tachibana Nijiro, who had been paying attention to the situation over there through his vision, jumped up from behind the two of them in anticipation and stole the melon. Counterattack. Whoosh! After a moment of observation, Tachibana Nijiro threw the ball directly to the front court. Captain Ryonan, who played well throughout the game, Funabashi Daisuke strode forward. 3 years of training aside, this physical fitness is really top-notch. At the end of the game, he was still running vigorously and quickly came to Awadou Industrial's half. Catch the ball, lay up, all in one go. Swish! When the ball went into the net, the final whistle sounded. 105-89. The score difference was not that big. But everyone knew that it was only because Sendoh and Tachibana did not play earlier. Suddenly, Ryonan Arena was noisy and became a sea of excitement. Chapter 16. Card Ticket Mission: defeat Awadou Industries in the training match, win the match, and give more than 10 assists. Card Ticket Mission has been completed, rewards loaded. Get reward card draw ticket x10. New semester, new look, Ryonan Stadium. All Ryonan students are shouting excitedly to this year's brand new team. The two newcomers of the team, just in the training match at the beginning of the semester, have already exploded with amazing combat power. In the first half of the game, number 12 Akira Sendoh scored an amazing 33 points, accounting for 30% of the team's points. And number 13 Tachibana Nijiro was even more outrageous, not even playing for half the game. 4 points. 15 assists and 5 steals, exaggerated data. It is no exaggeration to say that the two newcomers led the team to defeat Awadou Industries in Ryonan Stadium. Wow, is this the new guy that Funabashi Daisuke mentioned? His immediate combat capability is too strong. Strong. The stronger, the better. When the audience shouted Tachibana Nijiro's name, he also raised his arm in response, arrogantly raised his index finger and pointed at the excited audience. The audience's shouting for him, along with his movements, gave the team's newcomer the greatest enthusiasm. Takamoiki on the side smiled with relief, thinking, after all the hard work, what Hisashi Mitsui, what Miyagi Ryota, Akira Sendoh is the best scorer, Tachibana Nijiro is the strongest point guard. Ryonan's chance is here. On the court. When walking out of the court, Nakagawa-sani immediately came up and gave Tachibana Nijiro a brief interview, and Tachibana Nijiro answered while looking around. Sure enough, the Black Silk Queen Aida Yayoi has disappeared. But who is this female reporter with a weird smile in front of me? Looks so familiar. Are there any other female reporters besides Aida Yayoi in the plot? Soon. In a rather strange atmosphere, the interview ended. After sending off Awadou Industry with the team members first sorted themselves out. When they walked to the locker room, many Ryonan students passing by waved to Tachibana Nijiro. Especially the youthful girls, which attracted the envy of seniors including Uzumi and Ikumi. It was also the first time that the Ryonan team members knew that the basketball team was so popular with girls. Tisk. Glancing at Akira Sendoh, who was equally popular on the other side. Everyone silently complained. Look at the face. Vulgar. Tachibana Nijiro obviously also felt that he had gained considerable popularity in this game alone. When he returned to the locker room, he recalled the flowers just now and felt the happiness of Kaed Rukawa for a moment. While taking a shower, Tachibana Nijiro had an idea and opened the system. The attribute panel has not changed yet. The only changes are the newly added defense card pool and the card voucher quantity in the upper right corner. Click on the card pool. Tachibana Nijiro. What are these? What? A huge gold card stands in the middle, but only the golden back cover is displayed, and guarding it in the middle are 3 purple cards, Hanamiya Makoto, Izuki Jun, and Tsukawa Tomoki. The other green cards are very rich, but if you want to be serious, they basically have one function, such as physical training acceleration card, mid-range shooting training acceleration card, etc. But none of this is important. The important thing is that Tachibana Nijiro never expected that he would give you a blind draw for the key grand prize, and you have no idea who the gold card is. And how did Hanamiya Makoto, one of the 5 generals, get to the same level as Izuki Jun and others? That's not right. Since all 5 generals have become purple cards, there's no way they can be gold cards. They're all generation of miracles. So why worry about it? Just draw them. 10 consecutive hits. Whoosh. 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 Continuous cards flew out from the card pool in a row, a total of 10 cards, all dim and neatly arranged in front of Tachibana Nijiro. Then, open one by one from left to right. Clang. The first card. Green card, Strength Training Acceleration card. Clang. The second card, Acceleration card. Clang. The third card, Acceleration card. Until the 9th card, it was finally not the green light that made Tachibana Nijiro's scalp tingle, but a different light effect, shining purple, and at the same time. The card surface that was opened was not a cold training equipment pattern. Although it was a person that Tachibana Nijiro hated. But it was finally a human being. Player, Kirisaki Daiichi Hanamiya Shin, Beginner. Skills, Team Analysis Spider Web, Beginner, Evil Boy, Beginner, Jump Shot, Beginner. Team Analysis Spider Web, Smart, can perfectly reproduce all the games after watching them once, and analyze the team's actions based on this, accurately intercept the ball based on the opponent's offensive mode. Evil Boy, good at seeing through the opponent's weaknesses, physically crushing the opponent's offense and exerting mental pressure, avoiding the referee's sight to foul the opponent. Jump Shot, when the defender is tight during running, take a low hand or high hand to throw up a relatively high arc while moving, and then attack the basket. Tachibana Nijiro doesn't like this idiot, but to be honest, the card is okay. Putting aside the 2 meaningless skills of Evil Boy and Jump Shot, Team Analysis Spider Web alone is quite useful. Then, Zhang. The 10th picture. Player, Kirisaki no 1 Hanamiya Makoto, first. Looking at the 2 identical Hanamiya Makoto in front of him, Tachibana Nijiro was stunned for a moment, then his face darkened, and then he smiled with relief. It's really hard to play with things that play with probability. Then, Tachibana Nijiro's eyes lit up again. Because one of the Hanamiya Makoto's pictures quickly turned into powder in front of Tachibana Nijiro, and then turned into a purple stream of light and merged into the other Hanamiya Makoto. Player, Kirisaki no 1 Hanamiya Makoto, first. Skills, Team Analysis Spider Web, first, Evil Child, first, Throwing, first. The levels of players and skills all have upgradable arrows. So the props for upgrading the players themselves are the players. And obviously, this is to let you choose one to upgrade. If you calculate it this way, a Hanamiya Makoto, from elementary to intermediate to advanced, to upgrade him to the maximum, you need 2 player attributes, and 2 for each of the 3 skills. Even if you only upgrade Spider Web, you still need a total of 4 for attributes and skills. Tachibana Nijiro. System. Where do we recharge? Chapter 17. Due to a duplicate of Hanamiya Makoto, a chance to level up was obtained. Tachibana Nijiro hesitated for a moment whether to give Hanamiya Makoto's attributes or skills first. In the end, he chose skills first. First of all, Hanamiya Makoto's attributes are just so-so. As a point guard, even if he is upgraded, his attributes may not be comparable to the initial first personality Akashi. Secondly, attributes can be improved by training yourself. No matter how fast the improvement is, just because you have obtained so many training acceleration cards, you have to consume them yourself. Then, player, Kirisaki number 1 Hanamiya Makoto, initial. Skills, Team Analysis Spider Web, Medium, Evil Child, initial, Jump Shot, initial. After upgrading Spider Web. Hey! I don't know when the next mission will come. Before the county meeting, there shouldn't be any team games, it should be training games, right? After today, to be honest, Tachibana Nijiro can't wait any longer. You know, the expectation of improving strength that can be seen with the naked eye is probably irresistible to anyone. A moment later, the shout from Fukuda Kicho pulled Tachibana Nijiro away from the enjoyment of future card draws. Tachibana, there is a reporter from Weekly Basketball. Fukuda's voice was muffled, and he was obviously still depressed because people of the same grade played, but he didn't. Hey! Haven't you already interviewed? There's more. Tachibana Nijiro shook his head in surprise, but he had never enjoyed such a level of treatment before, so he quickly changed his clothes and returned to the gym, and then saw Aida Yayoi who had returned. Aida Yayoi stared at Tachibana Nijiro's chest, completely refusing to make eye contact, and pulled Dikamoiki along, asking. Tachibana, in today's game, you scored 4 points, 15 assists, and 5 steals, leading the team to defeat Awado Industries, which is quite strong this year. What do you think of your performance? Strange silence, Aida Yayoi raised her head in confusion, and Tachibana Nijiro in front of her was staring at her with burning eyes, right in front of Coach Ryonan. What do you think? Date. Aida Yayoi. Even Dikamoiki was stunned by Tachibana Nijiro's words. It's not like he hasn't seen high school dating before, but it's the first time he's seen a high school student, or even a freshman, so simply and directly invite someone out on a date. The target is still this kind of woman who has obviously entered society. Dikamoiki. Dikamoiki, nonsense. Nonsense. But before he could get angry, Tachibana Nijiro in front of him turned the tables again and answered the question seriously, which made Dikamoiki choke. The coach and teammates have given me a lot of help, and I have also tried my best. I played very well today, and I hope it will continue like this. Aida Yayoi was stunned for a moment, and then continued to ask. As a freshman, you faced 2 backlines of Awado Industry today, and you had excellent suppression against them. How did you do it specifically? Tachibana Nijiro smiled slightly. I just tried my best. Maybe the opponent is not familiar with me at all. After all, I was unknown in junior high school, which gave me the opportunity to play. To be honest, I still have a big gap compared to my predecessors. Now I am still in the stage of letting the coach and teammates have confidence in me and getting more playing time. Aida Yayoi. This guy. The answer was unexpectedly humble. Most high school students are often speechless when being interviewed, but this guy is serious and answers beautifully. Speaking of which, such a bold guy probably wouldn't be nervous or anything like that. Seeing that Tachibana Nijiro was still staring at him boldly, even though there was no complacency in his words just now, instead, he showed sincerity everywhere, whether it was respect for Awado Industry or Ryonan Sr. But Aida Yayoi still deliberately asked sharply. It seems that Tachibana-san's skills are mainly concentrated on passing. If you are being modest now, is it because you are worried that the opponent will not be able to play at the current level after getting familiar with you? Because, afraid. Hearing this, Tachibana Nijiro raised his eyebrows and shook his head. No, not at all, because I have many great teammates. Sendoh scored 30 points today. He is a talented player from Tokyo. Maybe he is the strongest player in Tokyo Junior High School. Senior Uajumi also gave me a lot of help in the interior. He is the core of the team. And as for me, just follow the steps to make yourself stronger. Tachibana Nijiro's old-fashioned style of answering questions made Aida Yayoi feel that this kid was challenging her professionalism, and then raised her head. Tachibana-san is popular with girls, right? How many girlfriends do you have? Aida Yayoi imitated her sudden turn, confusing Tachibana Nijiro for a moment, but she quickly reacted, Weekly Basketball, not an entertainment magazine, right? Or is this a personal question from the reporter? If so, it's okay to tell you next time we date. Pa. Takamoiki, who couldn't bear it any longer and felt like a light bulb, finally couldn't help but slap Tachibana Nijiro on the back of his head after hearing what he said. Tachibana Nijiro. Answer the question properly. Hey. Is it weird if it's not a reporter's question? At the same time, another reporter from Weekly Basketball, Nakagawa Sani, caught up with Awado Kochio who had just boarded the bus, and found the ace player Yubo Raiwichi. Excuse me, what do you think of Tachibana Nijiro's ability? He is a very strong player. As a senior, do you have any suggestions for him? Suggestions? He had 15 assists and 5 steals in 1.5 quarters. What suggestions can I make? Pa. The car door closed. And Nakagawa-sani showed a proud smile. Chapter 18. At the Ryonan Arena, looking at Aida, the lady who was interviewing Sendoh, Tachibana Nijiro shook his head. Sure enough, the date invitation failed. Tachibana Nijiro attributed it all to his age. However, objective factors cannot be changed. He likes ladies. What to do then? Takamoiki has been looking at him with a sullen face since the interview with Tachibana Nijiro just ended. During the interview, Tachibana Nijiro was perfect in answering questions. At least Takamoiki has never seen anyone answering reporters' questions more appropriately than Tachibana Nijiro in all these years. But it's just. He was too frivolous to the reporter. He thought that the so-called genius must have his own willfulness. But he didn't expect it to be like this. Takamoiki had no experience in this regard. But after thinking about it, he seemed to have no reason to stop the other party. After all, for high school students, love is also a very important part of youth. So Takamoiki's expression eased a little. Tachibana, you performed very well. You will get more playing time in the next training match. Takamoiki did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Tachibana Nijiro nodded, and there was no change in his expression. Because he had expected it, and if it were not for taking care of the old team members, Takamoiki would have probably promoted himself to the starting lineup. But for the seniors who have persisted and worked hard in the team for nearly 3 years, they should still be respected. It is probably like this now, increasing their playing time step by step, and finally getting the starting position. Tachibana Nijiro estimated that this time would not be too long. It's just a matter of a few training matches. So he was not in a hurry. Anyway, with the system in hand, Tachibana Nijiro is full of confidence. The identity of the chosen son is there, and future achievements are only a matter of time. Thank you, coach. Tachibana Nijiro replied calmly. Takamoiki looked at Tachibana Nijiro's calm expression, and after confirming it again, he finally smiled. Come on, everyone has seen your performance and it has been recognized. Don't be too anxious, Ryanan's starting point guard will be yours. Coach. I understand. Takamoiki nodded. He knew that Tachibana understood what he meant, as can be seen from his mature and comprehensive answers to reporters' questions just now. Tachibana Nijiro is mature in more than just his basketball skills. Well, except for the love aspect. Thinking of this, Takamoiki patted Tachibana Nijiro on the shoulder lightly, as an encouragement to him. For Tachibana Nijiro, he only needs to play this year's game step by step, and on the basis of winning, try his best to complete the tasks issued by the system. In this way, he will become stronger and stronger, and as for whether he can win the national championship, Tachibana Nijiro has never doubted it. Uajumi. Fukuda. Sendoh. Looking back, I felt bad because Ryonan lost in the round-robin finals before. This time, I will definitely not let go of this opportunity. The goal is to win the national championship. More than a week later. In the classroom, Tachibana Nijiro was flipping through the weekly magazine in his hand. I didn't expect that the speed of weekly basketball would be so fast. The content about Ryonan's first game of the new school year has already been released. Among them, the part about Ryonan. First, he emphasized the strength of audiobook industry this year. If it were in previous years, it would be enough to impact the semi-finals. Then he changed the topic and came to Ryonan. Tachibana Nijiro took a quick look. 1.5 quarters, 15 assists, genius point guard Tachibana Nijiro. Tokyo genius Akira Sendoh scored 30 points in the first half of his debut. Tachibana Nijiro 1.5 quarters, 15 assists. Ryonan's new backcourt combination has a tacit understanding. Ryonan's biggest surprise this year is Tachibana Nijiro. Takamoiki, Tachibana Nijiro is the most suitable point guard for Ryonan. He is our biggest surprise this year. Yubo Raiwichi, 15 assists and 5 steals in 1.5 quarters, what suggestions can I make? Akira Sendoh defeated Yubo Raiwichi, making the third-year veteran strong player pale in comparison. After quickly extracting the key content, Tachibana Nijiro nodded. It's boring. It's not just the magazines that are boring, this era is boring. It's okay for adults, in this last century, there are so many things to do, but for underage high school students like him, they can't do anything, and they don't even have a smartphone. That's really. It's better to play basketball. On the other side of the classroom, Tachibana Nijiro, who appeared in the weekly basketball, attracted the attention and commotion of many classmates, and the girls were all looking at him. What? So handsome. Girlfriend. Keywords like this frequently came into Tachibana Nijiro's ears. But unfortunately, Tachibana Nijiro likes Yuja. On the other side, the boys were also discussing Tachibana Nijiro's performance. Topics such as finals, championship, also followed closely. Everyone was obviously very excited. In the past, Ryonan was very strong inside and very weak outside. Now Ryonan has completely made up the back line, which is really exciting for Ryonan. They finally don't have to worry about the weak back line anymore. The next day, Ryonan Arena. Because we came early today, there were not many people in the arena, and it looked very quiet. I stretched my body and practiced shooting. My shooting ability of about 80 brought me good accuracy, especially for fixed-point shooting. Swish! Swish! The sound of the basketball hitting the net kept echoing in the arena. During the gathering time, the players and coaches arrived one after another. After warming up, Takamoiki divided everyone into several teams to conduct today's tactical drills. Takamoiki valued Tachibana Nijiro's tactical ability on the court, so he personally explained the tactics to Tachibana Nijiro in detail. Even though I had high expectations in my heart, I was still surprised when Tachibana Nijiro used the ability of Team Analysis Spider Web to draw a clear tactical map after listening to it once. Although Takamoiki has coached many players, this is the first time he has seen such a situation. Is this a genius? Riki Takato. Your Shinichi Maki is definitely not as good as him, right? Chapter 19. A few days later. Because Kanon and Shoyo successively rejected Ryanan's invitation to compete, the ambitious Takamoiki immediately mobilized his connections and invested heavily in the expedition, so this time Ryanan's opponent was not the team from Kanagawa, but Ebihara High School in Mie Prefecture. Although it is a team that can participate in the national competition for 2 consecutive years, because the competition in Mie Prefecture is not fierce, they have never gone out of the first round in the national competition. And the fact that Mie Prefecture has only 1 seed quota shows the scale of the county competition in this area. Ebihara Stadium. Ebihara coach CG Tanyama saw his old friend and greeted him kindly. "Hey, Daka, it's rare that you would find us to play a training match. Shouldn't you study the opponents for the county competition at this time? For example, Kanon of that guy Takato has been able to compete in the national competition for 15 or 16 consecutive years. It's really scary, right, Daka?" Takamoiki's forehead veins popped out a little. "Hehe, it will be different from this year, Tanyama. We will meet often in the national competition. Please give me more advice when the time comes." Hearing this, Tanyama Seiji looked at Takamoiki with some suspicion. He knew this guy's personality very well. If he hadn't lacked confidence, this guy who was particularly eager to win would definitely not have rashly found them in Ebihara to play a training match. In that case, I'm looking forward to it, Daka. On the other side, after changing his jersey, Tachibana Nijiro immediately stepped onto the court and warmed up before the game. After this period of training, Sendoh has a deep understanding of Tachibana Nijiro's ability, so he is unusually patient and does not insist on a one-on-one duel, but practices with Tachibana Nijiro on tactical issues. It's called practice, but it's actually learning. Coach Daka arranged it, to learn Tachibana's ability to understand the game. Soon, the stadium was filled with rustling sounds. After all, it was a rare team from another county to challenge, and the students of Ebihara were not prohibited from entering the stadium to watch the game. Not long after, the surrounding and second-floor fence stands were crowded with people. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in Tachibana Nijiro's eyes. Shirt. Hip skirt. Black silk. Miss Aida. What a coincidence, weekly basketball reporter, Miss Aida Yayoi. Aida Yayoi. This kid. Where did you find my information? Realized that Tachibana Nijiro might still be obsessed with him. Aida Yayoi was secretly delighted that her young woman's charm was recognized, and she couldn't help but think of the last intimate contact, and Tachibana Nijiro's subsequent bold attitude. When she thought of that feeling a little, she couldn't help but feel a little hot. Under the hip skirt, the friction of the black silk made her realize that she had unconsciously tensed her body. Then she turned her head and looked at Tachibana Nijiro. While relaxing her body, she was afraid that the other party would misunderstand the purpose of her trip and say something shocking in front of so many people. Aida Yayoi spoke first. It's because of Ryanan's special topic. The last special topic had a good response. I did it for work. Before she finished speaking, a hand suddenly came to her eyes. Since we are officially acquainted, let's shake hands, Miss Aida. Ah. Oh. Snap. Aida Yayoi stretched out her hand stiffly, and when the big hand of the boy opposite her was held, she realized that there was no reason to shake hands with the other party because of their intersection. Then, the palm of her hand suddenly itched. Aida Yayoi. It's confirmed. It's just as I thought. This guy is so brave. But after hesitating for a while, Aida Yayoi still didn't pull her hand away immediately, but waited for the other party to let go naturally, thinking that it was all for the sake of the child's face. Well, that's it. In Aida Yayoi's embarrassment, Tachibana Nijiro discussed the topic of dating with the other party before leaving. To be honest, the shyness of the queen. It's really a scene that others don't understand. And the hands are also tender. Failed. Akira Sendoh glanced at Tachibana Nijiro and had a further understanding of this guy's unruly style. To some extent, he is very similar to himself. However, it simply refers to the unrestrained personality. No. Success. Sendoh glanced at the reporter outside the venue and saw that the other party was a little blushing and a little angry and avoided his sight. He thought, this doesn't look like a success. Well, I won't make fun of you even if you fail. After all, the other person's temperament is too different from that of a high school student. Tachibana Nijiro shook his head. No, it really worked. We made an appointment that as long as Ryonan wins the national championship, he will agree to date me. Sendoh was stunned when he heard this. You call this a success? What else? Tachibana Nijiro nodded as a matter of course, and then said, Ryonan will win the national championship this year, what's the problem? Akira Sendoh. Akira Sendoh, do you know Suna? Tachibana Nijiro, yes, I know, the absolute king of high school basketball, almost 30 years, has always been the number 1 seed in Akita, even more exaggerated than Kanon. And I heard that after Kawada Masashi grew 25 centimeters taller last year, no matter what game, not only no team can beat them. Even college teams have few opponents. But it doesn't matter, Ryonan has us. Tachibana Nijiro patted Sendoh's shoulder. A freshman defeated a high school myth, how cool. In response, Sendoh was a little speechless for a while. It would be fine if Tachibana Nijiro didn't know Suna's strength, but from the information just revealed by the other party, it is obvious that he knows more and more clearly than himself. All over the country. I met a guy in junior high school. I think his name was Kitazawa or something. It was the first time I met an opponent that I couldn't beat in a one-on-one match. If it were all over the country, would there be many guys like him? For a moment, because of Tachibana Nijiro's words, Sendoh's thoughts gradually drifted away. Chapter 20. Ticket Mission. In the match with Ebihara High School, you can get a card draw ticket for each team analysis spider web interception. Achievement reward. Card draw ticket times. Pool mission, defeat Ebihara High School in the training match and win the match. Achievement reward, open the limited time hot-blooded player pool. When the warm-up was finished, the system mission immediately appeared in Tachibana Kojiro's mind. At the same time, Dakamoiki's unexpected voice of putting himself and Sendoh in the starting lineup also rang in his ears. Hey! So fast? Obviously, last time it was just about increasing playing time. Tachibana Kojiro's thoughts immediately reacted when he saw the 2 third-year seniors on the bench who didn't even get up. These 2 seniors may have taken the initiative to give up their positions. Noticed Tachibana Kojiro's gaze. Hokawa Tsutomu. Isotani Yoji. The 2 smiled and applauded Tachibana Kojiro, without any forced expression on their faces. The first starting match between Tachibana Nijiro and Sendoh has begun. Following his teammates into the court, Tachibana Nijiro immediately took a look at Ebihara's opponent, especially the 189 cm tall power forward. This guy has dark skin, and when he came to the center of the court, he closed his eyes and muttered to himself, giving people a sense of being mysterious. What should be said or not? Sometimes a person's image is very important. For example, the name of Ishimaru Yuji, who was learned during the handshake before the game, is clearly distinguished from the other characters in terms of appearance and behavior. The game is about to start. Center circle. Ryanan's side is Yuzumi, and Ebihara's side is power forward Ishimaru Yuji. The referee blew the whistle. Amazing! Ishimaru Yuji got the ball. Ebihara point guard pushed forward with the ball, and as soon as he came to the front court, Tachibana Nijiro went up to press. Obviously, the opponent's speed was not as fast as his, and under his defense, there was no way to break through. Ishimaru Yuji got stuck in the high position and reached out for the ball, and the Ebihara point guard quickly passed the ball to him. Tachibana Nijiro's defense interfered, and the ball was obviously a little high, but for a player who could beat the 2-meter Yuzumi in the jump ball, it was not a problem. Ishimaru Yuji jumped up suddenly, stretched out his arms, and reached out to catch the ball. Ryonan power forward, Captain Funabashi Daisuke, his expression changed. This guy! What a long arm! Ishimaru Yuji held Funabashi Daisuke with his back to the body, and shook left and right with fake shoulder moves, showing a wave of meticulous offensive skills in the interior, and then, after an abrupt close-range play, he jumped up suddenly and turned over to jump shot. With a good bounce and an extra-large wingspan, Ishimaru Yuji's turnaround jump shot was quite high, and even had a slight backward tilt. Even an experienced player like Funabashi Daisuke was helpless for a moment. With a swish, the ball drew a beautiful arc in the air. It went into the basket steadily. Ishimaru Yuji scored the first goal for Ebihara. Woohoo, the captain's jump shot is still as accurate as ever. In the gym, Ebihara's students gave warm applause to Ishimaru Yuji's jump shot. At the same time, Ryonan's round. Tachibana Nijiro advanced from the backcourt with the ball. After the performance in the previous game, teammates have great confidence in Tachibana Nijiro. He broke through the defense of Ebihara with the ball, and with the vision and ability to seize opportunities brought by the first personality Akashi Command Tower, he instantly found the time to pass the ball and passed it to Akira Sendoh, who cut inward. In order to get off to a good start, Tachibana Nijiro's first personality Akashi perfect pass weakened the control of the front action, and concentrated his mental power on the passing effect, in order to maximize its effect. So, Sendoh, who is already very strong in mid-range shooting, plus Tachibana Nijiro's pass, the position, time and angle of the surface texture of the ball when it touched the ball were all perfect passes. So this time, the mid-range shot was very smooth and silky. Swish! The basketball flew into the basket. 2:2. According to Sendoh's original habits and personality, he was naturally more accustomed to attacking with the ball, but Tachibana Nijiro's pass was so effective that sometimes it felt like even the instantaneous starting speed became faster. In the last game, Akira Sendoh said in an interview with Weekly Basketball after the game that Tachibana Nijiro is a talented player, and his passes make people feel very comfortable. In fact, Tachibana Nijiro's 15 assists, most of which were passed to Sendoh, so he will never refuse to receive the ball to attack. Of course, it will only work if Tachibana Nijiro passes it. Ebihara High School attacks. From the defense in the last round, it is known that this guy is not easy to deal with, so after advancing to the front court, he immediately passed the ball to his own ace Ishimaru Yuji. Ishimaru Yuji held the ball in the high position, and after observing a circle, he found a teammate who cut into the penalty area with the help of a screen. Whoosh! Pass! Ebihara small forward received the ball and rushed to the inside, but on the line where he jumped up, he was blocked by a figure, Uazumi. Yuzumi used his obvious height advantage to block the opponent's forward route in the air. Ebihara small forward suddenly felt like he had hit a wall. Then, bang! He was blocked by a big hat. After Ikegami Ryoji got the ball, he immediately went to find Tachibana Nijiro. Tachibana Nijiro got the ball and started a fast break. During the receiving process, someone took advantage of this time and rushed to the front to be the pioneer of Ryonan faster than him. It was not Sendoh. It was the captain Funabashi Daisuke. After being hit by the opponent at the beginning, Funabashi Daisuke certainly wanted to get back at the opponent. After all, he was the only third-year senior in Ryonan's starting lineup. And Funabashi Daisuke, who was average in ability, after the last training match, especially at the end, he just ran as fast as he could, so Tachibana Nijiro could catch up with his last fast break counterattack. At that time, he felt that for him, the best way to attack was this. Using the only advantage he had honed by more years of training than his juniors. Physical strength. Just run. Tachibana Nijiro's first personality Akashi perfect control pushed forward steadily, and Ebihara point guard was easily left behind by him. Seeing the captain working so hard, he immediately sent the perfect pass to him, even from a long distance. Alioop. Funabashi Daisuke jumped up, and the ball landed accurately in his hands. I have never received such a great pass. Even considering his own bounce, the ball landed below the basket. Bang! A two-handed dunk with a not-so-powerful bounce, but the effect of the Alioop immediately made the scene explode. Funabashi Daisuke, who felt comfortable, came over to celebrate with Tachibana Nijiro by high-fiving. Outrageous! It's really outrageous! With my height, I can actually complete an Alioop. Chapter 21. Ryonan quickly took the advantage. Sendoh's offensive firepower alone is unquestionable. He can consume the ball even with a single stick, not to mention that Ryonan also has a monster-level assist machine like Tachibana Nijiro. On the other hand, Ebihara's offense has been a bit behind. Power forward Ishimaru Yuji is very strong, but Ebihara's team is a typical one-man team. The other players obviously have limited support for him, especially his inside partner. So, when Uazumi turned his defense to him, Ishimaru Yuji's offensive ability was visibly greatly reduced. Ryonan firmly suppressed Ebihara, but Tachibana Nijiro's task was not completed smoothly. It was still too difficult to use the spider web in the first quarter. First, Ryonan has not been to the whole country, and Ebihara is a small role in the country, so Ryonan has no video data for a national first-round team like Ebihara. Therefore, the ability to analyze the team analysis spider web requires observation before taking action, just like Hanamiya Shinjiro of Kuroko basketball vs Siren. Second, Ryonan's team does not have a player like Kentaro Sito, the first player of Kirisaki, who can follow the spider web thinking and assist Tachibana Nijiro in intercepting other ball routes. At least for the time being. Not even Sendoh can do it. Perhaps we have to wait until next year for the point guard version of Sendoh to do it. So, the difficulty of intercepting the pass has increased further. The difficulty is here. But Tachibana Nijiro is in a hurry now. After all, every time you complete a spider web interception, you can get a card draw ticket. The mission reward is just around the corner. If you intercept one more pass, you will get one more ticket. Who wouldn't be anxious? So in the first quarter, Tachibana Nijiro carefully observed and analyzed the actions of Ebihara High School while trying several times, but all failed. Tachibana Nijiro. It's a bit difficult. Think about it, what did Hanamiya Makoto do when he played against Siren? Hami Yamakoto. Scripture. When playing against Siren, it seemed that the entire first half was a foreshadowing. Hanamiya Makoto thought that if he could kill the opponent by messing around in the beginning, it would be fine. Even if it didn't work, the small movements and verbal provocations at the beginning would make the opponent's head hot and easier to see through. In the second half, he used the spider web of thorough observation. At this time, even if the opponent wanted to struggle, he could no longer move, just like the prey tightly grasped by the spider. This is the script of the evil boy. So, it's not enough to just observe and analyze. I have to speed up like Hanamiya Makoto. Small movements. I don't care to use them. All I can do is to put mental pressure on the opponent by verbal provocation. In this case, minus the small movements, the time for observation and analysis, compared to Hanamiya Makoto who has to distract himself to cover the referee's sight for his teammates' small movements, I should not spend half a game for analysis. Observing for one quarter should be enough. If I were to provoke him with words. Although I have the ability of bad boy. Bad boy, good at seeing through the opponent's weaknesses, physically crushing the opponent's attack and exerting mental pressure, avoiding the referee's sight to foul the opponent. But is it really possible? Although I know a little bit, I never said trash talk when I played basketball before. And then quickly, Tachibana Nijiro knew it. Not only can it work, but it's too good. After Yuji Ishimaru of Ebihara High School finally completed a turnaround jump shot against Yuzumi's help defense, Yuji Ishimaru excitedly waved his hands. Hey 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 hey! Everyone! Defend with all your strength! Give them another shot next! Oh! Yuji Ishimaru's dark skin gradually turned red with his arm swing and excited shouts, and the passionate picture suddenly turned into a struggle for Ebihara High School. Especially after he resisted Yuzumi's turnaround jump shot. It was at this time. At the moment of passing by, Tachibana Nijiro challenged Ishimaru. Yuji, you are so passionate, Ishimaru-senpai, but the score difference has not been narrowed at all. Although I don't care much about opponents of your strength. But if the opponent is a guy who trains hard and spends his youth for basketball, and sees you lose your soul and look unwilling when you lose, I will also feel very happy. Tachibana Nijiro's words not only confused Ishimaru Yuji, but also the surrounding Ryonan teammates, and then they turned their heads and saw the sinister smile on Tachibana Nijiro's face. Coming back to his senses, Ishimaru Yuji walked over while mumbling, and it was only at this moment that Tachibana Nijiro heard what the other party had been mumbling. I am strong. The strongest in the team. The strongest in Mi Prefecture. The strongest in the country. This guy kept saying all kinds of strongest, and then, when he came to Tachibana Nijiro, his voice suddenly became louder. Where did you come from? How dare you talk to me like that? The eyes suddenly widened, coupled with the dark skin, plus the height of 189 centimeters. Ishimaru Yuji was full of oppression. Akira Sendoh, who was next to him, immediately rushed up and blocked Tachibana Nijiro. Although he didn't know why this guy was talking nonsense, even his expression suddenly became abnormal. But he would not let his opponent hurt his teammates. And this Ishimaru Yuji looked different from Tachibana Nijiro. He looked very fierce, and the momentum made anyone look like he was going to fight in the next second. At this time, the players on both sides also rushed over and stopped both sides. Seeing this scene, Ishimaru Yuji frowned slightly, coordinated with the movements of his hands and the fierce words in his mouth, but his feet took 2 steps back very secretly. Tachibana Nijiro noticed this keenly. Good fellow. It's not just me who's acting here. There's also Ishimaru Yuji. Thinking of what he just heard, Ishimaru Yuji's strongest catchphrase that was basically no different from self-hypnosis, Tachibana Nijiro looked at Ishimaru Yuji with a strange look on his face. Isn't this guy the type who has no confidence but always pretends to be confident? And damn! My trash talk just now was too smooth. It's exactly the same as Hanamiya Makoto. Chapter 22. In Ryonan's round, Tachibana Nijiro and Funahashi Daisuke played a pick-and-roll match. Tachibana Nijiro's pass accurately found the captain who was following, and the perfect pass was launched. The captain completed a close shot in the defense of Ishimaru Yuji's long arms that almost blocked his eyes. The basketball circled around the basket dangerously and finally fell into the basket. Tachibana Nijiro celebrated with the captain. At the same time, he continued to attack Ishimaru Yuji like a bad boy. Perhaps Tachibana Nijiro's sincerity touched Ishimaru Yuji, and Ishimaru Yuji asked for the ball very hard in the penalty area in the next round and rushed to the basket. Funahashi Daisuke had already lost his position, and Ishimaru Yuji kicked the ground and jumped. Boom! A dunk that exploded the basket. Immediately afterwards, Tachibana Nijiro was immediately responded by Ishimaru Yuji's fierce eyes. So in this back and forth, as the game progressed, suddenly at a certain moment, Tachibana Nijiro completely outlined the entire attack mode of Ebihara in his mind. Of course, Ishimaru Yuji was so angry with the evil boy that it was easier to see through the attack of Ebihara High School, and this should also be credited. In the field. Bang! Ishimaru Yuji was stunned for a moment. Their point guard's stable pass was intercepted. Tachibana Nijiro was very fast, and his interception of the pass just now was obviously predictive. The moment he grabbed the ball, he accelerated into the counterattack. Layup scored 2 points. Ebihara point guard frowned, and his teammates patted him on the shoulder, "Don't worry too much." Ah! At the same time, Tachibana Nijiro was very excited. Because the system prompt sounded very timely. Card ticket task reward loading, get the reward draw card ticket ×1. Hey! For the reward. What's wrong with destroying the character? My buddy is a sharp tongue. Tachibana Nijiro yelled at Ishimaru Yuji, 20 minutes is too much to deal with you, a bunch of scum. After yelling, Ishimaru Yuji was stunned. This is too much. With his fierce appearance, he had never been yelled at like this before, and he wanted to fight back immediately. Apart from other things, in terms of momentum, Ishimaru Yuji, who has this matching appearance, is very good at using it. Then, looking at the ferocious Yuji Ishimaru, Tachibana Nijiro smiled and went up to him with a smooth output. Forget it, Yuji Ishimaru. I told you, you are too weak. The only one who can beat me is me. As for you, hee. Your defeat is absolute. The winner has nothing to say to the loser. You'd better figure out how much you are worth as soon as possible. Ishimaru Yuji looked at Tachibana Nijiro with a sinister smile, and he felt bad because, this guy is too talkative and good at talking. After playing basketball for so many years in high school, Yuji Ishimaru has seen many national-level monsters, but this is the first time he has encountered someone who can be so annoying with just his mouth. Ishimaru Yuji, who was completely unable to speak, finally threw out one sentence. You. Just wait. Yet. Tachibana Nijiro shouted at Ishimaru Yuji's back, only the point of not giving up easily, I can agree with you a little bit. Ishimaru Yuji. Damn it. Kanagawa BD. Off the court. As a reporter, Aida Yayoi was very close and could hear the conversation on the court very clearly. But the Ebihara students behind her. The steal just now was very powerful. One student said weakly. However, Ishimaru-senpai is more imposing, and it can be seen that he was obviously ignited after the previous conflict. The Ebihara fierce eyes appeared so quickly. Will the opponent be scared? It's okay. Don't think too much, it's nothing serious. Although Ishimaru Yuji is a bit fierce, he has always been very measured, and judging from the expression of the player Ryonan just now, the exchange between the two may be very pleasant. The students of Ebihara watched the exchange between Tachibana Nijiro and Ishimaru Yuji just now, and quickly outlined a complete story in their minds. For example, the opponent was scared by Ishimaru Yuji's appearance. Ishimaru Yuji. Although he had never been confident before, since joining Ebihara High School, under the guidance of the coach, a set of self-hypnosis meditation methods has significantly improved his confidence. Even the improvement is a bit too great. So under the stimulation of Tachibana Nijiro, and after quickly comparing his physical ability and technical advantages over Ryonan, the power forward, he immediately increased the frequency of asking for the ball. Then, the next offensive round. With a snap, the pass was intercepted by Tachibana Nijiro again. Even Ishimaru Yuji had carefully called the ball from the small forward this time, but the result was the same as the last round. It was stolen, again. Ryonan's counterattack. Always having the pass intercepted, shouldn't we be like this in Ebihara? Akira Sendoh looked at Tachibana Nijiro and frowned slightly. Although Tachibana was very good at stealing before, he was not at this level in his impression. He was a little too confident in intercepting the pass. He had been gambling forward and stealing the ball twice in a row, even if the defense was out of position. You know, if you fail to grab the ball like this, it will be a counterattack. But there is no time to think about it. Because the next second, Tachibana Nijiro passed the ball. Bang! After receiving the ball, Akira Sendoh immediately launched a counterattack. And Tachibana Nijiro turned to look at Ishimaru Yuji after passing the ball. Sorry, your scoring will become very difficult next time. Because you are already trapped in the spider's nest, and the rest is just slowly being eaten away. Card ticket mission reward loading, get the reward draw card ticket ×1. Off the court. Ryonan is on the bench. Uekusa, who is also a point guard, has widened his eyes and can't understand why steals have become so powerful since Tachibana Nijiro kept talking. And Dakamoiki's face is flushed. Genius. A real genius. Chapter 23. Off the court. Dakamoiki said with emotion. Ebihara and his team have played so far. Although the ace player Ishimaru Yuji has taken the most shots, the other players have cooperated with him very well and played team basketball. And before the conflict with Tachibana, Ishimaru Yuji also played very beautifully, using his own threats and radiating to others at the same time. His level is very high. Uekusa Tomoyuki and Koshino Hiroaki nodded. It was indeed true. The other players of Ebihara provided great support to Ishimaru Yuji, and Ishimaru Yuji also provided assists for his teammates' open cuts. To say that the level is high means that the efficiency is very good. All members can often make good judgments based on the situation on the court. Dakamoiki paused for a moment, but this is a trap. Tachibana Nijiro. He has definitely seen through all the opponent's offensive patterns. Dakamoiki specifically mentioned Ebihara's point guard, especially the opponent's point guard, who is the type that never makes mistakes. As a point guard, he is actually a very good type. Hearing this, Uekusa Tomoyuki's eyes flashed with surprise. Because he is the same type. This type, although not as eye-catching as others on the court, but the stability and calmness in handling the ball is the basis for the team to stabilize the offense and control the rhythm, but this correct method will become bait in front of Tachibana. As Dakamoiki spoke, on the court, Ebihara's point guard's pass was intercepted by Tachibana Nijiro again. Ebihara's point guard gritted his teeth. Damn it! Here it comes again. How could this happen? He couldn't help but look at Tachibana Nijiro in front of him, thinking, is this guy the worm in his heart? Why is he so clear about the next pass movement and then blocks the pass route? Has he been completely seen through by him until now? Dakamoiki looked at Tachibana Nijiro holding the opponent in his hands with admiration, and said. That is to say, more than a whole quarter of time, it was all Tachibana Nijiro's time to observe and analyze, and for this purpose, he made some verbal provocations to make the opponent's head hot and easier to see through. Then when all the opponent's offensive patterns were analyzed and understood, the spider web-like pass interception began. As expected of a genius Tachibana. There are players who are smart and good at analyzing opponents. But, this point can be so dazzling and played out in this way. This is the first time I have seen it. Hearing this, everyone on the bench looked dumbfounded. Because everything Tachibana Nijiro is doing now has gone beyond the scope of basketball skills, but is based on the layout evolved from his understanding of basketball. For high school students, it suddenly sounds quite far away. On the court. Although Tachibana Nijiro's team analysis spider web is still lacking, such as the current level is medium, such as there is no Seto Kentaro who can keep up with his thinking and assist him, so he can't make a perfect interception. But from the perspective of defense and the perspective of brushing rewards, it is completely enough. Too much. Snap. Tachibana Nijiro intercepts. Card ticket mission rewards are loaded, and the reward card drawing ticket ×1 is obtained. Let me show you what the difference in status is with my actions. Snap! Tachibana Nijiro intercepts. Card voucher mission reward loading, get reward card draw voucher ×1. My orders are absolute, you better not make me angry. Snap! Tachibana Nijiro intercepts. Card voucher mission reward loading, get reward card draw voucher ×1. Let me teach you how cruel basketball is. What effort, what fighting spirit, what faith, I will destroy you all. Ishimaru Yuji was sweating profusely, and was numbed by Tachibana Nijiro's brushing, and was completely out of his mind by the other party's constant dirty talk. The most important thing is, they lost a lot of ball rights in passing, so naturally they had no chance of winning. On the other hand, Ryonan. Using Tachibana Nijiro's interception, the Ryonan players rushed for only about 1.5 quarters, and the score difference between the two sides became larger and larger. A few minutes into the fourth quarter, the score difference had reached 36 points. Ebihara immediately replaced all the main players and gave up. Seeing this scene, Tachibana Nijiro, who was still not satisfied, panicked. He had only brushed 15. If he continued to brush in the fourth quarter, he was quite confident that he could brush more than 20. He got 20 card draw tickets in one go. Although this was very tiring for the body and mind, it was very refreshing. Sure enough. Following Ebihara, Ryonan also replaced the main players, and the substitutes came on the court. Among them, Fukuda Kichwa finally had the opportunity to come on the court. Not noticing the look Fukuda Kichwa gave him when he passed by, Tachibana Nijiro sat directly on the bench on the sidelines. Looking at the 15 card draw tickets in the system, he was quite satisfied. At least compared with the fixed rewards of the last game, he brushed out 5 more in this game, which was also considered to be a good deal from the system. At the same time, Pool Mission, defeat Ebihara High School in the training match and win the game. Pool Mission has been completed, rewards loaded. Limited time hot-blooded player pool has been opened. Oh my goodness! The game is still going on, early settlement, right? Click on the hot-blooded player pool, the layout is still the same as last time, a big gold card stands in the middle, with the familiar golden back cover, and this time it is guarded by 3 purple cards in the middle. But what makes Tachibana Nijiro speechless than last time is, look! Who are these? Wakamatsu Kasuke, Hayakawa Mitsuo, A&D, Agiwara Narihiro, Tachibana Nijiro. It is really a hot-blooded pool in the literal sense. Kaiji's second year number 1 hot-blooded man Hayakawa Mitsuo, TS next captain Wakamatsu Kasuke, who is upset with Ayamine every day. And finally, Kuriko Tetsuya's good friend Ajihara Shigehiro. Indeed. Indeed, he is quite passionate. These are the things. Should I draw them myself or not? Or, save these cards and wait for the next wave of card pool? After all, the offensive player card pool will always appear, right? Chapter 24. Tachibana Nijiro finally chose to draw. One reason is that 15 draw tickets were drawn in this game, and it is not impossible to allocate 5 to this hot-blooded player card pool. Another reason. In the card pool, Wakamatsu Kasuke and Hayakawa Mitsuo are both inside players who are obsessed with rebounds. If they are drawn, they can just make up for their shortcomings in strength, rebounds, and blocks. So, how about draw alone? After all, a single draw can produce miracles. Whoosh! The first card. The draw ticket was thrown out, and a green light flew out of the card pool. It was a training acceleration card as expected. The second card. The green card bounced training acceleration card. The third card. The fourth card. The fifth card. Tachibana Nijiro was very calm. After all, he didn't invest much, but when the fifth card really lit up with purple light, he subconsciously clenched his fist. Who? Buzz. The purple light retreated. The full picture of the card was revealed. Player, Mingguang Agiwara Shigehiro, first. Skill, Agiwara Shigehiro's smile, first. Agiwara Shigehiro's smile, even when you are close to your limit, even when you have the belief that everything will end here, that cheering and smile are enough to summon the courage to fight and then move towards victory, once per game, each time lasts for 5 rounds, effect, 10% physical recovery, 30% increase in calmness and concentration. Tachibana Nijiro. Agiwara Shigehiro also has this ability. Physical recovery 10%, calmness and concentration increase 30%. I don't have any physical crisis for the time being, and my concentration is completely fine. It's better to say that this skill is for my teammates rather than for myself. Especially the calmness and concentration, which are tailor-made for you Azumi. He still clearly remembered that in the original plot, in the semi-finals next year, Uzumi unwisely criticized the referee and was sent off for a technical foul, which led to Ryonan's defeat in overtime. Then, in the game for the second place with Shihoku, he unwisely fouled Sakuragi and was prematurely sentenced to the 4th foul, forcing Ryonan to temporarily replace him. As a result, while Uzumi was off the court, Ryonan was pulled away by Shihoku and finally lost the game. If Uzumi had the buff of Agihara Shigehiro's smile, who knows who would go to the national team in the original plot. Tisk. That's okay, this skill. Not a loss. And it's quite interesting to think that in the world of Kuriko, Shigehiro Agihara raised the basketball to Kuriko at the game, while Uzumi peeled a carrot to Akaji at the game. You two are quite compatible. The final whistle blew, and Ryonan defeated Ebihara 118-79, winning 2 consecutive training matches. Sendoh scored 40 points. Tachibana Nijiro scored 11 points, 13 assists and 20 steals, which made the Ryonan players in charge of statistics exclaim that it was an outrageous triple-double. As soon as the game ended, the Ebihara players on the opposite side all surrounded Tachibana Nijiro. I wanted to criticize Tachibana Nijiro for what he said on the court, but I didn't expect that after leaving the court, Tachibana Nijiro would change his face and show a polite attitude. Ebihara team members. All of them were stunned by Tachibana Nijiro's polite attack. Completely defeated by the other party's politeness. After dealing with this group of people. On the other side, Takamoiki also came back from Coach Ebihara refreshed. A moment later, Tachibana Nijiro, who had packed his equipment, was about to leave with the team. When he turned his head, he saw Aida Yayoi, who was staring at him with wide eyes, as if she had found a treasure. That eager look. Well, Tachibana Nijiro was sure that it was definitely just because of basketball, because in the original plot, when she watched Sendoh, she looked like this, an overly excited fanatic fan. As expected, next, in the Ryonan team, the two walked side by side, and Aida Yaoi's topic was all basketball, basketball, and basketball. Tachibana Nijiro tried to change the topic several times, but was cleverly turned back by the other party. Miss Aida, there is no time to hate basketball more than now. Aida Yaoi pretended not to understand, lowered her head, and scribbled the content of the interview in her notebook. Tachibana Nijiro leaned towards her and glanced down. Then he said, "Remember to record my words, thank you." Aida Yaoi looked up and glared at him. 2 days later, Takamoiki, who finally came out once, led the Ryonan team to continue the journey to Mie Prefecture. In this game, when the system did not issue any tasks before the game, Tachibana Nijiro, who was not mentally prepared, felt a little disappointed. Because this means that the system does not arrange card pools and rewards for every game. For example, the team of Wakai did not receive any reward. Wakai High School in Mie Prefecture. At a time when Mie Prefecture only had one seated spot and was firmly controlled by Ebihara High School, they still did not give up the competition with the opponent. The ace player of the team, Kyuji Osamu, was also very inspiring in the competition process with Ebihara High School in Mie Prefecture. He was a player who was good at shooting and scoring. But obviously, it was still a little short of the standard for the system to issue tasks. Because this year's Wakai High School, with the departure of several main third-year players last year, is in very bad shape. It is said that in the current training matches, it is no longer the second place in Mie Prefecture in the past. Compared with Wakai High School, Ryonan is naturally a better team, and the game process is the same. Ryonan, who came to Wakai High School to fight, took the initiative from the beginning. Under the connection of Tachibana Nijiro, Ryonan played a smooth attack. No surprises. Another big win, and a big win with the largest score difference of 50 points. Throughout the game, with the assists of Tachibana Nijiro, Ryonan had an amazing 6 players score in double figures, and Sendoh scored nearly 50 points. After coming to Ryonan, Sendoh always felt that his scoring ability had become much stronger, such as the 48 points in this game, most of which were played quite easily. And his scoring performance also made the whole Ryonan team full of expectations for this year's county competition. Buri. Shoyo. Kanan. They want to overthrow all the teams one by one and then go to the national level. Even after going to the national level, because of the presence of Sendoh and Tachibana, they Ryonan will definitely become a team that aims to dominate the national level. Chapter 25. Ryonan's trip to Mie Prefecture, with Tachibana Nijiro's terrifying performance of consecutive triple doubles, Ryonan won a series of victories along the way, and this journey was soon reported in Weekly Basketball through Iida Yaoi. Although Ryonan, buried in the national team reports in a thick weekly, is not very eye-catching, for Kanagawa, many teams still noticed them. And Ryonan's students exclaimed after getting the weekly that they already have such strength. Tachibana Nijiro's triple-double and Sendoh's score. All shocked Ryonan students. Of course, everyone didn't know that Tachibana Nijiro had a time travel and brought a system, such a thing as the chosen son of heaven. Everyone thought that Tachibana Nijiro was the kind of player who was not well known in junior high school and worked hard in the later period to make a qualitative leap. And the reason for this impression is all due to Iida Yaoi's report. During the expedition to Mie Prefecture, Tachibana Nijiro's daily training consumed the training acceleration card. Through Iida Yaoi's report and Tachibana Nijiro's irresistible talk, Tachibana Nijiro's hard work was full of miraculous colors. Iida Yaoi's report. Have you ever seen a gym at 3am? In order to improve himself, Tachibana Nijiro got up at 3 am every morning for morning exercises. Before the sun rose, he had completed 2 hours of ball control exercises. This is the trick to improve Tachibana Nijiro's ball control ability. Tachibana Nijiro's persistent physical training method: 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats, and 10 kilometers of running every day. Tachibana Nijiro, who persisted for half a year, successfully became stronger. However, according to Tachibana Nijiro, getting stronger may also make you bald. In Iida Yaoi's article, apart from some of Tachibana Nijiro's weird words about baldness, he has become a positive example of motivational struggle. But in fact, during this period, Tachibana Nijiro, who used all his strength to consume the training acceleration card, did train very hard, and even had a perverted tirelessness. However, this was all thanks to the training acceleration card. The characteristic of training can directly accelerate the training process, which greatly reduced the pain and torture of Tachibana Nijiro during the training process. As we all know, whether it is losing weight, studying, or working, all things that require perseverance, the most painful part is the process. Once this process can become easier to a certain extent, it will definitely inspire people's enthusiasm. This is the current state of Tachibana Nijiro. To the outside world. Practice. Everyone will practice and it will be done. To yourself. Practice. Anyway, there is an acceleration card, so how can training be so painful? However, although Tachibana Nijiro practiced hard and the team continued to win in the expedition to Mie Prefecture, everything was moving in a good direction, but Tachibana Nijiro was a little unhappy. Because the system hadn't issued any tasks for a long time, if it weren't for my ability, the system could be opened, and I saw the slightly increased attributes, Tachibana Nijiro would have thought the system had disappeared. After less than a month of expedition, the Ryonan team returned to Kanagawa Prefecture, preparing for the first battle of the prefectural tournament on May 19, more than 20 days later. It was also at this time the long silent system finally issued a task. Card ticket task, in the training match with Dei Academy, limit the number of assists of Dei Academy's ace Tsuchiya Jun to single digits. Achievement reward, card draw ticket times 10. Pool mission, defeat Dei Gakuen in a training match and win the game. Achievement reward, open the limited time offensive player pool. FK. What shocked Tachibana Nijiro was not only the offensive player pool, but also the opponent Dei Gakuen, and Tsuchiya Jun, who was once evaluated by Aida Hikoichi as being on par with Sendoh. Sendoh looked at Tachibana Nijiro, who was doing warm-up exercises, and suddenly froze in place and asked, "What's wrong, Tachibana?" Tachibana Nijiro turned around, not caring whether the other party could understand or not, and just said with a complicated and unfathomable face, "I'm just a little excited to think that I will see you 1 year later soon." Akira Sendoh. 1 year later. Myself? What is this guy Tachibana talking about? At this time, Dakamoiki entered the field, clapped his hands, attracted everyone's attention, and said, "Everyone, this afternoon is our last training match before the county competition. Opposite last year's number 1 seed in Osaka, Dei Gakuen." After hearing the coach's words, Sendoh immediately looked at Tachibana Nijiro, thinking, did Tachibana know the news of the training match in advance? Is there a player he knows in the opponent Dei Gakuen? He rated him as himself in 1 year? Interesting. In the afternoon, Dei Gakuen came to Ryonan High School. Because of Osaka's number 1 seed, the team also came with weekly basketball reporters from the Osaka area. And surprisingly, the reporters from Osaka knew Tachibana Nijiro very well and were familiar with his performance in Mie Prefecture. At the same time, Sendoh also received their attention, but Tachibana Nijiro noticed that Sendoh was obviously only because of himself. "Hello, Tachibana-san, may I ask, Tsuchiya, who led the team to the national quarterfinals last year as a freshman, actually took the initiative to apply for a training match with Ryonan High School because of you. What do you think about this?" "Hey! Is that so? Thank you. After all, it is still difficult for us Ryonan to make an appointment with a team at the national top 8 level. We are both point guards. Are you looking forward to the match with Tsuchiya? We noticed that you have been looking at Tsuchiya-san since the beginning." Tachibana Nijiro thought for a while and replied, "Of course, I am very much looking forward to playing against him. I have seen his performance in the national competition last year, and I am very excited now. What is your goal? Can you still play that kind of triple-double data against Tsuchiya? Let it be. I still need to learn a lot from Tsuchiya Senior now." Tachibana Nijiro, who said one thing to one person and another to another in front of reporters, let the Osaka reporters experience the feeling of Aida Yaoi's first interview with Tachibana Nijiro. Asked. Answered. But it seemed that nothing was gained. Chapter 26. Soon, the well-informed Ryonan students filled the gym. Amid the noise, Tachibana Nijiro looked around. The basketball atmosphere in Ryonan was indeed very good. There were not only girls who were in love, but also more male spectators, especially after Tachibana Nijiro and Akira Sendoh came to Ryonan. Seeing these Ryonan students who were cheering for him enthusiastically, Tachibana Nijiro waved to them very naturally. While warming up, the audience around him suddenly started to talk noisily. Tachibana Nijiro turned around and saw that it was Daigakuen on the opposite side. Last year's national quarterfinals. This was the first time Ryonan had seen an opponent of this level. Daigakuen was the number 1 seed in Osaka, and the second place was Toyotama High School, which was more well known in the plot line. Tachibana Nijiro knew very little about Daigakuen. But Toyotama. Last year's Toyotama should have been eliminated in the top 8 in the country. Coach Kitano, who advocated 8 points of offense and 2 points of defense, was fired by the school and then went to a certain elementary school to continue coaching. The new coach Kane Hira took over. Probably last year should be in this timeline. And through Toyotama High School, Tachibana Nijiro also had a preliminary impression of Tsuchiya Jun, a tall and strong command tower, very similar to Sendoh's style. However, this evaluation belongs to the first year of the plot when Sakuragi Hanamichi enters Shohoku next year. Well, that is, next year. The battle for the top seed in Osaka. Daigakuen restricted Toyotama High School, which prides itself on explosive offense. The plot only has a very short scene. Tsuchiya attacked at an astonishing speed. When Toyotoma's Kishimoto came to his senses and raised his hands to defend, he saw Tsuchiya Jun appeared in front of him and started to make moves in the air. Under the double-team defense of 3 people, Tsuchiya, who was extremely clear-headed, used a beautiful fake move to accurately send the ball from the left with a low hand. The teammate who just arrived received the ball and easily scored a layup, and the score was widened to 10 points. The irrational Kishimoto kept cursing, but Tsuchiya Jun did not show any mercy and continued to play with Toyotama High School's Kishimoto. So the next round was Tsuchiya Jun's standard jump shot over the head of the 188 cm strong forward Kishimoto, and the ball went into the net. With amazing speed, accurate and timely passes, a calm mind, good bounces, and accurate shots, Tsuchiya Jun has all the technical characteristics of a first-class guard. And the entire Dai Academy also closely centered on Tsuchiya Jun and launched an attack in an orderly manner. Therefore, if this Tsuchiya is used as the standard, Tachibana Nijiro weighed the system's tasks. To limit Tsuchiya Jun's assists to single digits, all he can rely on is the spider web, but since Tsuchiya Jun took the initiative to apply for the game, the opponent must have first-hand information about Ryonan. On the other hand, he needs time to analyze the opponent, and the time required is bound to be longer than analyzing the previous opponents, so this task may not be so easy to complete. Moreover, facing a team like Daigakuen, Tachibana Nijiro decided to spend more energy on leading the team to victory. For him, winning is definitely more important than limiting Tsuchiya Jun's assists. What's more, if he wins, he can open the offensive player card pool. The game will start soon. Yuzumi beat the center of Daigakuen with a jump ball. Tsuchiya Jun, who is 190 cm tall, went to defend Sendoh, and the one defending Tachibana Nijiro was another shorter player on the back line. Tachibana Nijiro dribbled the ball forward. He had an absolute advantage in the matchup. He did not call for a screen, but started directly and entered the penalty area with excellent and efficient control. There was no one on the Daigakuen side to help defend, and Tachibana Nijiro made a quick stop jump shot to open the scoring for Ryonan. 2-0. Hey! Ryonan Stadium was filled with exclamations. In addition to Tachibana Nijiro's superhuman assist ability, the audience in the stands also saw his outstanding shooting that was hidden, which made them brighten up. Daigakuen's attack. Jun Tsuchiya directly advanced from the baseline with the ball, all the way to the 45-degree angle of the three-point line. However, as a point guard, Tachibana Nijiro was unable to directly confront Jun Tsuchiya, because Akira Sendoh had already taken the lead and arrived in front of Jun Tsuchiya. Akira Sendoh defended Jun Tsuchiya. Tsuchiya continued to hold the ball and back to the basket, and after pushing into the mid-range position, he suddenly turned over and leaned back, and Sendoh also jumped forward to defend at the moment when the opponent turned over and jumped. The jump height was very high. The long arms gave Tsuchiya some interference, and the trajectory of the basketball was very straight, but a little off. Ding! The ball hit the front of the basket and bounced up. Tsuchiya missed the first shot, and there was chaos under the basket of Daigakuin. The center of Dai grabbed the rebound, but did not grab it completely. Ikegami Ryoji reached out and the basketball flew out. Funahashi Daisuke picked up the ball and handed it to Tachibana Nijiro immediately. Counterattack. Offense and defense transitions have always been Ryonan's advantage. Tachibana Nijiro Kazuma took the lead. Tsuchiya Jun's pursuit and defense were also very good. He kept a perfect distance from Tachibana Nijiro. Tachibana glanced behind him and did not force the ball. Instead, he passed the ball and took Tachibana Jun out of the baseline. Sendoh received the pass and jumped hard. Bang! Dunk! Ryonan scored 4 points in a row at the beginning, and the audience was excited. The new duo is too strong. They are not shaken when facing the top 8 in the country. Tachibana Nijiro has a strong ability to control the rhythm. It can be seen that his teammates trust him very much. That's right. After getting the ball, he immediately looked for Tachibana Nijiro. We have to win. Hey, Dai hasn't scored a single point yet. Daigakuin's offense. Tsuchiya Jun still led the offense. This time, Tachibana Nijiro defended and focused very much. The continuous change of direction was blocked by Tachibana Nijiro. The center came up to give a screen. Tsuchiya broke through and attracted Ryonan's double teaming. Then, he cleverly passed the ball to the center who came down from the gap. However, Tachibana Nijiro touched it. As a result, the center of Daigakuin slipped his hand and the basketball passed directly to the hands of Funabashi Daisuke on the side. Funabashi was confused. What happened? Suddenly there was an extra ball in his hand? Counterattack! Tachibana Nijiro shouted, and Funabashi Daisuke reacted immediately. The basketball was given to Tachibana Nijiro. This time, Tachibana Nijiro did not stick to the ball at all. He pushed it with both hands and the basketball shot out like a bullet. Sendoh, who was already accelerating, only felt the sound of breaking wind behind him. With his experience, he could judge that the speed of the ball was ridiculously fast. Sendoh directly played for his life and his legs were moving very fast. Sendoh received the ball. Bang! The dunk scored 2 points, 6-0. Chapter 27. The game started with a 6:0 lead, and the game was called for a timeout. Oh my god! The ball was passed too fast, like lightning. I didn't even see how the ball was passed. Tachibana Kojiro didn't even use his arms to pass the ball. It felt like there was no preparatory action at all, and the ball went out immediately. That ball speed, thanks to Sendoh for catching up. Tachibana Kojiro was waiting on the sidelines for Sendoh to come over and high-five. Tachibana, you passed the ball too fast. A full-speed rush made Sendoh gasp for air, and Tachibana Kojiro couldn't help but laugh after seeing the speechless look on Sendoh's face, because you were the one who caught the ball. The disguised compliment made Sendoh curl his lips. Don't give me that. The timeout ended, and the game returned. Tsuchiya asked for the ball in the low post, and he took a back-to-back single against Tachibana Kojiro. Tachibana Nijiro has tried his best, but his height, jumping ability, and strength are all at a disadvantage. He failed to interfere with Jun Tsuchiya's fadeaway jumper, and the basketball passed his blocking hand. Swish! The ball went into the net. The beautiful posture, the smoothness, Tachibana Nijiro could only sigh at the ball. However, Tachibana Nijiro. Something is wrong. Very wrong. Although this Tsuchiya also passed the ball, why does it feel no difference from the current Sendoh? 6-2. Dai finally scored the first goal by Jun Tsuchiya. Ryonan's round. Tachibana Nijiro carried the ball to the front court, and Jun Tsuchiya was defending him. Then, Tachibana Nijiro immediately chose to pass the ball to Sendoh, and he took Tsuchiya to run without the ball. Dai's paint area was crowded, and Tachibana Nijiro did not choose to join in the fun, but pulled to the outside. He made a tactical gesture to Ikumi Ryoji, but the other party did not see it. At the same time, Sendoh was already in a 1v1 with his opponent. After he created space, Dai chose to double-team him without any martial ethics. In the end, he still interfered with him to some extent. Boom! Missed. Uazumi grabbed the rebound. Tachibana Nijiro rushed over to meet the opponent, and before Tsuchiya Jun intercepted, he quickly passed the ball back to Sendoh, who shot the ball in the middle. Tsuchiya Jun glanced coldly at the penalty area. Dai's turn. After Tsuchiya Jun pushed forward to the front court, he immediately opened a single play in the low post. Tachibana Nijiro's chest was hit and hurt, and he was knocked back by Tsuchiya in the confrontation. Ikumi Ryoji rushed over to make up for the defense, and Tsuchiya looked around and passed the ball to his teammates in the wide open space. It was obvious. Tsuchiya's teammates looked for a long time. But it was still ridiculously off. In the restricted area, Dai's center was still at a disadvantage in the rebounding position. Fortunately, Dai's power forward, who was in a better position than the ball, came up to help, and Uzumi kicked the ball out of bounds. But even so, Tachibana Nijiro still saw Tsuchiya squinting and shaking his head. After noticing Tsuchiya Jun's actions, Dai Gakuin's teammates, especially the inside players in the restricted area, did not dare to look at him at all in the momentum of keeping strangers away. Dai Gakuin served the sideline ball. This time, Tachibana Nijiro didn't care about the point guard or the point guard. The task of defending Tsuchiya was directly handed over to Sendoh. Although this was a heavy burden for Sendoh, who had to invest a lot of physical energy on the offensive end, his height and ability were the most suitable. Tsuchiya Jun made a hand-to-hand cooperation with the power forward. Sendoh was shaken and his movements slowed down for a moment. Tsuchiya Jun pushed off the ground to speed up and exploded instantly. In just this one move, he had gotten rid of Sendoh. Attacking the inside line, Uzumi was ready to protect the basket. There was no trickery, just a head-on confrontation. Tsuchiya Jun jumped up and crossed a long distance. Uzumi raised his long arms, but Tsuchiya Jun dodged it with a light pull-up. Bang! A set of smooth and flowing small pull-up dunks ignited the Ryonan arena. After landing, Jun Tsuchiya had no expression. Dai Gakuin was far behind, and he was in no mood to celebrate. The game continued. Tachibana Nijiro broke through the top of the arc and rushed into the paint area with 3 slow steps. The speed was deliberately slow, but the stride was large and the action was very deceptive. The center who helped defend missed, and Tachibana Nijiro hit the ground and sent a wonderful pass. Uzumi, who was not guarded, suddenly attacked the basket. Bang! The basket was pulled and buzzed. Dai's round. Jun Tsuchiya still chose to post up this time. Facing Sendoh's defense, he skillfully turned over and shot from mid-range. Swish! Another goal. Next round. Tachibana Nijiro acted as a wall at the top of the arc. Sendoh rushed over and received the ball from Tachibana Nijiro. In order to make Sendoh's shot smoother, Tachibana Nijiro made the maximum perfect pass for this ball. Jun Tsuchiya was blocked by Tachibana Nijiro, and Sendoh hit this mid-range shot very smoothly. Retreat! Retreat! Seeing that Dai had sent the ball, Tachibana Nijiro called his teammates to return to defense. Dai's offensive round. Jun Tsuchiya continued to ask for the ball in the low post. Sendoh held Jun Tsuchiya tightly, and this time after Tsuchiya faked his shoulder, he chose to turn around and kill the inside line. Sendoh was fooled for a moment, and Jun Tsuchiya had already rushed over from the right. Stop and shoot from mid-range. Swish! Hit again. Tachibana Nijiro secretly said in his heart that it was not good. He couldn't defend, and Sendoh defended, but he couldn't hold it. If this goes on, Jun Tsuchiya feels that he will get better and better. Ryanan's round. Tachibana Nijiro pushed forward with the ball, and Jun Tsuchiya pressed up directly. Obviously. No matter who he hits in offense, he will keep a close eye on Tachibana Nijiro in defense. Tachibana Nijiro was tightly entangled by Tsuchiya Jun. Without any hesitation, he threw the ball to Sendoh. Sendoh changed direction twice in front of his body, easily passed his opponent, and made a mid-range shot. What a pity! Ryonan has more than just me. But there is only one you in Daigakuen. DI's attack. Tsuchiya Jun didn't ask for a screen. After changing direction with the ball and shaking out of space, he shot Sendoh. Although Sendoh jumped with all his strength, he still couldn't cover Tsuchiya Jun. The basketball bounced on the basket and fell into the net. Akira Sendoh. What? Tachibana guy. This is not the self in a year later, but clearly now. But if he plays like this, can this guy's physical strength withstand it? Very soon. At the end of the first quarter, Ryonan led Daigakuen by 7 points with a score of 34-27. Tsuchiya Jun scored 17 points in a single quarter. Very strong indeed. But Tachibana Nijiro. Did this system only search for the keyword Tsuchiya Jun from the task library when extracting the task, and forget the question of grade? Because now that one quarter has passed, it is clear that Tachibana Nijiro's previous worries were all unnecessary. Tsuchiya Jun in the second grade and the perfect third grade next year are completely different. It's just Sendoh who occasionally passes the ball. In terms of offense, if the two really go head to head, they will probably explode. Then this task of suppressing the number of assists. The reward. Isn't it just given for free? Chapter 28. In the second quarter, the rotation lineups of both sides played for 4 minutes, and then Daigakuen took the lead in replacing the starting lineup. Ryonan also made corresponding substitutions. Sendoh faced Jun Tsuchiya again. This time, Jun Tsuchiya made a breakthrough with the help of the center's screen and stopped in the middle distance. Sendoh jumped up suddenly. Obviously, he encountered a player of the same type who was equally matched. Sendoh burst out with considerable motivation, and the sense of pressure on defense became stronger and stronger. This block was also the same, more threatening than before. Jun Tsuchiya had no choice but to increase the arc of his shot. Ting! The ball hit the front of the basket and bounced out. Sendoh smiled slightly after Jun Tsuchiya's score was cut off. However, Tsuchiya also let go of the defense against Tachibana Nijiro and turned his head to completely engage in the bullfight with Sendoh. Now Tachibana Nijiro was liberated and his score increased visibly. On the other hand, Daigakuen relied heavily on Jun Tsuchiya in their offense, and with the gradual in-depth analysis of Tachibana Nijiro's spider web, they specifically blocked Jun Tsuchiya's pass, and Ryonan took advantage of the situation to continue to widen the score gap. Daigakuen called a timeout to adjust. Back to the game, Jun Tsuchiya adjusted his playing style. He began to attack Ryanan's basket, completed a pick and roll with the power forward, and then used the change of rhythm to break into the penalty area. After igniting Yuzumi, Jun Tsuchiya made a 2+1 with a floater. After scoring the goal, Jun Tsuchiya's expression was still fierce. But Tachibana Nijiro didn't understand why that look was mostly directed at him, and from it, Tachibana Nijiro also saw a little bit of unconvinced feeling. It was Sendoh who was fighting him 1v1. Ryanan's turn. Before Jun Tsuchiya and Sendoh could play, Tachibana Nijiro had already singled out the opponent's point guard. It should be said that in the point guard position, Tachibana Nijiro can already beat most players with his perfect control and basic shooting ability. At halftime, Ryonan led Daigakuen by 15 points, 59-44. Tsuchiya Jun had 4 assists. Although as long as this rhythm continues, both tasks will most likely be completed. But to be on the safe side, Coach, I strongly suggest not to double-team Tsuchiya Jun. Sendoh is enough. Even if he can score, the other players of Daigakuen can't. Instead of double-teaming Tsuchiya, it's better for everyone to pay attention to Tsuchiya's passing while defending at their respective positions. Tachibana Nijiro gave Coach Takamoiki a sincere suggestion. Tachibana Nijiro really wants an offensive player. What if Takamoiki arranges a double team for Tsuchiya in the second half, forcing Tsuchiya to pass the ball? That would be bad. Takamoiki, seeing that Jun Tsuchiya was still able to score so well against Sendoh's defense, did want Ikegami to double-team him, but after thinking about it, he finally agreed with Tachibana Nijiro's idea. Facing a typical one-man team like Daigakuen, isolation is also a good strategy. Seeing the head coach nod, Tachibana Nijiro felt more stable. Sendoh was a little confused, although it's good to be able to play 1v1 next, in this case, it's better to double-team, right? What do you think? Why do you look so happy? Of course, forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. Sendoh was stunned when he heard this. I mean, isn't it fun to see you play 1v1? If you can beat a top scorer like Jun Tsuchiya, you will also be national level. Tachibana Nijiro reacted quickly and easily fooled him. Yeah. That's right. The second half started quickly. Tsuchiya Jun was strongly challenged by Sendoh, while Tachibana Nijiro carefully blocked Tsuchiya's passing route with the spider web. Opening. Tsuchiya Jun made two strong shots from the outside, one of two. Ryonan side. Sendoh also had the same hit rate. In the next round, Tsuchiya's pass after breaking through the penalty area was intercepted by Tachibana Nijiro again. Suddenly, Tsuchiya Jun frowned. But Tsuchiya Jun is Tsuchiya Jun. In the subsequent rounds, he can still score goals, but his score is increasing rapidly, and his assists are stagnant. In the fourth quarter, Tsuchiya Jun's score reached 45 points, while Sendoh's score was 44 points. Compared with the score, Tachibana Nijiro only looked at the assists. Obviously, the possibility of Tsuchiya Jun's assists in double digits in the remaining time is almost zero. Tachibana Nijiro glanced at Tsuchiya and Sendoh. Thinking. Thank you. On the court, Tachibana Nijiro came to the top of the arc, but instead of calling for a pick and roll, he suddenly accelerated. Whoosh! The point guard of Daigakuen followed up, but was exposed by Tachibana Nijiro's ball control and was left behind. Next, Tachibana did not choose to shoot, but chose to attack the basket, and before the Daigakuen players could make up for the defense, he made a layup. Hey! Unconsciously, Tachibana's score has reached 20 points. It feels like Tachibana Nijiro invested a lot in offense and defense today, especially against Tsuchiya Jun's pass. So far, all I can imagine is Tachibana Nijiro blocking Tsuchiya Jun's pass. Thanks to his ball control ability, Tachibana Nijiro's offense is also good, and his shooting is very soft. As a point guard, being able to score and not being able to score is a world of difference. Yes, Tachibana Nijiro has the ability to attack independently, which is very important. The round of Daigakuen is naturally still Tsuchiya Jun. Sendoh stood in front of Jun Tsuchiya, lowered his body, and pulled the distance between them just right, forming a balance of offense and defense against the sudden shot. Jun Tsuchiya read Sendoh's defense and found no loopholes. However, there was no hesitation. Jun Tsuchiya accelerated with the ball and attacked Sendoh's right side. Sendoh took a step back, followed Jun Tsuchiya with steady steps, and after missing the shot, Tsuchiya had a backup plan, stopped and turned, and completed it in one go. To everyone's surprise, Sendoh seemed to have anticipated what Jun Tsuchiya would do next, and stepped up to defend too quickly. Almost at the same time as Jun Tsuchiya stopped, Sendoh completed his footsteps. Then at the moment Jun Tsushia jumped, the defense in front of him suddenly made him feel like a wall blocking him, airtight, so he leaned back a little more, and barely got past Sendoh's block. Rebound. Boom. The ball bounced out of the basket. The ball bounced far away, making it out of reach for the inside players fighting under the basket. But obviously, it didn't include Yuzumi, who was 2 meters tall. Bang! The rebound was taken. Chapter 29. Yuzumi grabbed the ball and passed it to Tachibana Nijiro. Tsushia Jun pressed forward, but unexpectedly, Tachibana Nijiro changed direction and easily slipped out of the space. Then, Tachibana Nijiro gently pushed the ball forward and launched the perfect pass. The basketball came to Sendoh's hands very comfortably. Swish! Sendoh easily made a layup. Good pass. Sendoh gave Tachibana Nijiro a thumbs up. Tsushia Jun was very uncomfortable because of Sendoh's restriction. Today's hit rate was completely different from the past. The only situation he could think of similar to today was Fukuda University of Commerce, which ended him in the quarterfinals last year. But that Fukuda University of Commerce was the national runner-up after Sendoh. With 2 minutes left in the game, Ryonan was already leading by more than 30 points. There was no need to fight to the end in a training match. Daigakuin took the lead in withdrawing all the main players. Seeing this, Dakamoiki also called off the game. Tachibana Nijiro, who had been calculating the number of assists of Jun Tsushia, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He returned to the bench. Not long after, the whistle for the end of the game sounded. The score on the field was 119-85, and Ryonan defeated Daigakuin to win the game. So far, Ryonan has won all the training matches before the county conference, including Daigakuin, which is at the national top 8 level. The system's task completion prompt has also appeared, but because of the handshake session after the game, Tachibana Nijiro has no time to pay attention to it for the time being. At the same time, Tsushia, line up. Jun Tsushia raised his head and was silent for a moment, but soon sorted out his emotions, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and turned to look at his teammates around him. However, when he looked up, he saw faces that disappointed him. Tisk. Around Jun Tsushia, everyone from Daigakuin had a dazed look in their eyes, and they obviously couldn't accept the tragic defeat of Daigakuin. But in those staggered distractions, his eyes quietly focused on Jun Tsushia again. Tsushia raised his head, thinking, the result is still the same. So weak. Can you only rely on me? And even if you rely on me, you don't understand. He applied for a training match with Ryonan. The purpose is to let his teammates from Dai Academy see clearly how a team with point guard assists as the core should operate. However, perhaps because of their strength, or because they saw their teammates not doing well on the court, their teammates always couldn't control their emotions. So that their teammates still subconsciously wanted to stay in the old routine of full-strength defense and relying on themselves for offense, unwilling to come out, and their running positions were completely messed up, and then they scored more annoyed. In this vicious cycle, with Tachibana Nijiro's ability to block the pass, even if it was a breakthrough pass, it was more difficult to pass. In addition, Akira Sendoh in the first-year duo of Ryonan. Jun Tsushia admitted, I got a little carried away with the 1v1 while playing. Really? I can't blame others. After a long while, Jun Tsushia came back to his senses. He tried to cheer up, clapped his hands and said, okay. Watch your expression. It's just a training match. There will be county competitions and national competitions later. After that, Tsushia noticed that his teammates' responses were quite unwilling. While taking a deep breath to calm down, many people's throats were trembling. Today, we have seen the strength of other counties. Compared with last year, we have almost stood still. We need to work harder, everyone. Yes. Sorry, Tsuchiya. Jun Tsuchiya patted his cheeks and tried to show the smile that gave everyone confidence as a trump card in the past. Thinking. There is no way, I am a little weak, but I can't say anything bad about my unwillingness and hard work. I can only do my best to make the team stronger. The most suitable path for Durong Academy is now in front of him. This is also the path he can think of, and the one that can best play to the strength of the Durong team members. Both sides, line up. Salute. Thank you for your advice. At the center circle, when they shook hands, Jun Tsuchiya calmly extended his hand to Sendoh. You are very good. Apart from you, I can only think of Matsumoto Minoru from Suna as a scorer of the same type. Although Sendoh didn't know who Matsumoto Minoru was, he still shook hands with him, and scratched his head with his other hand in distress. You still score more points. Hearing this, Tsuchiya, who lost the game, shook his head and did not respond, but turned to look at Tachibana Nijiro. You are lucky to have such a teammate. Tachibana Nijiro. Well. The shooting guard is Sendoh. The center is Uajumi. The small forward is Ikegami, who specializes in defense. The third-year power forward, Daisuke Funabashi, who is a bit ordinary, has a physical advantage and the active running brought by his passing is also very compatible with his own passing. Thinking about the situation of Daigakuen, Tachibana Nijiro really couldn't say anything to refute. When Tsuchiya Jun turned his head, he saw the score on the sideline scoreboard that had not been cleared, and then whispered, "See you at this year's national competition. You will see another completely different Daigakuen then." Sendoh nodded, "Okay, I'm looking forward to it." And Tachibana Nijiro. That. Next time. To be honest, next time, I may not be like this. At that time, maybe I will directly beat you with points in the face. Sendoh. Tsuchiya. Hearing this, the two looked at Tachibana Nijiro with quite strange eyes. Tachibana, are you still asleep? Then. I'll wait and see. Tsuchiya didn't complain like Sendoh, but in the end, he leaned over and shook hands with Tachibana Nijiro from a distance, and then turned around and left with his teammates. Looking at Tsuchiya's back. Suddenly. Snap. Tachibana Nijiro slapped Sendoh's junior. Hey! You've been killed. How can you fight Shinichi Maki if you keep going like this? There's no way you can beat him, right? Akira Sendoh gave Tachibana Nijiro a speechless look. Tachibana, is it possible? I'm just a freshman. And who is Shinichi Maki? The strongest point guard in Kanagawa? Well, maybe a shooting guard, a small forward, a power forward, and what's wrong with a freshman? Didn't he even win the quarterfinals? The next goal is the national championship. Let's not talk about the national championship. What kind of monster is Shinichi Maki you're talking about? It's almost the same as you. Tachibana Nijiro's suddenly raised fist made Akira Sendoh stunned for a moment, and the corners of his mouth seemed to rise slightly. Tachibana. Your inexplicable confidence is quite magical. Snap. Is that right? My friend has a cheat. And today's pool is especially good. Thanks to you for restricting Tsuchiya. Thank you. Chapter 30. Card Ticket Mission. In the training match with Daigakuen, limit the number of assists of Daigakuen's ace Tsuchiya Jun to single digits. Card Ticket Mission has been completed, and the rewards have been loaded. Get the reward draw ticket times 10. Card Pool Mission. Defeat Daigakuen in the training match and win the game. Card Pool Mission has been completed, and the rewards have been loaded. The limited time offensive player card pool has been opened. After returning to the locker room, Tachibana Nijiro immediately started drawing cards. The rewards for this game, plus the remaining 10 draws from the defensive card pool, the current number of card tickets has accumulated a total of 20 draws, and I can't wait to open the card pool. Tachibana Nijiro. Good. This time it's reliable. It's still the familiar gold card with a cover on the back, and the 3 purple cards guarding it in the middle are Sakurai Ryo, Hayama Kotaro, and Hizaki Shogo. After the previous card draws, Tachibana Nijiro was too lazy to complain about Sakurai Ryo and the other 2 purple cards. However, this time the card pool is really good. Whether it is Hayama Kotaro or Hizaki Shogo, even if it is a purple card, it is a win if you draw it, so this time Tachibana Nijiro doesn't have to hesitate to draw a single card. Directly. Draw 20 times in a row and throw it out. Whoosh. 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 Under Tachibana Nijiro's expectant eyes, 20 cards flew out of the card pool in a row, all dim and neatly arranged in front of him. And then, one by one, like dominoes, they were turned over from left to right. Clang! 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 A buzzing sound. The bright green light was like a hand reaching out from the abyss, tightly grasping Tachibana Nijiro's heart. In a blink of an eye, the process of turning over the cards was more than halfway, and the purple he expected still did not appear. Just when Tachibana Nijiro's eyelids were twitching wildly and he was thinking, it won't be all green. Suddenly, here comes a big one. A golden light shines into Tachibana Nijiro's eyes. On the card, Siren Team Uniform. Number 10. Kagami Taiga. Player, Siren Kagami Taiga, Beginner. Skills, Wild Tiger, Beginner, Talented Bounce, Beginner, Zone, Unlocked Condition Wild Advanced, Ultra Wide Range Defense, Unlocked Condition Zone, Direct Linkage Type Zone, Unlocked Condition Zone Advanced. Wild Tiger, Beginner Tiger-like deterrence, highly focused, completely relying on intuitive movements. Talented Bounce, Beginner jump higher and longer each time, land before the opponent, move freely in the air. Related skills, Overhand Dunk, Overhand Block, Emergency Stop Turn Dunk, Emergency Stop Fadeaway Jump Shot, Overhand Tip In, Air Walk, Unlocked Condition Talented Bounce Intermediate, Meteor Dunk, Unlocked Condition Talented Bounce Advanced. Tachibana Nijiro, FK. So long. So cool. I don't mean to say that the novice gold card first personality Akashi given by the system for free is not good, but this long list of skills is really deterrent. Although most of them were not unlocked, Tachibana Nijiro was already very satisfied with Wildness, Genius Jump, and a bunch of related skills in Genius Jump. The most important thing is Bounce, Block, Strength, Dunk, Rebound, Block. It perfectly made up for Akashi's shortcomings in attributes, and he became an all-around king like Sendoh, and combined with other players drawn, he is still a second-year Sendoh. Name, Tachibana Nijiro. Team, Ryonan, first year. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 73 kilograms. Wingspan, 190 centimeters. Speed, 82. Strength, 84. Ball control, 88. Passing, 88. Bounce, 88. Layup, 81. Dunk, 88. Mid-range shot, 82. Three-pointer, 82. Rebound, 85. Blocks, 88. Steals, 81. Single defense, 82. Assist defense, 86. Vision, 88. Physical fitness, 85. Players selected, Personality I Akashi Seijuro, Beginner, Hanamiya Makoto, Beginner, Ajihara Seijuro, Beginner, Kagami Taiga, Beginner. The next day. Ryonan Arena. Sendoh prepared for a moment. Bent down and made a triple threat pose again. The opposite side, Tachibana Nijiro, also lowered his center of gravity with his movements, staring at him with burning eyes, and the imposing aura made Sendoh feel as if he was facing Tsuchiya Jun. Sendoh. We agreed to just play a few balls casually. Actually, there's no need to be so serious. Looking at the score on the sidelines, Sendoh took a deep breath. 5:4. He was 1 point behind. Although he didn't know how Tachibana Nijiro's physical ability and offensive performance suddenly changed so much, he could be sure that in terms of height, the opponent could even overcome the 5 cm height difference and confront him head-on. So, now the most suitable weapon for him to compete with the opponent is to break through and attack the basket. So, let's compete with each other by breaking through. Snap! Snap! The ball landed at a very fast speed. Compared with the dribbling in the previous training match, Sendoh's dribbling speed was obviously faster at this moment, because facing Tachibana Nijiro's point guard level movement frequency and stealing ability, if he didn't dribble fast enough, it would be quite dangerous. As Sendoh kept shifting his center of gravity left and right, the ball also changed direction left and right in front of Tachibana Nijiro's eyes, without any unnecessary movements, and the dribbling was fast and clean. Boom! Suddenly, Sendoh's breakthrough started suddenly. In Sendoh's vision, Tachibana Nijiro's figure swayed slightly, and his beast-like momentum surged again during the movement. In a blink of an eye, Sendoh's breakthrough route was cut off. However, after the previous few balls, Sendoh had already expected this. Almost at the same time when Tachibana Nijiro moved sideways in front of him, he had already made a crotch change of hands with a terrifyingly fast reaction. Then, learned from Tsuchiya-jun's back turn. The ball protector took advantage of the situation to block and lock Tachibana Nijiro's figure firmly to his side. Although Sendoh blocked Tachibana Nijiro's position, the latter suddenly exerted force with his feet, and immediately broke through Sendoh's blockade with his updated physical ability and wildness. The tiger-shaped phantom behind Tachibana Nijiro breathed ferociously at Sendoh, and although Sendoh could not see it, he could clearly feel the spirit. Sendoh! It's not that easy to break through me. The fierce and exciting offense and defense made Tachibana Nijiro couldn't help but smile excitedly. Sendoh frowned and replied with a tit-for-tat, is that so? Then, his dribbling posture changed again and he stopped suddenly. Pull back. Step back. At the moment of opening up space, Sendoh did not adjust his footsteps and immediately made a very dangerous large change of direction in front of his body, and the ball slipped through Tachibana Nijiro's fingertips. After this smooth action, the breakthrough was successful. Chapter 31. Although Sendoh broke through Tachibana Nijiro, the latter's wild speed soon caught up with Sendoh before he could attack the basket. But Sendoh's weapon is obviously not just speed. Bang! During the dribbling process, he suddenly approached Tachibana Nijiro, and pulled the ball to the other side away from Tachibana under his crotch, and at the same time, he took the opportunity to find a confrontation. Although the opponent resisted this confrontation, it also delayed the defensive rhythm. Sendoh's purpose is very clear. Facing the tight defense of Nijiro's jumping jump, it is difficult for him to have a good shooting opportunity. Instead of pinning his hopes on shooting, it is better to rush to a place closer to the basket and then shoot. With his technical ability, he is fully confident to do it. Breaking into the penalty area, Tachibana Nijiro leaped his body like a tiger, like a piece of taffy, and the seriousness of his eyes gradually faded with the deepening of wildness and excitement. Sendoh didn't have time to think about it, stepped into the penalty area and jumped. Just only this. Jump higher, Sendoh! Tachibana Nijiro quickly followed, and at the same time, the cold tone on his mouth seemed to have the shadow of a bad boy, which was playing tricks. Off the court, including Fukuda Kichu, who regarded Sendoh and Tachibana as opponents, Dakamoiki and all Ryonan players were all dumbfounded, staring at the two people fighting on the court in amazement. The fight. It was so intense? No. Is Tachibana Nijiro a guy who can fight Sendoh to this extent in a 1v1? Ryonan suddenly has 2 scoring super trump cards? Then what about Tachibana Nijiro's super point guard performance before? A series of doubts kept emerging in everyone's hearts, and the more they thought about it, the weirder it felt. Endika Moiki has been looking weird since the beginning when Tachibana Nijiro showed a completely different style of play. Until this moment. When he saw Sendoh leap up, reach forward with one hand, and distance himself from Tachibana Nijiro, he attacked the basket extremely quickly, and then, because of Tachibana Nijiro's sudden defense, his action was somewhat deformed, and his hand shape for attacking the basket was forced to change from dunking to forward tipping, and tipping the ball to the backboard. Seeing this, he almost couldn't control himself and almost cried out. In the court, Tachibana Nijiro watched Sendoh point the ball on the backboard with his fingertips, and when he reacted, it was too late. Because the combination of wildness and natural jumping ability made him jump too high. When Sendoh's attacking the basket changed to a tip shot to the backboard, he had already landed, and Tachibana Nijiro was even floating in the air. The former immediately jumped again after landing, caught the ball in mid-air, and then lightly tapped it. Swish! The ball went into the net. After Sendoh scored, he couldn't help looking at Tachibana Kojiro's legs when he looked back. It's not an illusion. He jumped higher than when the match started. Strange. He jumps higher and higher. Looking at Tachibana Kojiro's bright eyes looking at him and his high spirits, Sendoh's eyes flickered and he couldn't help but smile excitedly. He imitated Tachibana Kojiro's tone and raised his eyebrows. Tachibana. Just jumping high is useless. Ha! Tachibana Kojiro smiled, you guy. Tachibana Kojiro's round, he was fully focused, and his whole body was immersed in a state of super concentration, which was a bit scary. He stared at it and pushed the ball in his hand to Sendoh to wash the ball. Sendoh received the ball, and while returning the ball to Tachibana, he quickly approached 2 steps. Snap! The moment Tachibana Kojiro got the ball, Sendoh followed closely behind him, exerting all his strength to interfere with the opponent, in order to make the opponent drop the ball in a hurry. A little trick on the baseball field is that as a defender, when you pass the ball to the opponent at the moment of washing the ball, you should immediately close in and press, destroy the opponent's 3-threat posture, and reduce the pressure of defense. This is especially true for opponents like Tachibana Kojiro who have no weaknesses in all aspects. Otherwise, it is easy to fall into a passive defense at the beginning with a 3-threat and a combination of sudden shots. Tachibana Kojiro's eyes flashed slightly. Sendoh came close to him, and in the process of pressing, he tightly entangled Tachibana Kojiro, making his steps heavier and heavier. Snap! Tachibana Kojiro finally chose to drop the ball actively. In this round, Tachibana Kojiro, who gave up the 3-threat at the beginning, dropped the ball to the side and rear, stabilized the rhythm of ball control, and immediately opened a certain distance with Sendoh. Then next, Sendoh once again witnessed Tachibana Kojiro's perfect control. Different from the dribbling style of ordinary high school players, Tachibana Kojiro's dribbling pursues extreme simplicity and efficiency. There are not many moves, but the dribbling skills are almost honed to the point where you can't see the obvious arm swing. The dribbling is not very intense, but in every move, it is like flowing water, letting the ball dance with his displacement. Since you can't see the hand movements, it's like there is a force field that sucks the ball in firmly. At the same time, because of that skill, it is also an absolute severe test for the concentration of the defensive players. If you don't pay attention, you will be shaken off the center of gravity because you can't see the control movement clearly. Awesome! Tachibana. After becoming faster, it became clearer that this control was powerful. Sendoh felt like a paper boat, shaking under the control of Tachibana Kojiro. No. You have to be more focused, and make predictions to take back the initiative. Otherwise, if you keep being passive like this, the result is obvious. Then, If you can't directly predict the dribble, just look at the overall movement. Tisk. With a tooth-grinding sound of shoes rubbing against each other, Sendoh burst out with all his strength. Sendoh, a master of singles, had past 1v1 experience, which allowed him to make a certain degree of judgment from a larger framework. He blocked Tachibana Nijiro's breakthrough route one step ahead, offsetting Tachibana Nijiro's ball control advantage. When Sendoh completed a successful defense, Tachibana Nijiro did not seem surprised at all. Under the crotch. Turn the hips. Stop and start again. Snap. Snap. Tachibana Nijiro dived, turned around and passed Sendoh's defense, one step inside the free throw line, and at the moment Sendoh caught up, Tachibana Nijiro stopped and turned again. Jump up. The reaction in a moment did not allow Sendoh to think too much. Jump to block the shot. Tachibana Nijiro showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then, in Sendoh's dumbfounded expression, Tachibana Nijiro turned around and jumped to attack the basket, as smooth as a spinning top, and the space he pulled open by turning was also quite large. The most important thing is height. Kagami Taiga quick stop, turn and dunk. Bang! Tachibana Nijiro pushed the basketball into the basket at a height higher than his forearm. The ball smashed through the net like a meteor. Chapter 32. Sendoh. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard to believe that the person in front of me was Tachibana Nijiro. This guy. What a great move! And the height. After Sendoh failed to block the shot, his body hit Tachibana Nijiro. For a moment, he recalled the scene just now and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Soon. Sendoh once again stood at the top of the arc of the three-point line. In his offensive round, the duel between the two entered a more intense and white-hot stage as Tachibana Nijiro's wildness deepened. Snap! Sendoh's dribbling speed was very fast, and the constantly changing dribbling movements were more complicated. However, in Tachibana Nijiro's strange and clear feeling of the increasingly strong pressure, he also realized that Tachibana Nijiro's speed, like that bounce, became stronger, and every time he was like hitting a wall, blocking him back. Akira Sendoh. No. Maybe. Should it be called reaction speed? Snap. 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 In a very short time, Sendoh breaks through. Blocked. Breakthrough. Blocked. Breakthrough again. Blocked again. Although Sendoh was able to hold his ground in the face of Tachibana Nijiro's high-intensity pressing, he only managed to hold the ball. Tachibana's reaction speed in this round was too fast. No choice. Sendoh chose the simplest and most brutal attack. Back to the basket attack. Bang! Sendoh controlled the ball steadily with his back to the basket, and then gradually advanced to the penalty area. After reaching a sufficient range for attack. Turn around. Continuous left and right turns, followed by fake shots. Tachibana Nijiro, who was highly concentrated in his wildness, did not change his expression and continued to block Sendoh steadily until Sendoh turned around again and suddenly attacked the basket. Boom! Tachibana Nijiro jumped up. With a pop, the ball was pressed on the backboard by Tachibana Nijiro. Sendoh watched Tachibana Nijiro flash by above his head, and heard the crisp sound of nails hitting the board. He was stunned for a moment, and at the same time, he had only one thought in his mind. This guy. Who is he? After a moment. With the increase of wildness, Tachibana Nijiro won the game with a score of 11-10, and a smile appeared on his face. Wildness requires a high degree of concentration, which increases the sensitivity of a person's five senses to the limit, and then when playing basketball, it is possible to make a faster reaction than the prediction by looking at the eyes. It is quite difficult to maintain this level of concentration throughout the game in a formal competition. For example, as physical energy is consumed, concentration will inevitably decline. However, An 11-point duel is different. By the way, if a person can jump higher than others, it is meaningless if he does not jump earlier than others, because it takes longer for him to jump to the highest point than others. It is when natural jumping is combined with wildness that the real value can be exerted. On the other side, Sendoh leaned on his knees and looked at Tachibana Nijiro. To be honest, next time, I may not be like this. At that time, I may directly defeat you by scoring. Now thinking back, what Tachibana said to Tsuchiya-jun after the match with Daigakuin turned out to be true. Use scoring to defeat directly. So, Tachibana, what kind of bad taste do you have? If you have such strength, you should show it earlier. Do you know how hard it was for me to play against Tsuchiya Sr. before? Akira Sendoh still couldn't help complaining. This is teamwork. Tachibana Nijiro said seriously, anyway, your physical strength is enough to digest the ball. Compared with scoring, I will of course use assists to bring out the strength of everyone in the team. Isn't the example of Tsuchiya Sr. at Daigakuin clear? Sendoh. Is that so? Although it still seems a little wrong. But Sendoh shook his head and said admiringly, you are really a genius. Obviously, with such scoring ability and the passing ability of a super point guard, Tachibana Nijiro is undoubtedly a genius. But I still prefer the feeling of scoring. Snap! Snap! Snap snap! Just then, off the court, Dakamoiki's face was unbelievably kind. Looking at Tachibana Nijiro, the look in his eyes seemed to want to eat him alive. Tachibana. Well said. I didn't expect you to have such awareness. Compared to Sendoh, who still has the willfulness of a genius player and is simply chasing points, there is no doubt that Tachibana Nijiro is already in the next stage that Dakamoiki imagined when he first met Sendoh. Really? Too perfect? But Tachibana, if you still have something hidden, just say it out in one breath. In the training match before the county meeting, Tachibana first showed off his ability as a super point guard, then his ability to intercept the ball and see through the opponent's offensive pattern, and then another big one. Although Dakamoiki was pleasantly surprised, as a coach, he really couldn't arrange tactics, for fear that he would miss out on any of Tachibana Nijiro's abilities. That. No more coaches. That's all. Well. For the time being. All the members of Ryonan looked at Tachibana Nijiro and thought, what does for the time being mean? Tachibana. You. Why haven't you left yet? Waiting to lock the door, I saw that you were practicing so hard, so I didn't disturb you. Tachibana Nijiro rolled his eyes at Fukuda Kichu, and then suddenly laughed, but it's really interesting to watch you practice defense. Thinking of his poor defensive slide being seen by Tachibana Nijiro, Fukuda Kichu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and coupled with his taciturn personality, the whole gym was awkward for a while. However, after seeing the key in Tachibana Nijiro's hand, Fukuda Kichu immediately said anxiously, please wait a little longer, a little later. You can give me the key, I can lock the door last. Tachibana Nijiro understood the meaning of Fukuda Kichu's words, and was a little surprised and said, you still want to continue? This guy? Really amazing. I have a training acceleration card so I can use the card early in the morning every day. If there is no card, I won't come, but Fukuda is really hard-working. In sharp contrast, Sendoh has already become a fisherman and immediately escapes when the training time is over. Chapter 33. After hearing what Fukuda Kichu said, Tachibana Nijiro nodded. Seeing this, Fukuda Kichu was ready to return to the court and continue the next round of defensive training. But at this moment, he heard Tachibana Nijiro behind him say, then. I'll stay too. It's not long before the county meeting, I also want to work harder. I can't let you, a substitute, practice more while I, a starter, slack off, right? Tachibana Nijiro looked at Fukuda Kicho seriously, then took off his coat and pushed the cart full of basketballs to the other half of the court. Fukuda Kicho looked for a while and found that Tachibana Nijiro was mainly training shooting. Suddenly, he thought of a question. Want to play a few balls? Hearing this, Tachibana Nijiro was stunned for a moment. Okay. Coming back to his senses, he quickly came to the half where Fukuda Kicho was. Looking at Fukuda in front of him, Tachibana Nijiro suddenly found that the expression on this guy's face was still as calm as ever after seeing the duel between himself and Sendoh today. And Fukuda passed the ball directly to him. Let him attack first. Fukuda. You don't want to use me to practice defense, do you? Fukuda didn't say anything, just nodded seriously, and then made a defensive move. Fukuda Kicho. They are of similar height, Tachibana is 183, and he is 186. In terms of athletic ability, Tachibana is obviously better. Technically, when playing against Tachibana before, the opponent only used ball control and shooting to defeat him. However, judging from Tachibana's performance today, Fukuda Kicho knew that Tachibana Nijiro, who fully demonstrated all his offensive abilities, had undergone earth-shaking changes compared to before. The next second. Snap! 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 In the silent gym, the sound of dribbling was heard. When Fukuda Kicho came to his senses, he was already staggered and completely lost his defensive position. When he really stood in front of Tachibana Nijiro, Fukuda Kicho realized firsthand how strong it was to beat Sendoh's offense. So strong. An hour later, Tachibana Nijiro and Fukuda Kicho were lined up in the empty gym. The difference was that Tachibana Nijiro was standing, while Fukuda Kicho was lying down. Fukuda, whose brain was completely empty, was exhausted at this time. This 1-hour experience made him clearly realize the distance between him and the genius. Tachibana Nijiro. Really strong. And most importantly, Tachibana is very patient. Although he couldn't defend a single ball, Tachibana was still attacking very seriously, and many moves that he didn't use in the game with Sendoh today were also used. For example, the fadeaway shot. For example, a tip-in dunk after shooting and grabbing the ball. After being drilled by Tachibana Nijiro, Fukuda really couldn't do it anymore. After locking the gym, the two of them prepared to go their separate ways and return home under the dark night with moonlight, but before they could go far. Not far away, in front of the pool at the side door of the gym, a voice suddenly came. I don't think it's shameful, after all, Sendoh and Tachibana are really good. Yet. In fact, wasn't it the same to give way to Uajumi and Ikegami last year? Even if some people think, it's really sad that they are in their third year and have to be substitutes for the first year, I don't really care, as long as we can make it to the nationals this year. By the way, Funabashi, you are the only third-year player in the starting lineup, so you should work hard. Ha ha ha, of course. This year's goal is to dominate the country. You dominate the country every year. Ha ha ha. This year it's true. Tachibana Nijiro recognized the voices. They were Ryonan's substitute third-year players, point guard Tsutomu Hokawa and shooting guard Yoji Isagai, and the one who responded to their hearty laughter was the captain, Funabashi Daisuke. Tachibana Nijiro and Fukuda Kicho, both of them subconsciously stopped. It's finally starting. Yes. We must not leave any regrets this year, whether we win or lose. Ah. What are you talking about? Of course we have to win. After all, the only time we can play together is this tournament. Yet. That's right. What Tsutomu Hokawa and Yoji Isagai said obviously exceeded Daisuke Funabashi's expectations. He said in surprise, how could it be? Although we don't have the opportunity to participate in the national sports in autumn, what about winter trials? Funabashi. With your strength, you must use basketball to compete for a place in college, but for us, we will have to consider the issue of further studies at that time. Is that so? What, Funabashi, there's nothing to be depressed about. When we get to college, we will definitely play basketball again. Yeah. Don't think about anything else. This year, we have Tachibana and Sendoh, there is also Yuzumi in the paint, there will definitely be a bright future waiting for us. Now we, the third-year students, just need to think about. Well, just like Funabashi said, to dominate the country, even if as a senior, we have to support the juniors on the bench, there will be no next time, we must win now. Don't worry. Leave it to me, we won't lose until we become the strongest in the country. Funabashi, you guy, stop bragging, run well on the court, don't hold Tachibana back. The voice suddenly became quiet until Funabashi Daisuke's voice sounded again, but this time, the cheerful and optimistic captain's voice had many more complex emotions. Hasakawa, Isotani. I'm really happy to play basketball with you over the past 2 years. No matter what the result this year is, when I think back to the time when I stood on the court with everyone, I feel that I am the best in the world. Funabashi Daisuke was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Hey! Seniors! Why are you still here? Akira Sendoh's usual relaxed voice not only stunned the 3 third-year students, but also made Tachibana Nijiro frown. At the same time, the big boy Fukuda Kichu, who was looking up and about to have tears in his eyes, also collapsed. In front of the pool, Funahashi Daisuke looked at Sendoh's fisherman costume with a surprised face. What are you doing? Oh, I caught a fish today, but because I can't take it home, I plan to collect water and keep it here. At this time, Tachibana Nijiro couldn't help but stand up. You like fishing, right? Give it to me. I want a snack today, so I'll have grilled fish. Funahashi Daisuke. Looking at Tachibana Nijiro and Fukuda Kichu standing side by side on the other side, and then looking at the fisherman Akira Sendoh in front of him, Funahashi Daisuke was confused. How many people are there? Did they hear what I said just now? Chapter 34. That night, after Akira Sendoh showed up at an inopportune time, Funabashi Daisuke, Hokawa Tsutomu, Isagai Yoji, the 3 seniors said a lot to Tachibana Nijiro, Akira Sendoh and Fukuda Kichu, such as I'll leave it to you guys next. That night, Akira Sendoh went from being a show-off fisherman to being serious and a little like an ace. After that night, Fukuda Kichu was excited and trained harder, but he was a little too enthusiastic and practiced too much at night, but the response during the day was mediocre, which caused Dakamoiki to scold him. In Fukuda's embarrassment, Tachibana Nijiro couldn't help but talk to the coach about Fukuda's self-esteem. After that night, in addition to the Dakamoiki Devil Sprint training before the county competition, the fish that Sendoh secretly kept in the gym were secretly grilled by Tachibana Nijiro, Fukuda Kichu, Uekusa Tomoyuki, and Koshino Hiroaki. The 4 of them ate very happily. Sendoh looked very unhappy because he didn't bring him. Then, before we knew it, the National High School League Regional Qualifiers and the National High School Basketball Championship Kanagawa Prefecture Qualifiers were about to come. Tachibana. In front of the pool at the side door of the gym at Ryonan High School, Sendoh called Tachibana Nijiro, the county competition will start the day after tomorrow, you won't practice extra today, right? Tachibana Nijiro. Obviously, they didn't practice extra a long time ago, after all, the training acceleration card had been used up a long time ago. Sendoh, who punched in and left work on time, really didn't notice it. Talented monsters are really abominable. Well, I'm going to save my energy for the day after tomorrow. Want to go fishing together? Okay, I didn't have any experience last time, so I'll bring seasoning this time. Tachibana Nijiro wanted to buy seasoning first, but Sendoh, who was vaguely developing into a fisherman, was very interested in taking Tachibana to buy fishing gear first. Street? Sendoh, smiling, suddenly said, "Hey, Tachibana. Do you remember what the seniors said that night?" When Tachibana Nijiro heard this, memories suddenly came to his mind. Those were the seniors in the 3rd grade, who had dreams, passion, and self-esteem about basketball. Although he thought so. But seeing Sendoh's relaxed smile, Tachibana Nijiro still replied in a naughty way, "Remember, not long after that day, I grilled your fish." Tachibana. Can you not mention grilled fish? Ha! Just kidding. As for the seniors, I won't let them leave high school with regrets. Leave it to me. I have a strong feeling that this year's national competition will be the perfect stage. Sendoh looked at the confident Tachibana Nijiro in front of him and laughed. To be honest, I have thought about this. But that's not the point. I heard later that Captain Funabashi was very angry and quarreled with the 3rd-year seniors, because apart from the 3 seniors that night, some of the other seniors seemed to be sure that they would not play basketball after high school. Tachibana Nijiro nodded in understanding. No wonder. For a while, Captain Funabashi seemed to be in a bad mood. But to be honest, there was nothing we could do about it. Let's not talk about this year. Last year, I couldn't even start in a team like Ryonan High School that couldn't play in the county competition. It would be really difficult to stick to a semi-professional university. Life is a train, there are always people getting on and off, but there is only one destination. Just finish this last journey well, as long as you don't leave any regrets. The same sentence. Leave it to me. Tachibana Nijiro patted Sendoh's shoulder, making the latter's expression choke, and then Sendoh was speechless. Hey, what's wrong with your tone of comforting me? Ah! Aren't you feeling sad for your senior and coming here to seek comfort? Sendoh. Although it seems to have such a meaning, but more of it, I just have some feelings about it and can't help but say it out. Tachibana, you obviously say good things, but you always end up making people angry. Very bad. How about it? Do you want to teach me a lesson at the stadium? Wait until I finish fishing. The two of them were bickering while walking, and at this moment, they didn't know what they saw at the same time, and suddenly stopped at the same time, and then turned their heads and looked at each other. Sendoh, that person's height and hairstyle are exactly the same as mine. Tachibana, that person was the MVP of Kanagawa Junior High School the year before last. Sendoh. Tachibana. When Tachibana Nijiro heard same hairstyle, he immediately realized that the two of them couldn't be looking at the same person, and followed Sendoh's gaze. Sure enough. The straight uniform shirt and school pants, the height and hairstyle, as Sendoh said, were close to 190 centimeters, and he had a hedgehog head. The obvious S logo on the chest of the shirt and the word Shoyo on the inside of the logo exposed the other party's identity as a Shoyo student. That's Hasegawa Kazushi, the sophomore of the Shoyo team. Oh! If he's the MVP of junior high school in Kanagawa Prefecture, he should be very powerful, right? I'm not talking about him. At this point, Tachibana Nijiro pointed to the other side, where Hasegawa Kazushi was looking at with a shocked face. It's the long-haired delinquent. Not far away. Hisashi Mitsui, who was wearing a white vest, long hair, and a jacket tied around his waist, was talking and laughing with the smoking Tetsuo, and suddenly caught Sendoh's eyes. Although Sendoh was not as shocked as Hasegawa Kazushi, he was also stunned. Are you kidding me? Tachibana. No, it's him. Just look at Hasegawa Kazushi's expression. When he was in junior high school, he was defeated by Mitsui from Takeishi Junior High School. Now, no one is more shocked than him. At this moment, Hisashi Mitsui also noticed the gazes of Tachibana, Sendoh, and Hasegawa. He frowned and turned his head to ask his friends. Hey! Who are those guys? Does anyone know them? No. Tisk. Instantly, Hisashi Mitsui's bad face was exposed. Hey! What are you looking at? Chapter 35. Mitsui, who knelt in front of Coach Anze, tears mixed with blood on his cheeks, choked up and shouted, "Coach, I want to play basketball." This is a vivid stroke in youth, and Tachibana Nijiro's memory is very clear. Earlier, at that time, the first year Mitsui, at the Shohoku High School Basketball Club's new member orientation meeting, stood on the stage, surrounded by stars, full of vigor, facing the burning eyes of Akaji and Mumu, who were also in the first year of high school, and confidently shouted, "Lead Shohoku to dominate the country." Mitsui, Tachibana Nijiro felt very attractive when he first met him. Later, the burning version of Hisashi Mitsui, who had lost his long hair, became more and more motivated in difficult situations, and became Tachibana Nijiro's favorite character in Slam Dunk. However, earlier and later, there was no such stage as now. I am Mitsui, a man who never gives up. Mitsui is now violating his creed and is in a stage of self-abandonment. The complex emotions of adolescence, which lead to extreme indulgence, cannot be explained by a single word idiot, and Tachibana Nijiro cannot save him. Mitsui still needs to wait for the mentor who appreciates him, affirms him, and points out the way for him in life. Hey! What are you looking at? Oh! I'm looking at Hisashi Mitsui, the MVP of Takeishi Junior High School. Tachibana Nijiro blurted out provocative words, causing Sendoh and Hasegawa to turn their heads in surprise, and Mitsui, who was opposite, suddenly widened his eyes. You! Damn brat! What the hell are you talking about? Oh! Didn't you hear clearly? I'm looking at the self-destructive Hisashi Mitsui. The angry Mitsui, followed by Tetsuo and two other bad followers, walked towards Tachibana Nijiro. It looked like they were going to fight if they didn't agree. Want to fight? I'm not afraid of you. By the way, watch out for your front teeth. Tachibana Nijiro said as he stepped back under the strange looks of Sendoh and Hasegawa, whispering, "Hey, get ready to run. If you fight, you'll be disqualified." Sendoh. Sendoh, so, why did you provoke him? Tachibana, because I couldn't help it when I saw his behavior. Swoosh. Tachibana Nijiro said and ran away. Behind him. Swoosh. Swoosh. The two figures, including Hasegawa Kazushi who was forced to get involved, had to follow and run. After all, judging from Mitsui's appearance, he was obviously also in the target. But compared to the ridiculous scene of being chased by someone, that person, actually Mitsui. But why? He is the MVP of Takeishi Junior High School, Hisashi Mitsui. At this moment, the chattering voices from afar gave Hasegawa Kazushi an answer, and at the same time, he was shocked to find that the two people in front were running so fast. Hey! Mitsui! You are really unlucky recently, the kind that gets your front teeth knocked out. Hey! Can't catch up. You haven't played basketball for a year, so your stamina is totally gone, right? You're out of breath. Still chasing? You're such an idiot. No wonder you sneaked back to play for the team before your injury healed. Your injury kept recurring and you couldn't get better. You're so anxious that you're jealous of Akaji's strength. You're so anxious. The only thing worth praising is your idiotic and eager desire to win. What a pity. That desire to win gave birth to a ridiculous sense of self-esteem and a sense of loss of glory. It was not easy to watch Shohoku lose the game in the stands last year with a cane. Because of these, you bid farewell to basketball and the court. You're such an idiot. Haha idiot Mitsui, this year you'll read the newspapers and magazines to see how our Ryonan dominated the country. Don't be jealous of me then. Hasegawa Kazushi. I see. Hasegawa Kazushi turned his head and looked behind him. Hisashi Mitsui could no longer keep up with their running pace. He was falling further and further behind, and his expression was fierce. In this case, that guy was right. He was indeed an idiot. Looking at the figure in front of him getting farther and farther away, he could still hear the man's non-stop voice. Since they were from Ryonan, could they be the two people mentioned by Ito who joined the team this year? Akira Sendoh and Tachibana Nijiro? In a blink of an eye. After Tachibana Nijiro and Sendoh's ridiculous rest day. It was May 19th. The day of the Kanagawa Prefecture tournament. Tachibana Nijiro was at the front of the Ryonan team, and at the front was Coach Takamoiki. At this time, everyone had not yet entered the venue and was still in the players' tunnel. Before Takamoiki was about to enter the battlefield, he turned around and formed a circle with the players. Our first opponent is Shohoku, a team that lost to Awado Industries in the first match last year. It's no problem for us Ryonan. But don't be careless. Then, don't forget our ultimate goal. As Takamoiki and Captain Funabashi Daisuke took the lead in reaching out, all the players who played this time, including Tachibana Nijiro and Akira Sendoh, all reached out their hands and gathered together. Funabashi Daisuke changed his usual seriousness and shouted loudly. Ah! The goal is... The voices of everyone followed. Dominate the country! Dominate the country! Dominate the country! This team of aggressive Ryonan players, all wearing the iconic black and blue uniforms. The strong belief in victory spread from the players' tunnel to the ears of all the teams who had not yet entered the field and the end who had just entered the tunnel. Following closely. Going out. When Tachibana Nijiro stepped out of the players' tunnel, the incandescent light of the stadium fell in front of him for the first time. In front. The sound of basketball. The sound of sneakers rubbing against the floor. And the cheers from the cheering groups of various schools. All kinds of enthusiastic voices came one after another. All of this made Tachibana Nijiro, who had never participated in such a large-scale official competition, feel like an electric shock. He had never thought that there would be so many players and spectators in the stands just for the county competition. And Sendoh, who was only a freshman after all, could not hide his excitement. At this moment, Sendoh suddenly heard Tachibana Nijiro exhale beside him. Then, a low whisper came into his ears. The first step to the first championship. Start by beating Shohoku. Chapter 36. The Ryonan crowd followed Funabashi Daisuke, who was holding a sign in the front, to the center of the gymnasium. At this moment, as a team in purple and gold uniforms entered the stadium, the volume of the entire stadium suddenly rose to a higher level, and the atmosphere suddenly became heated. Tachibana Nijiro turned his head to look. As expected, it was Keinan University-affiliated school. Hey! Look, the King Keinan! The second-year ace Shinichi Maki has made it to the national tournament for 15 consecutive years. So strong, looks a bit scary, doesn't look like a high school student. Before last year's county tournament, Keinan had never lost, but not as exaggerated as this year. Weekly Basketball said that they often beat more than double the score difference in the training games before the county tournament. Hey! Is it true? The audience who broke the news nodded. Really, Keinan will definitely win the championship this year, and others can forget about it, even Shoyo. Shinichi Maki, that monster, is so strong. Speaking of weekly basketball, another audience member cast his eyes on Ryonan on the court. Speaking of strong teams, this year's Ryonan seems to be unusual as well. They beat Ebihara and Daigakuen in training matches, and the core players this year are two freshmen. Freshmen! Not everyone is Maki and Fujima. Also, which one is Ebihara or Daigakuen? The number 1 seed from Mie Prefecture in Osaka. Hey! In the venue. Tachibana Nijiro turned his head to look at Keinan. This was the first time he had faced Keinan since he came to this world. The first person who caught his eye was Shinichi Maki, a second-year student with dark skin and wearing the number 8 uniform. Although he was about the same height as Tachibana Nijiro, his strong body looked quite terrifying among a group of high school students. As for strength, the undisputed king of Kanagawa. Even if you look at the whole country, he is one of the top 5 players in high school basketball overall ability. Then, it was Seijuro-jin who was hiding behind the crowd of Kanon. At this time, he was still a nobody. As a freshman, it was less than 2 months from entering high school to the start of the county tournament. He might not have started to transform from a center at this time. It would take another year for him to make a leap from a bench player to the second-in-command of the team after Shinichi Maki. Tisk. One of the 5 future star players in Kanagawa Prefecture, the top scorer in the county tournament. Scary. Just as Tachibana Nijiro was scanning Kanon like a scanner, and was scanning Takasago Kazuma, wondering if this guy was an Akashi fan, Shinichi Maki suddenly turned his head and looked at him. The oppressive eyes, the mature appearance, and the spirit nurtured by last year's solid record made people unconsciously shudder. Of course. I mean the other people on Ryonan's side. Sendoh smiled indifferently, and Tachibana Nijiro took the initiative to greet him. Senior, are you surfing again? Have you become darker? You are almost as dark as you were in the 3rd grade, right? Hearing Tachibana Nijiro's words, everyone on Ryonan and Kanon's side was stunned. On Kanon's side, everyone was wondering if this person was an acquaintance of Maki, while Ryonan, who knew that the two did not know each other at all, was sighing that Tachibana's style was still so unrestrained. Whether it was to dominate the country, Suna, the weekly basketball reporter, or the Emperor Maki. This guy. He was not afraid at all. And Sendoh, who was chased by Mitsui for a street a few days ago, was even more touched by this. As expected, Sendoh turned to look at Shinichi Maki. The overly mature senior Kanon was looking at him with a puzzled look, and Tachibana even waved at him. But to his surprise, Shinichi Maki actually recognized Tachibana after a moment of confusion. Ryonan's Tachibana Nijiro. Is it that he has another first-year student who defeated Tsuchiya? Shinichi Maki immediately nodded to the other party. The other party's words may have investigated him in detail, and for him, it actually doesn't make any difference. Even if the other party defeated Tsuchiya. On the other side, a pair of junior high school teammates in the 2 teams, Seijuro-jin, were also looking at Fukuda Kichu, but the atmosphere just now, as the last substitutes of their respective teams, they couldn't speak, but just looked at each other silently. The opening ceremony of the county competition went smoothly. The players took the oath and then took a group photo. There were also speeches by several bald old men. In less than an hour, the opening ceremony was over and the first round of the game was about to begin. According to the draw results before the opening of the county competition, Ryonan's first match was Shohoku, but Tachibana Nijiro was not worried at all, because this year's Shohoku was mediocre in Kanagawa. In addition to Akashi, who was vying for the top center in Kanagawa, the only good player in the team was Miyagi Ryota, but Tachibana Nijiro noticed that the other party was not in the team. Presumably, on the eve of the game, Miyagi Ryota had a conflict with Hisashi Mitsui and Hada Norio on the rooftop, and Miyagi and Mitsui were both sent to the hospital. Tachibana Nijiro's previous teasing about Mitsui's front teeth was not a joke. I wonder what Mitsui, who was being punished by his words, feels now. Will he think that it was his own bad mouth? Hey! After everyone had prepared their equipment, it wasn't long before the referee informed them that they could go on the court for warm-up. Then, Ryonan's players stepped onto the court with the momentum of winning the first game. On the other side, Ryonan, is it strong? Very strong, right? Compared to us, the opponent easily passed the first game last year. But it's already very good. Our division avoided Kanon, Shoyo, and Buri. This is already a good draw. After the warm-up, Shohoku was on the bench. The basketball team members quietly looked in the direction of Ryonan. Although their team's performance was average and they were eliminated in the first round last year, even so, because of Akaji's existence, their goal this year is still very ambitious. Papa. Focus, no matter who the opponent is, we just need to focus on Akaji and play our own game rhythm, and win the first quarter first. The captain of Shohoku stood up and applauded, cheering everyone up. Yes. Come on. Defeat Ryonan. We have Akaji who has greatly improved his strength this year. No problem. After hearing the captain's words, Akaji, who watched Yuzumi's brilliant debut on the sidelines last year and set a goal to defeat Yuzumi, also clenched his fists tightly. Then, the starting lineup of Shohoku High School was quite impressive. When they walked onto the court, everyone's faces were filled with confidence when they thought of Akaji's strength this year. However, a moment later, bang! During Shohoku's offensive, a white light suddenly passed through the red and jumped from the free throw line to the penalty area. After Akaji showed off his footwork, he fought against Yuzumi's dunk in the air. With a loud bang, Tachibana Nijiro, who came to assist in defense, slapped the ball far away. The fierce block made the ball fly out of the court. In an instant, the Shohoku players on the field and Ida Yayoi outside the field whose ear was brushed by the ball at high speed, all had frozen expressions on their faces. Chapter 37. Ticket Mission. In the first round of the county tournament against Shohoku High School, you will receive a card draw ticket for each block you complete. Achievement Reward, Card Draw Ticket Times. Pool Mission, defeat the opponent in the first round of the county tournament against Shohoku High School and win the game. Achievement Reward, open the limited time shooter player pool. What a great block! No 13. Isn't it a first-year student? Who is number 13? Was there such a person in Ryonan last year? After a brief silence, the audience burst into an uproar, and the sideline reporter Ida Yayoi widened her eyes. You know, she followed Ryanan's expedition to Mie Prefecture and knew it best. Tachibana Nijiro can't jump that high. What's going on? On the other side. No. It's okay. It's okay, the opponent just jumped a little higher, don't be affected by his shot, just attack as planned. The captain of Shohoku High School was the first to come back to his senses from the shock, and immediately clapped his hands as usual to cheer up the players, especially to encourage Akaji who looked unhappy. For Akaji, who wanted to dominate the country and was ready to show his skills in the county competition after a year of hard work, the ball just now obviously gave him a considerable shock. However, from another perspective, the target that Akaji wanted to defeat in this game, Yuzumi, just failed to stop Akaji's attack. This is good news. Then, Captain Shohoku approached and said in a low voice. Akaji. It's okay. You are much better than Yuzumi. The block just now is impossible to leave the defender behind to help defend at the right time every time, just play according to your rhythm. After hearing the captain's words, Akaji also came back to his senses. At the same time, he also received Kagura's affirmative look. That's right. The timing of assisting defense can't be so accurate. But the jump is really too high. On the other side, a hint of joy flashed in Tachibana Nijiro's eyes. The reason why he couldn't wait to rush up and even jumped first was of course all because of the task reward. This task was quite good. After having Kagami Taiga, the block task was immediately refreshed, which was exactly what he wanted. Although using Kagami as a defensive player is a bit sorry for drawing Kagami's offensive card pool, who let Kagami's block have the blessing of natural bounce. Beep. Not long after, with the referee's whistle, this ball was served by Shohoku from the sideline. Shohoku point guard, a simple three-threat started, not too lethal, was easily blocked by Tachibana Nijiro. The former then habitually looked for Akaji, lobbed the ball into the inside, and Yuzumi quickly stepped forward to defend. Facing the 2-meter-tall Uzumi, Akashi, who was 5 centimeters shorter, was much more cautious this time. After pushing his body, he just raised his hand and tapped Uzumi. Uzumi resisted the temptation. However, the next second, Akashi's offensive action suddenly changed from holding the ball with both hands, turning around after the ball landed, to raising his hand sideways with one arm, and then a small hook shot in the penalty area. Uzumi, who was shaken by the confrontation and fake shot just now, suddenly changed his face. But at this moment, in the distance of his vision, a figure leaped up and suddenly blocked the incandescent light of the dome. Before Uzumi could see what was going on, he heard a strong wind whistling past him, and then there was the echo of a basketball being hit. Following the direction of the basketball being hit, Uzumi saw Captain Funabashi, who was confused and almost hit by a head-on blow not far away, and reached out to catch the flying ball in a panic. Funabashi Daisuke. Thank God! I was quick to react. When Funabashi Daisuke looked back, what he saw was Tachibana Nijiro, who was wearing the number 13 Ryonan jersey and looked a little excited and perverted, and the stunned opponents around him. Card voucher mission reward is loaded, and the reward draw card voucher ×1 is obtained. Hey! Another one! But this time, Tachibana Nijiro controlled the strength and did not pull the ball out of the court. Ryonan's ball possession. On the bench of Ryonan High School, after a brief silence, cheers immediately broke out, and everyone shouted enthusiastically to Tachibana Nijiro. Woo wow! Tachibana! Great job! Good shot! Today's Tachibana is on fire on defense. I don't understand him a bit. Sometimes he focuses on assists, sometimes he focuses on steals. Before, he had a terrifying scoring ability, and now he blocks the opponent's center continuously. Listening to the discussion of the players around him, Dakamoiki swallowed dryly, pretended to be calm and clapped his hands, and at the same time did not forget to teach the players, especially Fukuda Kichu. However, after talking with Tachibana before, his attitude towards Fukuda has been softened a lot. See, Fukuda. To win in basketball, you have to start with defense. Even a talented player like Tachibana is no exception when he comes to the official court. I believe you can do it, Fukuda. Fukuda Kichul looked at Tachibana Nijiro, who was enjoying the cheers on the court, and thought with great envy in his heart that he also wanted to be like that and get everyone's cheers. His inner desire even made him fail to notice Dakamoiki's change of attitude towards him. Compared with Ryonan, the atmosphere on Chihoko's side was much more solemn. It no longer had the confidence before the game that as long as Akashi was there, they could win. Seeing this scene, Chihoko's coach Anze immediately called a timeout, which immediately caused whispers in the audience, because this timeout came too suddenly. Are we going to call a timeout just as the game starts? The new players nowadays are so scary. New player. Yes, a freshman. Ryonan's number 13 is so strong, he doesn't look like a freshman at all. I feel, it won't be like last year, another freshman like Shinichi Maki and Fujima will appear. On Chihoko's side, the smiling white-haired ghost has been looking serious since he saw the action of Ryonan's number 13. He had no choice but to call this timeout. Whether it is talent or mentality, he knows everything about Chihoko's current players. If he can't interrupt the opponent's momentum, I'm afraid the players won't be able to perform normally next. Therefore, this timeout, in addition to arranging tactics to deal with No 13's help defense, is also to interrupt the rhythm and regroup. Not long after, the timeout ended and both sides returned to the court. It was Ryonan's attack at the moment. Tachibana Nijiro directly received the ball from the baseline. The opposing Chihoko players were surprised to see that number 13 was a point guard, even though they had expected this considering the height and matchup of the players on the field of Ryonan. After all, the jumping ability displayed by number 13 definitely shows that he is a forward, right? Chapter 38. It has only been 5 minutes since the start of the game. Score on the field. Ryonan High School 18:5 Shohoku High School. Shohoku point guard. Damn. Ryanan's number 13, what is his origin? Shohoku's point guard complained about Ryanan's number 13 in his heart. While complaining, he glanced at the opponent and couldn't help but think of the waves of attacks organized by the opponent just now. As a point guard, he was the player who faced number 13 the most in this game. In just 5 minutes, the control and dribbling with almost no hand movements and the passing without pre-action were completely incomprehensible and tortured to death. Every time he blinked, the opponent had either broken through, or the ball was scored by other players of Ryonan at some point, and he didn't know where the ball was passed from. This guy. Too weird, right? In Kanagawa Prefecture, with no 13's strength, there must be someone who remembers him, but he has no impression of him at all. The point guard of Shohoku High School couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He tried hard to recall, but unfortunately, he couldn't think of it without the habit of subscribing to weekly basketball magazines. On the court, the point guard of Shohoku High School pushed forward with the ball, and Tachibana Nijiro pressed forward at the first time. The Shohoku point guard was completely unable to get rid of Tachibana Nijiro's defense, and even the ball control was in jeopardy. At this time, Akaji was stuck in the low post. Seeing Akaji reaching for the ball, the point guard quickly passed the ball. But in order to carefully avoid the lob pass of number 13, under the interference of Tachibana Nijiro, the ball was passed a little higher. With Akaji Tekinori's skills, it was easy to catch the ball, but it was still scary. Snap! Akaji pushed Yuzumi with his left hand and jumped at the same time to catch the ball. Then he didn't dare to drop the ball immediately, but immediately made a gesture to call for a pick and roll as the coach ordered. That's right, he called for a pick and roll from the restricted area, blocking the line between Tachibana Nijiro and Akaji, in order to delay Tachibana Nijiro's help defense. Akaji launched an attack while paying attention to the movements of Ryonan number 13. And his distraction was by no means aimless. Tachibana Nijiro's command tower vision ability cannot be blocked by a single pick and roll. From the moment the pick and roll was established, Tachibana Nijiro had already seen it. Almost at the same time, he had dodged the screen and came to a position where he could help defend in time. Akaji take Nori. Damn it! In that case. Then as the coach said. If it doesn't work once, there is a second time. Akaji didn't pause at all, and immediately passed the ball to the point guard who was released by Tachibana Nijiro on the other side. However, the Shohoku point guard did not have the ability to shoot 3 points, which was why Tachibana Nijiro could help defend the restricted area from the point guard's defensive position. Snap! The point guard made another high lob. Akaji also took the initiative to find a screen again. Then he suddenly turned around and attacked the basket, with a small hook shot under the basket. The small hook shot with a good height, coupled with his long arms, had a high release point, and even under the threat of Tachibana Nijiro, he even had a little arm support movement. Tachibana Nijiro suddenly jumped up across Akaji's ball guarding hand, but failed to touch the ball. The ball passed Tachibana Nijiro in the air, past Yuzumi, and went into the net. Seeing the ball go in, Akaji didn't feel relieved, because this ball was too difficult and dangerous, and it felt like it would be missed if it was a little later. Ryonan High School's round. As a point guard, Tachibana Nijiro's style is the same as Akashi's effortless ball control and organization, and he doesn't play hardball based on his ability. This is definitely bad news for Shohoku High School. Although Tachibana Nijiro can score in a 1v1, in Tachibana Nijiro's understanding of basketball in his previous life, point guards must play reasonably, so that they can bring a more balanced distribution of physical strength, and will not reduce the physical input on the defensive end, which will lead to an imbalance in offense and defense throughout the game. As a point guard, he can also firmly control the rhythm of the game. At the same time, The offensive threat created for teammates by passing and controlling will also become a deterrent to himself. When the opponent is nervous about his pass, Tachibana Nijiro's personal offense will become easier. A perfect cycle. Therefore, Tachibana Nijiro called for a screen. At the moment of the pick and roll, Tachibana Nijiro passed the ball to Funabashi Daisuke, who caught it. Under the effect of the perfect pass, Tachibana Nijiro's pass was just right. At the moment he received the ball, Funabashi Daisuke felt the indescribable comfort again. However, such a super cool pass can indeed improve the hit rate, but obviously, it cannot guarantee a 100% hit rate. Take this time, Funabashi Daisuke, his mid-range shot missed. Ha! The rebound is mine. After Funabashi Daisuke missed the shot, Yuzumi, who was in a more advantageous position in the penalty area, grabbed the rebound with a roar, and then, in the excitement of grabbing the rebound, he took the opportunity to launch a second attack. However, he was severely taught a lesson by Akashi and received a huge block. Akashi, who had been suffocated by a point guard until now, finally had a chance to vent after making achievements on both offense and defense. The moment he finished blocking, he roared angrily at Tachibana Nijiro. His face was fierce to begin with, and when he roared, he looked like a gorilla. Tachibana Nijiro. Tachibana Nijiro was confused. Wasn't it Yuzumi who just blocked the shot? Why was he roaring at me, a gorilla? Funabashi Daisuke looked at Tachibana Nijiro who was a little dazed, and then at Yuzumi who was a little lost under the basket, and clapped his hands and said, "This ball is my mistake. And don't worry about that guy, he's just a guy with a loud voice and looks like a gorilla." Tachibana Nijiro would certainly not be scared. In his previous life, he had seen people who vented their tempers even louder, and even fought at every turn. But after seeing this scene, Tachibana Nijiro suddenly thought that Akashi's emotions were more stable than Yuzumi's, but not that stable either. With such a roar, he suddenly thought of the game when he swiped the card coupon on Ebihara, and the cautiousness of the opponent's attack, which was not easy to swipe. The bad boy. Maybe it's time for him to appear again. As for the target, Akashi, who is the core of Shohoku, might be just the right choice. Tachibana Nijiro came back to his senses, looked at Funabashi Daisuke, and responded, "Roar. If he likes to roar, let him roar more." Funabashi Daisuke was stunned, and looked at Tachibana Nijiro's eyes looking at Akashi take Nori with great interest, and his heart was full of doubts. Chapter 39. Just now, Akashi blocked the ball out of the court. Now it is Ryonan High School's sideline ball. After a quick pass, the ball came to Tachibana Nijiro's hands again. Tachibana Nijiro broke through to attract Shohoku's defense, then broke through and passed the ball to Sendoh on the side. The same perfect pass effect, falling into Sendoh's hands, naturally flowed. Swish! The basketball went into the net, 20-7. Sendoh originally preferred to attack as the ball holder, but he was particularly comfortable receiving Tachibana Nijiro's pass. Take this game as an example. The team scored a total of 20 points, 14 of which were scored by Sendoh receiving Tachibana Nijiro's assists. Sendoh is getting more and more used to receiving Tachibana's pass. Shohoku High School's offense. Shohoku's point guard knew whether the Ryonan point guard in front of him was not easy to deal with, so he simply passed the ball after advancing to the front court. Akashi held the ball in the low post, observing the situation on the court, and successfully found Kogure who was playing pick and roll. However, Kogure, who was forced to cut to the basket by Sendoh on the other side, did not notice that a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Tachibana Nijiro swung his long arm and blocked the ball in Kogure's hand. Bang! A big hot pot. Glass-wearing senior, it seems that you are not good at attacking the basket. After Akashi, Tachibana Nijiro also responded with a block. Uzumi got the ball and went to find Tachibana Nijiro as soon as possible. After getting the ball, Tachibana immediately seized the opportunity of the offense and defense transition and launched a quick counterattack. For Funabashi Daisuke, who has already used fast break counterattacks as his main means of scoring, no one reacted faster than him. Kazuma rushed out first. As for why he was faster than Sendoh, it was because he had left the defender behind and started running the moment Tachibana Nijiro jumped up to block the shot. Daisuke Funabashi thought that Akaji blocked Uzumi and yelled at Tachibana Nijiro in front of him just now, all because he missed the shot, so he had to save his face. Tachibana Nijiro's advancement was stable and impeccable, and Chihoku point guard, who was defending in the front court, was easily thrown off by him. Seeing that Captain Funabashi was so confident in his help defense and was fighting so hard to counterattack, Tachibana Nijiro did not disappoint him and sent a long pass, accurately judging Daisuke Funabashi's landing point. Snap! Daisuke Funabashi jumped up and grabbed the ball with both hands in the air, with perfect height. From the incoming ball to catching the ball and sending it into the basket. Enjoy the silky smoothness. Boom! An alley-oop dunk instantly ignited the entire court. Daisuke Funabashi glared at Akaji, then ran back refreshed and patted Tachibana Nijiro on the back. Ryonan High School had an absolute advantage on the court. However, Chihoku's offense became more cautious, especially Akaji. After receiving the instructions from Coach Anze, Akaji would not shoot without playing a few rounds of pick and roll. As a result, Tachibana Nijiro's assist defense was repeatedly mobilized by Chihoku inside and outside, and finally only interfered. Tachibana Nijiro expressed his understanding of this. After all, under such a disadvantage, it is understandable to pursue the success rate cautiously. At the same time, because Chihoku lacks the ability to shoot three-pointers as a point guard, he can unscrupulously assist in the defense of the inside line. But for him, it is not good news. So, Tachibana Nijiro turned around suddenly and said to Akaji in the interior, "Hey, Chihoku's gorilla, why are you still hesitating? If you keep playing like this, even if you make a shot, I will still interfere with it. No chance. Don't waste time passing the ball back and forth. What you need to do now is to play more rounds and try to score points. Time is life. Why don't you just dunk? Are you so unconfident in your own strength? What are you passing? Hey! No way! No one, as a center, is afraid of a point guard, right? Or are you afraid of Azumi Sr.?" Tachibana Nijiro suddenly kept talking, and the tongue-tied Akaji was confused. In this game, Tachibana Nijiro gave Akaji the impression of being calm and steady. He never thought that the opponent would say such provocative words. Just attack the basket directly, what's the point of passing the ball back and forth? The score difference is getting bigger and bigger. Akaji. Akaji gritted his teeth and turned a deaf ear. Soon, the first half came to an end. Ryonan led Chihoku High School by 35 points 59-24. If this continues, Ryonan is likely to score more than 60 points in the whole game. Tachibana Nijiro scored 10 points, 11 assists, 3 rebounds, 6 blocks and 4 steals in the first half. Overall, the data is ridiculous. As such a prominent engine of Ryonan, Chihoku High School will inevitably invest a lot of energy in his defense. However, in this case, Tachibana Nijiro's data is even better than in the previous training games. Obviously, no matter how the opponent changes the defense, Tachibana Nijiro can maintain his own rhythm. Takamoiki is naturally very satisfied with Tachibana Nijiro's performance. Tachibana was very selfless in the game, putting passing first, and was very stable in ball control and passing, and almost never made mistakes. He also worked hard in defense, and could defend alone or assist. Perhaps because of his excellent passing, Tachibana's vision ensured the accuracy of his assist timing, which raised the defensive level of the entire team to a higher level. The second half began. Takamoiki asked Tachibana Nijiro to lead the substitute lineup. This proposal was made by Tachibana Nijiro. In name, he thought that the game with Shihoko was not very difficult, and this was a good opportunity to train the army. As for his real intention, Tachibana Nijiro naturally thought in his heart that he would weaken the strength on paper so that Akaji could attack the basket boldly. Obviously, Takamoiki was persuaded by Tachibana Nijiro. To be honest, Takamoiki is very touched now. Such a talented player who would consider the team as a whole actually took the initiative to deliver himself to his hands. Fortunately, Miyagi Ryota didn't come. Speaking of which, why isn't Miyagi Ryota here today? Chapter 40. Second half. As expected, all the main players of Shihoko High School continued to play. They wanted to use the window period of Ryonan's substitute lineup to fight for points, so Tachibana Nijiro had a good start in the second half. The departure of Funabashi Daisuke and Uajumi made Ryonan's interior defense quite weak. Akaji kept attacking the interior, but under the threat of Tachibana Nijiro, most of his attacks in the penalty area ended up attracting Tachibana Nijiro, and then passing the ball out, repeating this offensive routine. The score situation of Shihoko High School was indeed much better than in the first half, but the Ryonan substitutes led by Tachibana Nijiro also continued to score. Super point guard Tachibana Nijiro gave all the substitutes a sense of ease to get shooting space and a significant increase in hit rate. Ryonan's round. Tachibana Nijiro and backup center Iida Kazunari played a pick-and-roll match, and then the pass accurately found the third-year backup shooting guard Isagai Yoji. However, the next second, Akaji Tekanori's help defense appeared in front of Isagai Yoji. He gritted his teeth, in order not to lose this opportunity to perform, and not to waste Tachibana's pass, he still finished the shot against Akaji. The reason why he could attack so boldly was naturally because Tachibana Nijiro's pass created such a good offensive opportunity and comfort, which made him completely confident to do so. Sure enough, Isagai Yoji shot from the penalty area against Akaji's defense. At this distance, even Akaji couldn't defend it. It was just that the huge gorilla was a little too scary in terms of momentum. The mid-range shot was successful. While Tachibana Nijiro applauded the senior in the third year, he did not forget to continue teasing Akaji. Perhaps Tachibana Nijiro's rather persistent strange words touched Akaji, or perhaps Akaji was sure that Ryonan's substitute inside line was weak and he was good again. In the next round, Akaji used the same trick again, calling on his teammates to get stuck in Tachibana Nijiro's defense route, and then he was very powerful in the inside line. The substitute center Iida Kazunari was hit and his scalp was numb, and he was out of position in an instant. Akaji. Good. Compared to Yuzumi, this center is much weaker. He can shoot faster. That number 13, there is no time to help defend. Akaji jumped up, but the game was in the second half, and Tachibana Nijiro's skill team analysis spider web had already analyzed and completed Shihoko's movements. Long before Shihoko deliberately avoided him and Kagure passed the ball to Akaji in the inside, Tachibana Nijiro was ready, but he deliberately slowed down his pace at the critical moment when he dodged Shihoko's screen, so that this block was far away from Akaji's shooting point. Bang! Akaji succeeded in dunking, and the long-suppressed gorilla roar appeared again. Ha! Tachibana Nijiro perfectly concealed his true thoughts in his heart, pretending to be deep and solemn, and then heard Akaji's roar. In fact, if Tachibana Nijiro followed to the end just now, it is not certain whether he could block the shot, but at least he could interfere like before. However, he considered that if it was still the same as before, then Akaji's play should be reasonable in the next round. On the contrary, if he let one go first, then Akaji would definitely launch another attack in the next ball, and then he would complete the block, which would likely give Akaji an illusion, and then he would be able to brush it up. With the continuous preparations of the bad boy, Akaji did not disappoint Tachibana Nijiro. The next round, Akaji launched a fierce attack in the interior again. This time, Tachibana Nijiro saw through it and passed the screen at high speed in advance, entered the penalty area, and jumped up instantly. Kagami's natural jumping, the characteristic of jumping higher and higher, plus the wild reaction, made Tachibana Nijiro feel that his jump seemed to be higher. Bang! Tachibana Nijiro suddenly jumped up and blocked Akaji. The ball flew out from the sideline. Card voucher mission reward loading, get the reward card drawing voucher ×1. The moment of landing. Acting the whole set. Ah! Tachibana Nijiro roared at Akaji like a King Kong brother. Akaji was confused. He was born with a fierce look, and he was always the one who yelled at people. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. Akaji, who had never experienced such a situation, immediately glared at him. Tachibana Nijiro saw the aggressive Akaji and suddenly laughed strangely. Good try, it almost worked. Keep going. Gorilla. Akaji had to admit that he was annoyed by Ryonan no 13's strange smile and the nickname he gave him. Okay. Next ball. Tachibana Nijiro glanced at Akaji coldly. That's really great. Akaji thought about it. In terms of strength, he was much stronger than the center Ryonan who was defending him now. The opponent couldn't stop him at all. As for Ryonan number 13, with the help of his teammates' screens, even if he couldn't completely stop the opponent's defense, he could at least slow down the opponent's movement speed. As long as he could get the first step to dunk in the interior, the possibility of scoring was very high. As for Tachibana Nijiro's block just now, it was probably because the quality of the screen was not good enough. Otherwise, why didn't Ryonan number 13 stop him in time when he dunked the first ball in the second half? Without further delay, Akaji took action immediately. Next, he attacked the basket more and more times. In order to maintain a stable hit rate, he used dunks all of them. Then, bang! Akaji dunked over center Ryonan. Tachibana Nijiro was delayed by Shihoka's screen and failed to defend in time, and was knocked away from the side by Akaji. Akaji turned around and turned into a gorilla again. Pa! Tachibana Nijiro turned sideways to cover and followed closely. Substitute center Iida Kazunari confronted Akaji head-on, and Tachibana Nijiro went up to block Akaji from the side. The two had a clear division of labor. Then, Iida Kazunari followed Tachibana Nijiro and roared back at Akaji. Card ticket mission rewards are loaded, and the reward draw card ticket ×1 is obtained. Bang! Akaji dunked over two people, and his roar became more and more excited. Pa! Tachibana Nijiro responded to Akaji and blocked the shot again in the next round, and the whole audience burst into warm cheers. Card voucher mission rewards are loaded, and the reward card draw voucher ×1 is obtained. Bang! Slam dunk! Pa! Block! Card voucher mission rewards are loaded, and the reward card draw voucher ×1 is obtained. Bang! Block! Card voucher mission rewards are loaded, and the reward card draw voucher ×1 is obtained. Bang! Block! Card voucher mission rewards are loaded, and the reward card draw voucher ×1 is obtained. Ha! Good! It's getting better. Brush it up, brush it hard. Chapter 41. Cold sweat slowly slid down Akaji's forehead. What's going on? I always feel something is wrong. Ryonan no 13's defense is so weird. Akaji turned his head and glanced at Ryonan number 13, only to see that he had a smile on his face. When he noticed his gaze, his face suddenly darkened and he said coldly, as expected of a gorilla, "You are the strongest I have ever seen under my defense." Then, Tachibana Nijiro's face was full of unwillingness. One more time, I don't believe that I can't completely block you. Akaji. Ha! Block me? Come and try if you have the ability. Akaji gradually got excited in Tachibana Nijiro's praise and provocation, especially the word as expected of a gorilla. A few minutes later. Come and see the dunk. Damn it, I will never let you touch the next ball again. Almost there. Only one step away, you can score points in a row. Tachibana Nijiro threw out the bait of not helping in time from time to time, playing with Akaji. He completely forgot that he was actually facing Ryanan's backup center and Ryonan number 13 at the same time, and it was a simple and rough 1v2 head-on dunk duel. Hey! Ha! Damn! Damn it! The continuous high-intensity aerial confrontation and Ryonan no 13's help defense made Akaji's physical strength drain faster and faster. The most important thing is that although he scored a lot of points, the gap did not show any signs of narrowing. And the opposite side. Great! Gorilla, you almost dunked me again. This kind of confrontation is the most attractive part of playing basketball. Akaji. This kid, his intuition must be right. Although he didn't know what it was, Ryonan no 13's words and eyes revealed a strong malice. At this time, all the audience were stunned. What a great match! Shihoku's center, what a great dunk! Although I don't like his gorilla-like roar, his dunks are really great. It's just. I always feel like something is wrong. Amidst the cheers. Some spectators who often watch the game felt something was wrong. And in the corner of the audience stand, after watching the attack and defense between Tachibana Nijiro and Akaji, Shinichi Maki couldn't help but show a rather strange expression. What's wrong with this kid? Just then, a slightly cold voice sounded from behind him. Number 13 did it on purpose. His words, his actions, and even the substitutions in the second half were all to allow Akaji to attack the basket directly. Although there were many blocks, the slowed down assisting pace in order to keep Akaji from attacking allowed the opponent to maintain a 50% hit rate. Number 13 can see through the opponent's pattern and defend more effectively, but I don't know why he chose such a mess. This freshman probably has a bad personality and likes to play tricks on opponents or show off his data. Shinichi Maki looked back and saw Fujima, who was wearing a green team uniform, with his arms folded across his chest, coming to a distance from him. Although he felt that Fujima's conclusion was a bit arbitrary, he still nodded. You are still so sharp, Fujima. By the way, has the coach's problem been solved? Fujima Kenji shook his head. No. There is no need to solve it. In the audience, Fujima Kenji's evaluation of Tachibana Nijiro was not known to Tachibana, but if he knew, he would definitely yell, "No one is cheating, what do you know?" Card voucher mission reward loading, get reward card draw voucher ×1. Hey! The fourth quarter begins. Akaji is obviously exhausted, which is expected. Unlike Tachibana Nijiro's style of assisting, Akaji, as the only offensive and defensive core of Shihoku, has to go all out in both offense and defense, which naturally consumes much more physical energy, not to mention the previous wave of consecutive confrontations. Ryonan substitute small forward Takatomi Tomo, after receiving the ball, broke through and shot a mid-range shot. Akaji gasped and tried his best to grab it. Snap! The fingertips brushed past. The ball hit the edge of the basket and bounced up again. Although it was a little off, it was within the range of Ryanan's substitute center. Shinda Kazunari grabbed the rebound over Akaji's head when he was going back to grab the rebound. But, under the fierce eyes of the opponent, the substitute third-year senior hesitated for a moment, and then was shrouded in the gorilla's defensive suppression. Give it to me. When Shinda Kazunari was thinking about how to deal with the ball, a voice without hesitation suddenly sounded behind him. Although he didn't see anyone, Shinada Kazunari knew it was Tachibana Kojiro without even looking, because whenever this voice sounded, the team under his command could score in a smooth way. Therefore, when he heard this highly recognizable voice, his body had already reacted before his mind. He passed the ball with both hands, a very basic but stable pass, and handed the ball to Tachibana Nijiro. The next second, Shinad Kazunari turned around and saw an agile and powerful figure soaring into the air, waving his arms quickly, grabbing the ball with one arm and grabbing the basket. Bang! The sound of metal hitting the basket echoed throughout the stadium, and then the audience saw that the ball passed through the net, fell to the ground with a bang, and bounced high again. The whole stadium was silent. A few seconds later, the cheers in the audience were deafening. So high! Tachibana Nijiro's offense is also super strong. But, after such a long game, he still has the energy to jump like this. He is a point guard, and his assist style is very energy-saving, right? The whole forearm is almost above the basket. So amazing! This dunk immediately made the whole audience boil. After all, even a layman can see how fierce that kind of fierce dunk is. In sharp contrast to the noise outside the court, Shihoko was silent. Akaji's physical strength was at the bottom, coupled with the terrible score difference, he was a little panicked at this time. Whoosh! Ryonan High School, substitute point guard Isagai Yoji made a mid-range shot. Shihoko's shooting guard casually hung his arms at his side, watching the ball fly past him, but did nothing. Coach Anze, looking at the players' faces gradually becoming numb, finally frowned slightly. Don't give up hope until the last moment. Once you give up, the game is over. This sentence is simple to say, but it is very difficult to achieve unity of knowledge and action. It requires will and faith that ordinary people can hardly imagine. If the players of Shihoko all have such will and faith, there will not be only Akaji and Kagure still running. In fact, the stronger the team, the stronger the will. On the contrary, the more ordinary, the more acceptable. So, the strong will always be strong, and the weak will always be weak. Of course. This strong and weak simply refer to will. Not long after, with the referee's whistle, the game was declared over. The game is over, Ryonan High School vs Shihoko High School, the score is 124-59, Ryonan High School won. Both sides walked to the center circle, stood in a row, and shook hands with each other. Kagure said to Tachibana Nijiro with tears in his eyes, "Thank you for your advice," while Akaji, with trembling lips, squeezed Tachibana Nijiro's hand tighter and tighter. "Your name?" "Tachibana Nijiro, Senior, it hurts." "Senior." "A freshman." In the first round of the county tournament, Shihoko lost to Ryonan High School and was eliminated in the first round. But in the first half of the game, Akaji completely suppressed Yuzumi in all aspects, which was impressive, and what was even more impressive was Ryonan number 13 who played the whole game. His super passing and attacking and defensive abilities made him lead the substitute lineup in the second half, and still played the same suppression as the first half. Especially the 18 blocked shots that were overwhelming throughout the game. Chapter 42. Ticket Mission. In the first round of the county tournament against Shihoko High School, you can get a card draw ticket for each block you complete. Ticket mission has been completed, rewards loaded. Get reward card draw ticket x18. Pool mission, defeat the opponent in the first round of the county tournament against Shihoko High School and win the game. Pool mission has been completed, rewards loaded. Limited time shooter player pool has been opened. When the Ryonan players left the stadium, the audience cheered for Tachibana Nijiro. Takamoiki saw this scene and couldn't help but smile. Just look at the audience's reaction and you will know that this time, it is definitely their chance to enter the national team and move to a higher level. In the stadium, as soon as Tachibana Nijiro left the field, he was surrounded by several reporters, and then under the intimidation of Iida Yaoi's eyes, Tachibana Nijiro walked directly in front of her for an interview. After the end, when he walked through the player tunnel, many people looked at him frequently. Back in the locker room, Tachibana Nijiro simply packed up, and then immersed himself in the system. The rewards for this game, the current number of card coupons, a total of 18 draws, can't wait to open the card pool. The familiar gold card unknown, the familiar 3 purples around, the familiar uneven strength of the purple cards, Sakurai Ryo, Mibuchi Ryo, and Kagane Shinji. As soon as he saw Kagane, Tachibana Nijiro immediately had an ominous premonition. Then let's just do a simple 10 draw. Whoosh! 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 As Tachibana Nijiro's eyes gradually calmed down, 10 cards flew out of the card pool in a row, neatly appearing in front of him, and then, just like dominoes, they were opened one by one. Clang! 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 Amid the continuous buzzing, purple appeared, and explosively, 3 purples appeared in a 10 draw. That is, the cards all have Siren uniforms. And the number 6. Sure enough, Shinji Kagane. Player, Siren Shinji Kagane, initial. Skills, Wild Bobcat, initial, Wide Range Shooting, initial. Wild Bobcat, initial plays by instinct through high concentration on the opponent. Wide Range Shooting, initial shooting range is wide, can shoot from any position within the 3-point line, and has all the basics of all moves, but the hit rate is very low. Tachibana Nijiro. Tachibana Nijiro, really? You are proficient in everything, but you are poor, and you have 3 of these at once. There are 3 Kagane in total, which means that you can use the extra 2 to upgrade one of them. If you upgrade the attributes, it doesn't make much sense based on Kagane's ridiculously low basic attributes. Wildness, we have Kagami, and Kagane's wildness Wildcat. This thing is also difficult to evaluate, because in Tachibana Nijiro's memory, Kagane's wildness is really just a simple cat, at most a wild cat. The only one that can be upgraded is the last Wide Range Shooting. Zhang. Wide Range Shooting, middle wide shooting range, can shoot from any position within the 3-point line, all the basics of all moves are also known, but the hit rate is not high. Zhang. Wide Range Shooting, high wide shooting range, can shoot from any position within the 3-point line, all the basics of all moves are also known, but the hit rate is average. From elementary middle high, the last description of the hit rate is also from very low not high average, the description is very vague, the specific difference needs further verification. Tachibana Nijiro took a bath, which took a long time, but no one urged him. Because after this relatively easy victory, the Ryonan players, especially the seniors, who really felt the potential of Ryonan this year, were all talking excitedly. Takamoiki, who also had a higher goal in mind, had planned to watch the remaining few games of the first round today before returning to school. So when Tachibana Nijiro finished washing up, he found that there was no one in the locker room. After asking the staff, he learned that everyone had gone to the audience to watch the game. Tachibana Nijiro. What's so good about the first round? Seeded teams like Kanan and Shoyo don't have to play in the previous rounds. They start directly from 8 to 4. Now there's nothing to watch. Thinking of Kanan, Tachibana Nijiro was indeed curious. This year, if I remember correctly, Kanan's strength was defeated by Suna 113:83 in the national semifinals and stopped in the top 4. This score, when Suna already has Sawakita, feels very strong. With this as a reference, you can roughly know what level Suna is. Coming out of the locker room, and opening the door, just as it was opened a crack, Tachibana Nijiro heard something that made him very unhappy. 18 blocks? The best new player this year. How stupid would you have to be blocked that many times by a point guard? Humph. Tachibana Nijiro. I know it all too well. We were on the same team in junior high school. When we meet Nanashi Raizo in the next game, I will make sure he knows how powerful I am now. The arrogant and conceited tone, if Tachibana Nijiro didn't know that Mayurade would be eliminated by Kanan in the quarterfinals this year, he would have thought he was meeting Murasame Kengo. Click. Tachibana Nijiro pushed the door open and walked out. Don't think about it. You're a shooting guard. Try to solve another candidate for the best newcomer in Ryonan. I think his name is Akira Sendoh. Tisk. Does that weekly basketball reporter really know basketball? What nonsense! This year's best newcomer must be me, Nanashi Ryozo. Maybe I can be selected into the All-NBA team in my first year like Shinichi Maki. It doesn't make sense that if Shinichi Maki can do it, I can do it. Nanashi Ryozo's words turned into a blank void in the sudden change of vision. Immediately afterwards, bang! He fell to the ground. Tachibana Nijiro, the evil boy, skillfully launched both physically and mentally. After passing Nanashi Ryozo, he walked a few steps and seemed to have just noticed him. He turned around and walked over with a surprised look on his face. When he came to the other side, he smiled very kindly. Ah! Isn't this Nanashi Ryozo? Sorry, I didn't notice it. Looking down, the moment he crouched slightly, his expression suddenly turned into Hanamiya's gloomy expression, and whispered in Nanashi Ryozo's ear in a voice that no one else could hear. After all, Shinichi Maki won't talk to me from this angle. Chapter 43. The next day. Ryonan High School. The gym was holding a team training match before the next game against Kawanobe. Although he and Sendoh were assigned to different teams, under the arrangement of Coach Taka, the two of them almost completely staggered their travel times, so Tachibana Nijiro did not encounter much challenge on the defensive end, which allowed him to devote all his energy to offense and focus on making passes for his teammates. In order to help Uzumi regain confidence, he also came to this game with a coaching mission. Because Uzumi was on his side, Tachibana Nijiro had no shortage of scoring points. Tachibana Nijiro's skills were fully activated, and under his connection, he completely occupied the advantage on the court. Soon, Tachibana Nijiro's blue team took advantage of the quarter when Sendoh was rotating and led by a lot of points. Takamoiki on the sidelines smiled from ear to ear, because Tachibana Nijiro was in such a great state. A point guard who was active in defense and passed the ball first was really a treasure given by God to Ryonan. Coupled with Sendoh's explosive scoring ability, Takamoiki felt that he was so close to the championship. 109:89. The blue team defeated Sendoh's red team without a single blow. Akira Sendoh. We lost again. Although I still got 47 points. But the team just couldn't win. Looking at Tachibana Nijiro, who was laughing and joking with Uazumi on the other side, wanting Uazumi to get out of the haze of being suppressed by Akaji in the first game as soon as possible, Sendoh thought so. So, considering Uazumi's situation, the coach arranged Uazumi on Tachibana's side, and was sure that he couldn't beat Tachibana now. Sendoh looked up at the basket above his head. Thoughtfully. On the other side. Card ticket mission, in the second round of the county tournament against Kawanobe High School, suppress Nanashi Ryozo's score to single digits. Achievement reward, draw card tickets times 10. Card pool mission, defeat the opponent in the second round of the county tournament against Kawanobe High School and win the game. Achievement reward, open the limited time non-staff player card pool. Just when Tachibana Nijiro was wondering what the non-staff player was, the captain Funabashi Daisuke came up with a cheerful face. Tachibana, you're going to play against Kawanobe next game. Should we teach that freshman a lesson? I heard that guy has been shouting and telling everyone that he is the strongest rookie or something. And are you really teammates in junior high school? He said that when you were in junior high school, you could only get a few points as a substitute in each game. By the way, what did you do to Nanashi Ryozo? When I ran into you that day, I felt that his face was about to explode. After hearing what Funabashi Daisuke said, the others also gathered around. Ha ha ha. Really? I thought so too. Needless to say, it must be that Tachibana made him angry. How do you say that word? Sarcastic. Tachibana Nijiro nodded and said indifferently, it's okay, just beat them. Senior, remember to give me the ball next time. Funahashi Daisuke patted his chest and smiled, don't worry, you can play as you like in the next game, and it's best to come up with something that surprises us more. Sendoh was immersed in his own thoughts and didn't say anything, just gave Tachibana Nijiro an okay gesture. Tachibana Nijiro looked around, and his teammates were encouraging him to fight back. If you say so. Then I can try out the actual performance of Kagane. In the training match just now, Yuzumi didn't shoot much in order to regain his confidence. Soon. The second round of the county competition in Ryonan. Although there is no video evidence of Nanashi Ryozo's ability, Ryonan still has basic research. He is a 185 cm shooting guard with excellent dribbling and a good grasp of the rhythm of change of direction breakthroughs. Breakthrough layups and mid-range pull-up jumpers are his main means of scoring. And although this guy is arrogant, but he is a player with comprehensive skills, a smart mind and very good basketball IQ. The problem is, his physical talent is relatively mediocre. His speed, strength, and even arm span are very average. To be honest, Tachibana Nijiro is the least afraid of playing with his brain. On the offensive end, there is Akashi's command tower, and on the defensive end, there is Hanamiya's team analysis spider web. Put these two together, Tachibana Nijiro doesn't know how the opponent can win by playing with his brain. On the scene. As soon as he entered the stadium, Tachibana Nijiro saw the conspicuous cheering group of Kawanobe High School. They were conspicuous because they were different from the neat and uniform team of Ryonan. They looked quite sloppy and wild. During the warm-up on the court, Kawanobe students booed. For high school basketball, such scenes are rare. Yuzumi, who was sullen, was worried that Tachibana Nijiro would be affected. Tachibana, don't mind it. Unexpectedly, Tachibana Nijiro smiled happily, I was a little reluctant at first, but now it's good. I will let them know what cruelty is. Yuzumi. I didn't expect Tachibana Nijiro to think so. Thinking of his confusion after the last game, he felt a little ashamed. The game started. Yuzumi won the jump ball without any surprise over Kawanobe's center. After Tachibana Nijiro got the ball, he began to advance steadily. Nanashi Ryozo swung directly from shooting guard to point guard to defend Tachibana. If it was normal, Tachibana Nijiro would ask for a screen or pass to Sendoh to open up space. But this time, Tachibana Nijiro directly made a gesture to open up. The whole audience was in an uproar. However, it was because of the loud shouting from Kawanobe High School that the whole audience was in an uproar. Hey! Open up and single out our Nanashi Ryozo. Who does this kid think he is? Nanashi, kill him. I bet this ignorant guy will be killed by Nanashi soon. Idiot! The students of Kawanobe High School at the scene began to make a noise, but soon something happened to slap their faces. Tachibana Nijiro held the ball and threatened 3 times, using his footsteps to test Nanashi Ryozo. The opponent's defense was very cautious and never lost his position. Tachibana Nijiro skillfully perfectly controlled and defeated Nanashi Ryozo's attack. When approaching the 45-degree right side of the free throw line, Tachibana Nijiro suddenly retreated with his hips. Then, Kagane's wide-range shot. Nanashi Ryozo wanted to jump up to block the shot but was powerless. Tachibana Nijiro's shooting point was already quite far away from the defender, and he could only watch the basketball pass over his head. Swish! Hollow shot! Tachibana Nijiro. This feeling. Is this an average hit rate? The 45-degree shooting position on the right was not his hot zone before, but now, it feels like the ball he throws is completely based on the shooting attribute, and it is stable to play it out. Chapter 44. As a teammate in junior high school, Nanashi Ryozo was completely confused, whether it was the opponent's series of control or the sudden stop shot during the control. Nanashi Ryozo. This kid. When did he have such an offensive method? Kawanobe's round. After Nanashi Ryozo came to the front court, he also chose to single out Tachibana Nijiro. At this time, Kawanobe's students were cheering for Nanashi Ryozo crazily. Kill him! Nanashi, score on his head! Show him some color! Nanashi Ryozo listened to the cheers around him, his blood gradually boiled, and he skillfully changed his body in front of the body, trying to shake Tachibana Nijiro's center of gravity, so as to gain the upper hand in offense and defense. But it was obvious that he miscalculated, and miscalculated outrageously. Tachibana Nijiro's current defense was quite restrained for Nanashi Ryozo. Under the constantly changing offensive rhythm, Nanashi Ryozo still couldn't get rid of Tachibana Nijiro's defense. At this moment, Tachibana Nijiro suddenly launched an attack and rushed forward. Nanashi Ryozo wanted to turn around to protect the ball, but Tachibana Nijiro was one step ahead of him. Snap! Steal! It was not the interception of the pass by the team analysis spider web that had just started and had not yet been completed. But Wild Tiger! With the deterrence of a tiger, high concentration of attention, and completely relying on intuitive movements, Tachibana Nijiro used extremely fast and instinctive reaction speed to intercept Nanashi Ryozo's ball control. The ball fell from his hand. Nanashi Ryozo was stunned. What happened? It's only been a short time since the end of junior high school, and I feel like a completely different person. In the first round, Nanashi Ryozo was intercepted by Tachibana Nijiro, which was completely beyond his expectation, but Tachibana Nijiro could not care about Nanashi Ryozo's shocked psychological activities, because he had already rushed to the front with the ball. Damn it! Stop! In the audience stands, Kawanobe's students were all in disbelief. Nanashi Ryozo, who had always been calm since joining the team, was actually intercepted by this guy? The more shocked Kawanobe's students were, the more excited the Ryonan students were. Everyone raised their cheering props and cheered for Tachibana Nijiro's performance that completely overwhelmed his opponent. It was a one-on-one duel at the beginning, which was the most violent and most exciting content of the game. On the court, Nanashi Ryozo desperately chased, but he couldn't catch up at all. Tachibana Nijiro went straight to the penalty area. Under the expectant eyes of all Ryonan students, Tachibana Nijiro did not disappoint them with a Kagami Taiga-style overhand dunk. Bang! He jumped up with all his strength and pushed the ball into the basket with his excellent bounce. After the goal, Tachibana Nijiro did not make any celebration gestures, but rather gentlemanly caught up with the ball that was about to bounce out of the court. Coincidentally, Nanashi Ryozo, who was a step late, also caught up. So, Tachibana Nijiro politely put the ball in Nanashi Ryozo's hands and turned back to defend. Click! Aida Yayoi on the sidelines seized the opportunity. The shutter was pressed, and the famous painting was born. This moment, under the stimulation of the flash, Nanashi Ryozo came back to his senses and tightly grasped the ball in his hand. Sometimes, the other party's seemingly polite behavior is more uncomfortable than the arrogant celebration. For example, now. Maybe Tachibana Nijiro did not have such an idea, but Tachibana Nijiro's behavior made all the students of Kawanobe present feel that this was a kind of sneer at them. Damn! Staring at Tachibana Nijiro, the students of Kawanobe were furious. Then there was a booing. Sendoh high-fived Tachibana Nijiro, who was returning to defense. Looking around, he couldn't help laughing. Tachibana, you are going to drive those impolite guys of Kawanobe crazy. Tachibana Nijiro looked innocent and said, what does it have to do with me? I was very polite to give the ball to him. Yeah. You're right. Off the court. Ryonan on the bench. Tachibana is really... Isagai Yoji exclaimed, too domineering. That's good. The team really needs a character like this. It's not good to have all good kids. Byoken Tsutomu echoed Isagai Yoji's praise. Both of them admired Tachibana Kojiro's approach very much, because they knew that some teams were like this, and when necessary, they needed such an attitude. On the court. Kawanobe's turn. Nanashi Ryozo glared at Tachibana Kojiro fiercely. Tachibana Kojiro. Don't be proud, it's just a ball, don't think you won. He was so eager to save face that he actively refused his teammates' cover, and then used dribbling to mobilize Tachibana Kojiro's center of gravity, but the result was still similar to the previous round. Whoosh! Nanashi Ryozo couldn't hold it in anymore, burst out with all his strength, and moved his body to attack from the side. But Tachibana Kojiro, who was wild, was obviously not as fast as his opponent in defense. With his beast-like intuitive movements and super-fast reactions, he defended his opponent tightly. Nanashi Ryozo was tightly entangled by Tachibana Nijiro. No matter how he changed direction, turned around, or faked, he could not escape Tachibana Nijiro's defense. There was already undisguised surprise on his face, because he couldn't figure it out anyway. When he was in junior high school, he could easily shake off Tachibana Nijiro and make this simple-minded guy feel hopeless. But now, why has Tachibana Nijiro changed so much compared to junior high school? At this time, Nanashi Ryozo had already despaired that Tachibana Nijiro's defense was completely covering him. There was no way, so he had to choose to pass the ball. The small forward on the side received the ball. His offensive ability was not bad, but this ball was delayed by Nanashi Ryozo for so long, and the one defending him was Ikegami Ryoji, who specialized in Ryonan defense. Kawanobe, the small forward, could only force a turnaround jump shot. Under the defense of Ikegami Ryoji, the ball was ridiculously off. Boom! Uajumi easily won the rebound battle with the opponent. Attack and defense alternated. When Tachibana Nijiro received the pass from Uzumi, he had already started to accelerate. Counterattack is his specialty. Thanks to the outstanding passing vision of the command tower and the super high passing level of the perfect pass, Tachibana Nijiro can always pass the ball to the most suitable person comfortably and accurately in the fleeting process of fast counterattack. Sendoh and Funahashi Daisuke, flying on the left and right wings, together with Tachibana Nijiro, formed a 3-2 situation in the front court. In this case, the more Kawanobe struggled, the more excited Tachibana Nijiro was. A head-turning fake move, showing off the defense in front of him, the defensive players subconsciously followed Tachibana Nijiro's side and shifted their attention to Funahashi Daisuke. Tachibana Nijiro shook his wrist, and the ball appeared in Sendoh's hands in the blink of an eye. A pass without looking at people. Sendoh glided directly. Bang! A powerful one-arm flying dunk. Ryonan immediately roared excitedly on the bench. Chapter 45. The audience of Nobe High School in the stands had mixed feelings. This ball was indeed beautiful. It was incredible that Sendoh could do such a dunk as a freshman. Tachibana Nijiro, who fooled everyone with a pass without looking at anyone, was even more clever. But what they originally wanted to see was how Nanashi Ryozo defeated Tachibana Nijiro. They didn't expect Tachibana Nijiro to have such a performance and change of position, which disappointed them greatly. This pass. On the bench, Baoquan couldn't help but say, "This head-shaking action is so realistic that I was shaken by him on the sidelines. So strong." From what Nanashi Ryozo passed, it seems that Tachibana's level was very average when he was in junior high school. It seems that he relied on his hard work to reach his current level. Everyone thought of the fact that during the expedition, Tachibana Nijiro would appear in the gym on time at 5 in the morning. Indeed. 3 o'clock in the morning is too scary. Hey! Isn't it 5 o'clock? 3 o'clock, anyway, that's what Ms. Aida wrote. Forget it. Don't you know what Tachibana said in an interview? 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats, and 10 kilometers of running every day. Do you believe it? Not long after Kawanobe High School called a timeout, Nanashi Ryozo also calmed down. The team's overall offense improved slightly, but the game was still firmly controlled by Ryonan. Nanashi Ryozo used his teammates' cover to finally score the first goal of the game, but this could not change the situation. Tachibana Nijiro had an overwhelming advantage in the strongest first-year battle with his old teammate. Ryanan's overall strength was already superior, and Nanashi Ryozo, the strongest first-year student in Kawanobe, was also locked by Tachibana Nijiro. At the end of the half, Ryonan led by nearly 30 points 64-36. Such a difference is enough to see the gap between the two teams. In the matchup between Tachibana Nijiro and Nanashi Ryozo, Tachibana Nijiro had an overall advantage, taking 7 shots, hitting 6 balls, and getting comprehensive data of 12 points, 3 rebounds, 8 assists, 4 steals and 3 blocks, while Nanashi Ryozo only got 4 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists and 4 turnovers. Obviously, no matter who can make an intuitive judgment, Tachibana Nijiro is the better one. Tachibana Nijiro is outstanding in both personal offense and defense and team rhythm control, and compared with Shinichi Maki and Fujima Kenji, he is another style. Nanashi Ryozo is a level lower than Tachibana Nijiro. He is suppressed on both offense and defense. Tachibana Nijiro's strength is definitely at the level of Kanagawa's best lineup. And the overall style of play is still a point guard who passes more than offense, and he is not as steady as a freshman. This year's Ryonan has a lot to do. In the audience stands, many teams who came to watch the game made their own comments. In fact, although Tachibana Kojiro's strength has been reported in Weekly Basketball, however, in terms of the scope of dissemination, whether it is the habit of reading weekly magazines, the length of the current issue, or many people's doubts about the authenticity of the text, it is easy to be buried in it. It is far better to see his outstanding performance directly, like on the spot. Many coaches of teams, thinking of Tachibana Kojiro's unknown status in junior high school, can't help but envy Dakamoiki's good luck this year. The genius Sendoh from Tokyo is fine, but this local Tachibana Kojiro is simply delivered to the door for free. Tisk. Damn it. Ryonan was very relaxed during the halftime break. Funahashi Daisuke smiled and congratulated Tachibana Kojiro, unilaterally announcing his great victory. Then unexpectedly, Dakamoiki's instructions for Tachibana Kojiro in the second half. As long as you can stabilize the rhythm, you should attack with all your strength. The second half started soon. During the halftime break, Nanashi Ryozo obviously received further instructions from the coach. His playing style became more organized, and he actively cooperated with the inside duo instead of simply wanting to have a one-on-one duel with Tachibana Nijiro. Tachibana Nijiro can fully accept this change. As long as Nanashi Ryozo doesn't score, nothing else can affect Tachibana Nijiro's mission. On the court. Boom. Tachibana Nijiro missed the shot. However, he tried the three-pointer with the wide-range shooting, although the skill description said can shoot from any position within the three-point line. All the basic moves are also known, but the hit rate is average. But as he shot, perhaps because he got the feeling, Tachibana Nijiro felt that he could extend it to the three-point line. And then, he was wrong. This skill description is really stuck in the words. Once out of the three-point line, the three-pointer attribute of 82 points, the shooting hot zone is terribly less than the wide-range shooting within the three-point line. The hit rate is not like the wide-range shooting, which is fixed at normal, which can fully play the 82 mid-range shooting attribute. In addition, the difficulty of three-point shooting is higher than that of two-point shooting. Even if they are both 82 attributes, under normal circumstances, the hit rates cannot be compared at all. Therefore, when Tachibana Kojiro came up in the second half and tried three-point shooting, his hit rate fluctuated, and there were more ups and downs. After several misses, Tachibana Kojiro looked at Nanashi Ryozo in front of him with a smile of "You're showing your true colors," and he also smiled. On the side of Kawanobe High School, of course, no one would think that Tachibana Nijiro, whose number of misses was in sharp contrast to the 7 out of 6 in the first half, was in a good mood. They thought he was pretending. The Kawanobe students in the stands laughed. Do you think you are the strongest freshman just because you scored a few goals in the first half? You are an ignorant guy. Your true colors are showing. I was just lucky in the first half. A whole Tachibana Nijiro. In the court, Ryonan's teammates didn't say much. This was based on the previous training matches, including the first round of the county competition, Tachibana Nijiro's super stability. They believed that Tachibana would be able to adjust quickly. Kawanobe's offense. The power forward missed the jump shot, and Funabashi Daisuke got the rebound. In the offense and defense transition, Tachibana Nijiro pushed forward with the ball, and Kawanobe's defense was very fast. They followed Sendoh and Ikegami Ryoji who were running fast, but Tachibana Nijiro shot directly at the 3-point line, no, at the extreme 2-point position of the 3-point line. Ha ha ha. Good. Just shoot like this. This was the reaction of Kawanobe's audience. In their opinion, this shot, which was almost the same as a long-range 3-point shot, had a considerable chance of missing. However, combined with the previous situation, it should have been a very reluctant shot, but it was ridiculously accurate. Swish! A hollow hit. It's time to get lucky. Kawanobe's students comforted themselves. However, they did not realize that this was the beginning of the nightmare. In the next round, Tachibana Nijiro came to the 45-degree angle again, and used a completely different jump shot from the previous jump shot, and quickly shot a 2-point shot on the 3-point line. The basketball went into the net. What a joke, it can go in like this. The shooting action is different from before. Are you not afraid at all? So strange. Why did he shoot 2 points on the 3-point line? Just move back half a step and it will be a 3-pointer. Amid the discussion of the audience, Tachibana Nijiro has no doubt about the rigor of the skills, and at the same time, he has no doubt about the full hot zone within the 3-point line of the wide-range shooting. Shooting like this is just like using the 82 mid-range shooting attribute, finding the most accurate place to shoot in shooting training, and swishing in. The only difference is that the wide-range shooting is all the most accurate places to shoot. Chapter 46. In the next round, Tachibana Nijiro continued his operations within the 3-point line. There seemed to be no limit to the position and distance of the shot, and Tachibana Nijiro used various basic shooting moves brought by the wide-range shooting. Shooting was like free, and it made Kawanobe's players numb. Ryonan's round. Kawanobe had focused all his attention on Tachibana Nijiro's shooting, and even arranged a double team, but Tachibana Nijiro just pointed to the position where the baseline was almost at a negative angle to the backboard. I will shoot there next. Such arrogant words made Nanashi Ryozo sneer. However, Tachibana Nijiro really shot from that position in the next round. Nanashi Ryozo's defense was already in place, but the combination of perfect control plus wide-range shooting still allowed the ball to pass his fingertips. Swish! The ball went into the net. Turning around, he saw Aida Yayoi on the sidelines. Almost at the moment when the ball went into the net, Tachibana Nijiro made a Anthony-style 3-finger temple celebration to Aida Yayoi who was holding a camera. The third quarter ended. Tachibana Nijiro, who made 8 of 10 shots in a single quarter, directly led the game to the final stage with his shooting performance in the third quarter. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, both sides replaced the substitute lineup. In the end, Ryonan maintained the crushing momentum to the end and defeated Kawanobe High School 124-69. Tachibana Nijiro played well, scoring 33 points, 5 rebounds, 13 assists, 5 steals and 5 blocks in 3 quarters. Especially in the third quarter, Tachibana Nijiro's 80% hit rate plus free throws, and a single quarter shooting performance of 21 points shocked everyone. Compared with Tachibana Nijiro, Nanashi Ryozo only got 7 points, 4 rebounds and 5 assists. In this first-year strongest battle matchup decided by old teammates, Tachibana Nijiro won an overwhelming victory. After the game, Aida Yayoi, who was targeting Ryonan this year, used her best comparison method to interview Nanashi Ryozo of Kawanobe High School. Obviously, Nanashi Ryozo was in a very low mood and felt very uncomfortable being suppressed by Tachibana Nijiro. When asked by Aida Yayoi what he thought of Tachibana Nijiro's performance, Nanashi Ryozo completely lost control. He said angrily, "What do I think? Our journey in the county competition has stopped here, what else can I say? Damn it!" Nanashi Ryozo lost control of his emotions, and after a rather unhappy cold snort, he turned around and left with a look of disappointment. However, whether Nanashi Ryozo accepted Aida Yaoi's interview or not, it would not affect him becoming a stepping stone for Tachibana Nijiro to go national in Aida Yaoi's writing. On the other side, Tachibana Nijiro was praised by Aida Yaoi for his wonderful performance, but then he accepted Aida Yaoi's serious interview. When the other party asked why he shot so many balls today, Tachibana Nijiro smiled slightly and said mysteriously, "I usually have special shooting practice. Although I was a little nervous at one time, I still played at my level later. In fact, compared to a point guard, I am still a shooter." After finishing Aida Yaoi's interview, Tachibana Nijiro returned to school with the Ryonan team. At this time, he finally had time to toss the task reward. Card ticket task. In the second round of the county competition with Kawanobe High School, suppress Nanashi Ryozo's score to single digits. Card ticket task has been completed, and the reward has been loaded. Get the reward card drawing ticket times 10. Card pool task. Defeat the opponent in the second round of the county competition with Kawanobe High School and win the game. Card pool task has been completed, and the reward has been loaded. Limited time non-staff player card pool has been opened. The current number of card tickets, plus the existing 8 cards, has returned to a total of 18 draws, and the players that appeared in the card pool made Tachibana Nijiro's eyes widen. Around the familiar unknown gold card, the 3 purple cards are Satsuki Momoi, Aida Riko, and Araki Masako. Tachibana Nijiro. So it's such a non-staff player. But compared to the serious black basketball players, if these 3 people are drawn, they may be able to obtain some auxiliary abilities outside the court. For example, Momoi's intelligence gathering ability. Aida's data eyes. As the coach of Usse and a former national player, Araki Masako seems to have a certain ability to predict the development of the game by analyzing data. But to be honest, these are not particularly necessary for Tachibana Nijiro. So, Tachibana Nijiro once again used the single draw method. Zhang. First draw. Zhang. Second draw. Zhang. The third draw. When Tachibana Nijiro's baseline was set to 5 draws, he succeeded in getting the purple card in the third draw. Player, Siren Aida Riko, Initial. Skills, Data I, Initial, Training Menu, Initial. Data I, Initial possessing a data I that can display data, currently viewable range, limited to the host, effect, personal attribute value, accurate to 3 decimal places. Training Menu, Initial create a training menu suitable for the player through the obtained data, and bring accelerated improvement in strength with professional guidance. Sure enough, when Tachibana Nijiro obtained Aida Riko in the system, all the attributes of the personal attribute panel were extended backwards, accurate to 3 decimal places. At the same time, Tachibana Nijiro subconsciously gave birth to the most suitable training methods for these attributes in his mind. Tachibana Nijiro. Wonderful. Compared with the usual training, it is difficult to see the changed attributes directly. Now it is accurate to 3 decimal places, so you can see the gains brought by training at all times. Although it is just such a small change, the significance it brings is completely different. Take the 3-point attribute as an example. When there was no Iida Riko, the attribute was 3.82, and now it is 3.82.589. Obviously, compared with the difficulty in the single digits, the 3 digits behind will definitely change in the usual training. Practice will be effective. Nothing can be more inspiring than this. Leaving the school happily, on the way home, Tachibana Nijiro found that students from other schools who passed by were talking about him quietly. Although it is far from the original plot that Shinichi Maki can still be sought after when he goes to Aichi Prefecture, it is thanks to Nanashi Ryozo's pre-match loudspeaker to warm up the strongest first grade. Tachibana Nijiro, who has been on the weekly basketball twice, has received less attention than the second round of the county competition with Kawanobe, and has immediately entered the field of vision of most Kanagawa high school basketball audiences. Chapter 47. Ryonan Arena. With the data eye, Tachibana Nijiro can see his progress in real time. Even without the training acceleration card produced by the system, he can clearly see the increase of his ability value on the system after ordinary shooting training or dribbling practice. Although the increase is only the last 2 digits. But in this way, Tachibana Nijiro's investment in training is greater than that of all Ryonan players. No man will refuse the pleasure of becoming stronger. Tachibana Nijiro first warmed up for half an hour, and then started the ball-holding training, including breakthroughs, shooting, attacking the basket, etc. Bang! Just then, the door of the arena was pushed open. What surprised Tachibana Nijiro was that the person who came was Sendoh, and Tachibana Nijiro's ball fell directly. Hey? What's wrong? Sendoh saw Tachibana Nijiro standing there in a daze, and asked strangely. You're here quite early. Tachibana Nijiro recovered, stretched out his hand to greet Sendoh, and then continued, come to train. In Tachibana Nijiro's impression, Sendoh, a freshman, still doesn't like training. You guy! What's that look in your eyes? Is it strange that I come to train? And it's not just me. After Sendoh made way, Fukuda Kichu, Uekusa Tomoyuki, and Koshino Hiroaki followed closely. Koshino Hiroaki looked unhappy and muttered, damn, I came early enough, but I still lost. Is the 3 o'clock in the morning gym true? On the other side. Although I don't know what these guys who are not dead are crazy about. But it's not a bad thing to have someone to train with in the early morning. The next day. It's the day of the county meeting. The audience quickly filled the gym. Ryonan's opponent today, Miyakashi High School, was like the late stage of the Mi County expedition, and even the mission could not be triggered. Until the end of the third quarter, Ryonan continued to attack under the leadership of Tachibana Nijiro. The score was 92-36. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, Ryonan served the ball, and Tachibana Nijiro held the ball to organize the offense. The stable ball control skills that matched the man and the ball, just like the first 3 quarters, frequently caused Miyakashi High School's defense to be in a state of emergency. For a while, Miyakashi High School was in a state of panic. Tachibana Nijiro found the offensive route and passed the ball to Sendoh. How to describe this attack? It seemed to be blocked, but not completely blocked. Because the missed shot of this ball seemed to have nothing to do with the defense of the position, it was simply the fluctuation of Sendoh's shooting hit rate. After all, even in shooting training, there will always be missed shots. After the ball hit the basket, it bounced to the top of Uazumi's head under the basket. Rebound. Miyako High School ace, Mizumiji Yu shouted. As soon as the voice fell, Miyako High School's inside line quickly moved towards the rebound, but for Uzumi, this ball was not challenging at all. As soon as he opened his body and reached out, he grabbed the rebound. At the same time, Tachibana Nijiro had already prepared, and cooperated with Uzumi's movements, actively exposing himself to the opponent's field of vision. Glimpsing Tachibana's movements and seeing the opponent's gestures at the same time, Uzumi was stunned for a moment, avoiding the pressing of the defensive players around him, and flicked towards the defense pointed by the opponent. Then, a pass that was obviously higher than the height of the basket flew to Tachibana Nijiro. Mizuki Jiu. Alio OP. Stop him. This time, before Mizuki Jiu could speak, the players in the interior had already reacted. Then, one in front and two behind, three people jumped at Tachibana Nijiro at the same time, with ferocious faces, as if they would not stop until they took him down. They knew that it was impossible to win the game, not even a single chance, but facing Tachibana Nijiro, who had created their current miserable situation, their defense was not only to stop Tachibana Nijiro from scoring, but also to save the honor of the entire team. In an instant, dense arms, a pair of protective arms, blocked Tachibana Nijiro's way. The three people who intercepted in the air like an iron wall blocked the incandescent lights on the dome of the stadium. But when Tachibana Nijiro faced such defense from the opponent, after catching the ball in the air, his expression did not fluctuate at all, and his posture in the air did not show any timidity at the moment of contact. Wild bounce talent. The right shoulder pulled the arm apart, and the body bent in the air, like a crescent moon. Immediately afterwards, a dunk. Bang! The ball was slammed in. The center of Miyako High School felt the touch of the basketball in his hand, and his excited heart suddenly jumped, but the next moment, he changed color again, because in the competition of strength, as a center, he actually lost. He tried desperately to press the ball down, but the huge impact force made his hand unable to press it even a little bit, and he was uncontrollably separated to both sides. Finally, the basketball broke through the block. Tachibana Nijiro fiercely pressed it to the back of his head. Bang! 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 Along with the vibration of the basket, there was also the muffled sound of the three blocking teams from Miyakashi High School falling to the ground. They sat on the ground and looked up. The light shone on Tachibana Nijiro's hair, rustling along the hair. In the strands of light, they didn't know if it was an illusion, but they seemed to see a tiger. Woo! Miyakashi High School is still very courageous. No. Tachibana Nijiro has been organizing the offense, at most shooting shots, which almost made me forget that his offensive ability is not to be underestimated, and his jumping and confrontation are also super exaggerated. The game between Ryonan and Miyakashi High School has entered the end. The scoreboard outside the court clearly shows the current score, 117:41. Just when Tachibana Nijiro slowed down the pace and waited for the end, a noisy sound suddenly sounded in the audience stands not far away. Is it AMU from Kanan, who specializes in investigating Ryonan? How is it possible? Shinichi Maki? Last year's super rookie. Yes, that dark-skinned guy, that's him, Shinichi Maki. At first, Tachibana Nijiro didn't pay attention to the noise outside the field, until he heard the three words Shinichi Maki. He looked in that direction unconsciously. It's not because of anything else, but simply because he was particularly impressed by this guy who had to fight Shihoka 4-1 in the original plot. Chapter 48. Over the past month, Tachibana Nijiro gradually felt that he had integrated into this world. He would not feel out of place when he saw Sendoh, Uazumi, and others every day, but when Shinichi Maki appeared in front of him again, the sense of out of place in his heart quietly gathered again. Tisk, Emperor Mu. Tachibana Nijiro tisked D, and the next second, he jumped up suddenly. On the court. As the game was coming to an end, the rhythm of the game became less tense than before, but this was all because Tachibana Nijiro deliberately held back. After all, with a 60-point advantage, it would be a bit impolite for Tachibana Nijiro to exert his full strength again, of course, without any special mission requirements. But Tachibana Nijiro's indulgence seemed to give his opponents some illusions, so that some people began to get restless, such as the power forward who had almost no presence in the game, who suddenly became active while Ryonan was showing mercy. At this time, the ball had been passed to him, facing Tachibana Nijiro, who was no longer targeting Miyako's high and low lines and almost retreated to the penalty area to squat and paddling. I don't know what this guy is thinking. He raised his butt and started to arch his back towards Tachibana Nijiro. But just talking about the physical consumption. The bounce and strength of this power forward are far from what they were at the beginning. Tachibana Nijiro felt that if it was the first half, this guy might be able to complete a slam dunk, but now, even if he didn't defend, he could only dunk at most. So, although it looks like he is very fierce in back-to-back defense, it is just an empty shell. The vision of the command tower allowed Tachibana Nijiro to glimpse the center of Miyako High School at the same time. The center, standing in front of Yuzumi, looked lost, which made the heart of the power forward in front of Tachibana Nijiro big. Swish! The shoes and the ground produced strong friction. The next second, Tachibana Nijiro's body suddenly rose up, facing the opponent, and blocked the opponent's dunk with both hands. Wildness and natural bounce broke out again. Overhand block. Tachibana Nijiro's eyes flashed. He had no prediction of the trajectory of the opponent's dunk. It was all the extreme reaction of wildness to the improvisation and the height of talented jumping. Bang! A dull echo. Tachibana Nijiro reacted very quickly to adjust the block and accurately blocked the ball. The power forward of Miyako High School only felt the ball slip out of his hand and flew out quickly. Whoosh! The basketball passed through a surging ray and hit the guardrail in front of the audience. Behind the railing was Shinichi Maki, who was watching the game there. At this moment, Shinichi Maki looked at Tachibana Nijiro with some surprise in his eyes. He smiled slightly. Then quickly, with the referee's whistle, he stood up and left the audience. Tachibana Nijiro on the court didn't pay much attention, because when the referee blew the whistle, he gathered with his teammates and came to the center circle to shake hands with the opponent. The game was over. Ryonan High School broke through the third round with a score of 125-44. After the game, Yuzumi, Ikegami, and others were very excited, because now they have reached last year's results, but in terms of difficulty, they didn't feel any challenge at all. Coach Takamoiki's face has been smiling more and more since Tachibana and Sendoh joined the team this year. Although Ryonan High School is not a basketball giant like Keinan Shoyo, as a coach, it is impossible for him not to think about going further, such as taking Ryonan High School to the whole country, such as winning the national competition. When he thought of this, Takamoiki's heart was burning. There is a high possibility. Watching Tachibana Nijiro shake hands with his distraught opponents, the familiar scene once again ignited the wildfire hidden deep in his heart, and with Tachibana Nijiro as the source, his ambitions burned wildly. Outside the Kanagawa Prefectural Gymnasium, everyone got on the Ryonan school bus and was taken back to school by the driver. Takamoiki made a brief post-match summary of the game. After getting off the bus, he immediately dispersed and let everyone go home. When leaving, Takamoiki knew that Tachibana Nijiro had begun to control the morning of the gym again during this period, and he also brought several first-year students with him, so he specifically told Tachibana Nijiro not to be too nervous. Tachibana Nijiro nodded happily, but in the next few days, he continued to let himself go, training crazily with the Data Eye and the remaining training acceleration cards. Tense? How could it be? Simply because the numbers are visible to the naked eye. Besides, the opponent in the next round is Manawa High School, the owner of the shoe store. As an opponent, although the opponent's ancestors were rich and played in the county finals with Keinan. But that was 16 years ago. After that, they were never seen in the county quarterfinals and semifinals. At least that's the original plot line. So Tachibana Nijiro doesn't have to worry about the impact on physical fitness when he practices. Night. The park court near Ryonan High School. In the county meeting, Fukuda Kichu, who had been sitting on the bench without a chance, appeared here in the evening to practice defensive footwork after practicing with Tachibana Nijiro in the morning in order to have a chance to play in the next game. Like Tachibana Nijiro, he has no worries about physical strength, but Tachibana is based on the strength of the opponent, while Fukuda is based on his own strength. He knew that his ability was only average in Ryonan's team, and his chances of playing were slim. However, when he sat on the bench and watched Ryonan play smooth basketball under the leadership of Tachibana, he could not help but feel a strong desire in his heart. He also wanted to receive that pass. And then, he wanted to hear everyone's cheers. Then, Fukuda Kichwa faced the moonlight and started a new round of defensive steps. Although he was clumsy and swayed from side to side like a crab, he took firm steps under his half-closed misty eyes. Chapter 49. In the first quarter of the fourth round of Ryonan, Tachibana Nijiro was pressed on the bench. Except for Sendoh, the starting players on the court were all senior players of Ryonan. Perhaps the first quarter was a proof of the improvement and redemption of the seniors' strength after being eliminated in the fourth round last year. Or perhaps the first quarter was simply a punishment for Tachibana Nijiro, who sneaked into the office every morning and took away the keys to the stadium. But in short, it can be seen that Tachibana Nijiro's absence has a great impact on Ryonan. The smooth offense is gone, and it has become an obscure singles. The most terrible thing is that Uzumi actually wants to cooperate with Sendoh, but he has no way to do it. The two of them took turns to play singles, and they played timidly, thinking of giving the other side more ball rights, which affected the offensive efficiency. Even though Ryonan was ahead of Manawa in the score, the Ryonan students in the stands and Ida Yayoi on the sidelines had already begun to miss Tachibana Nijiro. At this moment, everyone was extremely clear about the role of Tachibana Nijiro in the team. His passing and control were undoubtedly the engine of the core of Ryonan. At the end of the first quarter, Ikegami Ryoji clearly felt that the atmosphere of the team was not as active as before, especially Sendoh, but this was normal. As a scoring ace, if he was indifferent to the result when Tachibana was on the court, there would be a big problem. Ikegami Ryoji quietly retracted his gaze. At the same time, he thought, facts have proved that a good point guard is really too important. If there is a connection with Tachibana, everyone will be more comfortable. For Sendoh and Uzumi, it's okay, but for himself and Captain Funabashi, it's a world of difference whether there is Tachibana or not. Just when Ikegami Ryoji thought of this, things that were not unexpected and unexpected to him happened at the same time. Hokawa. Ikegami. You guys go off the court temporarily in the second quarter, let Tachibana and Fukuda come on. Fukuda Kichu. Bang! Fukuda, who got playing time in the second quarter, stood up suddenly and kicked down the supply box beside him. Uekusa Tomoyuki on the side was envious. Although Fukuda always felt that his own strength was average, in fact, with a height of 186 centimeters and athletic ability, the opponent's chances were much greater than his own. And as a point guard, he saw it more clearly. He could imagine that Fukuda's offensive ability would definitely shine with Tachibana. The only problem? It was just defense. Fukuda has been training hard recently, but that is not something that can be achieved overnight. Ryonan, center Uazumi, Ami Funahashi, small forward Fukuda, shooting guard Sendoh, point guard Tachibana, the height of this combination is close to next year's Shoyo. Beep. The whistle sounded, and the game began. Fukuda Kichu nervously passed the ball to Tachibana Nijiro, who received the ball and moved forward steadily. Manawa point guard rushed over to interfere, but Tachibana Nijiro did not stick to the ball and passed it to Uazumi. Uazumi was facing the opponent's center, or most of Kanagawa's centers, which was an advantage. He had advantages in height and confrontation. The other players of Ryonan naturally cleared one side to create space for Uazumi to play one-on-one. A standard reckless man played with his back to the basket, and then scored 2 points with his signature two-handed dunk. In terms of skills alone, he was weaker than Akaji Takenori of the same class, but being weaker than Akaji did not mean he was really weak. Next round. Manawa also passed the ball to the power forward who was asking for the ball in the low post. Manawa's power forward is somewhat similar to Hanagata's shooting and scoring big man, plus a good wingspan. It is difficult for Funabashi Daisuke to complete the block, and he can only interfere as much as possible. However, the defense is in place. But it lacks a little luck, or it may be that the opponent is really hot. Swish! The ball goes into the net. Manawa's power forward is against Funabashi Daisuke's defense, and he hits a shot with a little backward. Ryonan's round. Tachibana Nijiro is not in a hurry to play, he continues to observe the situation on the court. At the top of the arc, he gave Sendoh a hand-to-hand pass, and he blocked the player defending Sendoh to one side of his body. Sendoh took advantage of the situation to rush into the paint area, and the Manawa power forward who was defending could not keep up with Sendoh's lateral movement speed, and easily made a layup. After the opening, Tachibana Nijiro played well, and Ryonan played very well. On the positive side, Sendoh and Uzumi attacked more resolutely than in the first quarter. With Tachibana Nijiro dominating the ball, the two did not hesitate after receiving the pass from Tachibana Nijiro. On the negative side, Ryonan still did not get rid of the mode of relying on Uzumi and Sendoh as individual singles, and Tachibana Nijiro did not immediately lead the team to play a mercury-filled attack. But soon, after a few rounds of practical experience, Tachibana Nijiro began. First, Team Analysis Spider Web began to intercept the pass from Manawa's back line in the assist defense. Manawa High School retreated quickly, and after Tachibana Nijiro came to the front court, he once again used his signature, almost no pre-action pass, and suddenly made a fake move to deceive everyone. He looked at Uzumi under the basket, and after the fake pass moved the defender's footsteps to Uzumi's side, he immediately passed the ball to Fukuda Kicho outside the wing paint area. Fukuda Kicho was stunned for a moment, then he took a big step and shot near the basket in the restricted area, but even so, the ball still went into the net. After scoring the goal, Fukuda Kicho was quietly excited, glanced at the audience stands, and carefully waved his fist. Seeing this scene, the Ryonan students on the scene were also very excited. Although the newly replaced curly-haired shaggy head seemed to have some problems with his shooting choice, his cutting speed at the moment of attack was surprisingly fast. Off the court, the Ryonan players were not surprised that Fukuda cut into the basket instead of shooting a mid-range shot, because Fukuda's current technical ability is like this: even if he shoots, it is limited to the range near the basket. But relying on athletic ability, it may also be a talent for cutting into the technique. Fukuda's cutting into the basket is really amazing. However, it is still surprising that Tachibana Nijiro really played a ball with his passing ability, and chose to pass it to Fukuda first. Looking back, Manawa High School's offensive round. At the shooting guard position, Manawa's advantage is that he relies on his weight and height advantage in the low post, like his own power forward ace, to squeeze the defender to the position close to the basket, and with a simple back-to-the-basket turnaround jump shot, he can basically eat up many weak shooting guards in the high school. However, he met a tough guy today. Akira Sendoh's height and weight are simply a monster among shooting guards, and he is not weak even if he is placed in the small forward and power forward positions. It is too difficult to squeeze in under Sendoh's defense. On the other side, it is even more difficult to open up the situation with his own point guard who can't even pass the ball. For a while, Manawa High School's offense fell into constipation. Chapter 50. Manawa High School's small forward made a forced shot and missed. Uzumi was stuck under the basket. Tachibana Nijiro grabbed the rebound. Ryonan's offense and defense transition was very fast. Tachibana Nijiro grabbed the rebound and directly pushed forward to shorten the passing link in the middle. After the game rhythm was picked up, more offensive opportunities appeared. Soon came to the front court. At this time, Manawa's inside line had just been positioned. Fukuda stood at the top of the three-point arc under the command of Tachibana Nijiro, played a pick and roll for the opponent, and then went straight down. Tachibana Nijiro broke through with the help of a screen. After this wave of screens, he seized the opportunity of passing and cutting when the defense changed, and directly penetrated Manawa High School. Fukuda received Tachibana Nijiro's pass and easily dunked. Manawa High School fell into a scoring drought, but Ryonan played smoothly. In the next round, Tachibana Nijiro backed up and forced Manawa's point guard. After attracting the attention of Manawa High School's defense, he threw the ball lightly into the restricted area. Fukuda jumped high and received the ball comfortably. Bang! A very beautiful one-handed dunk. The scene was boiling, such an attack was really cool, and in this boiling, Fukuda also roared excitedly, and then immediately celebrated with Tachibana Nijiro. Funabashi Daisuke and Yuzumi on the side were full of envy. Obviously, they also wanted such a pass, while Sendoh on the other side was thoughtful. After Tachibana Nijiro used the spider web to help defend the leaky Fukuda intercept the ball, Sendoh received Tachibana Nijiro's pass again and hit a long two-pointer with precision guidance, and Manawa High School was stopped. Ryonan's Tachibana Nijiro came on, and Ryonan immediately felt completely changed. Sendoh opened up space on the outside, and Yuzumi was very intimidating under the basket. And the new number 15 is also very strong in offense. The most fatal thing is that Tachibana Nijiro's control ability is too great. The ability to fast break seems to be innate, and he can always find teammates in open positions. His style of play is very selfless, and it should be very comfortable to be a teammate with him. Why didn't Ryonan play like this in the first quarter? While the audience was discussing in the stands, the game continued. After attracting the defense, the Manawa power forward assisted the small forward and made a three-pointer facing Fukuda, which relieved Manawa High School. After changing sides, Sendoh took the initiative to open up space for Tachibana Nijiro on one side, and then Tachibana Nijiro used a magical back pass to pass the ball to Sendoh. At this time, Sendoh's defender had already been taken away by Tachibana Nijiro. A wide open space. Sendoh was stunned for a moment, then he released the ball smoothly, and the basketball drew an arc. Swish! A hollow hit. When Tachibana Nijiro high-fived Sendoh, Sendoh was still thinking about the attack just now. How did this ball get past? This ball is too difficult, very bold and imaginative. From the perspective of a point guard, Tachibana Nijiro's passing ability is impeccable, and his court vision is great. Would you pass such a ball? No, with my height, I can't find teammates in this position. Tachibana Nijiro's height gives him a great advantage in court vision. Even if I knew Sendoh was in that position, I wouldn't use such a risky method. Although Tachibana Nijiro's technique looks super simple and efficient, his passing is full of personality. Many other teams who came to watch the game were discussing the pass made by Tachibana Nijiro just now. Manawa High School was in a tough battle. Ryonan played in a completely different style from the first quarter. They accelerated the speed of attack and defense conversion, and quickly pushed the fast break to counterattack after successfully defending. Although Yuzumi was not fast, other players such as Funabashi Daisuke, Sendoh, Fukuda, and Tachibana Nijiro were all very fast. On the other hand, Manawa High School had players with slow footsteps in the inside, some of whom could not keep up with Ryonan's rhythm. In addition, on the defensive end, Ryonan's overall size also had an advantage. The only loophole was Fukuda Kichu, and with the special care of Tachibana Nijiro's spider web, Ryonan gradually occupied an overwhelming advantage on the court. Soon, the second half of the game began. Ryonan's defense maintained a good intensity. Funabashi Daisuke and Uajumi guarded the inside line and did not let Manawa High School take advantage. Tachibana Nijiro's defense on the outside line also greatly restrained Manawa High School. Even Fukuda, who had a lot of problems in defense, was very focused. Fukuda played very easily in the offense. If he hadn't been focused on proving himself on the defensive end, he wouldn't even feel that he was sweating. Manawa High School's offense was delayed like this, and they fell into Ryanan's stranglehold. Their team, like Ryonan before, has always lacked an organizational core. Now they are in this dilemma, and they choose to give the ball to the team's ace at the power forward position to play a lot of singles. Manawa power forward shook off Funabashi Daisuke, but when he was about to shoot, Uazumi's long arms stretched out from the side again. The shot was greatly interfered. Manawa power forward adjusted the shooting angle. Although he avoided Uazumi's long arms, there was obviously something wrong with the aim. The ball hit the basket and bounced out. Fukuda got the rebound, and he immediately started looking for Tachibana Nijiro. This is human nature. When Tachibana Nijiro kept giving assists to Fukuda, Fukuda had already regarded Tachibana Nijiro as his elder brother because of his strength and status. Fukuda's rebound. Your defensive focus is so high, Fukuda. On the bench. Everyone was surprised. In their impression, Fukuda's defense was not only about skills, but also about habits. He often missed people because of his lack of concentration, but now, Fukuda has obviously changed. Takamoiki on the sidelines smiled, and Fukuda happened to notice it. Fukuda. In the transition between offense and defense, Tachibana Nijiro held the ball and suppressed the rhythm. Funahashi Daisuke pulled out to give Tachibana Nijiro a screen, and Tachibana Nijiro cooperated with his captain. Taking advantage of the situation to break into the inside, pretending to pass the ball to Funahashi Daisuke, but flicked his wrist and passed the ball to Sendoh, who was slipping to the baseline, and the latter easily completed a dunk. Fukuda, who was standing by, saw clearly that when he received a pass from Tachibana, the offensive opportunities were often created by Tachibana's ability. However, Sendoh was able to follow Tachibana's thinking. He would actively create offensive opportunities and guide Tachibana's pass. Manawa High School was beaten and the coach immediately requested a timeout. Chapter 51. In order to catch up, Manawa High School replaced the starting center with a faster substitute power forward, but Ryonan also coincidentally replaced Uzumi. Under the fast-paced collision, Manawa High School lost miserably. Tachibana Nijiro's talent was fully utilized. His scalpel-like precise passing was like butchering a cow. Manawa's defense was cut into pieces, and he kept providing assists to his teammates. Sendoh and Fukuda were naturally the focus of Tachibana Nijiro's attention. He could always find them in the gaps. The two only needed to send the ball into the basket. With 3 minutes left in the game, Manawa High School, which was 40 points behind, withdrew all the main players and announced that they would give up. Fukuda Kichu, who returned to the bench, felt that his basketball philosophy was impacted after playing a game. He received 8 assists from Tachibana Nijiro throughout the game and scored 20 points. Fukuda was so relaxed that he didn't even feel sweating. After defeating Manawa High School and passing the 4th round, Ryonan entered the quarterfinals of the county competition. Next. It's the top 8 to top 4 match. If they win this match, Ryonan will enter the round-robin finals of the top 4. With the non-stop schedule, it was soon the day of the match. Their opponent was Kasuga Daiichi High School. Finally, after 2 rounds, Tachibana Nijiro received the mission again. This is undoubtedly the best proof of Kasuga Daiichi's strength. And in fact, it is true. Kasuga Daiichi's recent situation is quite good. The team's ace Masada Nobuhiro has further evolved this year. In this county competition, in the first 4 rounds of his games, he averaged 24.1 points, 6.6 rebounds, 6.9 assists, 1.8 steals and 1 block per game. His style is all around. Together with other third-year students with good strength, Kasuga Daiichi played their best results. Therefore, before the game, the system has given a task: defeat Kasuga Daiichi and send more than 15 assists to get the card ticket and 3-point player card pool. 15 assists is not too difficult for Tachibana Nijiro, it is an average level. However, the 3-point card pool did not make Tachibana Nijiro happy too early, because he did not know what player would be drawn. After all, the previous shooter card pool had drawn Kagane. On the day of the game, the basketball club of Kasuga Daiichi is small, but the basketball atmosphere is quite good. The Ryonan players glanced at the audience stand where the Kasuga Daiichi cheering group was located. There was even a big poster of Masada Nobuhiro, which was terribly big. Tachibana Nijiro was shocked by the crazy support for Masada Nobuhiro. During the warm-up before the game, Tachibana Nijiro greeted Iida Yayoi familiarly, and then saw Masada Nobuhiro take the initiative to come over and say a few words to Captain Funabashi. This player was mature and talkative, different from a high school student. Masada Nobuhiro smiled and nodded at Tachibana Nijiro's gaze, and Tachibana Nijiro naturally served with a smile. Soon, the game began. In today's game, Yuzumi rarely made a jump ball mistake against a 190 cm center. Kasuga's center won the jump ball and then passed the ball to the point guard. Tachibana Nijiro put pressure on the opponent as usual. At the same time, as expected by Tachibana Nijiro, Kasuga's number 1 point guard quickly passed the ball to Masada Nobuhiro on the left 3-point line. Masada Nobuhiro broke through with the ball. How to describe his style? It was another type of Emperor Mew. Breaking through players who rely heavily on physical fitness and confrontation. I heard from the predecessors that since the appearance of Shinichi Maki last year, Kanagawa has had many players of this type. Although they don't have the talent of AMU, they have indeed made rapid progress. Among them, Masada Nobuhiro is probably the best imitator. Most players can't withstand Masada Nobuhiro's attack, but Sendoh is obviously not one of them. Even though he is only a freshman, Sendoh's physical ability is pure talent. He easily resisted Masada Nobuhiro. The opponent was stunned for a moment, glanced, and passed the ball to the center in the interior in time. The 192 cm center, facing Yuzumi, was at a complete disadvantage in height, but his technique was very delicate. He played back-to-back continuously, connected with a smooth turn, and overpowered Yuzumi to turn and hit a small fadeaway in the penalty area. Swish! Hollow shot! 2-0. Kasuga's center scored the first goal for Kasuga High School, and the opponent's supporters cheered enthusiastically in time. Tachibana Nijiro. Good guy. The ace imitates Shinichi Maki, and the center imitates Toru Hanagata, right? Glancing at Kasuga's top point guard, Tachibana Nijiro thought, why don't you imitate Fujima, just add Kanon and Shoyo to the net. However, Tachibana Nijiro knows very well. For the type of Shinichi Maki, a poor imitation can still be imitated, and the same is true for a flexible center like Hanagata, it's nothing more than a little fadeaway, hook shot, etc. But Fujima, that is a pure speed and skill type, extremely difficult to imitate. But then again, Tachibana Nijiro's eyes returned to Yuzumi. Is he a little nervous? Just because of a game from 8-4, close to the round-robin finals? Ryonan's offensive round. Tachibana Nijiro dribbled the ball across half-court. The opponent's pressing was of little use to Tachibana Nijiro's ball control skills. Instead, he was shaken by the abrupt change of the ball control movement that was almost invisible, and lost his center of gravity and was left behind. He strode into the penalty area, facing the first version of Kasuga's Hanagata under the basket, and Tachibana Nijiro passed the ball to Yuzumi under the basket by hitting the ground. Yuzumi jumped up and pushed the ball into the basket. Bang! In the sound of the vibration. 2-2. After Yuzumi scored, he was about to say to Tachibana as usual, beautiful pass, but this time Tachibana gave him a thumbs up first. Senior Yuzumi, you are not nervous, are you? Still not full. The dunk is not strong enough. Yuzumi. Just now, the opponent scored a single goal, and this round of goals came very thirst-quenching. Tachibana's pass was as comfortable as ever, which was a feeling that other guards could not give. It's just the point guard of my team sometimes exudes a natural bad feeling, which makes people uncomfortable. First-year student, I will take down the basket and show it to you later. Hearing this, Tachibana Nijiro looked at Uzumi strangely, turned around and went to lead the point guard. Only a word floated in the air. Oh. Uzumi. Oh? What kind of reaction is that? Damn. Chapter 52. Kasuga First High School's Offense. Let's give the ball to Nobuhiro Masada to initiate. As the core player who imitates Shinichi Maki's style of play, Kasuga's offense is almost always initiated by Nobuhiro Masada, and their guards are only responsible for carrying the ball across half-court to the opponent. As for why they don't just imitate it to the end and play point guard like Shinichi Maki, it can only be said that Nobuhiro Masada, who plays as a small forward, can move closer to Shinichi Maki's muscles, but he does not have the talent to control these muscles in high school. The most obvious manifestation of this gap is sensitivity and coordination. Therefore, wanting Nobuhiro Masada to be like point guard Shinichi Maki, it is almost impossible. Ryonan shrank the formation to deal with Nobuhiro Masada's breakthrough. His shooting ability is average, and Ryonan does not think that Nobuhiro Masada can punish himself by shooting. And the fact is indeed so. Nobuhiro Masada frowned, and he felt quite irritated by the defense that lost the breakthrough space. Continuing to observe at the top of the arc, he made a fake move to break through, but in fact, it was a fake move. Masada Nobuhiro's real purpose was to find a shooter on the outside. Tachibana Nijiro accurately judged Masada Nobuhiro's idea. Sure enough, it was a fake move to break through, and then passed it to the shooting guard on the outside. The next second, bang! In Masada Nobuhiro's vision, a figure in a white and blue uniform suddenly appeared in the middle of the passing line between the two. The black hair was flying. Ryonan number 13. Tachibana Nijiro. The ball was intercepted by the opponent, and at the same time, without any hesitation, he immediately started to advance quickly. Masada Nobuhiro, whose pass was intercepted, chased Tachibana Nijiro, but Tachibana Nijiro, who had a command tower, played reasonably and terrifyingly. With a strong field of vision, he did not turn his head at all, and he could clearly observe behind him with only his peripheral vision. Then, a fake move of sudden acceleration took Masada Nobuhiro out of the raid route. At the same time, with a flick of his wrist, the basketball came into Sendoh's hands. Sendoh seized the opportunity, jumped off the ground, and scored 2 points with a light dunk. Masada Nobuhiro was a little helpless. He thought confidently that if Tachibana Nijiro chose to come by himself, he would be sure to intercept this ball. Unexpectedly, Tachibana Nijiro was like an eagle eye, and he could accurately find Sendoh who was following behind him. It was incredible. Kasuga's round. This time Masada Nobuhiro did not deliberately avoid Uzumi in Ryonan's interior. He rushed into Ryonan's restricted area through a pick-and-roll screen, swung his right arm, and completed a muscle dunk in the confrontation. At this moment, Masada Nobuhiro, who broke through Ikegami Ryoji's defense and scored against Uzumi, showed his terrifying physical strength. Next round, Tachibana Nijiro passed the ball to Sendoh in the low position on the right. On the defensive end, Kasuga chose to use Masada Nobuhiro to defend Sendoh, but Sendoh, who was backing up Masada Nobuhiro, made a series of fake moves and turned around to shoot, hitting the ball with superb skills. During Kasuga's attack, in Ryonan's interior, Funahashi Daisuke and Sendoh also retreated, and even Masada Nobuhiro could not blast a passage. There was no way, Masada Nobuhiro, who had been cautiously paying attention to Tachibana Nijiro's position, successfully passed the ball to the outside shooter this time. After receiving the pass, Kasuga's shooting guard took a three-pointer. As expected. After shrinking, the 188 cm Sendoh rushed to the three-point line, causing some interference, and the ball hit the front of the basket and bounced up. The rebound was protected by Uzumi, and Masada Nobuhiro frowned. The moment the ball was received, there was a large open space. It was a pity that his shooting guard did not seize the opportunity. If the outside shot could not be opened, Ryonan would shrink the defense more unscrupulously, which was not good news for him. Ryonan's inside defense was very tight. Kasuga lacked the firepower support of Masada Nobuhiro, and obviously could not compete with Ryonan. At the same time, Tachibana Nijiro's outside interception of the backline's pass was also very critical. With him, Sendoh's defensive pressure was greatly reduced, and he only needed to shrink and defend linearly. After all, with Tachibana there, Kasuga, who was directly facing Sendoh, had no choice but to pass the ball to Masada Nobuhiro in order to get the ball, except for handing it off to the point guard. Very easy to predict. In the transition between offense and defense, Tachibana Nijiro advanced with the ball, and despite the interference of the opponent's point guard, he still calmly sent a precise long pass, and Uzumi took off and completed a beautiful alley-oop. Beep. Kasuga was forced to call a timeout. Ryonan's defense was very successful. They suppressed Masada Nobuhiro's breakthrough, and Kasuga's outside line had no way to give Ryonan a counterattack. Ryonan has a big advantage. If they can't make changes, I'm afraid Kasuga's result will be no different from the opponents that Ryonan crushed in the previous rounds. After the timeout, Kasuga's rhythm is still very stable. There is no way. They don't have a physical running monster like Funabashi Daisuke in the inside line. Their athletic ability is average, and the fast-paced offense and defense transition is not suitable for them. Masada Nobuhiro asked for an extra screen this time, and blocked Sendoh with a pick and roll at the top of the arc. Then he cut in from a gap, jumped high, and ignited the whole court with a fake shot that avoided Uzumi's close-range shot. Funabashi Daisuke shook his head. If he forced to defend this ball, it would be easy for Masada Nobuhiro to make a 2+1 with a fake shot. Ryonan's round. Tachibana Nijiro dribbled the ball across half-court. Now Kasuga's point guard didn't dare to rush to steal the ball. He left Tachibana Nijiro in the space in front of the three-point line and focused on defending the opponent's high-speed breakthrough. Data doesn't lie. Although the opponent had a series of high hit-rate long two-pointers that were almost the same as three-pointers, there were very few three-pointers in the statistics. So in his eyes, Tachibana Nijiro's shooting might have some problems in controlling the sense of distance. However, too far. Swoosh. Three-pointer hit. Tachibana Nijiro. Very few. But that doesn't mean you can let it go like that. His 82.3-point shooting ability is real. Kasuga point guard. Damn it. Passing. Shooting. Breaking through. Doesn't this guy have any weaknesses? Obviously. If we use Kasuga High School's point guard as a reference, Tachibana Nijiro has no weaknesses. Chapter 53. Ryonan's defense was very fast, and Kasuga had no chance to break fast. Masada Nobuhiro slowed down the pace and waited for his teammates in the interior to get in position, and then the teammates who arrived immediately came up to cover. No matter whether Sendoh or Tachibana came to help, as long as they blocked the opponent, Masada Nobuhiro could tear Ryonan's defense line. Tachibana Nijiro had already judged Masada Nobuhiro's intention and rushed over to fill the position. At the same time, when Masada Nobuhiro attacked, he was blocked by Ikegami Ryoji, and he rushed over in one step. At this time, Tachibana Nijiro appeared in the path that Masada Nobuhiro had to pass, stabilized his center of gravity, and stood still. He was fully prepared, but the best plan to create an offensive foul failed. Masada Nobuhiro did not complete the shot or pass. Instead, he continued dribbling. His agility and coordination were far from Shinichi Maki, so Masada Nobuhiro rarely had a lot of dribbling and changing his posture in the game before. Snap! 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 Tachibana Nijiro was stunned. It was not that Masada Nobuhiro's breakthrough was so powerful, but that his coordination was extremely poor. For those with low EQ, his dribbling skills were ugly. Outward 8s. Expand the stride. This is to counter the smooth crotch dribbling that is difficult to do with rigid coordination. The turning action is also to throw the ball to a farther position, so as not to slow down the turning speed due to the loss of control of the ball during the turning process. There are many such actions, all of which are ugly, and they are completely extreme, completely sacrificing the viewing experience, and achieving smoothness with personal practicality. On the court, Masada Nobuhiro suddenly confronted Tachibana Nijiro while he was stunned, and he almost turned his wrist forward to resist his defense. Bang! Masada Nobuhiro jumped high and finished with a powerful slam dunk. After landing, Masada Nobuhiro roared in celebration. The whole stadium was boiling. The students of Kasuga in the stands were conquered by the ugly and cute operation of Masada Nobuhiro. They cheered for Masada Nobuhiro crazily. The rest of the audience laughed knowingly. Masada Nobuhiro didn't care at all. This kind of laughter was not the first time he heard it. This level of laughter could not shake Masada Nobuhiro's determination. Because this is the final trump card that Masada Nobuhiro completed in order to move to a higher level. Ryonan's round. Tachibana Nijiro and Yuzumi screened at the top of the arc. Tachibana Nijiro, who broke into the inside, was assisted by Masada Nobuhiro and passed the ball to Sendoh on the outside. Sendoh changed direction in an instant and shook off the Kasuga High School shooting guard and shot from mid-range. Swish! Hollow hit. Ryonan has many offensive points. Sendoh and Yuzumi are both very strong in singles. With Tachibana Nijiro's threading, it is difficult for Kasuga High School to defend Ryonan. If you want to narrow the gap, you have to keep scoring and compete with your opponent for hit rate. So, Masada Nobuhiro became the hope of the whole village of Kasuga High School. The next round, Masada Nobuhiro used the screen to break into the inside again. With the experience of the last time, Tachibana Nijiro no longer thought about making Masada Nobuhiro foul. After switching defense, he rushed over from the wing, and the wildness and talent bounce was activated instantly. Masada Nobuhiro, who jumped high, obviously did not expect that there would be someone on the side. Snap! Tachibana Nijiro was full of energy, and he slapped the ball from above. So high! What a quick reaction! The cheering of Kasuga High School's cheering group died down instantly, and Masada Nobuhiro looked back at Tachibana Nijiro and couldn't hide his surprise. But there was no time for so much surprise. Kasuga served the sideline ball, and since Masada Nobuhiro's trump card had been used, there was no need to worry about the problem of control, so they subconsciously went to find Masada Nobuhiro at the first time, but this time Kasuga's transfer ball was a bit careless, and was caught by the cruising Tachibana Nijiro. Attack and defense changed, Ryonan launched another fast break like a whirlwind. Kasuga High School obviously did not adapt to Ryonan's rhythm, and only Masada Nobuhiro had the intention to chase back, but with one defense and three, it was obvious that he could not escape the fate of being slipped away. Tachibana Nijiro threw the ball forward, and Funabashi Daisuke immediately jumped high. When he reached the highest point, the ball was in the right position, and he caught the ball very comfortably and completed a violent rim shot. Boom! The basket trembled. Wow! Awesome! The audience was very excited. Ryonan's play was very eye-catching. They are currently the best team at aerial relays. Among them, Funabashi Daisuke, who has more mobility, is Tachibana Nijiro's golden partner in aerial operations. Well done! Tachibana Nijiro and Funabashi Daisuke high-fived to celebrate. Tachibana Nijiro was very happy to cooperate with Funabashi Daisuke. To be honest, it is easier to get assists by passing the ball to Ryonan inside. If it is to Sendoh, although the success rate is extremely high, sometimes this guy, whose singles gene is deeply rooted in his bones, will make Tachibana Nijiro's assist fly directly after a set of inertial operations. Return to defense! Sendoh suddenly shouted. It turned out that when Tachibana Nijiro and Funabashi Daisuke were celebrating by high-fiving, Masada Nobuhiro launched an assault. After receiving the ball, he charged directly without waiting for his teammates. Masada Nobuhiro has a tank-like confrontation and a fairly useful ugly and cute passing ability. In the first exchange of fire with these two abilities, Sendoh was a little overwhelmed. Quickly attacking the inside, Yuzumi didn't have time to get into position, and Masada Nobuhiro carried Ikegami Ryoji to make a layup. Swish! The one-stop attack, Masada Nobuhiro's strength this year, also shocked everyone. Amid the cheers of the MVP of the Kasuga cheering group, Masada Nobuhiro was also ignited with passion. With the ugly and cute breakthrough dribbling as a trump card, coupled with the violent confrontation style of imitating Shinichi Maki, Masada Nobuhiro played very well. But Kasuga was always at a disadvantage on the field. Especially at the end of the first quarter and the beginning of the second quarter, when Tachibana Nijiro brought Fukuda Kichua and Ishide Kazunari, who replaced Ikegami and Uajumi, to the lineup. Ryonan's offense and defense transition rhythm directly exploded Kasuga High School. Fukuda Kichua played like crazy. With the support of Tachibana Nijiro, Fukuda's scoring frequency today was almost like Sendoh's possession. Not only Kasuga High School couldn't stand it, but even Ryonan's own teammates couldn't stand it. Funabashi Daisuke's heart was broken. Fukuda, I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious. I haven't grabbed the rebound yet, but you have already run across half the court. What does it mean? On the other side, Ishide Kazunari, who appeared at the same time as Fukuda, was out of breath and didn't even touch the ball. Ishide Kazunari. This is not very engaging. Fukuda, after experiencing the joy of playing with Tachibana in the last official game, seemed to have opened up the feeling of the game. Anyway, he just had to cut in, run, run. Don't stop, the cheers will keep coming. So, run. Keep running. Hey. Ha. As Fukuda kept cutting in without the ball, Kasuga collapsed in a blink of an eye, and the score instantly widened, forcing Kasuga High School to call a timeout and quickly switch back to the starting lineup. Chapter 54. Tachibana Nijiro was kept on the court by Takamoiki. He was too useful and could not bear to withdraw. After Masada Nobuhiro returned to the court, he changed to the number 1 position, so Tachibana Nijiro became the one defending Masada Nobuhiro, and then he experienced Masada Nobuhiro's impact directly. In that not very beautiful ball control, his chest was hit and hurt. And Masada Nobuhiro obviously realized the opponent's accurate judgment of the pass from Tachibana Nijiro's previous pass blockade of the point guard, so his pass was always a direct hand-to-hand pass. Kasuga High School's round. Kasuga High School's center finally avoided Yuzumi by going out at the wrong time, and took the position with Ryonan's substitute center Iida Kazunari, carried Iida Kazunari away, and then Yang Yang exhaled on the right side of the hook. Ryonan's round. After receiving the serve, Tachibana Nijiro started to speed up. After Yuzumi and Ikegami left the court and replaced by Fukuda and Iida Kazunari, the speed and flexibility on the court were immediately improved. On the other hand, Kasuga High School's inside duo could not keep up with Ryonan's rhythm. When Ryonan launched the attack, only Masada Nobuhiro and Kasuga's small forward and shooting guard were in position in time. It was 5 versus 3 in the front court, and Masada Nobuhiro was a little confused. 9. How to defend? Tachibana Nijiro must not be let go. Sendoh can't be let go either. As for the newcomers, after a moment of hesitation, Kasuga High School still selectively let go of Fukuda Kichua and Iida Kazunari while shrinking the defense to the penalty area as much as possible. Whoosh! Tachibana Nijiro passed the ball to Iida Kazunari, who did not make any extra moves. After adjusting the rhythm, he shot directly from mid-range. The basketball drew an arc in the air. Swish! Hollow hit. After Kazunari Shinide finished shooting, the two inside players of Kasuga High School finally got into position breathlessly. At this stage, Tachibana Nijiro actually had to speed up again. Kasuga High School's inside players couldn't keep up with the rhythm, and Ryonan's new substitute center had no one to defend. The following 3 rounds were all scenes reenacted. However, because Fukuda's skills did not include mid-range and long-range shooting, Tachibana Nijiro assisted the next ball to Kazunari Shinide in a wide-open position. And Kazunari Shinide did not disappoint Tachibana Nijiro's pass, or in other words, in that open position, receiving Tachibana Nijiro's comfortable perfect pass, the improvement of his hit rate was an inevitable result. Plus Re. 3 out of 3. All the players of Kasuga High School were numb. But on Ryonan's side, in just these 2 minutes, the score difference widened by 5 points. With 2 minutes left in the second quarter, the coach of Kasuga High School requested a timeout, and Ryonan on the other side also had a happy trouble. Because Ryonan, who was led by Tachibana just now, was so fast, and the effect seemed to be surprisingly good, for a moment, Dakamoiki was a little hesitant, whether to replace Yuzumi again. In the end, Dakamoiki still chose to replace the starting lineup. It was not that the previous lineup performed poorly, but he was worried that such a fast attack and defense round would cause unnecessary pressure on the players' physical fitness. After all, they were already leading by so much. The timeout ended and the game continued. Ryonan's starting lineup was all back, and Kasuga High School was able to keep up with the speed and rhythm, but the pure strength of the players on the court became far apart. Except for Masada Nobuhiro, 3 of the other 4 players of Kasuga High School were suppressed by the opponent, and the remaining one could not penetrate Ikegami Ryoji's defense. And Tachibana Nijiro is different from other point guards. He has the ability of Kagami Taiga and his ability to confront is also quite good. Kasuga High School can only send Masada Nobuhiro to match him. However, Sendoh became an untreatable point, and if Masada Nobuhiro went to defend Sendoh, Tachibana Nijiro would be freed. Ryonan's fast-paced whirlwind made Kasuga unable to resist. In the last bit of the second quarter, plus the entire third quarter, the difference between the two teams reached 40 early. The third quarter ended. The fourth quarter. In the quarterfinals, out of self-esteem, Kasuga could not take the initiative to raise the white flag and send out the substitute lineup, turning the game into garbage time. Therefore, under such a big score difference, Kasuga High School still tried its best to find offensive opportunities. DJ. The result was not satisfactory. Masada Nobuhiro looked at Tachibana Nijiro on the opposite side, very unwilling. He had tried his best in this game, even using the dribbling ability that he had hidden in order to compete with Emperor Mew, but still helpless. Masada Nobuhiro played almost the entire game, with 19 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists and 1 block. The data was greatly reduced, but it is not difficult to see that he played quite well. But facing today's Ryonan, the progress of the game was completely beyond Masada Nobuhiro's control. Ryonan's Tachibana Nijiro, such a point guard, whether in terms of personal strength or understanding of basketball, is terrifying when reflected in reality. The key is that Ryonan also has Sendoh and Uajumi. Such a player would be an ace player in any team. Although he doesn't have the influence of Tachibana Nijiro that can radiate to the whole team, his ability to control the ball and digest the ball to score is unquestionable. Even if Ryonan's engine Tachibana Nijiro is not on the court, relying only on Sendoh and Uajumi's strong singles scoring ability, the gap may not be so big, but it is no problem to beat them Kasuga. And the gap suddenly opened in the middle shows how important a good point guard is. Masada Nobuhiro also wants to partner like this. He can handle the ball, but he needs a burst point to help him share the pressure. His teammates are obviously lacking in this aspect. Finally, the final whistle sounded. The score was fixed at 128-70, and Ryonan High School defeated Kasuga High School. Tachibana Nijiro scored 18 points, 18 assists, 5 rebounds, 6 steals and 4 blocks in the game. This is a typical Tachibana Nijiro style data since the start of the county conference. As a point guard, his assist ability, steals and blocks are very outstanding. Many players watching the game thought that Tachibana Nijiro had reached the top level in Kanagawa Prefecture in the point guard position, and unlike Shinichi Maki and Fujima Kenji, he was a more organizational point guard. Card ticket task: in the county tournament in Kasuga No. 1-8-4 match, send more than 15 assists. Card ticket task has been completed, rewards loaded. Get reward draw card ticket times 10. Card pool task: defeat the opponent in the county tournament in Kasuga No. 1-8-4 match and win the game. Card pool task has been completed, rewards loaded. Limited time 3-point player card pool has been opened. The current number of card tickets, plus the existing 15, has reached a record high of 25 in total, but the players that appeared in the card pool made Tachibana Nijiro frown. Around the familiar unknown gold card, the 3 purple cards are Sakurai Ryo, Hinata Junpei, and Imyoji Shoichi. As for the purple cards, the quality is much weaker this time compared to the previous ones with 5 generals, but because it is a special offensive card pool like the 3-pointer. Tachibana Nijiro still drew. And it was not a slow single draw. 20 consecutive draws thrown out. In the dazzling green light, mixed with 1 gold. *E. Player, T. Sakurai Ryo, beginner. Skill, quick shooting, beginner. Player, Rakuzen Ryo Mibuchi, beginner. Skills, sky shot, beginner, earth shot, beginner, void, beginner. Sky shot, beginner avoid the opponent's block with the sky shot, fade away for a 3-pointer. Earth shot, beginner go head to head with the opponent with the earth shot, fake a 3-pointer through a fake move, then squat and shoot again to get 3+1. Void, beginner make the opponent unable to jump with the void, squat deeper before shooting, making the opponent stiff at the moment of jumping and unable to jump. Gold. Ryo Mibuchi. It's really good. B. Why not Midorima Shinter? How come it's in the gold sequence again when it's at the level of the 5 generals? Tachibana Nijiro. When the gold appeared, he really thought it would be Midorima. It was a waste of joy. Good fellow. The division of gold and purple is not just based on the level of the players in the current card pool, right? Sakurai Ryo, Hinata Junpei, Imyoji Shoichi, Mibuchi Ryo. There is no doubt that if these 4 players come out together, Mibuchi Ryo will definitely be taken out and put in the gold card. If that's the case, in the subsequent card draws, the level of the gold card can be roughly analyzed from the purple card situation. Of Tachibana Nijiro lined up with his teammates in the middle circle and took a deep breath. In general, this time's card draw can be regarded as a very powerful player. It can be predicted that with Ryo Mibuchi, Tachibana Nijiro will immediately transform into a 3-point master with 3 shooting modes. On the other side, despite the tragic defeat, Masada Nobuhiro still smiled gracefully after the game, and shook hands with Tachibana Nijiro and Sendoh to express his congratulations. As a point guard, you are probably the best I have ever seen. The future belongs to you. Tachibana Nijiro held it in for a long time. Although he knew that the other party was saying good things, he couldn't help but think of a famous saying in the basketball world, "The future is yours." Thank you. The future is also yours. Tachibana Nijiro replied politely. A few days later, the top 4 teams of the Kanagawa Prefecture tournament were all announced. It was still the same familiar faces. Kanan, Shoyo, Buri. And Ryonan's first opponent in the round-robin finals was Buri by luck of the draw. Although they all have to play in a round-robin in the end, getting the weakest one first is definitely the best situation from the perspective of gradual progress. Title: After watching the video of Buri with the coach and teammates, Tachibana Nijiro found that the Buri team, whose starting lineup was all third-year players, was not as strong as he had imagined, like next year, when they were defeated by Kanon, Shohoku, Ryonan, who played so badly in each circle. This Iron Army led by the third-year student has become stronger step by step every year with the accumulation of time, and has reached its peak this year. The biggest feature is not that they have any eye-catching super players, but the use of the perfect pick-and-roll tactics. From the data, the distribution of each position is extremely even, relying on the pick-and-roll. Especially the center, in order to follow the screen of the pick-and-roll tactics. As a center, he also has good mid-range shooting skills. The advantage is that the shooting ability is very good, and the opposing players often seem to be very strenuous in defending him. The weakness is that the attack focus is biased towards the outside line, and the proportion of strong attacks under the basket is very small. And at the small forward position, Buri has an offense that reaches the average line, but the defense level is at Ikigami, a tough guy above Ryoji. His presence has helped Buri to take both offense and defense to a higher level. In addition, the three-year players on the bench have also helped Buri's average level to rise a lot. Therefore, they performed very well in the first 5 rounds of the county competition, but this recognized tough team was directly beaten by Ryonan with 3-pointers. Del. That's right. Just like when, Zhao de Zhao, Kagami drew the first gold, he couldn't wait to challenge Sendoh. This time, it was still Tachibana Nijiro who did it. Captain, here. Ryonan vs Buri. At the beginning of the game, Ryonan got a chance to counterattack. As the fast break spearheads, Tachibana Nijiro and Sendoh rushed all the way, but this time, when all Ryonan members thought that Tachibana would assist Sendoh as usual, Tachibana Nijiro had no intention of passing the ball. In front of the 3-point arc, the Buri point guard looked at Tachibana Nijiro seriously. All of them have carefully analyzed the opponent's games, including the last round's match against Kasuga Daiichi. Although Tachibana Nijiro used a 3-pointer to punish the opponent in the last round, it was purely because the opponent was too arrogant and shot too far. As long as they maintain a proper distance, they can be on guard against Tachibana Nijiro's sneak attack of a fixed-point 3-pointer. The opponent's choice of attack is likely to start from entering the 3-point line. However, the next second, Tachibana Nijiro's expression became serious. He bent his knees slightly, grabbed the ball with both hands and raised it above his head, and then used his legs to exert force. Buri point guard. What's going on? In the round of counterattack, he decisively chose the 3-pointer, which is relatively weak in the technique. Swish. Buri point guard followed and jumped up. Fake move? Tachibana Nijiro's realistic fake move, after deceiving the opponent, squatted slightly, aimed at the landing point after the opponent's jump, jumped up, and met. Bang! Aerial confrontation. Swish. Throw it. Hollow hit. At the same time, the referee's whistle also sounded. Beep. Gray number 8, defensive foul. White number 13, add 1 goal. What kind of operation is this? The audience was stunned. Chapter 55. What is Tachibana Kojiro going to do? Play a quick counterattack instead of attacking the basket. According to Tachibana Kojiro's style, he should have passed the ball to assist the ball just now. He definitely wouldn't have shot it directly from outside the 3-point line like he did just now. And what the hell was that 3-pointer? Was it a deliberate foul? Did you guess it? But the fake shot was super realistic. The audience was talking about it. At the same time, Tachibana Kojiro on the court also stood on the free throw line under the strange eyes of his teammates. Swish. Free throw hit. 1 offensive round scored 4 points, 1 ball scored 2 points. The captain of Buri High School frowned. Judging from Tachibana Kojiro's decisive and smooth movements just now, that ball was definitely not shot in a hurry. Everyone, please pay attention. All previous analysis of Tachibana Kojiro is invalid. You should also pay special attention to the three-pointer. Everyone nodded. Especially Buri's number 8 point guard, who had just lost 4 points to him in one breath, frowned and thought, how dare Tachibana Nijiro shoot like that? Buri attacked. After the pick and roll, he made a quick stop shot. Crack! Ikegami Ryoji tried to interfere. Ding! The shot missed. Yuzumi grabbed the backcourt rebound and quickly launched a defensive counterattack. After having Tachibana Nijiro this year, Yuzumi has formed a conditioned reflex to grab rebounds and find Tachibana first. Buri obviously studied this point very thoroughly. After losing the rebound, he immediately blocked the passing line to Tachibana Nijiro. This way. Sendoh waved his hand and took over Tachibana's role of holding the ball and advancing. Although he couldn't see the situation on the court without looking around like Tachibana, Sendoh had a great sense of playing and could control the general situation on the court with a little observation. But as expected, he still couldn't assist like Tachibana. BB. Should I attack by myself? Just when he thought of this, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Tachibana Nijiro, who was already in the bottom corner. Swoosh! Out of trust in Tachibana Nijiro's organizational ability, Sendoh passed the ball to the opponent first, and then ran as usual, waiting for Tachibana's assist. Righto! He had just run a few steps when he saw Tachibana, who did not pause at all, and jumped up to shoot more recklessly than himself, even a fadeaway from the three-point line. Because in the bottom corner, the distance and amplitude of the fadeaway completely went beyond the sideline of the court. Buri number 8. What a joke! Number 8 jumped high, trying to intercept the ball. But Tachibana Nijiro's ability is not only Ryo Mibuchi, but also Kagami. The bounce brought by Taiga made the shooting point of this fadeaway shot high and far. It's not so easy to block it. Heaven's shot! As Tachibana Nijiro said, the ball drew a beautiful arc, and with a swish, it went into the net again. It was a three-pointer in a row. In just 2 rounds, he got 7 points. There was an uproar in the stadium. Looking at Tachibana Nijiro, who excitedly waved his fist on the court, everyone was shocked. Recalling the extremely difficult fadeaway three-pointer just now, that scene was really too exaggerated. Beautiful. On the Ryonan bench, Koshino Hiroaki waved his arms excitedly. He was full of admiration for the 2 three-pointers that Tachibana Nijiro shot in succession. Seniors such as Tsutomu Hokawa and Yoji Isotani were also surprised. The first thing they thought of was that Tachibana Nijiro finally couldn't hold back on the stage of the round-robin finals and took out a new weapon. Although they never expected it turned out to be a three-pointer. In front of the bench, Tien Moiki, who stood up at some point, had a bright look in his eyes. In the round-robin finals, Tachibana Kojiro's three-pointer undoubtedly gave him confidence in the subsequent games, and even his heart was excited. Exit. He stared at the court with burning eyes. If Tachibana Kojiro can still maintain such a hot hand, then, Tachibana Kojiro, who has no blind spots, the best point guard in the country? A bold idea flashed through his mind, and gradually solidified and firmed, and his breathing became rapid. With the level of the real best in the country, it is not impossible to dominate the country. On the other side, seeing that the first quarter was not long, they were beaten 16-4. Coach Bungbu was roaring loudly, and his face became gloomy. What are you doing? Let a freshman play like this in front of you 3-year players? Haven't you eaten enough? Guard that freshman. The first time to enter the round-robin finals of the top 4, the road to the national team is so close, and it must not end here with regret. On the court, Tachibana Nijiro ran towards the backcourt excitedly. His three-pointer just now was really strong. Facing the defense of the opponent's point guard, the ability of Jibuchi Ryo is simply a dimensional strike. Buri attacks. The power forward gets a shooting opportunity through continuous pick and rolls and runs away, and completes a mid-range shot. Swish! The shot is successful. Ryonan quickly serves from the baseline and pushes the counterattack with all his strength. But this time, Buri's defense is very fast, and he is also constantly improving the defensive intensity. Tachibana Nijiro dribbled across half-court, organized the team's offense, and signaled Funabashi Daisuke to move up to the high position to screen for him. However, the moment he finished the screen, Tachibana Nijiro shot a three-pointer. All the players in Buri looked at the ball flying in the air, their hearts were tense, and a thought flashed through their minds. Can it still go in? Bang! The ball bounced out of the basket. The players in Buri breathed a sigh of relief. This guy's outrageous three-point shooting performance ended here. It was just a false alarm just now. But there was no time to breathe. Yuzumi squeezed everyone in the interior, grabbed the front court rebound, and passed the ball to Tachibana Nijiro again. Tachibana Nijiro glanced at the opponent who rushed over in a panic and was obviously a little slower in defense. In this case, follow the rule that if the defense is slow, shoot in the air, if the defense is fast, shoot on the spot to create a foul, if the defense is just right, use the sky shot to open up the shooting space. Knee power. Void. Buri number 8 was shocked. What's going on? Can't get up. In the surprised and helpless face, the basketball drew a terrifying arc. Swish! The ball went into the net. Instantly, the whole stadium was quiet. Everyone was stunned to watch this scene. Another goal. But it's so strange, why did Buri number 8 seem to be fixed in place just now? For a long time. Chapter 56. What was that just now? Buri number 8 actually stopped moving by himself. On the court. Buri number 8 gritted his teeth. Damn it! Just a freshman. I don't care if you are the best newcomer, how could I lose to you? I finally made it to the round-robin finals in my last year, I must win. What should I do? This freshman has 3 ways to shoot the ball, the foul-making shot, and the so-called heavenly shot with the backwards shot. These 2 are already troublesome enough. Now there is another trick. How can he make people unable to move? How should we deal with him? For victory. Can we really defend him? 910 Void. A shot that will make the defensive player unable to jump, the key lies in the depth of squatting before taking off. When preparing to shoot the void, you will squat deeper than the opponent, and when you jump, after the defensive player's knees are fully straightened, the shooting action will be paused for 10 seconds. The defensive player who was deceived by that moment would release all the power accumulated when squatting, so the remaining power would be 0, and he would not be able to jump up again. The player who shot the void still had some spare power because he squatted deeper at the beginning. He used this spare power in a highly efficient shooting posture to shoot. This is the true face of the void. Sidelines. Takamoiki, the coach in front of the Ryonan bench, noticed the abnormality of the opponent's defense and the pause of Tachibana Nijiro's shooting. But in just one round, he, like Buri number 8, did not figure out what kind of technology it was that could make the defensive player unable to jump up, but this did not prevent him from issuing such instructions. Everyone! Try to pass the ball to Tachibana. It is enough to confirm that Tachibana Nijiro's ability is effective. After all, from the time Tachibana started to exert force on the three-pointer, it has been more than a minute and he has already scored 10 points. On the other side, Coach Buri was trembling as he directed his own ace, the captain with the strongest defensive ability in the team, small forward Yuta Tomoyuki. Yuta, go and limit the other freshman. Yuta Tomoyuki was slightly stunned, and glanced at another freshman of Ryonan in front of him, Akira Sendoh, and thought, this person is not easy to deal with either. If I go to defend Tachibana Nijiro, How should I deal with this person? Well, forget it. The most urgent task is still Tachibana Nijiro. If we can't deal with that guy's three-pointer, the game will be taken away in one wave. As for Ryonan scoring ace Sendoh, it is completely meaningless to worry about his defensive problems. At least compared with the two, Tachibana Nijiro, who can score 3 or even 4 points in one round, is more threatening than Sendoh, who only scores 2 points. Pa! Yuta Tomoyuki clapped his hands, with a strong confidence in his tone. Leave that freshman to me. Seeing Yuta Tomoyuki approaching Tachibana Nijiro, the stands where the Buri cheering group was located cheered enthusiastically. They believed that the freshman's sudden 3-point performance would end here. And Buri number 8, while breathing a sigh of relief, said seriously. /V. That guy's shooting is weird. Yeah. Leave it to me. Buri attacks. From the beginning of the offensive round, Yuta Tomoyuki came directly to Tachibana Nijiro, carefully observing the opponent's movement frequency, and said, "First year, you are strong, but it ends here." While speaking, he blocked Tachibana Nijiro's body and asked Buri number 8 for the ball. Number 8 understood and passed the ball to Yuta Tomoyuki with a high lob. The students in Buri were boiling. They really wanted to see Yuta Tomoyuki teach this freshman a lesson, even if Yuta Tomoyuki's attack was not the strongest one. Bang! Bang! Tachibana Nijiro's arms drooped naturally, bursting with wildness. Yuta Tomoyuki backed up against Tachibana Nijiro, trying to get closer to the basket, but the next second, he was shocked to find that with his self-proclaimed strong strength, it was difficult to use back-to-back play to continue advancing into the restricted area. Is this the physical fitness that a point guard should have? You? Yuta Tomoyuki complained in his heart, frowning slightly. But Tachibana Nijiro smiled and thought, this is the golden card Kagami. The value of Taiga not only gave him the natural jumping ability, but also the strength attribute, which comprehensively improved his physical fitness. After several consecutive attempts, Yuta Tomoyuki could only turn over and jump shot. He was 5 centimeters taller than Tachibana Nijiro, and with the advantage of arm span and the technical action of turning over and jumping to open up space, but in a 1v1 situation, the ball was still touched by Tachibana Nijiro's overhand block. Bang! Iron shot! Ryonan grabbed the backcourt rebound and quickly counterattacked. Amid the coach's roar, Wu Li defended with all his strength, retreating at a very fast speed, falling into the position, Yuta Tomoyuki's defense, tightly sticking to Tachibana Nijiro. On the court, Tachibana Nijiro didn't care who was defending. Heaven, earth, void. The continuous 3-point shots made him feel that no one could defend him. Whether he could make it or not depended on his current 3-point shooting rate. Running. With the help of his teammates' pick and roll. Outside the 3-point line, Tachibana Nijiro just after receiving the ball, Yuta Tomoyuki followed up with his superb pick and roll defense. The aggressive defense left Tachibana Nijiro with only a little time to shoot. This is only for ordinary shooters. For Tachibana Nijiro, the opponent's defense is so close, so it is naturally a ground shot. Bang! After raising the ball, Tachibana Nijiro suddenly collided with Yuta Tomoyuki. Without hesitation, he directly connected with Yuta Tomoyuki in the confrontation, raised his hand and threw the ball out. The action was done in one go, extremely domineering. Swish! The waves that went into the net rolled. Hit again. The players on the bench of Ryonan excitedly punched the air, and the audience stands, where the banner of Brave and Courageous was hung, also became excited. At the same time, beep! The whistle blew. The referee, grey number 4, defensive foul. White number 13, 1 free throw. As a referee, this was the first time in all these years that he had seen a player who used the 3-pointer as a weapon to draw a foul. The most important thing was that this freshman from Ryonan, could really make the shot. The referee. Such strong confrontation and shooting stability. Such outrageous skills. Chapter 57. Abu. Free throw from Tachibana Nijiro. White waves appeared in Buri's net again. 2 minutes later, Tachibana Nijiro scored 14 points in 4 explosive offensive rounds. Ryonan's bench was completely boiling, waving towels wildly. At the same time, beep. The referee blew the whistle. Coach Buri requested a timeout. Everyone, this is the round-robin finals, get serious. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Is it reasonable to be 14 points behind in 2 minutes? Are you going to be scored 200 points in the whole game? What will be the consequences if you continue like this? Do you want to compete with Kanan and Shoyo for the second seed? Coach Buri slapped the tactical board and roared angrily. Yuta Tomoyuki, I don't care what method you use, just keep an eye on that freshman, and never let him shoot a three-pointer again, remember. Any method. Others, try to shoot a three-pointer after the pick and roll, find an opportunity to shoot decisively, pick and roll, shoot, how can we let the freshman outperform us in this regard? Go in, you'll also play later, protect the rebounds. Coach Buri quickly arranged the tactics, his face was terribly gloomy. On the other side, Ryonan was on the bench. Takamoiki was also busy making arrangements, but in fact it only revolved around one instruction. After you go on the court, use Tachibana Nijiro as the core of the offense. Don't treat him as a point guard. Takamoiki wanted to know how far Tachibana Nijiro's extreme burst of scoring ability could reach, and after hearing what Takamoiki said, everyone showed a surprised expression, and then they all focused their attention on Yuzumi and Sendoh. There was Yuzumi as a senior on the court, and also the first-year genius Sendoh. Would they be willing to assist Tachibana? Not everyone is like Tachibana, who has a terrifying scoring ability and is so keen on assisting. Many thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. But as Yuzumi and Sendoh spoke, it turned out that everyone was completely overthinking. Okay. Just think of it as returning Tachibana's care for this period of time. Sendoh said easily, even with a feeling of eagerness to try. Yet, as long as Tachibana can make the shot, I have no problem. Yuzumi said in a muffled voice. Takamoiki nodded with relief. Okay. Go ahead, even if you are sure to win, you have to get as much credit as possible. Although our goal is the championship, if something unexpected really happens and we have to chase the extreme situation of the second seed, maybe there will be a difference in the final calculation of the win-loss relationship. Hearing this, except Sendoh and Tachibana, everyone's expression was stern. There is also this question. In that case, everyone, support Tachibana. Funabashi Daisuke, who was in his last year and was particularly eager to enter the nationals, said loudly, and he patted the other player on the shoulder for the current undoubted strongest firepower. Try your best to score. The eyes of all Ryonan players became fierce again, just waiting for the timeout to end. When the half-quarter was over and they were already leading by 19 points, they had to grab more leads and more points difference, in order to move towards the nationals more surely. In the stands where the Ryonan cheering group was, all the students were satisfied with the short 2 minutes of Tachibana, especially the second and third grade students, who swept away the haze of last year and the year before. 4 out of 5 three-pointers. 2 of them were 3+1. Tachibana's three-pointers are too strong. Three-point shooting alone is already Ryonan's strongest firepower, but what's even more outrageous is Tachibana is even a point guard, a super point guard. A third-year student of Ryonan said with surprise, and his emotions became excited as he spoke. When he was in the first year, he started to talk about the group of Funabashi who dominated the country. When he was in the second year, we welcomed Uajumi's brilliant performance, Ikegami's core defense. They never made it to the round-robin finals. Just when he had no hope this year, two super rookies, Tachibana Nijiro and Akira Sendoh, appeared. One was an all-around assist maniac, and the other was a maniac who focused on scoring. The two complemented each other's attributes perfectly. Now I am surprised to find that the so-called all-around assist maniac is really all-around, and even the single score in all-around seems to be better than Sendoh. In the first quarter of the round-robin finals, they beat the traditional strong team Buri. That heart Ryanan's dead heart started beating again. Timeout. Players from both teams came on the court. Buri attacked. After the point guard dribbled across half-court, he passed the ball to Yuta Tomoyuki again. In the current situation, if he couldn't beat Tachibana Nijiro head-on and knock the opponent's touch from the confidence point of view, Coach Buri was really afraid that this guy would get better and better at shooting. Yuta. Number 9. Number 9. Kill that freshman. The pressure of falling behind in the first quarter, the shouts of Buri students in the audience stands, and the coach's resolute order to use any method during the timeout. Command. All of this turned into Yuta Tomoyuki's fighting spirit. This time he chose to attack facing the basket. Under a high level of mental concentration, he continued to test his steps. Finding that there was no shooting space, he began to change directions constantly, then stepped back to increase the distance, cooperated beautifully with his teammates, tacitly borrowed the pick and roll, and shot a mid-range shot. Although Tachibana Nijiro's block was still fierce, Yuta Tomoyuki's mouth corners slightly raised 390, thinking that he felt very good this time. No matter the rhythm or the feeling. TX. Swish. Finally scored a goal. Ryanan's turn. Sendoh dribbled the ball quickly and looked for Tachibana Kojiro's position. After Buri returned to defense, all his attention was on Sendoh, who was attacking with the ball. In their impression, this guy usually received assists from Tachibana Kojiro and then attacked directly. Now he attacked with the ball, and he would probably attack by himself. But something unexpected happened. When Sendoh faced the mismatched defense of the point guard, he had a chance to shoot, but he didn't do it. Instead, he passed the ball to Tachibana Kojiro Tetsuo, who ran around the screen like Buri to the high right three-point line. Yuta Tomoyuki and others changed their faces. Asterisk. Ryanan's shooting guard and point guard switched positions? Akira Sendoh played point guard? I wanted to go to help defend Sendoh as Yuta Tomoyuki quickly retracted his steps and turned to go towards Tachibana Nijiro. But it was too late. Tachibana Nijiro received the basketball and threw a backward sky shot. Swish. The ball continued to go into the net. The fifth three-pointer was hit. And Akira Sendoh. EXM. Not right. My pass didn't seem to be very good. Tachibana's shot was accurate. Chapter 58. Soon, with Tachibana Nijiro's bombardment, the first quarter ended and it was the middle of the second quarter. Ryonan vs Buri. Exaggerated. 56:21. In 1.5 quarters, Ryonan opened up a 35-point gap. At this pace, Ryonan will have the biggest score difference since the start of the county competition in the first round of the round-robin finals. On the sidelines, Coach Buri roared, spitting and waving his arms excitedly. On the other side, Ryanan's Dikamoiki coach was calm and composed, pouting and glancing in Buri's direction, complaining about his opponent's irritability and restlessness in his heart, not knowing that next year he will be killed by Sakuragi because of his loud voice. On the court, the momentum of the entire Ryonan was raised to a new level because of Tachibana Nijiro's three-pointer. After all, today's Tachibana, in terms of three-pointers, can be said to be successful no matter how he shoots. Once entering the round-robin finals, he is like a sudden god descending from the sky, and Ryonan almost forgets that this is the round-robin finals. Damn it! Yuta Tomoyuki, don't worry about Sendoh and the others in Ryonan, you just need to keep a close eye on this Tachibana Nijiro. Coach Buri shouted angrily, stamping his feet in anger. Yuta Tomoyuki nodded. After being scolded by the coach for more than a quarter, his face became ugly, and his eyes looking at Tachibana Nijiro were full of murderous intent. I don't care what method you use, just keep a close eye on that freshman. 121 plus or minus. Any method. In that case. Yuta Tomoyuki gestured to his teammates, indicating that this ball should be played in singles. The Buri point guard now wanted to avoid Sendoh, who was 188 centimeters tall, and then passed the ball to Yuta Tomoyuki in the backcourt, letting him handle this attack on his own. Yuta Tomoyuki passed the ball across half-court and rushed straight towards Tachibana Nijiro, who blocked his breakthrough route without any retreat. Seeing this, Yuta Tomoyuki also showed a fierce look on his face. His physical fitness is definitely not weak in the small forward position, but in the previous collision, the opponent's body and strength are indeed strong enough. That is within the framework of the rules. As for now, there is no way. Negative emotions filled Yuta Tomoyuki. The next second, he faced Tachibana Nijiro and rushed towards him madly, thinking that for a shooter, this most primitive collision will definitely affect the feeling of shooting. He put all his strength into it and collided with Tachibana Nijiro. In Yuta Tomoyuki's expectation, he took the initiative to exert force, and Tachibana Nijiro, who was passively subjected to force on the defensive side, would definitely be hit by the huge force and fall to the ground. However, the moment he collided with Tachibana Nijiro, he felt like he hit a piece of iron plate, and then his body fell backwards uncontrollably. He took several steps back, but was unable to get rid of the huge force and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the whole audience fell silent. All the audience looked at Yuta Tomoyuki with strange faces, somewhat puzzled. What is Yuta Tomoyuki doing? Fake fall? Psychological warfare? As a third-year player, Yuta Tomoyuki is obviously bigger than Tachibana Nijiro. How could he be knocked down by a first-year point guard? Even knocked down passively? This is absolutely impossible. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded in time, and Tachibana Nijiro was penalized for a defensive foul. Even if it was outrageous, from the picture, Yuta Tomoyuki, who was bounced back as an attacker, was more like the one who was blocked and fouled. Tachibana Nijiro. Ikegami Ryoji, who was standing by, also had a strange look on his face. He walked over to Tachibana Nijiro and comforted him, "It's okay, it's just a fake fall. I did a good job defending it just now." Hearing this, Tachibana Nijiro also showed a strange look, and Yuta Tomoyuki, who was sitting on the ground, was a little embarrassed. Ikegami Ryoji was obviously speechless about this result, but Tachibana Nijiro was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth slightly raised. At that moment, under the highly concentrated defense, the wildness and power burst out again. Therefore, this blocking foul was caused. On the other side, Yuta Tomoyuki sat on the ground, listening to the cheers of his own cheering group, and only felt a faint pain from the place where he collided with Tachibana Nijiro. Yuta Tomoyuki. St. Outrageous. Why is he so strong when he looks so thin? The previous confrontations were fine, but just now he was trying to disrupt his opponent's shooting touch by actively colliding with him. These are two completely different confrontation scenarios. He should have an absolute advantage. At this time, his teammates surrounded him and pulled Yuta Tomoyuki up from the ground. "Captain! Good job! It's okay to foul, try to get him off." Everyone knows what the coach meant by no matter what method you use, so they understand Yuta Tomoyuki's approach and think it may be the best solution. The point guard Buri said excitedly. He didn't know when his captain had this skill. Acting. Too good. That rebounding collision. Realistic and flawless. If he didn't know Yuta Tomoyuki's physical fitness, he might have been fooled. On the other side, the more Yuta Tomoyuki listened, the uglier his face looked. Acting? Who acted? DJ. He wanted to explain. DJ. After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. Not explaining would save my face. Let's just keep making the mistake. When he looked at Tachibana Nijiro again, there was a little more fear in Yuta Tomoyuki's eyes. He relied on active collision to interrupt the opponent's shooting touch. This trick didn't work. Buri continued to attack, still with the familiar pick and roll tactics, and after a difficult run, he finally scored 2 points, and the score difference reached 33 points. As a response to Yuta Tomoyuki's malicious and deliberate collision just now, Tachibana Nijiro activated the bad boy. At the same time, after running without the ball across the free throw line, stopped at the 3-point line, received the pass from Sendoh, jumped, raised his elbow, did zhao, flicked his wrist, swoosh. Everyone was stunned when they saw Tachibana Nijiro suddenly change his shooting posture and throw the ball out in a panic the moment he received the ball. What is this operation? You threw it after you saw where the basket was? The arc and rotation of the ball were not very beautiful, but Tachibana Nijiro, who had activated the bad boy, had a sneer on his face. At the moment the ball was thrown, he lowered his eyes and glanced at Yuta Tomoyuki. Where are you looking? Turn around and take a look. Idiot. Br. It's already in. Yuta Tomoyuki turned his head back at him. Bang. The ball with a bad arc hit the basket heavily like a cannonball, and then the net was covered with violent waves. When he turned around and looked at Tachibana Nijiro, the opponent had already raised his hands. Sakurai Ryo, quick shot. The fourth shot, for your recklessness. Chapter 59. The whole stadium exploded instantly. After getting the ball, he didn't adjust his movements at all, he just raised his hand and shot, and he shot so fast, but it went in. Just for the 3-point shot, Tachibana Nijiro has demonstrated 4 shooting modes. Just when the ball was shot, Tachibana Nijiro celebrated in advance. So sure that he could hit this ball? How confident is he in his shooting ability? The most important thing is that it really went in. Great teacher. There were bursts of exclamations from the audience stands. On the court, all the players were also stunned. Funahashi Daisuke, who had just witnessed everything, even heard Tachibana Nijiro's counterattack against Yuta Tomoyuki after he turned into a bad boy. The feeling of seeing his teammates pretending to be successful made him shout excitedly, as if he had made the shot. Other Ryonan players, whether on the court or on the bench, all cast their eyes on Tachibana Nijiro, with excitement in their eyes. On the other side, Yuta Tomoyuki was stunned, his mentality collapsed and exploded. How is this possible? It's too outrageous. This is the round-robin finals. How could anyone dare to shoot a 3-pointer like that and make it? This first-year student. Which junior high school did 903 come from? A series of questions flashed through his mind. But most of them had no answers. The only answer was that this first-year student had a bad temper. Didn't I deliberately take the initiative to find a confrontation and bump into you? As for the sudden change of his fierceness, the sudden change of his terrifying gloom? It was himself who was knocked over. Beeb. Coach Buri called another timeout. At this time, he was no longer angry or panicked, but was simply disappointed. The game was fine at the beginning, but after Tachibana Nijiro started shooting 3-pointers, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. That guy, as if he was cheating, used one outrageous 3-pointer after another to plunge Buri into the abyss. Looking back on the whole process, it can only be described as a miracle. So far, it has been confirmed. Buri will lose a big game in the round-robin finals, and the next 2 opponents are Shoyo, and the champion Kanan. The chances of advancing to the national level are slim. Buri bench. All the players were silent. Who could have thought before the game that Ryonan could beat them with only one freshman? He didn't even use the opponent's best passing and attacking the basket. Back to the court. Tachibana Nijiro's bad boy was completely immersed in it. Boom! Suddenly bursting into speed, spider web intercepted the ball. Give it to me. Waste. Yuta Tomoyuki. In a cold and gloomy tone, when Yuta Tomoyuki raised his head and looked at Tachibana Nijiro, he was stunned. Idiot! What are you daydreaming about? SHH. Tachibana Nijiro suddenly stopped and slammed the ball, and the solace of his shoes rubbed against the wooden floor on the court, making a short and harsh sound. Sakurai Ryo, quick shot. As he jumped up following Tachibana Nijiro's movements, Yuta Tomoyuki was shocked to find that the opponent had raised the ball over his head without knowing when. When? Number. Too much. Outside the three-point line, Tachibana Nijiro's shot was extremely fast, but in mid-air, his body shape and flicking movements were very stable. At this moment, Yuta Tomoyuki looked at Tachibana Nijiro's black hair in the air, as if he saw a spider waving its limbs. In a jump shot, speed and stability, these 2 points already mean the difficulty of shooting, not to mention that Tachibana Nijiro has a series of control and emergency stop movements before shooting. However, all those who were paying attention to Tachibana Nijiro's shooting movements suddenly had a feeling at this moment, that is, he would still make this shot. Sure enough, 1 second. Swish! It was so fast that it looked hasty, but it hit the basket accurately. Not far away, fake. Sendoh looked at Tachibana Nijiro seriously and suddenly said, Tachibana, I wanted to say this a long time ago, don't you have a second personality? Tachibana Nijiro. Ah! Is bad boy still on? Tisk. It's all Yuta Tomoyuki's fault. I was completely irritated by the other party's deliberate collision just now. 2. Tachibana Nijiro quietly touched the jersey where his heart was beating, feeling a slightly bad character, completely focused on punishing the opponent and scoring. So cool! Can the bad boy with the scoring mode have such an effect? Wow! Oh! Tachibana! Awesome! Is this really a fixed shot? Such a fast action! I was stunned. Although the moment of the shot felt so hasty, it was so cool. It's cool to be able to score. On the other side, in the Buri audience stands, everyone could only comfort each other, and in the group warmth, in order to get a slim chance of winning. It's okay, don't worry. Defense. Defense. Come on, Buri. The Buri audience comforted themselves in their hearts that no one could score 3 points like this all the time, but they didn't know that the nightmare was far from over. Another one in Ryonan's offensive round, Tachibana Nijiro was still at the top of the arc. This time, after receiving the ball, he didn't even dribble, and he just shot a void on the spot. Yuta Tomoyuki was fixed on the spot and watched the ball go into the net. Damn it! Why can't he jump up? You're kidding, right? Isn't it a coincidence? Even Yuta Tomoyuki couldn't jump up, there must be some tricks, right? Tachibana Nijiro made consecutive hits, while Yuta Tomoyuki couldn't even touch the hair. There are a total of 4 types of shots, which one will it be? There is no sign at all. For example, the rapid-fire shot. The opponent has to jump as soon as he raises the ball. DJ. Bang. It was Tachibana Nijiro's earth shot. Swish. It went into the net. Grey number 4 committed a defensive foul, white number 13, free throw. Hey! Yuta Tomoyuki! Keep bumping into me! Waste! Looking at Tachibana Nijiro's contemptuous look, Yuta Tomoyuki's eyes twitched, but he couldn't say anything. But the next second, Tachibana Nijiro's eyebrows suddenly relaxed as if he had changed his face. Sorry. It was a little too much. Yuta Tomoyuki, ________. First year player, I really can't beat you. Stop playing with me, okay? Chapter 60. Just when Yuta Tomoyuki was still confused by the change in Tachibana Nijiro's expression, Ryonan's next round of attack had arrived, and Tachibana Nijiro approached again with a gloomy face. After looking at Tachibana Nijiro, Yuta Tomoyuki was numb, and tacitly agreed that the other party might have a serious disease that would change his face when provoked, otherwise how could he suddenly become a different person? But it is undeniable that it feels stronger. Strong in the desire to attack without hesitation and more decisively. It's like scoring in order to punish the opponent with points. In Ryonan's attack next, Tachibana Nijiro continued to shoot from outside the three-point line. On the basis of the 4 types of three-pointers, he used the 3-point attribute that had risen to 88 after drawing Mibuchi Ryo to exert perfect power. Heaven, Earth, Void, quick shooting, including Tachibana Nijiro's own control and transportation technology, which is completely different from the rigid fixed-point attack of samurai duels like Kuroko. 3-point shots fell like rain, and everyone in Wulai had empty eyes. Shoot! I can shoot again, and I want to shoot again. If it can be faster. Faster. Stop him. 11. Fake shot, real attack. Damn it. Stop him, even if it's a foul. It's great. This feeling. In the palm of my hand, I can send the ball into the basket at will, and look at the opponent's lost face. Bad boy. T. Continuously pouring in. Tachibana Nijiro. Swish. Pull sideways, change your crotch, jump up. That's it, when you jump up, when you hold the ball high, only your own shot is the most reliable. Take a good look. See clearly. The real Tachibana Nijiro. Swish. As soon as Tachibana Nijiro finished speaking, he sent another 3-pointer into the basket. Tachibana. Tachibana Nijiro was still unable to get rid of the emotion just now, until the voice in his ear sounded, pulling him back from the bad boy emotion that stretched too long. Turning around, he just met Ikegami Ryoji's worried eyes. Asterisk. Tachibana Nijiro took a deep breath. On the other hand, Ikegami Ryoji was also a little confused about Tachibana Nijiro's situation, only knowing that today, the opponent's desire to score was terrifyingly strong. At this time, Tachibana Nijiro calculated his score and shook his head. Although he could complete the task of this game by playing according to the conventional style until the end of the game, since he had played such an extreme game, he might as well go to the extreme to see clearly what the limit of personal offensive firepower is. Wulai could no longer withstand Tachibana Nijiro's 3-pointer, and a double team had been arranged in front of the 3-point line. However, Tachibana Nijiro just turned on the evil boy and attacked frantically with a gloomy face. Even under the effect of the evil boy, he pointed to a certain position in the field in a rather bad way and said bluntly that the next ball would be shot there. Yuta Tomoyuki tried his best to resist Tachibana Nijiro's shaking. DJ. Tachibana Nijiro shot a 3-pointer at the place he pointed before. Even though Yuta Tomoyuki and his teammates had already defended well, Tachibana Nijiro's heavens shot still passed their fingertips. After hitting the moment of turning around, the sound of camera shutters rang out on the sidelines. From Aida Yaoi's perspective, when the ball just went into the net, Tachibana Nijiro was already looking in the direction of the Ryonan cheering group in the audience stands, pointing wildly with one finger. Wow! It's incredible! Tachibana Nijiro's performance stunned everyone. 1 time can be said to be accidental, 2 times can be said to be lucky. How can you explain so many 3-pointers in a row? In the stands, 2 Ryonan students were talking excitedly. Awesome, I said, how could a player like Tachibana Nijiro only show that level in personal offense? This is his true level. Since the start of the county competition, until now, He is still hiding his confidence, catching people off guard. At the end of the third quarter, Tachibana Nijiro made 15 of 18 three-pointers and scored 50 points. The continuous crazy three-pointer output completely defeated the last bit of Woolai's spirit. Yuta Tomoyuki walked to the bench tiredly, lowered his head, and his hands trembled slightly. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Ryonan, and met Tachibana Nijiro's slightly gloomy expression, but from the bottom of his eyes, he clearly saw excitement and joy. 201. Tachibana Nijiro's expression at this moment is still as calm as ever. DX. Yuta Tomoyuki avoided the other party's gaze, and Tachibana Nijiro just looked straight at him. Tachibana Nijiro, ____8. Ha! That's me. Broke in. Buri's dream. JT89. $76? He turned his head and glanced at the other people in Buri, some dodging, some showing weakness. In short, they all looked so broken that they were about to give up and admit defeat. Those eyes looking at him. It felt a bit refreshing. Snap! The emotions of the bad boy were suddenly cut off. Funahashi Daisuke's hand moved away from Tachibana Nijiro's shoulder, and his voice became a little more severe than usual. Tachibana, it's time to go back to the bench. After coming to his senses, the bad boy quietly shut down. Tachibana Nijiro smiled at the people in Ryonan, and everyone was relieved. Koshino Hiroaki whispered to Uekusa Tomoyuki next to him, Tachibana is so scary today, and with that inflated desire to attack, even the occasional bad personality has become. It seems that the more terrible the attitude is, the more aggressive it is. More self-centered. Viz. I. It seems to be like this. Chapter 61. Beep. The referee's short final whistle resounded throughout the stadium, and everyone on the court relaxed their movements instantly. Game over. Winner, Ryonan High School. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, both sides replaced the substitute lineup, and finally Ryonan maintained the exaggerated lead until the end, 139-59, and defeated Buri by 80 points. Tachibana Nijiro played well. In this game, he unexpectedly turned into a scoring maniac, firing three-pointers continuously, and his 50-point performance in the main quarter shocked everyone. In the first game of the Kanagawa Prefecture round-robin finals, Tachibana Nijiro led Ryonan to an overwhelming victory. After the game, Yuta Tomoyuki was quite out of control and did not shake hands with Tachibana Nijiro. Tachibana Nijiro expressed his understanding of this. After all, the perverse style after turning on the evil boy and the arrogant look of 3, 5, 7 under the influence of the gloomy mood when leaving the court in the third quarter were unbearable for anyone. The first round-robin finals for all Ryonan players, a big win at the beginning, gave everyone enough confidence. The third-year players, led by Captain Funabashi Daisuke, immediately surrounded Tachibana Nijiro in the middle to celebrate the biggest victory in the past 3 years. Today, 3 quarters. They witnessed Tachibana Nijiro's scoring frenzy with their own eyes. Almost single-handedly, he helped the team to collapse the traditional strong school Buri High School and led the team to win the first round of the round-robin finals. 80 points difference. Even if the record is the same in the future, this huge difference in the win-loss relationship can also ensure that Ryonan is invincible. Will Ryonan really be in that situation now? They want to continue the victory to get the number 1 seed. On the other side, the players of Buri left the field today in a dejected mood. They never expected that the result of this game would be like this. 80 points difference. Even when facing Kanon, they have never lost so badly. And they were almost defeated by Tachibana Nijiro's single ability of three-pointers, but the opponent is most famous for organizing the team's passing and control. Therefore, even after the game was over, Woolai was still a little dazed, feeling that everything was so unreal. XM. Did Tachibana Nijiro, that damn freshman, change players today? Who would have thought that a freshman point guard known for passing and control would suddenly burst out with such strong offensive firepower? Although it was very unwilling, the result of this game was already determined, and it was useless to be upset. Now they had to prepare well for the remaining games of the round-robin finals. D. Shoyo. And Kanon. The more I thought about it, the harder it was. It's unbelievable. I still can't believe this result. 80 points, this is the biggest score difference I have ever seen in the round-robin finals. That freshman from Ryonan completely nailed Buri to the pillar of shame. One person scored 50 points, and it took 3 quarters. If he played to the end, he might have scored more than 70 points. Ryonan has picked up a treasure. If Tachibana Nijiro continues to play like this in the next game, it is not impossible to beat Kanon and get the number 1 seed. In the stands, the audience, who were still not satisfied, were talking excitedly, their emotions were still in an excited state. Listening to the voices of the audience around them, the cheering team of Buri was all bewildered. The heart and skill integration hanging in front of the stands was so eye-catching and dazzling in their bewildered expressions. But there was no way. No matter how strong the heart was, after watching such a game, it was really a living hell. It was obviously the BEST4 high school in Kanagawa, and the opponent was Ryonan, which had entered the round-robin finals for the first time. They once thought that they should avoid Kanon and Shoyo's good draw first. But they didn't expect that the situation would change suddenly, and the sudden outbreak of Ryonan's first-year players destroyed everything. They hated it. Hated Ryonan's good luck. It felt like Buri was strangled by the throat of fate, while Ryonan was blessed by God. And Kanon with Shinichi Maki. Shoyo with Fujima. On the court, after celebrating, Ryonan's players walked towards the player tunnel and returned to the locker room, facing the cheers of the Ryonan cheering group in the stands. The Ryonan students in the cheering group were so excited that their faces flushed when they saw Tachibana Nijiro, and their voices trembled when they shouted his name. Excited for Tachibana Nijiro, and proud of Ryonan. Like Kanon and Shoyo, Ryonan finally has its own super player, which is what many Ryonan students have been looking forward to. Funabashi Daisuke. Hokawa Tsutomu. Isagai Yoji. Takatomi Tomo. Uajumi. Ithi. What kind of story beginning can match such an ending? Some people hibernated until the 3rd year, and some people were in the 2nd year. Finally, this year, Ryonan is going to rise. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes flickered, and the scene of Tachibana Nijiro's 4 3-point shots just now appeared in their minds. Playing against the BEST4 high school in the county, we Ryonan can still play such a terrifying suppression. I can't even describe the feeling during the game just now. It's really indescribable joy. Asterisk number 73. I hope this year will be the perfect curtain call for Funabashi and his team. Today. Tachibana Nijiro is just getting started in Ryonan. Let's wait and see what kind of story Tachibana will write in Ryonan High School in the future. The 3rd-year students said with red eyes. For them, the 3rd-year students, what they want to see most is Funabashi Daisuke, who is also a 3rd-year student and is in his last year. Their past efforts can bear fruit. Now, Tachibana Nijiro has given them hope. Of course. There is also Sendoh of the same year. And while the Ryonan students were expressing their feelings, Tachibana Nijiro in the locker room was also reaping the fruits of his crazy output in this game. Card ticket task: in the first match of the county tournament round-robin final and Buri, get 25 points or more, including 25. Card ticket task has been completed, and the reward has been loaded. Get the reward, draw card ticket times 10. Card pool task: in the first match of the county tournament round-robin final and Buri, defeat the opponent and win the game. Card pool task has been completed, and the reward has been loaded. The limited time breakthrough player card pool has been opened. Random task: in the first match of the county tournament round-robin final and Buri, get 50 points or more, including 50. Random task has been completed, and the reward has been loaded. The current card pool, the probability of gold cards is doubled. Chapter 62. Kanagawa Prefectural Gymnasium, First Arena Locker Room. Cheers came from inside. Everyone was still immersed in the joy of victory, even Yuzumi, who had been stern all the time, showed a silly smile of the Ape King at this time, and the excitement had not yet dissipated. Tachibana, your performance today was great. I swear, this is the craziest performance I have ever seen. Ryonan's players caught Tachibana Nijiro and praised him. Not only was Buri stunned by Tachibana Nijiro, but Ryonan's players were also stunned. Generally speaking, Tachibana Nijiro is almost synonymous with assists, but I didn't expect that in the round-robin finals, Tachibana Nijiro was like a three-point god, and shot such a terrible score. Shocked Ryonan, shocked Buri, and shocked the audience. No one knew why Tachibana Nijiro suddenly exploded, except Tachibana Nijiro himself, who was absent-mindedly immersed in the system. At this moment, he was still thinking, with the current card pool, double the probability of gold cards, then with the 15 tickets in his hand, is it 25% certain that the player of this period is 25% sure? Anyway. Drawl. He stared at Kasumatsu Yukio, Mayachi Kiyoshi and Imyoji Shoichi in the card pool, and finally focused his eyes on the gold card wrapped in 3 purple cards. SK. Who will it be? Swoosh. 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 As the card flew out of the card pool. Finally. Gold lights up. Player, Rakuzan Hayama Kotaro, beginner. Skills, Wildness Cheetah, beginner, Thunder Dribble, beginner, Attack the Basket Mastery, beginner. Wildness Cheetah, beginner on the court, he has the same wildness as a wild animal. The animal that represents the intensity of his wildness is the cheetah, and he is called the Thunder Beast. Thunder Dribble, beginner Hayama is good at concentrating all his strength on his fingers to perform a thunder dribble full of explosive sound, which is difficult to steal and has both speed and deafening sound. He only needs at least 3 fingers to perform a thunder dribble. Each additional finger will increase 1 level. When the dribbling fingers are increased to 4, it will disappear as fast as a flash. Dribbling past people, rising to 5 roots like a flash of lightning. Attack the basket and layup mastery, beginner with well-developed motor nerves, Kotaro Hayama's attack on the basket is full of agility. Tachibana Nijiro. After seeing Kotaro Hayama, thinking of the shocking scene of thunderous dribbling, Tachibana Nijiro couldn't help but get excited. In order to avoid being too excited, Tachibana Nijiro quickly returned to reality. At this time, the teammates were still celebrating. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door outside. A staff member walked in. When he saw the scene in the locker room, he was obviously a little stunned. After coming to his senses, he immediately said that Ms. Aida Yayoi of Weekly Basketball invited Tachibana to interview. Hearing the words Aida Yayoi, everyone looked at Tachibana Nijiro with strange expressions, while the latter stood up and walked through a group of single dogs with a calm face. After leaving the locker room, they walked through a long corridor and came to the temporary interview area outside the stadium area. As soon as they came, Tachibana Nijiro was startled. Not only Aida Yayoi. There were also many reporters including Nakagawa-sani who had met before. The formation was strange. There is no doubt that everyone came for Tachibana Nijiro. Ryonan's magical freshman has become the focus of this county competition. Tachibana classmate, today your Ryonan played against Buri with an amazing score difference, and you personally scored 50 points in 3 quarters. How do you feel now? Aida Yayoi was about to speak, but her speech was completely interrupted by Nakagawa-sani. In response to Nakagawa-sani's question, Tachibana Nijiro just thought about it for a while, and then said calmly, "It's okay, I just seized the opportunity and played a normal performance." Nakagawa-sani. Not only Nakagawa-sani. Except Aida Yayoi. The other reporters who met Tachibana Nijiro for the first time were a little confused. Other reporters. Normal performance? You are a player who has 15 assists per game in this county meeting. Suddenly 50 points in 3 quarters? Is this a normal performance? IXI. So, do you have confidence that you can still shoot 3-pointers like today in the next game? If I remember correctly, 15 out of 18. Nakagawa-sani continued to ask, with a bit of teasing in her eyes, but facing her digging, Tachibana Nijiro's response was completely different from what Aida described. It was unexpectedly easy to fall into the trap. Of course, I think the next game might be better than this one. Tachibana Nijiro said in a very confident tone. The rest of the reporters fell into a brief silence. 15 3-pointers in a game is already amazing. Perhaps it is because he suddenly got into shape and his touch was bursting, so the time, place, and people were all right. But want to play such a game continuously or even better? This possibility is too low. Obviously, the reporters all think that Tachibana Nijiro was able to make 15 3-pointers in 3 quarters because of his sudden burst of touch. According to common sense, after a certain game of super-level burst, it will always return to normal. Such a state is difficult to continue, especially for a freshman who has just entered high school. Tachibana, you made a total of 15 3-pointers today. A reporter reminded. Righto. Is 90,315 3-pointers a lot? It only took me 3 quarters to do it. Tachibana Nijiro shrugged his shoulders. Although everyone wanted to refute, due to Tachibana Nijiro's performance today, the facts were in front of them, and the state was hard to explain, so they didn't know how to refute for a while. Not far away, Shinichi Maki, who came to watch the game, also showed a surprised expression at the corner. This freshman is really arrogant. Tachibana, you made 15 of 18 3-pointers today, the hit rate is really too exaggerated, how did you do it? The reporters can't explain it themselves, so let the protagonist say it himself. There must be an opportunity, or a change in mentality, or a desire to win, but no matter what it is, it can be more storytelling if it is added to the story. It's simple to say, I just stood on the court, seized the opportunity to shoot those 3-pointers, and then they went in. Tachibana Nijiro said with a smile, and at the same time spread his hands, looking helpless. The reporters were confused again with a face full of question marks. Simple? Is there any difference in our understanding of simple? You mean fade-away 3-pointer? 3 plus 1? Or that magical shot that makes people unable to move? There was some silence at the scene for a while. Chapter 63. The 7th day of the competition was packed with spectators. Because Shoyo, the second seed of Kanagawa Prefecture, would appear on this day to face Ryonan High School, the new Kanagawa elite that violently defeated Buri the day before. In the fierce competition in Kanagawa Prefecture last year, the teams that finally won the top 2 in the round-robin finals and entered the national competition were Keinan and Shoyo. But this year, everyone knew that a spoiler that could shake the status of the two schools had appeared. Audience stands. Ryonan cheering group. The brave and courageous hanging high in front of the stands confronted the fighting spirit of Shoyo on the opposite side. However, in terms of the momentum and scale of the cheering group, compared with Shoyo, whose members are all basketball team members, it must be admitted that Ryonan lost very cleanly. To be able to go to the national team. The team of the high school league. Who is it? In front of the Shoyo cheering group, the organizer wearing the Shoyo basketball team jersey put his hand to his ear and asked everyone in the cheering group behind him, and soon received a uniform response. Shoyo! 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 Along with the uniform shouts, there was also the rhythmic clapping of the cheering props in the hands of the Shoyo players. Shoyo and Ryonan. We are national level, and the opponent who made it to the round-robin finals for the first time. Which side will win? The leader jumped directly onto the stands, turned around again and put his hands to his ears to listen, and the answer was not surprising. Shoyo! 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 The audience outside the two teams' cheering groups felt interesting and shocked by the scale of Shoyo's support after seeing this scene. At the same time, many players from other teams in the county put themselves in the scene of standing on the field. Amazing! As expected of a national-level team, the momentum is different from the cheerleading team. I really don't want to play against such a team. Fortunately we lost. But Shoyo has so many players who can't even sit on the bench, too many. Where is Ryonan? Although there are quite a few, most of them can squeeze into the bench, right? I see that there are several players who have never played, and they have been on the bench all the time. At the same time, the locker room of the first arena. Captain Funahashi Daisuke looked solemn. This match is crucial. Shoyo is completely different from the opponents he has met before. Righto. Different from the solemnity of the third-year students and second-year students like Funahashi Daisuke. The first-year students. Sendoh leaned against the wall with a smile on his face. Tachibana Nijiro was curiously fiddling with Fukuda's curling hair. The latter helplessly pulled Tachibana Nijiro's hand. Uekusa and Koshino. The two were arranging the towels that they would throw for their teammates later. Senior. You seem a little nervous. You have dark circles under your eyes. Sendoh smiled. Funahashi Daisuke. These two first-year students really don't know what nervousness is. Damn. So envious. On the side. Tachibana Nijiro glanced at the seniors. It's okay to be nervous. Anyway, I will focus on organizing the offense at the beginning. I will get warmed up soon after playing a few times. Uajumi. Uajumi, Tachibana Uajumi, it doesn't matter if you attack from the beginning. Tachibana Nijiro shook his head, the seniors are so stiff. I'm afraid that our Ryonan will be beaten by Shoyo before I start to attack. Funabashi Daisuke. Uajumi. Ikami. Funabashi Daisuke, what a joke. Uajumi, it's just 50 points. I can do it, Sendoh can do it, and there are many people who can do it. Don't be so arrogant, kid. Ikami Ryaji, are you underestimating my defense? Tachibana Nijiro, who had poked a hornet's nest, raised his eyebrows and smiled. Good. Very spirited. Good? Very spirited? What kind of attitude is that? Fit. Before they could get angry, Takamoiki pushed the door open and walked in. After a set of Oka-style chicken blood, Takamoiki couldn't help but say excitedly, it's almost time to go on the court. After winning this game, we can first ensure the qualification to compete in the national competition. Yes. Come on. Everyone. Go on the court. Don't let that little brat Tachibana look down on us. Oh. Go on the court. Ryonan. I really don't know who will win today. Logically, I am more inclined to Shoyo, but after watching the Ryonan Buri game, I am completely unsure. Even if it is Shoyo, it may not be able to beat Buri by 80 points, right? After a moment. Shoyo is here. One of the most championship-like teams in Kanagawa. T. Fujima Kenji. Above the audience stands. The entire Kanon team is here today. Tadashi Muto glanced at Shinichi Maki. He knew that AMU had been paying close attention to Ryonan recently, so he asked, how is it? Ryonan and Shoyo, who will win? Unexpectedly, Tadashi Muto got an answer he didn't expect. Ryonan. Ryonan was in front of the bench. Takamoiki had nothing to say. He had done everything he should have said and done, including the starting lineup, tactics, and morale boost. He had made all the preparations for this game that would ensure his entry into the national team. On the other hand, Shoyo, who had no coach since this year, had Fujima Kenji temporarily taking over the role of coach, Jian Li's trainer. This is our first tough match for Shoyo in this county tournament, so we must not be careless. Because of Tachibana Nijiro, Ryonan is actually a very stable team. Don't be fooled by Tachibana Nijiro's scoring performance in the last game. What's more difficult about him is his passing and control. FFLX. In this game, we have to do the opposite, grasp the rhythm of offense and defense, and then lead the whole game. Then this year, it's our turn to become the number one in Kanagawa. Put your best effort on the court. Fujima, who was wearing a jacket, threw his jacket behind him the moment he finished speaking, and then walked towards the court with the starting players. The Shoyo cheering group noticed this and cheered like a tide. Oh! 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 Fujima! Fujima! Chapter 64. After the entrance ceremony, the starting lineups of both teams stayed on the court. In the stands, two middle-aged men who follow high school basketball are predicting the outcome of the game and even making a bet. Tachibana Nijiro, this young man not only has three-pointers, but also has magical powers. He can unite his teammates around him by passing the ball. So, I believe that Tachibana Nijiro can lead Ryonan to victory. The middle-aged man in the hat said. How about we make a bet? The other middle-aged man in the flowered shirt smiled. Seeing the others smirk, the memory of last year began to come to the middle-aged man in the hat. Last year, he bet on Fujima Kenji, and Fujima was defeated by AMU in the round-robin finals. You guy! He covered his face and said, too bad. He wanted to refuse, but when he thought of Tachibana Nijiro, he felt that there was no need to refuse, because he believed that he would never make a mistake this time. Let's bet, I bet on Tachibana Nijiro. The middle-aged man in the hat gritted his teeth and said, the winner will be Ryonan. Ha ha ha. The man in the flowered shirt suggested with a smile, how about this, I bet on Shoyo, and you bet on Ryonan. Whoever loses will still treat me to ramen. The middle-aged man in the hat 137 made the decision directly, that's it, let's bet. At the same time, he silently cheered for Tachibana Nijiro in his heart. Come on, Tachibana-san, don't let me score twice. Although it's okay to treat me to ramen, losing twice in a row will make me look like I don't know much about basketball. In the bet between the two, the game started soon. Yuzumi and Hanagata jumped the ball. Yuzumi jumped on the ball and passed it to Tachibana Nijiro in the air. The latter didn't say anything and directly made a surprise pass to Sendoh, who ran to Shoyo's half-court as soon as possible. 2. The moment he received the ball at the left side of the top of the arc. Sendoh, breakthrough. Quick stop. Jump shot. When Shoyo's third-year shooting guard actually faced this freshman, he realized that it was completely different from what he saw in the game video. Moreover, in the process from the jump ball to the offense at the beginning, his defense was not implemented, and he was finally penetrated by Sendoh's pull-up jump shot. Although Shoyo's shooting guard was unable to fully exert his defensive strength due to the sudden attack in the jump ball round, Sendoh's set of movements was indeed, CFFD, implemented smoothly. The ball drew an arc in the air. Swish! Hollow hit. Shoyo's round. Fujima passed the ball across half-court, and Tachibana Mamoru reached out and tried to grab it. Unexpectedly, Fujima suddenly changed his crotch. The reaction was so fast. Swish! At the moment of passing, Fujima had already sent a pass, and the Shoyo shooting guard who had just been scored by Sendoh was assisted by an aerial relay. Bang! Alio OP dunk! IB! Awesome! At the same time, retreating to the backcourt, Fujima, when passing by Tachibana Kojiro, suddenly said, "You are still far away, freshman." Tachibana Kojiro didn't expect the other party to say this suddenly. He put away his smile and nodded, "I hope you can still say this when the game is over." Ryonan's round. Tachibana Kojiro crossed the half-court with the ball. Fujima Kenji was fully focused. He must keep his word. In order to win over his opponent, he studied Tachibana Kojiro's game videos for a long time. He stared at the ball intently and felt the rhythm changes of Tachibana Kojiro. As a steel expert, Fujima made accurate judgments and acted quickly. No matter how strong Tachibana Kojiro's dribbling was, he was confident that he could complete the interception when Tachibana Kojiro broke through. And on this basis, he used the threat of steals to interfere with Tachibana Kojiro's shooting rhythm. For Tachibana Kojiro's shooting threat, Fujima's strategy was not to completely block it, but to give a certain degree of interference first. Here it comes. Tachibana Nijiro's center of gravity moved forward. Experience told Fujima that Tachibana Nijiro would drop the ball in the next step. When the ball rose up, he would start to break through. Naive. Fujima snorted coldly and waited for the moment when Tachibana Nijiro started to dribble. However, the ball did not fall. Fujima suddenly felt a strong wind blowing over his head. Tachibana Nijiro was still standing in front of him, but the ball was gone. Bang! Fujima was responded by the buzzing sound of the basketball rim and the cheers and applause of the audience. Fujima was stunned for a moment, turned his head, and looked at Funabashi Daisuke, who cut into the penalty area and let go of the basket after an alley-oop. Recalling the scene just now, the picture suddenly became clear. What a great pass! Shoyo's round. Fujima's ball control skills are very skilled, but when Tachibana Nijiro is concentrating and bursting with wildness, he can't take advantage. Title: Fujima knows how to use his teammates to enhance his deterrence. This round, Fujima faced Tachibana Nijiro and changed direction lightly. At the same time, he took the initiative to move to the position of his teammates to screen, and the position of the disguised end, cleverly using this pick and roll to the extreme, and scored with a dashing start. Then it was Ryanan's turn. Tachibana Nijiro also used a fake pass through the pick and roll to return Fujima with a three-pointer. The start was a full-scale confrontation between Tachibana Nijiro and Fujima Kenji, so intense. The middle-aged man in the hat said solemnly in the audience stands. The two of them are fighting. 2. Fujima's step-by-step pressure is a bit unusual, it feels like he is trying to grab the rhythm. But Tachibana Nijiro caught it all, and he also fought back with one punch after another. What a powerful freshman! On the court, under Fujima's threading, the offense was sorted out. Although the techniques are completely different. But that feeling! In Ryanan's eyes, it was extremely like Tachibana Nijiro standing on the opposite side. Looking at Ryonan again, in the current round, Tachibana Nijiro completed another wonderful pass without looking at anyone on the offensive end. He attacked the inside with a European step and made a fake turn layup. The turn and footwork were very smooth and realistic, fooling Shoyo's entire inside line. Hanagata and Shoyo's power forwards rushed over. Sato. Tachibana Nijiro sent the ball behind him, and the ball suddenly appeared in Sendoh's hands. Sendoh received this kind of ball, and his heart was calm. He was not surprised that Tachibana did not look back at all, and how could he see him in that field of vision? Therefore, Sendoh's quick inside cut dunk from receiving the ball to attacking the basket. It was so smooth. Chapter 65. On the court, Fujima and his teammates completed a pick and roll, rushed into the inside, and the basket was within reach. However, Tachibana Nijiro, who was well prepared, attacked from the side and slapped the basketball away. Ikegami got the basketball and passed it to Sendoh nearby. Ryanan's counterattack. 3 vs 2 in the front court, Sendoh, who had already escaped the pursuit, passed the basketball to Tachibana Nijiro. Tachibana Nijiro took the ball and started, jumped high, and easily put the ball into the basket. Is it the inertia of playing point guard temporarily on the court? So strange. Good pass, Sendoh. Hearing Tachibana Nijiro's words, Sendoh's expression became even stranger, thinking, compared with your pass, is this pass really good? Shoyo's round. Hanagata singles fish live, turn around jump shot, hit. Looking back, Tachibana Nijiro sent a beautiful long pass to Funabashi Daisuke who was running at the first time, allowing Funabashi Daisuke to complete a beautiful dunk. Ryonan, under the guidance of Tachibana Nijiro, continued to score goals, making the immersion and confidence of the game completely overwhelm the tension of playing in the national competition. The audience outside the court also saw the situation. Tachibana Nijiro played a pass and control, and this power was equally good compared to his three-pointer alone, and it was more energy-saving. See it! The middle-aged man in the hat in the audience stand exclaimed, "Look, I know that Ryonan with Tachibana Nijiro can definitely beat Shoyo." The flowered shirt curled his lips, "I also want to suppress Ryonan, isn't this to take care of you, seeing that you have been brooding over it last year? Det. Don't make excuses if you lose." "Humph. It's just the beginning." Tachibana Nijiro asked Ikegami to complete the pick and roll, and then turned around to pass the Shoyo small forward who was defending. After attracting Hanagata's attention, Tachibana Nijiro passed the ball to Yuzumi who was left alone. Yuzumi jumped up and dunked, easily scoring 2 points. After landing, Yuzumi quickly forgot Tachibana's pre-match bad boy face and subconsciously clapped his hands. As the core of passing and controlling, Tachibana Nijiro gradually controlled the rhythm firmly in his hands and gradually accelerated it. The advantage soon came to Ryonan. Soon after the start of the second quarter, Ryonan led Shoyo by 7 points. On the court, Fujima used the pick and roll to start, facing the switched defense of Sendoh. Playing small against big is Fujima's forte. He skillfully used the change of direction to destroy the center of gravity of the opposite Sendoh. After gaining the shooting space, Fujima shot confidently. Swish! Empty net. Sendoh. This guy is indeed a famous player in Kanagawa, so amazing. Title. As a point guard, it can be said that he encountered a natural enemy of the same type and enhanced version. The game continued. The two teams did not give in to each other. Shoyo was more mobile, while Ryonan had an advantage in positional warfare, and there were also fast counterattacks from Sendoh and Captain Funabashi. Fujima launched a crazy attack. He didn't want to lose to the first-year kid, but even though he came fiercely, Tachibana Nijiro could always use passing and control to keep the score. With the support of Tachibana, Funabashi Daisuke was like a fish in water in the fast break. Sendoh and Uajumi's positional battle was also incredibly efficient, and the score was not only close but also had a tendency to continue to expand. The battle between the two sides was fierce. In the audience stands, the two middle-aged men who made the bet quickly forgot the bet and said that this was the most intense game so far this year, and it was still full of suspense who would win. With 3 minutes left in the first half, Tachibana Nijiro's assists had reached 10, and in terms of assists, he had surpassed Fujima. The advantage of Tachibana against Fujima on the court made the Ryonan cheering group also cheer against the Shoyo cheering group. The Shoyo side was very dissatisfied, especially the leader who shouted the slogan, "Damn it! Don't think you won! IT 1955. Fujima still has more." Yes, compared to 10 assists, Tachibana Nijiro only scored 10 points today compared to the last game. Ryonan also has a good mouth. Really? Want to see our Tachibana's three-pointer? I'm afraid you can't catch it. The last stage of the second quarter. Tachibana Nijiro glanced at the score, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, thinking that from now on, the physical strength is enough to play to the end. You know. As a point guard, the process of holding the ball to advance this game is actually very mentally and physically exhausting, especially when the opponent is Fujima. If you want to play point guard and score at the same time, no matter how much physical strength you have, it is really not enough. Unless, like in the last game, all the points are 3-pointers, and Sendoh is also controlling the ball for him. In this case, Sendoh's firepower will be wasted. At the same time, with the game as a reference, facing an opponent of Fujima's level, Tachibana Nijiro can be sure that the opponent will not let him shoot 3-pointers so easily. So, in Ryonan's offensive round, Tachibana Nijiro waved his hand, and his teammates slightly pulled away, while paying attention to the pass that might come at any time. Seeing that Tachibana Nijiro was about to attack by himself, the Shoyo cheering group suddenly heard a noise of interference from the cheering props. Fujima's face became serious and he was ready. Although in the last game, Tachibana Nijiro scored 50 points in 3 quarters, all of them were 3-pointers, but judging from the opponent's ball handling ability as a point guard, his breakthrough ability must be quite strong. Can't be careless. On the other side, after experiencing the strange unexpected effect of the bad boy in the last game, after deciding to attack, Tachibana Nijiro immediately surrendered. Bad boy. Under the influence of that negative and gloomy emotion, although he did not subconsciously hurt others because he did not agree with the small actions, the bad feeling of wanting to make the opponent lose his soul turned into an immersion in punishing the opponent with points, and thus created another bad boy. Tachibana Nijiro showed a cold smile and directly launched thunderous dribbling. This ability is his biggest reliance in this game. Combined with Mibuchi Ryo's 3-pointer, it is enough to completely defeat Shoyo. Because it is a beginner. So at this time, Tachibana Nijiro couldn't do the 3-finger thunder, but even if he could, Tachibana Nijiro wouldn't be so stupid as to give his opponent a chance to make mistakes. He went all out. Bang! 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 The sound of the dribble gradually increased. Every time the basketball fell to the floor of the court, it was like a drumbeat, bringing the onlookers' heartbeats and breathing with his dribbling, and the dribbling speed became faster and faster. The scene in front of him made Fujima stunned in place, and he instinctively felt that something powerful was coming. The next second. Boom! 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 The sound of the dribble gradually became violent, and there was a faint thunder. The whole stadium, the audience seats close to the seats, seemed to be able to hear the echoing thunder. In surprise, Tachibana Nijiro moved. Fujima! So fast! Too fast! He passed Fujima in disguise. Tachibana Nijiro pulled back to the 3-point line and shot the ball, which drew a beautiful arc. Swish! The ball went into the net. Instantly, the stadium fell into silence, and all the audience stared at the court in amazement, and then there was an uproar. Did you hear it? It was thundering. It's sunny outside, what's going on? It's Tachibana Nijiro's dribbling sound. What? Are you kidding? So loud, how hard does he have to dribble? In the last game, he showed a 3-point shot, and in this game he showed this violent dribbling technique. I don't know how many powerful skills this freshman has hidden. At this moment, everyone's perception of dribbling was about to be overturned. Some viewers who have been watching Ryonan's game felt that the door to a new world had been opened again, but last time it was a 3-point shot, and this time it was a disguised dribbling. On the court, Ryonan was also stunned. In the end, Uekusa and Koshino on the bench reacted quickly and waved the towel. Takamoiki was stunned, his eyes flashing, thinking of the confidence shown by Tachibana Nijiro before the game and what he said during the interview. Asterisk. Tachibana, this guy, never tells lies. Just a breakthrough, a 3-pointer, and the situation on the court changed dramatically. Ryonan's players' morale soared, and after seeing Tachibana Nijiro take out a new weapon, they completely relaxed their tense mood one by one. The faces of Shoyo's players became solemn, and an ominous premonition surged in their hearts. If Tachibana Nijiro, a freshman, played like the last game, the game would be very difficult. Hanagata looked at Fujima with a questioning look in his eyes. Fujima hesitated for a moment, shook his head, and gave up the double team on Tachibana Nijiro. The speed of the dribbling was too shocking. He was more inclined to believe that Tachibana Nijiro's performance just now was not normal. Shoyo attack. After Fujima dribbled across half-court, he found that his teammates were all watched and there was no chance to execute tactics, so he passed the ball to Hanagata. As the team's inside ace, Hanagata's inside individual singles are also one of the best in Kanagawa. But this time facing Yuzumi, his shooting touch was not very good. He shook his shoulders continuously, shook off Uazumi's center of gravity, and then jumped sideways. Yuzumi gritted his teeth and rushed to defend. Although he did not block Hanagata's shot, it still had a great impact on his shooting accuracy. Boom! The ball bounced out of the basket. Hanagata frowned, this ball was quite a pity. Ryonan counterattacked. Tachibana Nijiro held the ball and started a thunderous dribble again. After dribbling across half-court quickly, he pulled the ball with all his strength with 5 fingers, and with a slight thunderous sound, Tachibana Nijiro was like a god, and he stopped in front of the 3-point line and raised his head to shoot. Heaven's shot! At this moment, Tachibana Nijiro did not hold back, and the heaven's shot was raised to the limit that could be reached. Because he noticed that Fujima on the opposite side was observing the change in his center of gravity at the moment of his shooting, and obviously had noticed the subtle difference in the center of gravity change of the sky, the earth, and the void. Combined with the thunderous dribble. Super sudden shot combination. Swish! Abu! Empty shot into the net. The current score, Ryonan vs Shoyo, 53:40. The score difference suddenly increased from 7 points, 2 3-pointers to 13 points. This ability to pull points made Tachibana Nijiro sigh, no wonder the small ball era is coming. 0. 3-pointer, so good. Here we go again. Isn't it the same rhythm as the last game? 2 3-pointers in a row. Humph. Tachibana keeps shooting. Let those guys who said it was just a good game see if it was just luck. By the way, that change was too fast. The audience stands, mixed with the voices of Ryonan's cheering group members. Let everyone who has watched the last 2 games give a positive answer. That 3-pointer is definitely more than just a burst of touch. On the other side, Keinan University affiliated. 2 3-pointers in a blink of an eye. This freshman's scoring ability is really not to be underestimated. 3-pointer is really amazing. In terms of 3-pointer and passing control, Tachibana Nijiro is really super strong, at least in these aspects. He is definitely better than Fujima. No wonder Amujin directly stole the ball and it was all Ryonan. On the side, Soijirojin looked at Tachibana Nijiro on the court, his eyes were shining. You can achieve such offensive firepower with just 3-pointers. Maybe I can do it too. On the court, Fujima frowned, Hanagata had a similar expression, and the other players of Shoyo were even worse, looking like they were already numbed by Tachibana Nijiro's skills. They really wanted to ask this freshman. That thing. Is it really playing basketball? Who passed by in disguise, passed like thunder, dribbled so hard, and was not afraid of dribbling the ball away, and that 3-pointer, they had all watched the video, and they could only say that the fadeaway 3-pointer just now was not outrageous. But the fact that it was not outrageous was outrageous enough. Fujima also noticed the expressions of his teammates at this time. Finally, double team Tachibana Nijiro. Fujima gritted his teeth and made this decision very unwillingly. He really couldn't understand why this freshman in front of him could suddenly come up with a new weapon, and this level of skills, once taken out, was so skillful. After Tachibana Nijiro exposed his trump card of 3-point shooting in the last game, he hurriedly studied the countermeasures, but unfortunately, before he could use it against Tachibana Nijiro, the opponent matched it with a 3-pointer and took out this dribble. All the preparations were wiped out. Now we can only double team. But what should Sendoh do in this case? You know, Tachibana Kojiro is not the kind of player who can't pass the ball. In fact, he is a point guard who is quite loyal to passing the ball. Fujima's brainstormed violently for a while, but this problem seemed to have no solution. He couldn't double-team two people at the same time, so he could only double-team the one who performed better. Sendoh's firepower was strong enough, but in this situation, there was no doubt that Tachibana Kojiro's offense was stronger. If he was not careful, he might become the highest scorer in the game after one quarter. Fujima Kenji. Off. It's more difficult than last year. Chapter 66. Ryonan attacks. Tachibana Kojiro just received the ball after crossing half-court and was double-teamed by Fujima and Shoyo small forwards. He passed the ball to Ikegami in time. 2v1 here. Similarly, Ikegami and Sendoh were also 2v1 on the other side, a simple hand-to-hand pass pick and roll. Sendoh had no defender in front of him, and he shot. Swish. Hit. Shoyo's players all frowned. But there was no way, this was the price to pay for double-teaming Tachibana Kojiro. It was acceptable for now. At least compared to Tachibana Kojiro's three-pointer, Sendoh only scored 2 points in this round. Shoyo attacks. Fujima passed the ball and showed superb off-ball running, but when he got the ball again, he still couldn't get rid of Tachibana Kojiro's defense, and was finally forced to pass the ball under the block interference of Tachibana Kojiro's natural bounce. Shoyo shooting guard three-pointer. Sendoh's defense is not vegetarian either. Boom. Missed. It can be seen that the mentality of the other players of Shoyo has fluctuated due to the situation of being suppressed all the time and the gradually widening score. Otherwise, this ball would not be shot so hard. Usse-senpai, you should play more pass and run, and try not to shoot under the interference of defense. Because the opponent is a senior in the third year, Fujima's words are not so heavy. But as the team's ace, Fujima's words still made the third-year shooting guard of Shoyo put away his anxiety. Sorry, Zhen. Fujima Kenji nodded. Ryonan attack. Tachibana Nijiro passed a straight pass to Ikegami who was unguarded under double team. Akashi's perfect pass made Ikegami shoot a mid-range two-pointer in an open position. 830 audience stand. The leader of the Shoyo cheering group was throbbing. What happened? Has Ryonan become a shooter? That Ikegami. Isn't he only good at defense? After Tachibana Nijiro was double-teamed, the defensive pressure on other players of Ryonan was much less. With more players playing against fewer players, they could easily run into wide open space by running. Therefore, Ikegami started shooting, and Funabashi Daisuke also frequently attacked the basket, not to mention Sendoh and Uajumi who had 1v1 offensive capabilities. Although Hanagata had a great deterrent power in the penalty area, he was unable to defend against 4 people with 2 fists. The halftime game ended. In the last stage of the second quarter, 63-46 Ryonan pulled the score difference to 17 points. In the last few minutes of the second quarter, Shoyo's offense was only supported by Fujima and Hanagata, but Hanagata had Uajumi who was getting better. On Fujima's side, Tachibana Nijiro was gradually spreading his spider web. Fujima was blocked by Tachibana Nijiro at the end. Such a performance also had a considerable impact on Shoyo's attack. The uncle in the flowered shirt who defeated Shoyo shook his head and sighed. Do you still doubt Tachibana Nijiro now? The middle-aged man in the hat asked, looking gloating. Tisk. I said it a long time ago, I was going to say Ryonan won, isn't this letting you down? It's very difficult for Shoyo to defeat Ryonan. Originally, their strength should be absolutely stronger than the other, even with Sendoh, but there is also a first-year Tachibana Nijiro. Everything has changed. I can only say that Ryonan is really lucky to find 2 first-year students with national-level strength at once. The middle-aged man in the flowered shirt shook his head and adjusted his opinion in time. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. I hope there will be no more reversals. If Shoyo reverses and wins the game in the end, there will be nothing to say. Of course, in the face of Tachibana Kojiro's dominating performance on both offense and defense, this probability is very small. This time, he chose to bet on Tachibana Kojiro. The third quarter began. In this crucial quarter, Shoyo replaced the second-year Hasegawa Kazushi at the small forward position to strengthen the double teaming of Tachibana Kojiro. Then, the game suddenly entered a white-hot stage. Shoyo took the lead in attacking. Fujima dribbled the ball at the top of the arc to direct his teammates to run. In order to avoid Tachibana Kojiro's increasingly strong pass interception, Fujima ran a lot of pick and rolls and finally passed the ball to Hanagata, who directly jumped back in the penalty area. Swish! The ball went into the net. 63:48. The score difference came to 15 points. Shoyo's dual core, Hanagata has super offensive ability. He is 197 cm tall and is a flexible center with comprehensive offensive skills. As the number 2 seed in Kanagawa, Shoyo only needs to start from the top 4, so the last game was Shoyo's first appearance in this prefectural tournament. In that game, Hanagata, as the soul of Shoyo on the court, scored 34 points, 14 rebounds and 6 blocks with his gorgeous shooting skills and excellent defensive ability when Fujima was not on the court. His strength is evident. Therefore, when Fujima was completely trapped in a bitter struggle with Tachibana Nijiro, Hanagata, who had been training hard for a year, stood up without hesitation and would never be like last year, watching Kanon defeat Shoyo on the bench. Ryonan attacked. Tachibana Nijiro just received the ball and was fiercely double-teamed by Fujima and Hasegawa. Obviously, as a defensive player, Hasegawa Kazushi is stronger than the previous third-year player. Fujima is responsible for suppressing his own control, while Hasegawa relies on his height and long arms to defend passes and shots. Boom! Thunderous dribbling. Hasegawa Kazushi. This guy. Although I heard about this guy from freshman ITO, he never thought he would be so strong at that time, especially because the ridiculous scene of this guy being chased by Mitsui was still vivid in his mind. After the thunder, although Tachibana Nijiro failed to create shooting space under the double team, he successfully passed the ball. Tij. Fujima left him behind immediately and accelerated to Sendoh to defend against Japan. Snap! He decisively stole the ball and shot it down. Shoyo quickly made a fast break. Turn around. Fujima didn't pass the ball, but took advantage of Hasegawa's screen to quickly stop and jump shot the main point. 63:51. Swish! The ball went into the net. The score difference was 12 points. After this lesson, Ryonan paid attention to Fujima's movements after receiving the pass from Tachibana Nijiro, fearing that the opponent would spare no effort to assist in defense. But Sendoh was an exception. After he got the ball, his calm expression was faintly murderous, and he even glanced at Fujima, waiting for the opponent to come over in a triple threat posture. D1 number. Fujima didn't move this time. Snap! 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 He and Funabashi Daisuke performed a pick and roll, and after completing the pick and roll, he broke through to the restricted area, but was double-teamed by Hanagata and Shoyo. This was Shoyo's desperate tactic in the second half, not allowing Tachibana Nijiro to receive the ball and shoot three-pointers, and not allowing Sendoh to attack with the ball. As for the others, attack if you want to. It can be said that the defensive energy of the entire Shoyo team was on Tachibana Nijiro and Sendoh, and completely ignored the other players of Ryonan. Even Yuzumi only relied on Hanagata to assist in defense while cutting off the pass route to Yuzumi in the restricted area. Fujima was gambling, Yuzumi who left the restricted area to receive the ball, and the other Ikumi and Funabashi Daisuke. They couldn't make the shot. Sendoh passed the ball back to Funabashi Daisuke in time. Funabashi Daisuke stood near the free throw line and shot a mid-range shot. Bang! It missed. He shook his head in frustration. Hanagata grabbed the rebound and passed it to Fujima in time. Fujima dribbled the ball quickly and faced Tachibana Nijiro's defense. He stopped in the restricted area and made a fake move of passing the ball behind his back, then pulled the basketball back and threw it. Pa! The ball was lifted into the air by Tachibana Nijiro. Title. Although the ball didn't go in, Shoyo's attack within less than 2 minutes of the third quarter also showed their strong resilience and deep strength. Audience stands. Is Shoyo going to counterattack? Hasegawa is tall and has long arms, and he is also very mobile. If he is used as a supplement to Fujima's defense to double-team Tachibana Nijiro, the effect will be much stronger than in the second quarter. B. They are also starting to double-team Sendoh. Hagata's defense is so strong that he can even block Yuzumi's line to receive the ball in the penalty area during the double-teaming process. Yuzumi's attack range is limited to the penalty area without shooting ability. The middle-aged man in the hat said nervously. Shoyo's defense is too strong. It is worthy of being a national-level strong team. It can still play a suffocating defense at such a critical stage in the third quarter. When Sendoh shoots, there are 2 people defending, and when he breaks through, he has to add 3 people from Hanagata. It is really difficult to score a goal under this defensive intensity. If they continue to play like this, Shoyo may really catch up. The middle-aged man in the flowered shirt said worriedly, because his heart was howling. At the end of the second quarter, I corrected my goal of winning and started to support Ryonan. Then the wind direction was wrong in the third quarter? Is it impossible to avoid the fate of being slapped in the face today? On the court. Tachibana Nijiro looked at this situation, but he was not in a hurry at all. With a gleam in his eyes, he looked at Dakamoiki off the court, who was stunned for a moment. Dakamoiki. He. Are you going to use it? Although Shoyo is currently catching up, Ikegami and Funabashi are completely let go. Even if their hit rate is not good, if Tachibana and Sendoh are at full power, they should be able to break the double team. That's right. 1 asterisk. Their Ryonan's goal this year is not only to compete in the national competition, but also to get the number 1 seed. For this, they have to consider the upcoming decisive battle with Kanon. SOPD. Tien Moiki nodded. To be honest, when Tachibana Nijiro suddenly took the tactical board and started drawing on it during the preparation for the Shoyo game, Moiki was completely confused. A high school freshman, designing his own tactics. It was too outrageous. But thinking of Tachibana Nijiro's ability to replay all the games after watching them once and analyze the team's tactics based on them, Yuichi Shige didn't stop him at all. He got a super powerful tactic. A special tactic centered around Tachibana Nijiro's 3-point shooting ability. Hanagata called it the elevator door. Just this name made Daka Shigeru, who saw the tactical board at the time, suddenly enlightened, and the more I looked at it, the more I felt that this tactic was fishy. Especially with Tachibana Nijiro's 3-pointer. On the court. Tachibana Nijiro made a gesture. After a moment of hesitation, the Ryonan players all nodded. Ryonan's attack. Sendoh dribbled the ball at the top of the arc. Tachibana Nijiro started at the 45-degree angle on the left side and ran to the left bottom corner. When he ran halfway, he turned right and ran to the basket from the right side of Yuzumi around the screen, and suddenly braked and turned back, running from the left side of Yuzumi to the 45-degree 3-point line. At the same time, Ikegami Ryoji came to Funabashi Daisuan and stood shoulder to shoulder with him in front of the 45-degree 3-point line. When Tachibana Nijiro ran between the two instantly closed the door and blocked Hasegawa Kazushi and Fujima who were chasing them. Kenji blocked him. Tachibana Nijiro got an open shot opportunity, and Sendoh at the top of the arc fed him the ball in time. Swoosh! At the moment of receiving the ball, there was no one defending, and Mibuchi Ryo's 3-point shooting ability was exposed. The ball drew a rainbow-like arc. Swoosh! The ball went into the net. Tachibana Nijiro's mouth curled up slightly, raised one arm and clenched his fist. Audience stands. Ryonan's tactic is really wonderful, completely creating an open three-point opportunity for Tachibana Nijiro. What tactic is this? I've never seen it before. Did Ryonan create it himself? The man in the hat said in surprise. 2.0 It's very likely. At least. I've never seen this tactic before. My goodness, is Takamoiki such a strong coach? This tactic will directly determine the outcome of the game and completely break Shoyo's defensive deployment. The man in the flowered shirt sighed, deeply shocked. This game was really wonderful. Not only did the players play a high-level and high-quality game, but the coaches on both sides also fought wits and courage, not giving in at all. But now it seems that Fujima, as a player-coach, has indeed lost to Takuma-san. Next, it depends on whether Jichen has a way to deal with it. The two looked at each other and both focused their attention on Fujima on the court. It is obviously too harsh to ask a high school player and coach like Jichen to crack this level of tactics. At this time, Fujima frowned, thinking that Ryonan's tactics just now turned all of Shoyo's defensive strategies into nothing. Tachibana Nijiro was fully activated. If he couldn't crack this tactic, he would be killed by this freshman with a three-pointer. So if he wanted to take the initiative again, he had to crack the tactics used by Ryonan just now. Fujima quickly regained his composure, fighting with Tachibana Nijiro as a player while thinking about how to crack it. On the court, the Judgment Day's attack failed to hit. Ryonan used the elevator door again, this time at the top of the three-point arc, to screen for Tachibana Nijiro and get an open opportunity. Without a doubt, he made another three-pointer. Hit! With two three-pointers from Tachibana Nijiro, Ryonan quickly pulled the lead back to 18 points, from 12 points to 18 points, just two three-pointers. Chapter 67. On the court. Hasegawa, don't wait until Tachibana Nijiro has the ball to double-team him. Double-team him firmly at all times and in all places. Hasegawa. Hasegawa, I understand. Hasegawa gritted his teeth, his chest filled with anger for being fooled by the opponent's pick and roll. He was just a freshman. When he cooperated with Fujima to double-team the opponent, he must be stopped. As the game progressed, Tachibana Nijiro's spider web analysis of Shoyo's offensive mode became clearer, and as a result, Shoyo's pass and run tactics became more difficult. It all became a singles game between Fujima and Hanagata. And the other way around. Ryonan attacked and wanted to use the elevator door tactic again, but Tachibana Nijiro was watched closely by Fujima and Hasegawa, and he had no chance to run and catch the ball. Sendoh glanced at it and decisively chose to attack personally, completing a difficult layup against Hanagata's defense. Title: The next time. Shoyo's blockade of Tachibana Nijiro, as Tachibana Nijiro's slip was surprising, and he gave up the elevator door and played a sophisticated response to pass control, Shoyo could no longer limit Tachibana Nijiro. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, there was only half a quarter left before the end of the game. Score on the court: 97-72. The atmosphere in the stadium was extremely tense. Who would win? Although many people had the answer in their hearts. But looking at Fujima, who led Shoyo to defend desperately on the court, everyone, including everyone in the Ryonan cheering group, did not dare to be sure until the end. On the sidelines, Shoyo's substitutes stepped back and forth on the floor, restless. It was too difficult to catch up with 25 points in half a quarter, and Ryonan's Tachibana Nijiro was very calmly directing his teammates to control the time, which made it even more difficult to catch up. Just then, on the court, Fujima suddenly gave a look to the bench. The moment he received that look, the Shoyo players immediately called a timeout for Fujima. In front of the Shoyo bench, Fujima took a deep breath. He could no longer attack in a routine manner. He had to start grabbing three-pointers from now on. He made up his mind, glanced at the score, and began to arrange tactics. The crazy three-pointer would be Shoyo's last desperate counterattack. Success or failure depends on this move. Timeout. Shoyo served the sideline ball. Strangely, Fujima did not catch the ball, but started to run actively. Tachibana Nijiro was stunned for a moment. Judging from the route of the run and the pick and roll led by Hanagata, which moved to the free throw line. Elevator door? Tachibana Nijiro. Hanagata is a fast mover as an inside player. And Fujima is also very strong in three-pointers. So this elevator door tactic is also applicable to Shoyo. Fujima got an open shot opportunity under the tactical cover. Catch the ball, jump, and shoot. The action was done in one go, like flowing water. Unlike Tachibana Nijiro's ever-changing three-point shot, Fujima's three-point shot is elegant and graceful. Swish! It goes into the net. After scoring, Fujima immediately went to find Tachibana Nijiro. He was so focused on chasing points and winning that Tachibana Nijiro almost thought that the opponent was also wild. Ryonan attacked. Sendoh dribbled the ball at the top of the arc to control the time. When there were only 7 seconds left before the violation, Sendoh moved. Continuous change of direction dribbling, breaking through one step and pulling back, completing a difficult fadeaway jump shot. Swish! Hollow shot into the net. After Shoyo's defense targeted Tachibana Nijiro, Sendoh's offensive touch became stronger and stronger, and he began to take over the game. Fujima dribbled quickly across half-court. Like Tachibana Nijiro, he did not choose to use the elevator door continuously, which would fix the routine. Even if the tactics were useful, there would be flaws with advance prediction. And it takes at least 10 seconds to complete the running position of the elevator door tactic. What Shoyo lacks most now is time. They must rush to shoot three-pointers instead of slowing down the pace to play tactics. This tactic alone, as a threat, is enough to strengthen Shoyo's offense. After a pick and roll, Fujima frowned and decisively gave up the offense when he saw Tachibana Nijiro standing in front of him. He took the initiative to confront Tachibana Nijiro before passing the ball to Shoyo's shooting guard in the bottom corner. The latter made a difficult three-pointer against Sendoh's defense. Looking at the ball passing over Sendoh's fingertips, Shoyo's shooting guard clenched his fist nervously. Bang! The ball hit the edge of the basket twice. Into the net. Slowly loosen his fist, no time to cheer, and quickly return to defense. Ryonan attacked. This time, Tachibana Nijiro passed the ball again, and Sendoh controlled the time under his eyes. With 8 seconds left, he broke through the restricted area with continuous changes of direction, instantly attracting 3 double teams. Everyone thought Sendoh would force an attack, but he unexpectedly made the best pass of the game. A back-to-the-basket pass in the air, the ball went straight to Tachibana Nijiro standing in the bottom corner. Fujima's face changed drastically, and he stepped back and turned to rush towards Tachibana Nijiro. Damn it! Tachibana Nijiro's shot. From the start action, there is no difference at all. The only thing that can be distinguished is the center of gravity. In the moment before jumping, Tachibana Nijiro's center of gravity will move forward, middle, and back for a moment, corresponding to the 3 shooting modes, only for a moment. 313 needs to seize that moment. Bidge. If it is a vertical jump, it is also necessary to judge whether it is a normal shot or a deeper crouching shot. But because of Sendoh's assist, I failed to grasp the defensive distance for this ball, and the defensive interference of the jump block forced me to waste the bounce on the distance, and the crouching depth could not keep up. Therefore, stuck by this shooting pattern. Can't move. On the opposite side, Tachibana Nijiro seemed to have expected this result. He completely ignored Fujima's defense and shot a three-pointer without hesitation. Swish! It went into the net. Audience stands. It is almost certain that Tachibana Nijiro is the best shooter in Kanagawa. As a point guard who passes and controls, he also beats Fujima. If you don't count Shinichi Maki, who can almost hit the center, then Tachibana Nijiro is the best point guard in Kanagawa. The middle-aged man in the hat and the one in the flowered shirt said excitedly. At this time, it is almost impossible for Shoyo to catch up. They performed well throughout the game, but unfortunately, the sudden appearance of Tachibana Nijiro ruined everything and took away their dream of being the number 1 seed this year. Although Hwa's Hanzi changed sides midway, he still couldn't help but feel sorry for Shoyo. Chapter 68. The whole stadium fell into silence. Although this was only the first game of Shoyo's round-robin finals, Shoyo's students couldn't help but feel disappointed. They didn't want to believe that Shoyo would fail, and still held on to the last hope, hoping that a miracle would happen. On the court, Shoyo didn't give up either, and made the last struggle. There was no doubt that they tried their best, but even so, Ryonan still had an absolute advantage, and soon, the game was coming to an end. When the game was only one round left for Ryonan to attack, Fujima, Hanagata, Hasegawa and other second-year students stood side by side, and a sense of sadness rose in their hearts. At this point, they had to give up. 119:89. Without any surprises or miracles, Ryonan was about to win the second victory of this year's round-robin finals, and at the same time declared Shoyo's defeat. However, this game did not cut off their possibility of continuing to move forward in the county meeting. If Shoyo could beat Kanon in the next game, there would still be a chance. But Tachibana Nijiro knew this condition was too harsh for Shoyo. At the moment the whistle sounded, all the people in Shoyo were stunned, including the players on the bench and the Shoyo cheering team in the stands. Correspondingly, at this moment, the emotions of the audience seemed to be ignited, with cheers and shouts rising and falling, one wave higher than the other. In this wave, the third-year players of Ryonan High School, who have been in their third year, entered the round-robin finals for the first time and won consecutive games in the round-robin finals for the first time. Although they have changed from helmsmen to crew members, they still couldn't help but shed tears of joy in the excitement. Funabashi Daisuke threw the ball high into the sky and began to celebrate wildly. He first ran to Tachibana Nijiro, hugged him, and beat his chest hard. The rest of the Ryonan players also swarmed in and surrounded Tachibana Nijiro. Everyone knows that Ryonan won this game thanks to Tachibana Nijiro. Look at what he did in this game. Not only did he score the highest points, assists, and steals in the game, he also blocked Fujima at certain times, forcing the opponent to double-team him, which made Ryonan still able to attack with ease in the face of Shoyo's level of defense. Completely dominated both offense and defense. Shoyo's ace Fujima became a foil in front of him. This moment, the cheers from the whole audience and the waves of support from his teammates made Tachibana Nijiro extremely excited. He felt that his blood was burning and his adrenaline was soaring. Both physically and mentally, he was surrounded by great joy. The feeling of winning constantly stimulated his nerves. Only those who have truly experienced this wonderful moment will understand that feeling. In stark contrast to Ryonan's joyful atmosphere, Shoyo's players were full of sadness. Hanagata's eyes were red, and he finally couldn't hold back, and tears rolled down behind his glasses. He never expected to lose the first round of the finals in this way. Facing Kanon next, Shoyo undoubtedly stood on the edge of the cliff. The freshman who was surrounded by the cheering wave completely killed them with his personal strength. After a year of hard training, he thought that this year would shake Kanon's status as the king, but he was kicked to pieces by someone. This feeling is not good for anyone. On the other side, Fujima raised his head and looked at the incandescent light on the dome of the stadium. How can he explain his mood at the moment? In this game, as the second seed last year, he actually didn't think about the scene of losing before the game. That was due to a year of crazy training and the confidence that he could challenge AMU. But after a year of training, he was defeated in the first round of the finals. No matter how you think about it, it seems to be a mockery of his past efforts. Fujima was breathing heavily. His mind, which was originally clear and organized, became grey and blank after hearing Ryanan's cheers and seeing his opponent's excited BJ celebration. Fujima. We lost. And we lost completely. At this time, he noticed the expressions of Shoyo's team members. Bored. Pa. 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 He clapped his hands. Everyone. Adjust your expressions, we are far from over, but the next goal is to defeat Buri and Kanon. Now. It's time to shake hands. Shoyo, Fujima, his fighting spirit perfectly matches the banner in front of the cheering stand. At the same time, Tachibana Nijiro broke away from the enthusiasm of his predecessors. At the first moment, he inexplicably wanted to see Fujima, just because this was a rare experience for him, similar to defeating Daigakuin and LV1 defeating Sendoh. After defeating the opponent, he drew pleasure from the confrontation of the game itself. Then he turned his head. He saw Fujima, who was leading the green and had a stern look. Follow the captain, line up, and shake hands. Senior Fujima. What a pity. Nothing to regret. We will beat Kanon next. Tachibana Nijiro. The chances are slim. Title. Anyway, even if Ryonan loses to Kanon and Shoyo beats Kanon, and the three teams end up with a 2-1 record, it won't affect Ryonan. The 80-point difference they snatched from Buri, Chin-Li, is no joke. We, Ryonan, will beat Kanon and get the number 1 seed. Hearing this, Fujima's pupils shrank for a moment. But in the end, he didn't say much. This should have been his biggest goal this year, but before he could get there, he lost the first round-robin final. Their current goal, Shoyo, is first and foremost to get a place in the national competition. Soon, the two teams left the field. Before leaving, Hasegawa Kazushi of Shoyo looked at Ryanan's number 12 and number 13 Matsu. Thinking of himself as a freshman who was only responsible for logistics, he smiled bitterly and sighed in his heart. If Mitsui was still playing basketball, would it be this level? Plus B. Impossible? It's really too good. Chapter 69. On the day of Ryanan's victory over Shoyo. In the afternoon, there was another match between Kanon and Buri in the round-robin finals. In this match, all Ryonan players appeared in the stands. Although Buri, who made it to the round-robin finals, would never have taken advantage of the division, they must have strength, but compared with Kanon, they were really far behind. At this time, it was already the third quarter of the Kanon vs Buri match. On the court, it was similar to the original match against Shohoku. Shinichi Maki was used to focusing on passing and defense in the first half, leading the team to play a strong overall offense and defense, and then relying on amazing physical strength, taking advantage of the situation in the second half to violently output. For example, the current situation. Killing all around. Bang! Buri's ace Yuta Tomoyuki was blocked by AMU's defense again, and the Kanon point guard got the ball, and then immediately passed it to the sudden attacking Shinichi Maki. Don't even think about going over there. The two defensive players from Buri had a determined look in their eyes. For this monster who used passing and defense to ravage their half-court, for this monster who violently attacked their inside line at the beginning of the second half. We must defend him from one goal. But the next moment, with Shinichi Maki's superb ball control and the terrifying, powerful and fast double ace cut, the two only saw a shadow. Before they could come to their senses, Shinichi Maki had already made a violent turn like a beast, crushed the opponent, and inserted between the two defenders, then walked away. Bang! Carrying the center of Wu Li, violently scored. Beep! Brown number 7 committed a defensive foul, white number 8 added a penalty. A set of actions, from turning to passing, To aerial confrontation, in addition to violence, it was silky and terrifying. Abai. He also fought for a foul from the opponent. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Tachibana Nijiro in the audience stands almost exploded the quintessence of the country. Beautiful. AMU. Defense. Defense. The players on the bench of Kanon were all cheering for Shinichi Maki. On the contrary, the players on the court of Buri were beaten and sweating. From the beginning of the third quarter. No. It was from this game that everyone felt a huge pressure from the Emperor Shinichi Maki. That kind of terrifying offensive and defensive ability almost made them breathless. It was like an emperor patrolling, making everyone submit to him in his own territory. Day. The jerseys were soaked with sweat, and the players of Buri were either propped up on their knees or with their hands on their hips. All of them looked exhausted. Why do I feel that Buri collapsed too quickly? Not surprising, when they played against Ryonan, they were even faster than this. As a team in the round-robin finals, Buri probably has the biggest gap with the other three teams. Before the round-robin finals, Buri looked quite strong. It's Kanon and Shinichi Maki who are too strong, and what's more terrifying is that Ryonan has a bigger score difference at the same time. This year is interesting. On the bench of Buri, the coach frowned, thinking about countermeasures quickly in his mind, but after thinking about it, he still got nothing, just like when he played against Ryonan. Because this year's Kanon is just as fishy. $79. This kind of monster. Even that Tachibana Nijiro can't deal with it, right? Buri coach. Forget it. That's what Ryonan should consider. Just as he thought of this, Kanon suddenly called a timeout, and then, during the timeout, the audience suddenly heard a lot of discussion in the stands, and Coach Buri subconsciously looked in the direction the audience was looking. Then, with just one glance, he was stunned. $71,000. Kanon removed all the defensive players from the starting lineup, and all the players who were not good at shooting, leaving only one center Takasago Kazuma and a guard Shinichi Maki. The rest are all shooters. Damn! It's unethical. You Kanon are leading to this extent, but you still want to score so much? What virtue do we Buri have, Kfuff, to endure the torture of you Ryonan and Kanon in turn? This is to fight to make up for the difference in points that Ryonan has made on us. In other words, facing Ryonan, even the King Kanon will consider losing a game, and finally 2 wins and 1 loss, and compete with Ryonan in net points. Is this what it means? After playing, Shinichi Maki is still getting more and more courageous in his singles. Although Soichiro-jin has not yet developed such a terrifying 3-point ability, thanks to Ryonan, he can also play with 2 shooting seniors today. In the audience stands, Fukuda is envious. Buri's strategy is similar to Shihoku in the original plot, but he is not as decisive as Coach Anzei's 4-pack 1, so AMU can play with ease in the face of double teams of 2 or 3 people. Swish. Split. A Shen receives the ball and shoots a 3-pointer. Abu. 3-pointer hit. The second-year students of Kanon cheering group cheered. Next round. Buri's attack. They decisively want to avoid Shinichi Maki. They know too well that the monster cannot be attacked from the front, so Buri chooses to attack from the inside. However, what is outrageous is that on the defensive end, Shinichi Maki tops the power forward. Buri. In Buri's surprise, Tachibana Nijiro in the audience stands was not that surprised. After all, at the critical moment, Shinichi Maki could even defend Akaji. Just when Tachibana Nijiro was thinking about this, a deafening sound of hitting the ball rang out. On the court, Buri's inside attack was blocked by Maki Shin. He blocked the ball with the player. All Buri players shuddered. Energy consumption reached this stage. Shinichi Maki was full of energy, and the Buri players who were blown away could not get up. Then the referee blew the whistle and said, after checking, it was found that Song had a simple physical problem. It's not surprising. Kanon and AMU were under such impact and continuous confrontation in the second half. It is normal for physical energy to be intensively consumed. Buri surrendered. But ever-winning Kanon didn't indulge him at all. Especially AMU. His leadership ability, hunger for victory, highly calm mind, strong will to never underestimate the enemy, will never be affected by the outside world, strong desire to win, even when facing a sprained foot. Akashi would not hesitate to command his teammates to attack the inside. Therefore, in order for the team to secure the number 1 seed, he was determined to win a higher score against Buri than when Ryonan played against Buri. Kanon vs Buri 150:69. Kanon finally scored one more point than Ryonan. Chapter 70. After the match between Kanon and Buri, the Buri players, who had already confirmed that they were going to say goodbye to this summer, looked at each other in silence. Even though they had expected it before the game, they would definitely lose when they met Kanon. DJ still couldn't accept it. The Buri substitutes, who were the last to appear on the court and were numbed by Shinichi Maki, were even more painful. Soon, the two teams lined up and shook hands in the middle circle, and the referee announced the final victory of the game. After that, returning to the bench, the feeling of losing in a row, and all by 80 points, made the Buri players feel more and more uncomfortable, and many of them had tears in their eyes. Coach Buri also felt the same way, but even so, they were really powerless. Although the goal of playing in the national team was not achieved. This year, even Shoyo has one foot on the edge of the cliff. Our county semi-finals are pretty good. The coach of Buri High School felt like an ostrich when he said this, and he was speechless. So he pondered for a moment and then said, "Everyone, before the round-robin finals, our strength may be pretty good, but it is quite powerless against teams like Kanon and Ryonan, so we have to work harder after returning. There is still a long way to go. The next winter will be very painful." Buri players. The only response to the coach is silence for the time being. At the same time, after witnessing Kanon's strength with their own eyes, the players of Ryonan all looked solemn, whether it was Moiki, Sendoh, Uazumi, or Funabashi Daisuke. Even though they are now making the best progress in the past, the number 1 seed is within reach, and everyone in Ryonan wants to seize it. Therefore, everyone also feels that maybe they are not well prepared in such a tense preparation. Soon, the day of the Ryonan vs Kanon matchup has arrived. June 20th. Early. 9:30. Basketball Weekly reporter Aida Yayoi arrived at the gym early. Auto. There are still 30 minutes before the start, and so many spectators have already squeezed into the stadium. Kanon is worthy of being the king. And there is also the super dark horse, the supernova Ryonan, who is almost going to be the dark horse. The first game this morning, Ryonan vs Kanon, the Kanagawa Stadium was full of people, and with the size of reporters such as Aida Yayoi after entering the stadium, it didn't take long for Ryonan to come to the stadium to warm up. Tachibana Nijiro looked around. There is no doubt that this game is definitely the focus of the game, including Shoyo, Buri, and many opponents who were eliminated earlier, all came to the scene. At the same time, Tachibana Nijiro also noticed a few ordinary spectators wearing Ryonan uniforms. Of course, unlike those commercial leagues that sell jerseys, the Ryonan uniforms on these spectators should be made by themselves with pure dark blue jerseys. Seeing them cheering more enthusiastically because of his gaze, Tachibana Nijiro also naturally waved to them. "Continue to warm up." After a while, there was another cheer from the audience. Turning around, it was indeed the Kanon affiliate who appeared from the player tunnel, causing a stir. And when the Kanon players appeared, Tachibana Nijiro could clearly feel that the cheers from the surroundings were far more than when they were on the court. But this was also natural. Although their Ryonan showed strong strength, Compared with the King Kanon, they were two completely different levels in terms of basic popularity. The reason was naturally because Kanon had been ruling Kanagawa steadily for more than 10 consecutive years. If you look closely, Shinichi Maki is really strong. Really? What did that guy eat to grow up? Fit. We have really come to this point. Uekusa and Koshino on the Ryonan bench looked at Kanon and discussed in a low voice. And in the audience stands. The audience was also talking about Ryonan, who won 2 consecutive victories as soon as they entered the round-robin finals this year, their 2 first-year geniuses who made people's eyes pop, and Kanon, who dominated the scene more than last year in the last game. Today, the game that may determine the number 1 seed in advance attracted everyone's attention. The students who came to watch the game and support Ryonan all hoped that the third-year players would have the opportunity to go to a higher stage to realize their dreams before graduating from high school. And those who support Kanon are looking forward to them going to the national championship again as the number 1 seed and the strongest in Kanagawa. In the heated discussions of all the audience and their respective cheering groups, 20 minutes before the game, the audience seats were completely full, and the noisy clamor filled the gymnasium. The school cheering groups from Kanon and Ryonan were divided into 2 sides of the audience stands, with clear boundaries. Brave and resolute. Always victorious. The banners hanging on the stands came from Ryonan on one side and Kanon on the other. The deafening cheers made everyone feel the desire of the 2 teams for victory and made the atmosphere even more heated. While warming up on the court, the weekly reporters on the sidelines, including Aida Yayoi and Nakagawa Sani, asked brief questions. On the Ryonan side. Tachibana-san, you will face the King Kanon next. Will it be stressful? 0. The question did not come from Aida Yayoi, because the other party was on Kanon's side at this time. The current question was from Nakagawa Sani. Although her question was as sharp as always, it was not without reason. No matter how strong Tachibana Nijiro performed in this county competition, he could not escape the identity of a freshman. As the level of the stage is getting higher and higher, now he has come to the stage where the number 1 seed is close at hand. Facing such pressure, it is normal for him to have emotional fluctuations due to increased pressure. Nakagawa Sani is full of curiosity about this. Rito. Tachibana Nijiro shook his head, then smiled mysteriously, of course not, facing any opponent, I will not feel pressure, on the contrary, the stronger the opponent. Tachibana Nijiro paused, saying the stronger the opponent, the more excited I am, but in my heart I was thinking the stronger the opponent, the better the reward. Just like Shoyo in the last game. The calm excitement in Tachibana Nijiro's voice cheered up the people in Ryonan. The other side. Kanon's side. Unlike Ryonan, where the reporter asked the first question to the super rookie Tachibana Nijiro, the one being asked on Kanon's side was naturally their second-year super ace, Emperor Maki. Facing Aida Yaoi's question about being challenged, Maki Shen, as always, answered calmly, for the invincible Kanon, being challenged is the norm. Not only Ryonan, but also other teams, it's the same for us. And the facts have proven countless times. Kanon's constant victory. Chapter 71. The game hasn't started yet, coach. After dealing with the reporters from Basketball Weekly, Shinichi Maki, who couldn't wait any longer, turned to look at the tall coach who was staring at him on the sidelines. Ha ha ha. Don't be impatient. There's plenty of time. Riki Takato looked at Shinichi Maki's sturdy figure and couldn't be more satisfied with his ace. Not only did he perfectly match Kanon's temperament, but he also never showed off his excellent attitude under his strong desire to win. Standing at the top of Kanagawa, he was still the most hungry for victory. On the other side, Tachibana Nijiro, who also dealt with the reporters, glanced at the purple and gold army behind him. The team included Soichiro Jin, Yoshinori Miyawasu, Tadashi Muto, and Takasago Kazuma, who he was familiar with in the original plot, but except for Takasago Kazuma, all the others in 160 were substitutes. And from the height point of view, this Keinan team is quite interesting. From the center to the point guard, the main goal is average. Center, Takasago Kazuma 190 cm. Power forward, third year, 186 cm. Small forward, third year, 186 cm. Shooting guard, third year, 185 cm. Point guard, Shinichi Maki, 184 cm. Because there is no wild monkey Kyoto to liven up the atmosphere, and there are several third-year players who have played in the national team consecutively, this group of players with extremely average heights in the starting lineup are put together, and the momentum is unusual. And Tachibana Nijiro noticed that the middle-aged Shinichi Maki, in the second year, is exactly the same height as the next year, while the first-year Uajumi of the same year joined the team at 199, this year is 200, and next year will reach 202. Although the increase is not much, it is at least still increasing. Same. Sendoh and Fukuda are the same, they are still 2 or 3 centimeters away from reaching 190 and 188 next year. Del. In summary, they are indeed middle-aged people. Bang. 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 Or because Kyoto was not there, no one challenged Ryonan during the warm-up. On the contrary, they were just warming up in a very calm manner. But during the warm-up, even if there was no special show-off, the starting players, except Shinichi Maki, all finished with dunks in the pass and run attack. This scene continued to cause cheers from the audience. And Tachibana Nijiro was more convinced that Shinichi Maki didn't like dunking, otherwise it would be impossible to explain why Shinichi Maki, who forced Kaed Rukawa to do the famous pull-up scene, had never dunked. Off the court. Although their attitude is quite calm and composed, it feels like they are emitting an incredible aura. Is this the majesty of the king? They look so strong. On the other side, Ryanan's side. Why is that guy so tall? How many centimeters is he? It's the first time I've seen someone so tall. As expected. For new viewers who come to watch the game at such a crucial time, when they see Ryonan, the first thing they notice is not Sendoh or Tachibana Nijiro, but the 2m tall Uajumi. The reporters on the sidelines heard the exclamations around them, and several of them quietly stood up and measured a little bit on the sidelines. Only when they really stood up and compared, they could more clearly recognize that Gao Tian. He is really tall. On the court, Ryonan is still warming up at his own pace. However, for Kainan's training, many people couldn't help but look over. Especially Ryanan's first and second grade substitutes. The third-year senior who was on the bench, Isagai Yoji, frowned. Focus on me, aren't all our starting players, except Ikegami, able to dunk? Isn't Sendoh's flying dunk good enough? Ikegami Ryoji. Senior. Thank you. After Isagai Yoji scolded him, Takatomi continued with a white-faced voice, warm up well. Even if you are a substitute, you must be ready to play at any time. Especially Fukuda, even from the perspective of height, you have the highest probability of playing. Fukuda Kichu. Fukuda Kichu, yes. Fukuda Kichu senior. Although Isagai Yoji and others seemed quite determined on the surface, they were actually a little nervous. Among the people on the team, even the third-year players had no experience in reaching the round-robin finals, let alone getting a seed to go to the national level. Although it is difficult to explain, not taking that step did make Keinan weaker in momentum. The most obvious thing was that everyone on Kainan's side, including the substitutes, did not distract Ryonan even for a moment during the warm-up. Beep. 3 minutes left. When the referee blew the whistle for the final stage of the warm-up, Tachibana Nijiro glanced at Keinan on the opposite side, picked up a ball, and quietly walked to the three-point line. On the other side, having entered the last round, many Kanon players who had stopped moving were finally attracted by Tachibana Nijiro's actions. Then they saw Tachibana Kojiro, outside the three-point line. Heaven's shot! Swish! The ball went through the net. Three-pointer! Swish! Tachibana Kojiro didn't stop, and after hitting the first three-pointer, he immediately ran to the other side of the three-point line. The moment he landed, Sendoh passed the ball with a proud look on his face and sent it to Tachibana Kojiro in time. Sakurai Ryo's quick shot. The action was so fast and hasty. Three-pointer. Swish. The moment it passed the net was rippled. Immediately afterwards, Tachibana Kojiro made several consecutive shots outside the three-point line, and the shooting action and rhythm were changing back and forth. After a short silence, the audience in the stands burst into shocking cheers for Tachibana Kojiro's three-pointer performance. What a great three-pointer! Can he score even if he shoots so fast? That's Ryonan's trump card. The three-pointer is his signature scoring method after he entered the round-robin finals. Hey! Can he shoot like that in a game? In the audience stands, the cheering group on Kanon's side looked at each other in bewilderment. As a student cheering group, they naturally couldn't have time to watch Ryonan's game. Therefore, this was also the first time they saw Tachibana Nijiro, who was very popular in the county competition. I never expected that. This guy's three-point ability was actually this level. Chapter 72. The audience seats were already going wild at this time. The warm-up alone was so exciting. It was conceivable how exciting the real game would be. On the other side, the Kanon players were also surprised after seeing Tachibana Kojiro's three-pointer at such a close distance on the court. In their high school basketball career, it was the first time they saw a player who could shoot three-pointers so well. Sure enough, Tachibana Kojiro. But on the court, he won't have such an easy chance to shoot. No matter how powerful the three-pointer is, if he can't shoot it, it's equivalent to nothing. Kanon's shooting guard laughed, and his hearty voice seemed out of place with the calm atmosphere around Kanon, but everyone was obviously used to it. Because they knew very well that this guy only spoke like this, but he was a thorough Kanon player in his actions. But even so, the captain of Kanon still reminded 25, don't be careless. Yeah. I understand. The warm-up time is over. When the referee blew the whistle, the starting players of both teams came to the center circle to shake hands. Kanon's starting lineup was the same as Dakamoiki predicted, and the lineup was completely unchanged. The same was true for Ryonan. Beep. The whistle sounded. The game officially began. The centers of both teams jumped the ball in the center circle. Takasago Kazuma frowned as he looked at the big guy in front of him who was obviously 2 meters tall. In order to counter Yuzumi's height. At the moment of the jump ball, Takasago secretly used a weak knee bounce that the referee did not notice, and Yuzumi, who was highly focused, was fooled and jumped early. The referee collected the ball. Signaled Yuzumi to throw the ball away before jumping. RVE. The second jump ball, Yuzumi was obviously a beat late. Snap. Takasago Kazuma hit the ball in the air and accurately sent the ball into Shinichi Maki's hands. Good jump. Takasago. Swoosh. As the voice sounded, a black shadow suddenly rushed out. It was undoubtedly Shinichi Maki who had taken the lead. The opponent's speed made Tachibana Nijiro slightly raise his eyebrows, and then he turned around and chased after him with full firepower. With the speed of wildness and full force, 2 figures, one blue and one white, in the backcourt, crossed with other players in a blink of an eye. Before Funabashi Daisuke could even react, the 2 after-images disappeared in front of him one after another. When he turned around, the 2 had already entered the penalty area at the same time. Jumped up at the same time. Snap! A crisp sound of hitting the ball sounded. Instantly, the atmosphere was dead silent. Wow! After a moment, the scene came back to its senses and exclaimed one after another. In this county competition, Tachibana Nijiro, who played enough to challenge the first player, met Kanagawa Emperor Mu, and the first ball did not disappoint the audience. And many people came to the scene in the round-robin tournament, but only heard that Kanan has a super newcomer in the audience, and now, seeing the scene, they are all stunned. Kanan bench. Riki Takato was shaking a paper fan in his hand, but his expression suddenly changed from the first ball. The jump is higher than any game in the county competition, in addition to passing and three-pointers. Is this his hidden weapon? Tachibana Nijiro, who was chasing from behind, successfully gave Maki Shin a block, and the ball was picked up by Sendoh, who followed closely. In the wildcard pool obtained after playing Shoyo in the last game, Tachibana Nijiro drew a double ring with limited card coupons, 1 gold and 1 purple. As for why 1 purple can also be called a double ring, because that purple is Kagami Taiga. *NE. In order to deal with Shinichi Maki, Tachibana Nijiro decisively chose to upgrade Kagami's natural jumping to intermediate, and the related skills such as overhand block were enhanced accordingly. On the court, the block just now, under the play of overhand block, although it has an absolute advantage in height, it avoids the aerial confrontation and waits for the block layup to win with height. But after the ball was thrown out, Xian jumped too high and still rushed to Mr. Maki. "Hey, are you okay, senior?" Tachibana Nijiro propped himself up and took the initiative to extend his hand to Shinichi Maki in front of him. Shinichi Maki, _N. Hat. Interesting. Thinking of Tachibana Nijiro's block just now, at that moment, Shinichi Maki felt the beating of his heart for the first time in a long time, and his blood seemed to be burning. Grabbing Tachibana Nijiro's hand, he pulled her up. "You are quite strong, it seems that this time, it will be more interesting," Shinichi Maki said, ignoring Tachibana Nijiro, who was suddenly stunned, and turned away angrily. At the same time, on the other side of the court, Kanan's half-court minister. The Kanan players looked at Tachibana Nijiro in the distance, and the expressions on their faces were almost the same as the shocked Kanan cheering group students just now. No way! There is actually someone who can keep up with AMU's speed, and even use the terrifying pure bounce to create an air block margin without confrontation, blocking AMU's attack. Isn't 620 good at passing and three-pointers? In Ryanan's offensive round, Tachibana Nijiro advances with the ball. The one defending him is Maki Shin. Bang! Bang! As expected, Shinichi Maki's defense is different from Fujima's pure speed-stealing pressure. This guy is a combination of speed and strength. Moreover, he is more inclined to strength between the two. Snap! 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 The dribbling was unprecedentedly fast. Tachibana Nijiro's dribbling was a textbook technique under the effect of perfect control and dribbling, but even so, it was still blocked by Shinichi Maki's strong defense. Boom! Thunderous dribbling. Maki Shen with a serious expression. After careful research before the game, Shinichi Maki accurately found the pause at the end of the dribble, and aimed at this point to break it with absolute force. But at this moment, Tachibana Nijiro's previous textbook dribbling suddenly became fancy and open and close. Under the crotch. Quick stop! The ball protector leaned on Shinichi Maki, and then took advantage of the situation. Through the crotch. Turn and break through. Shinichi Maki. The moment of breaking in to attract double teaming. Pass the ball. Chapter 73. Tachibana Nijiro broke through Shinichi Maki's crotch and passed the ball. Thanks to Akashi's perfect passing ability, even if it was beginner, several passing routes suddenly appeared in his mind subconsciously in an instant. And Shinichi Maki was worthy of the name of Emperor Mu. Even if he was passed, he still responded and cut into Tachibana Nijiro's passer. Fij. Just a little bit. Under the basket, at the edge of the penalty area, Funabashi Daisuke just looked at Tachibana Nijiro, who had a completely different dribbling style. Before he could be surprised, he saw with a surprised face that the ball passed through the opponent's defense and came to his chest accurately. That convenient receiving point for raising the ball. Raising his hand, near the basket, after Kanan's breakthrough in the interior attracted the attention of the defense, he easily shot and hit. 2:0. After losing the ball due to Takasago Kazuma's tricks in the opening jump ball, it was Ryonan who scored first. Off the court. In front of the bench. It should be said that it was in front of the benches on both sides. Both Riki Takato and Ikamoiki suddenly widened their eyes, and the Ryonan players on the bench were even more stunned. Other things are fine. Can the dribbling style change like this? From the textbook calm style to the other extreme. That Tachibana guy. Didn't he participate in the basketball club activities properly in junior high school, but played street ball instead? On the other side, Kanan, Riki Takato felt like Shoyo in the previous game, and was caught off guard by Tachibana Nijiro's new ability again and again. And in the audience stands. From Aichi Prefecture, nicknamed Aichi Star, Daimarobashi looked solemnly at Tachibana Nijiro, who was facing Shinichi Maki, and couldn't help but be surprised in his heart. Let's not talk about the previous breakthrough, but this pass is really beautiful. The first time he passed AMU, he didn't stick to the ball at all, and instantly caught the assist opportunity and then accurately penetrated the opponent's entire defense. At the moment when the opponent's inside line contracted the defense just now, there were at least 3 people in the crowded inside line. Kanan's players, if the ball is a little off, it won't reach the hands of Ryanan's power forward under the basket. Ryanan's first-year point guard subconsciously took care of the receiver's shooting point when passing the ball. That perfect receiving position made Ryanan's power forward not need to make any adjustments, and he could attack directly with his hands raised. Kanan was distracted by the defense of the first year and had no chance to make up. 189. Wonderful. Marobashi Dai. Damn it. What the hell is Kanagawa? Is it a place that specializes in collecting point guards? Last year, there were first-year Shinichi Maki and Fujima Kenji, and this year there is another first-year Tachibana Nijiro. On the court, Tachibana Nijiro watched Shinichi Maki, who was aggressively controlling the ball and advancing in Kanan's offensive round. In the previous ball, the opponent's defense made him feel lucky that he had a double shot after playing Shoyo, and not only did he draw a Kagami and upgrade his skills. I also got a gold card. Player, Taa Mindaki, Beginner. Skills, Wildness Black Panther, Beginner, Talented Agility, Beginner, Super High Speed Dribbling, Beginner, Formless Shot, Beginner, Zone, Unlocked Condition Advanced Wildness. Wildness Black Panther, Beginner Wildness like a Black Panther, acting completely on instinct. Talented Agility, Beginner acceleration from 0 to the fastest speed and deceleration from the fastest speed to 0. Super High Speed Dribbling, Beginner use extremely fast street ball style dribbling to disrupt the opponent's defensive rhythm. Formless Shot, Beginner shoot and hit in any situation and any angle, even when facing unfavorable conditions such as people in the air, back to the basket, multiple double teaming, etc., as long as there is a theoretical scoring route, he can still score. Kanan's offensive round. Shinichi Maki, who used to focus on organizing the team's offense at the beginning of the game, seemed to be aroused by the effective offense created by the opponent's player at the beginning of the game, and his personal offensive desire was aroused in advance. Compared with Tachibana Nijiro, Shinichi Maki's dribbling is quite regular, and he protects the ball very strictly, especially under the protection of Shinichi Maki's refined body. The next second. In the Kanan penalty area, Yuzumi, who was pulled aside by Takasago Kazuma to leave space for Shinichi Maki to attack, suddenly widened his eyes, and at the same time, Tachibana Nijiro. What a strong force! The wildness of acting on instinct is matched with the agility of nature. In the defense of Shinichi Maki, it seems to be completely unrelated. After the guy turned his body forward and turned around, he pulled out a little space to speed up, and then rushed with his body. Since it is difficult to defend the opponent's offensive displacement. BB. You should aim at the ball. Instantly. Tachibana Nijiro, whose eyes suddenly became as cold as a leopard, suddenly burst out with agility while being carried into the paint by Shinichi Maki, speeding up to open up the confrontation environment. Moja. Attack Shinichi Maki's ball handler. Shinichi Maki. Being forced to stop by this stealing action, turning his hips, and moving sideways to open up the distance of the ball. Shinichi who narrowly escaped the steal Maki. At this time, he has come to the offensive position of the restricted area. Ball. Bang. He stepped down with his right foot, and his body suddenly rose up. He held the ball with one hand and ran straight to the basket. At this time, Tachibana Nijiro also relied on his natural agility. After failing to steal the ball, he still followed from the side and back in time. One blue and one white, the two jumped up one after another. In the restricted area, Yuzumi was pulled away, leaving only Funahashi Daisuke. $7, Qian Wang Zhao, so strong. Funahashi Daisuke intercepted Shinichi Maki in the air, but was pushed to the basket by the opponent. He wanted to block the ball, but Shinichi Maki's body in front of him was as hard as a stone, and his hands clamped the ball tightly, and he couldn't move it. Title. After Ayamine's natural agility, Kagami's natural bounce began to show its power. Tachibana Nijiro was almost waiting in the air without any confrontation with Maki, waiting for Maki to go abroad after the confrontation. However, at this moment, Shinichi Maki in front of him suddenly changed his movements, using the force of the confrontation with Funabashi Daisuke to pull the ball and tighten his abdomen, and then pull the bar sideways. The displacement of Funabashi Daisuke made Tachibana Nijiro's block become a situation of blocking through Funabashi Daisuke, and thus completely avoided the block. Swish! The next second, the ball went into the net. Chapter 74. Tada! 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 Tachibana Nijiro watched the ball fall from the net and roll to his feet. He secretly said, "Awesome!" It was unrealistic to expect the opponent to not respond after Maki Shinjiro made a mistake at the beginning of the game. This guy, in the original plot, was able to calmly react to Sendoh's last attack to tie the score in an instant and realized that it was a trap. Although his playing style is overly violent, he is essentially an extremely calm type. While Tachibana Nijiro was silent, Shinichi Maki passed by him and said to him at the same time, "Keep working hard, first-year student." As a response to Tachibana Nijiro's previous words, "It's okay, senior," Shinichi Maki even spoke with high morale. Del. After all, he is the guy who can complain that Akaji is older than me. Interesting. Tachibana Nijiro turned to look at Yuzumi and Sendoh. "I'll attack first. If it doesn't work, I'll leave it to you later, okay?" Sendoh, Yuzumi-senpai. In such a crucial game, the first-year ace wanted to act completely different from the pre-match deployment, which made Yuzumi frown slightly, while Sendoh on the other side didn't care. "Okay. Although it's unlikely that there's something like not possible 750 Ti. Anyway, you can't attack the whole court, right?" Yuzumi frowned even more when he heard this, until Funabashi Daisuke patted his shoulder, and then he followed the direction of Captain Funabashi's finger and saw Coach Tien nodding at him. $700. I understand. Leave the rebounds to me, I will support you as much as possible. No matter what. As long as we can win. Ryonan attacks. Sendoh dribbles the ball across half-court, and Tachibana Nijiro takes the initiative to run to the top of the arc to ask for the ball, just like a shooting guard. After receiving the ball, Shinichi Maki directly defends. And Tachibana Nijiro. His arms hang naturally, wild and agile, his speed and reaction are stretched to the limit. Immediately afterwards, give up the triple threat posture. Snap! 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 Mindaki super high-speed dribbling. In an instant, the ball dances on Tachibana Nijiro's fingertips. The complex street ball moves are so fast that they are dazzling, but like a dragon, Tachibana Nijiro is controlled within the range as if directed by his arm. On the court, the super high-speed dribbling with all his strength makes Kanan and all the players of Ryonan were stunned for a moment, and they couldn't understand Tachibana Nijiro's dribbling at all. They could only hear the continuous dribbling sound, with every step being unexpected. Snap! 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 Rapidly sounded. The next second. Swish! Shinichi Maki! What is this move? Tachibana Nijiro changed direction continuously, and his body shook. Shinichi Maki wanted to confront him physically, but he couldn't catch Tachibana Nijiro's rhythm of controlling the ball at all. That outrageous move of throwing the ball to one side, but the body was on the other side, and then turning back to pull the ball, no one could catch it the first time they saw it. It was a cleaner breakthrough than the crotch pass in the previous round. Tachibana Nijiro broke through Shinichi Maki's defense, but the latter did not give up, chasing behind, trying his best to threaten the block from behind. At the same time, Takasago Kazuma decisively left Yuzumi completely empty and came to assist in defense. But in this situation, Tachibana Nijiro did not pass the ball to everyone's surprise. Mindaki formless shot. Suddenly, while everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment, after Tachibana Nijiro jumped, he tilted sideways at a weird angle as if he was about to fall to the ground, and then threw the ball out with a very skewed center of gravity. Just threw it. Audience. The audience was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What kind of shot was that? Not to mention the question of whether the shot was reasonable or not, it was not a basketball move at all. But in the moment of surprise, the ball seemed to mock everyone's short-sightedness, with a messy arc and force, bang, and a very low arc smashed into the basket. In this completely unimaginable shooting action, Takasago and Shinichi, who did not even touch the edge of the block, Maki and the other two looked at Tachibana Nijiro in shock. At the same time, the whole stadium suddenly fell into a dead silence, followed by an uproar. What's going on? What just happened? What kind of dribbling and shooting is that? I haven't seen such an exaggerated video of street ball, let alone a formal game at the middle school level. It's probably the only one in the country. Tachibana Nijiro's ball control just now, every move, is not as standard as that of a high school player. The exaggerated moves, there is no rule to follow, but it looks beautiful, especially pleasing to the eye. Off the court, Riki Takato's face is full of disbelief. Then he suddenly turned his head to look at Tianmoiki, thinking, this guy has been unable to make the round-robin finals for years, so he started to use a different and unorthodox way? This? How can he be a player who plays in official games? However, thinking of Tachibana Nijiro's calm style as a point guard, Riki Takato couldn't help but admire Tianmoiki's training ability for a moment. It's rare that such a street ball player with an unruly style can be so patient. This is troublesome. Even Shinichi Maki has no experience against such a player. No, it should be said that looking at the whole country, Lian Shan probably has this strange experience. Street ball has always been known for its many ineffective dribbling, high energy consumption, and cancer in official competitions. In fact, it should be like this, but if it is Tachibana Nijiro's level, it should be another story. How to deal with the breakthrough and shooting that even Maki couldn't stop. Just when Riki Takato was having a headache, everyone on Ryonan's side was also surprised, but more of them were surprised that Tachibana Nijiro used this ability to first break through Shinichi Maki and then break through the double team block. Tachibana Nijiro is doing something new again. Based on past experience. It's a sure thing. What kind of dribbling is that, Tachibana? I don't understand it at all. As a point guard and a freshman, Uekusa Tomoyuki feels that after joining Ryonan, his 3 views on basketball have been completely reshaped by Tachibana Nijiro. Isn't that shot the most outrageous? It was just a random throw. But it went in. First-year shooting guard Koshino Hiroaki opened his mouth wide. Even though Tachibana Nijiro had given people enough shocks in the past, he still couldn't be numb to this kind of thing. Outrageous. Chapter 75. On the court. After a moment of shock, Shinichi Maki quickly recovered. And asked for the ball at the baseline. Play steadily. Give them one back first. At the first moment, while advancing to Ryonan's half-court, Kanan no longer showed the surprise after seeing Tachibana Nijiro's walking shot. Especially Shinichi Maki, who faced Tachibana Nijiro. IB. Awesome. Even after seeing this kind of thing, the momentum was not affected at all. After Shinichi Maki advanced to the front court, there was no fancy ball control action, but a very basic ball protection breakthrough. At the moment of separating Tachibana Nijiro from the defense. Swoosh. Asterisk. The ball was accurately passed to Kanan's power forward. At the moment of receiving the ball, Kanan's power forward had just come out of the restricted area around Takasago's pick and roll. When Funabashi Daisuke's defense was hung on Takasago, he immediately made a catch-and-shoot action. Pass from Shinichi Maki. Takasago's sudden screen. Then he penetrated the power forward's restricted area. Kanan's cooperation was always very short and precise, and his tactical quality was extremely capable. D number. Ryonan's defense was no less impressive. Ikegami's defensive experience and ability were quite outstanding. In this ball, after seeing Kanan's movements in the interior, he immediately switched defense with Funabashi Daisuke and stopped the attack. Shinichi Maki had expected this, and with Ryonan's level, it was impossible for him to be penetrated so easily. This round, Shinichi Maki suddenly started to organize the offense again, and his original personal offensive plan did not change. The pass just now. It was just because of his duty as the brain of the team, considering that after seeing Tachibana Nijiro's skills just now, his teammates might have fluctuations, so he needed to let the ball flow in this round. Because the moment he got the ball in his hands, he would definitely focus on the ball, the offense, and the court, just like their offense just now. Snap! The ball returned to Shinichi Maki's hands. 183,184. Shinichi Maki and Tachibana Nijiro in front of him are almost the same height, the only difference is the other's slightly immature face and slightly weak body. Ryonan's Tachibana Nijiro. To have such a level of strength in the first grade is really a gifted talent. However, for Shinichi Maki, who has long been confirmed as the number 1 player in Kanagawa, he also knew that there are teams stronger than Kanan in the national arena. There are also players stronger than himself. B. He clearly realized this, but he did not have any negative mental effects because of the process from the strongest in Kanagawa to the failure of dominating the country. Because that was the hard training towards the goal without wavering, and the affirmative answer that he had never relaxed in the past. What it turned into? Common self-confidence. Swoosh. After a moment of observation, Shinichi Maki suddenly started. Xantho. Bang. The muffled sound made the pupils of the Kanan cheering group students in the audience stand shrink. Impossible. AMU's breakthrough was actually blocked by Tachibana Nijiro. This was the first time in Kanagawa that AMU faced a point guard. Even Fujima Kenji, his old rival, could not stop AMU's breakthrough. T. What kind of defensive action was that guy? On the court. Tisk. Tachibana Nijiro's arms drooped naturally. At this moment, with the high concentration of mental power, the wild tiger that could enhance the power to a certain extent overflowed with more pressure. And Shinichi Maki on the opposite side also felt like he saw 10 ferocious tigers for a moment. Did you hear that cheer? I will defeat you here and let the cheers for me fill the entire stadium. And the next second, what responded to him was Shinichi Maki's cold eyes. Let's. More fierce confrontation. Bang. Bang. Although there is no strange thing like wildness, from Shinichi Maki, Tachibana Nijiro seemed to see the spirit of a mountain poured towards him in one piece. The moment when the hair stood up under the wildness, Shinichi Maki suddenly started a breakthrough, and he burst out with a force that ordinary people could not reach, and a violent impact. The next second, Tachibana Nijiro felt a figure flash in front of him, and Zhen had appeared beside him with both strength and speed. Compared to Tachibana Nijiro's eyes, his body, which was completely based on instinct under his wildness, moved faster. XD. It was a Black Panther with improved speed and agility. He lost his frontal defensive position, but on the side, relying on faster agility, he successfully stuck the opponent, but then, he felt a stronger force suddenly exploded. Bang! Machina emergency stop. Under the attack of that force, Tachibana Nijiro was fixed in place by inertia. Title. When Shinichi Maki stopped shooting, Ikegami Ryoji suddenly jumped up from the side of Shinichi Maki, but Shinichi Maki did the same, his shot suddenly turned into a pass. 0. It was the Kanon small forward that Ikegami Ryoji had gambled on and abandoned. Shinichi Maki passed the ball in the air, and Ikegami Ryoji only heard a sound of receiving the ball behind him, and then a beautiful arc of shooting appeared in his peripheral vision. Abu. When he blocked Shinichi Maki's jump and landed, the Kanon small forward had already completed the shot. Ryonan vs Kanon. 4:4. Shinichi Maki looked at Tachibana Nijiro, who was stopped in place by his sudden stop, and then turned around and glanced at Ikegami Ryoji, who came to assist in defense behind him. At the same time, there was a cheer after a short silence. The cheers you mentioned. Do you mean this? After Shinichi Maki finished speaking, he turned back to defend, and Tachibana Nijiro looked at the other side's back. He had to admit that no matter Shinichi Maki's strength, or the 2 short rounds of attack and defense just now, each with its own victory or defeat, and even the retort that never admits defeat. At this moment, Tachibana Nijiro was a little excited and gradually immersed in the world of the game. At this moment, Tachibana Nijiro. The opponent was Kanon's Emperor Mu. Bang! 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 He seemed to be able to hear the excitement of his heart. And in this exciting drumbeat, he was extremely eager to see what kind of scenery would be on the other side of the wall after crossing the Kanagawa Wall. Chapter 76. In a blink of an eye. Ryonan vs Kanon. Halfway through the first quarter. The score on the field, 16-14, Ryonan leads. In the current Ryonan offensive round, after advancing to the front court, Sendoh immediately went to find Tachibana Nijiro. At the same time, Kanon also focused on Tachibana Nijiro. Now he is like a bomb to Kanon, which may explode at any time. Receive the ball. Tachibana Nijiro's wildness bursts out again. As agile as a black panther, his reaction and speed are extremely fast, and the moment he gets the ball, the state of high concentration makes everyone know that he can't pass the ball, only personal offense. Boom! A sudden thunderous dribble. Immediately. Retreat. Void. But like Fujima Kenji, Shinichi Maki also knew the defensive tricks of this shot from the pre-match analysis in the 593 Fujima's advanced samples. TTO. He jumped up forcefully. But obviously, the first attempt could not be so perfect. Shinichi Maki's defense was half an arm's height short, and he could only try his best to block the ball in front of Tachibana Nijiro. Fortunately, with a ding sound, Tachibana Nijiro's three-pointer missed. The Kanon students in the audience stands were so nervous watching the first-year Ryonan's offense that they felt that every shot he made would go in, especially the previous consecutive random shots. Now this serious three-pointer missed, and they were relieved. The ball bounced in the air. Yuzumi and Takasago took a good position and prepared to rush for the rebound, while Tachibana Nijiro, who had sensed it the moment the ball was thrown, frowned. It was lost. Then charge on your own. Wildness. Tiger and leopard intertwined. At high speed, he even felt that the speed of the ball bouncing off the basket slowed down. At the same time, his ability to control the three-pointer allowed him to subconsciously construct the landing point of the ball in his mind. Without time to think, Tachibana Nijiro rushed up based on his feeling, like a black panther, rushed into the restricted area, and then leaped with his talented jumping. In the astonished eyes of everyone, you picked the melon above Takasago's head and was about to pour it in. B. Self-shooting and self-stealing. Beautiful. Good shot. The audience was attracted by Tachibana Nijiro's self-shooting and self-stealing, but the next second, the uproar on the scene suddenly cooled down for a moment. Because just behind Tachibana Nijiro, a shadow suddenly enveloped him. The chill made him concentrate highly. Tachibana Nijiro, who could not hear the change in the volume of the audience, also noticed the abnormality at the first time. It was Shinichi Maki. Appeared behind Tachibana Nijiro like a shadow. Snap. Block. Tachibana Nijiro, it's not that simple. Kanon's. Emperor Mu Sr. Shinichi Maki's hand was completely pressed between Tachibana Nijiro's hands holding the ball, but Tachibana's suddenly ferocious wildness made his arms like a pair of pliers, tightly grasping the ball. Even under the instinct of formless shot, he followed the direction of Shinichi Maki's block in the air, and slanted. Shinichi Maki's block hit Tachibana Nijiro's arm, and the latter threw the ball out. Bang! That messy offensive move that shouldn't have scored a goal, but it went in so messily. Shinichi Maki, who was at a disadvantage in height, stumbled 2 steps when he landed after this aerial confrontation. At the same time, Tachibana Nijiro on the other side was stunned. Somewhat strange, he stood at the position under the basket at this moment, staring at the audience stands at the far end of the court. And over there, it was the area where the students of Kanon's cheering group were. Leaning down. At his feet was the ball that he had just thrown with formless shot. Recalling the self-shooting, self-stealing, aerial confrontation, formless shot, the scene he saw when the ball went in, how to describe it? After scoring. In the eyes of Kanon students, all the eyes that I could see in my field of vision, all looked at me in fear as if they were surrendering. That scene. That moment of silence. That moment of adrenaline surge. The moment the ball was thrown in, Tachibana Nijiro had a strong desire. He wanted more, to appreciate the stiff and helpless expression of his opponent. Those evasive, timid, all fragile eyes. It seemed. They would all become the nutrients for my excitement and persistence. My brain slowly emptied out. Then, the referee blew the whistle. Beep. White no 8. Foul. Blue number 13, free throw. Ha! Tachibana Nijiro turned around and met the eyes of Maki Janika not far away. And Shinichi Maki met Tachibana Nijiro. The moment their eyes met, he clearly saw the undisguised joy and excitement in the other's eyes. Go to the free throw line. Swish. Free throw. Hit. Ryonan vs Kanon, 1914. Shinichi Maki. Tachibana Nijiro. Very powerful. More powerful than expected. As expected of a monster rookie from Kanagawa. DF. Be calmer. To maintain that strength, you have to abandon the past countless times. The first thing is to find the opponent's weaknesses. As long as you are a player, you will have weaknesses. Looking back. Shinichi Maki saw the worry in the eyes of the Kanon students in the audience stands. That look, in Shinichi Maki's eyes, was particularly inconsistent with the always victorious banner. He slowly raised his hand. Then, 3.5 After a moment of hesitation, the Kanon students realized that Shinichi Maki was signaling to them, and immediately came to their senses, knocking the cheering props in their hands fiercely and shouting enthusiastically. Everyone! The opponent is very strong, don't let up. Go! Oh! Due to Shinichi Maki's action, Kanon's momentum easily reached its peak despite falling behind in the score. On the other side, after seeing this scene, Tachibana Nijiro secretly sighed that the effect of shocking the whole audience failed, and sighed at the charm and strength of Emperor Mu. But it's better this way. In the year before the plot line began, every era had its own story. Before Sakuragi and others appeared, defeating such Kanon. It belongs to the current Ryonan and their own story. The more exciting the process, the more moving it is. Chapter 77. Kanon started to counterattack. Shinichi Maki pushed forward with the ball, while Tachibana Nijiro focused on defense. Amu lowered his eyes and glanced at him, waved his hand to stop Takasago's high pick and roll, and then suddenly burst out with strength in the 1v1, and broke into the penalty area against Tachibana Nijiro. 2. Attract the double team. Pass the ball. But Ryonan's response was also very fast, or rather, Sendoh's backup defense after being attracted by his teammates was very fast, and he completed the backup defense almost in the first time. Shinichi Maki, number. As soon as he noticed Sendoh's action, Shinichi Maki looked at Sendoh on the other side with a serious face. Light. This freshman is not just a scorer. Judging from this action, he is the type who has a feel on the court, otherwise the backup defense would not be so timely. It's as if he saw through his idea of passing the ball in advance. Exit. May 25th be the same type as himself. Shinichi Maki frowned. At this time, Shinichi Maki's pass was passed to Kanon small forward, who attacked the restricted area after Takasago opened up the inside space for him, but failed to get rid of Sendoh's defense. In terms of personal offense and defense, Sendoh is probably second only to Shinichi Maki and Tachibana Nijiro on the court. After being forced back by Sendoh, Kanon small forward decisively passed the ball to Takasago in the restricted area. Takasago Kazuma 1v1 challenged Uzumi, but after a set of offensive moves, he failed to find an offensive opportunity. Takasago Kazuma. As a player of the same grade, he had seen Uzumi play in the first grade. At that time, everyone would only say that Uzumi was just a figure, and as a player, he was completely inadequate in terms of physical fitness and skills. He saw that Uzumi at that time. But only 1 year later, compared to the first grade, the current Uzumi has made great progress compared to the Uzumi he saw in the audience stands last year, and it can even be said that there has been a revolutionary change. That tall man that everyone used to talk about and laugh about, also began to show his power. In short, so strong. Takasago Kazuma was cautious and didn't force it when he was not sure. After continuous offensive testing, considering the offensive time, he had only one choice at this time, that is, to return the ball to the strongest AMU. Swoosh! At the same time, Takasago Kazuma passed the ball in the first time. Shinichi Maki Bang challenged Tachibana Nijiro, because he knew very well that Tachibana Nijiro was good at seeing through the opponent's offensive route on the court and had a super strong ability to pass and intercept. Snap! The confrontation broke Tachibana Nijiro's interception action. Maki quickly got the ball. In the three-thread posture, he carefully observed Tachibana Nijiro's defensive action. From the action, although it was not very conventional, combined with the previous rounds, he knew that the opponent's actions seemed to be based on intuition, and the defensive reaction was quite fast. And as the concentration becomes more focused, the defensive pressure, both in speed and strength, tends to be stronger and stronger. However, the weakness is gradually revealed. BBA. Let's verify it. Snap. 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 This time, Shinichi Maki did not break through with force, but combined strength and skills, leaning more towards skills, to be more precise. It was a fake move. At the moment of the crotch, Shinichi Maki pretended to pass the ball to the side, but at the moment of Tachibana Nijiro's action, he suddenly pulled it back. Swish! Tachibana Nijiro gradually integrated the defensive actions of the leopard and the tiger, and easily followed Shinichi Maki's shaking, but Shinichi Maki's connecting action immediately caught up again. Bang! Turn around! Fake shot! V9. Breakthrough! Tachibana Nijiro staggered for a moment, but with the help of the wild tiger, he did not lose his position and was carried by Shinichi Maki to the inside line for 2 steps. Swish! The shoes rubbed violently on the court. Shinichi Maki suddenly jumped at the edge of the paint area to accumulate power, forcing Tachibana Nijiro to defend with all his strength. But what was completely beyond Tachibana Nijiro's expectation was that the rhythm of this shot was a little too slow. When Shinichi Maki was clearly accumulating power with all his strength, it looked extremely awkward. And Tachibana Nijiro was completely deceived by this strange rhythm of deep accumulation and slow hand raising, and his natural jumping super hand blocking power was completely destroyed. At the moment when Shinichi Maki shot. Bang! Shinichi Maki took the initiative to find a confrontation in the air. Swish! In the court. Shinichi Maki's shooting action was destroyed by Tachibana Nijiro's collision, but he still used an awkward posture to force the shot in this strong confrontation. Beep. Blue number 13 defensive foul. White number 8, 1 free throw. Tachibana Nijiro stood up silently, and pulled up Shinichi Maki who was knocked down by him, and then he saw the other party looking at him coldly. This. Give it back to you. Tachibana Nijiro. Awesome. With so many abilities, I thought that 227 would be a game of killing all the enemies even when facing Kanon, but as expected, I thought basketball was too simple. The opponent's offensive change just now was obviously targeted. Whether it was a fake move or a rhythm. Targeted. It was all my own experience on the court. Starting from obtaining the players and skills of the black basketball team, as more and more skills and physical abilities were enhanced, even when facing Fujima, I can also crush him with stronger physical ability and stronger skills. B. Now I am facing Mew who can open a gap with stronger power. It is not clear how he will be in defense, but at least in offense, the opponent is fully qualified to play experience with me to counter my skills. It is a bit difficult. After all, experience is not something that can be drawn by drawing cards. Q. This feeling of confrontation. It is a bit strange. It makes people quite excited, and at the same time, they feel extremely happy because of the strength of the opponent. Tachibana Nijiro. From the moment I realized that I could become very strong, from the moment I realized that as long as I work hard to win, I will definitely go further. If I am alone, wouldn't it be too boring? Chapter 78. As Shinichi Maki scored, the whole stadium was instantly shocked. Here it comes, Shinichi Maki's foul 2+1. Under that kind of confrontation, such an awkward move can score. To be honest, compared with Tachibana Nijiro's attack before, the degree of exaggeration is not much less. $75. Both of them. In the audience stands. Marobushi Dai's confused expression has not recovered. These two people are. Gives me a feeling of how can they score goals. Obviously, last year, Shinichi Maki was not as good as he is now. As he got stronger, his playing style became more and more outrageous. His expression became more and more solemn, and the scene after the match between Ryonan and Kanon kept flashing in his mind. He began to worry that if these two teams went to the national level, then their Aichi Academy would be too dangerous this year. On the court, Shinichi Maki added a free throw. Hit. Ryonan vs Kanon. 1917. In the rest of the first quarter, Ryonan and Kanon, both teams, kept tearing around their respective trump cards singles. On the court, with Shinichi Maki's targeted attack based on experience, the offense of both sides, one side was formless shots unreasonableness, on the other hand, is a perfect combination of strength, skills and experience. For a while, the two sides were evenly matched. But the gap was narrowed by a small gap. The problem is Tachibana Nijiro's three-pointer. Even in terms of experience, Tachibana Nijiro knew that it was extremely difficult to defend Shinichi Maki when he was behind. But just like Shinichi Maki was looking for his weakness, Tachibana Nijiro was also looking for Shinichi Maki's weakness. And this weakness doesn't even need to be tested and observed for several rounds like Shinichi Maki. Obviously, in the three-pointer, as a point guard, Shinichi Maki has an absolute technical defect. Combined with Mibuchi Ryo's three-point ability. Combined with the formless shot. Tachibana Nijiro interspersed the gaps between the super high-speed dribbling and attacked Maki from time to time. Even if Shinichi Maki can play 2+1, as long as Tachibana Nijiro is cautious and doesn't foul, even if the price is that Shinichi Maki will be Maki became more difficult to defend, and it was worth it. Judging from the results, Tachibana Nijiro's choice was obviously correct. The first quarter ended. In the main theme of the duel between Tachibana Nijiro and Shinichi Maki, Ryonan surprisingly laid the foundation for the first quarter's lead with a 6-point advantage in front of the number 1 player in Kanagawa. Ryonan vs Kanon. 33:27. Because of Tachibana Nijiro's performance, Ryonan has been on the road to overthrowing the King Kanon and creating a miracle. When the second quarter of the game between Ryonan and Kanon started, Shoyo players led by Hanagata appeared in the stands, but Fujima Kenji was not among them. As soon as they arrived at the scene, they first saw Ryonan's leading score, and then, with Tachibana Nijiro's fast break with the ball on the court, all Shoyo people could only hear the most amazing cheers from all the audience countries. Hanagata. Facing Kanon. Facing Shinichi Maki. Not only did he take the lead, but he also played to such a high level of reputation. Tachibana Nijiro he. Just when Hanagata hesitated. In the middle of the court. Tachibana Nijiro had already dribbled across half-court and stepped into the three-point line. Shinichi Maki followed closely behind, ready to chase and block at any time. Then the next second, Tachibana Nijiro directly remembered the formless shot, leaned forward with a strange arc, and then threw the ball out with a very low center of gravity. Everyone in Shoyo was stunned after seeing this scene. What is that? While being surprised by Tachibana Nijiro's shot that didn't look like a basketball move at all, the ball violently shuttled through the air at a high speed and fell into the basket with an extremely low shooting arc. Instantly, the exclamation of the whole audience reached another high point. Here we go again. This kind of irregular shooting action. Even Shinichi Maki can't stop him. He's so messy, but his hit rate is very guaranteed. On the court, Kanon's offensive round. Shinichi Maki successfully broke through Tachibana Nijiro's defense on the offensive end with his experience. DJ. He took a deep breath with a serious look on his face. On the offensive end, he did find the experience that could be used to counter the opponent's defensive ability, but on the defensive end, he still hasn't found it. The reason is: first, Tachibana Nijiro's offensive end is more unexpected than his defensive end. Second, his passiveness in defense makes it impossible for him to exert his superior strength as active as in the offensive end. Once he loses this, with no advantage in height and speed, coupled with Tachibana Nijiro's extraordinary ability in the offensive end that far exceeds the defensive end, his experience makes it difficult to fight against Tachibana Nijiro's offense. Ryonan's round. Sendoh threw the ball to Tachibana Nijiro, who was already running quickly towards Kanan's half. Shinichi Maki, who was prepared, blocked it early. Seeing this, Tachibana Nijiro dribbled the ball at super high speed between his hands to avoid Shinichi Maki's defensive confrontation, and then suddenly made a sharp backward jump shot. Shinichi Maki's defensive reaction was already very fast. Tachibana Nijiro's attack was unexpected and unpredictable. At this moment, he leaned back so much that he looked like he was lying in the air. The audience was stunned again, and the players of Shoyo couldn't help but stand up, of course, especially Hanagata, who was good at leaning back, who took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. BBL. It was also a fadeaway jump shot. Can it still be called a fadeaway? With such a large amount of leaning back, it should just be called a lying shot. It's too outrageous, this attack. It's not scientific at all. And the response what shocked Hanagata was the crisp sound of the ball hitting the net. Shuakum. With the audience staring in astonishment, the ball went into the net again. Although Tachibana Nijiro's attack always caught people off guard and made all the audience confused, the anticipation of how will the next ball go in filled the whole audience. Tachibana Nijiro! Tachibana Nijiro! Tachibana Nijiro! The audience cheered and cheered for Tachibana Nijiro again. Chapter 79. The second quarter ended. Ryonan vs Kanan. 63:50. With the all-round competition between Tachibana Nijiro and Shinichi Maki, this quarter basically continued the rhythm of the first quarter. Then after 2 quarters, Tachibana Nijiro finally began to implement the pre-match plan in the second half, after he felt that he had exhausted most of Shinichi Maki's physical strength. Even in the first half, when Shinichi Maki was completely dragged into his own quagmire, he further suggested to replace Fukuda with Sendoh, Uazumi and Fukuda as the attacking spearheads, and launched an attack on Kanan under his passing and control. And just as he expected, even with Fukuda, the defensive sieve, Sendoh, Uazumi and Captain Funabashi were enough to make up for the loophole when AMU was completely dragged down by himself. And what he got in return was Ryonan's all-round offensive suppression except for the power forward position. Uazumi in the penalty area. Sendoh with explosive personal offensive firepower. Fukuda, who was full of energy, ran and cut in at full speed. And Captain Funabashi, a master of quick counterattacks. With the help of Tachibana Nijiro's perfect pass, and the deterrence created by Shinichi Maki's personal offense and defense in the first half, Shinichi Maki was forced to run around 0-60 when he integrated into Kanan's defense system in the third quarter, jumping left and right between the battle group and Tachibana Nijiro who was free from the battle group. The end of the third quarter. Score 91:70. It's amazing that the gap was 6 points in the first quarter, 7 points in the second quarter, and 8 points in the third quarter. The arithmetic progression of 1 point made Ryonan face the King Kanan and create a 21-point difference after 3 quarters. In the last quarter, as Tachibana Nijiro played a whole quarter of health-preserving ball with passing and control, Ryonan knew very well that the gap would be further widened in the last quarter. Funabashi Daisuke. X. It's now Ryonan's strength? Only 1 year has passed. So much has changed. As the captain, Funabashi Daisuke sat on the bench, staring at the score on the sidelines, and couldn't help but be dazed. Captain! Go on the court! Oh, here it comes! As soon as the fourth quarter started. As Ryonan expected, Tachibana Nijiro started again. Pa! 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 In the state of super high-speed dribbling, Tachibana Nijiro's dribbling has unparalleled speed and strange rhythm. At this moment, the ball changes constantly in Tachibana Nijiro's hands, and the various street ball moves interspersed in it make him look like a butterfly swaying on the court. Shepard focused on defense. However, compared with the first half, even though he had been using all his strength to constantly interrupt the opponent's offensive rhythm, His current situation was precarious as the two sides consumed unequal physical energy in the third quarter. At this moment, Tachibana Nijiro climbed to the peak of wildness again, and the original storm-like offensive suddenly increased a few points of pursuit. Asterisk. Concentrate. Concentrate again. 2. In Shinichi Maki's eyes, Tachibana Nijiro's ball control gradually became more out of control. Good. Good. Tachibana Nijiro was so obsessed with the high concentration of the confrontation that he almost didn't realize what moves he was using when he exploded at this moment. Experience? Bullshit. It's all based on instinct. In Shinichi Maki's eyes, Tachibana Nijiro's most terrifying breakthrough so far in the game appeared. Crotch change. Half turn. Asterisk. Tachibana Nijiro's movement connection and coordination with speed changes are extremely perfect, and he beautifully caught the moment when Shinichi Maki tried to interrupt his movement connection. The ball was passed. Swish. Successfully got rid of Shinichi Maki's defense. Shinichi Maki. So fast. What a great pass. In a blink of an eye, Tachibana Nijiro has already rushed into the paint area from the 45-degree angle of the three-point line. Everyone in the stadium at the scene locked their eyes on Tachibana Nijiro and Shinichi Maki, who was still persevering behind him. Shinichi Maki was behind Tachibana Nijiro, and in front of Tachibana Nijiro, there was also a Kanon power forward blocking. There was no doubt that it came from Shinichi Maki's experienced defensive layout. With the help of Kanon's power forward, the two formed a double team. Shinichi Maki blocked Tachibana Nijiro's way of sudden stop shooting or fadeaway from behind, and in front, his teammates blocking at least kept Tachibana Nijiro's speed. At that time, once it was determined that Tachibana Nijiro chose to attack the basket, even if it was not sure what outrageous action the opponent would take, Shinichi Maki could give his teammates help from behind in time. Tachibana Nijiro was taken down. Beautiful. Good job. That position is a complete trap. Tachibana Nijiro was fooled. Q. On the Kanon bench, the excited voices of the substitutes had not yet been finished, and the excitement was suddenly extinguished by Tachibana Nijiro's next amazing action. Hey! 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 KR! Where are you jumping to? Tachibana Nijiro's body suddenly moved sideways from a 45-degree angle to the baseline, facing Kanon's block, and jumped up from the negative angle of the backboard along the baseline. Then glided. From the right side of the basket, it appeared on the left side of the basket. Seeing the exaggerated forward-leaning body, the moment it had lost balance, Tachibana Nijiro suddenly turned his back to the basket, formless shot plus genius bounce. Bang! Without looking at the basket at all. Backhand dunk. In the stunned eyes of everyone, with the help of the force of grabbing the basket, he swung and easily caught the center of gravity that was about to be thrown out. Kanon power forward opened his mouth uncontrollably, staring at Tachibana Kojiro blankly. For a moment, his mind went blank, and he didn't know what to say. First grade? There should be a limit to absurdity. Are you kidding? But the reality made him realize that for Tachibana Kojiro, there was probably nothing impossible. In fact, if there was nothing impossible, there was something even more impossible. Such an outrageous move, judging from the choice that Tachibana Kojiro made without hesitation, the difficulty of this shot, in his own cognition, might not be more difficult than his previous exaggerated goal. The audience in the stands were all dumbfounded at this time. Shinichi Maki is very strong, but there are traces of his strength. But Tachibana Nijiro? Too strong. Too strong to be reasonable. Is this the strongest rookie in Kanagawa this year? Much more exaggerated than last year's Maki and Fujima. After scoring the goal, Tachibana Nijiro swung around the basket for a while, regained his balance, and quickly landed. In his wild and high concentration, he did not speak to Shinichi Maki. B. The moment their eyes met, it was as if a spark was struck in the air. Chapter 80. Next. Kanan's offensive round. When Kanan's power forward served the ball from the baseline, he was surprised to find that Ryonan suddenly pressed the whole court. This feeling was very strange. It was Kanan who had the physical advantage to do this, but now, it was the opponent. Tachibana Nijiro, who was completely centered on his own offense, defense, and breakthroughs in the first half, saved a lot of energy for the other players of Ryonan. In addition, in order to deal with Tachibana Nijiro and the full-scale attack of Sendoh and others in the third quarter, AMU had to participate in the defense. But even so, the Kanan players who had never seen such a scene could hardly imagine that AMU would be the first to have a physical crisis. On the court, Ryonan's sudden full-court press forced Shinichi Maki to run back to the baseline to get the ball, and even though he was targeted by Tachibana Nijiro to this extent, he still steadily pushed the ball forward and carried it across half-court. Snap! 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 Tachibana Nijiro and Shinichi Maki were entangled again. In this round, Tachibana Nijiro started to push forward from the backcourt with the ball. When everyone at the scene saw Shinichi Maki start to rely on hitting, they all saw his decline against Tachibana Nijiro. But Shinichi Maki did not give up at all. Gritting his teeth. 1, 2, 3. With his physical strength suppressed and no defensive tolerance against Tachibana Nijiro, he relied on back-to-back play and rolled into the paint step by step. Then, at this position, with his back to Tachibana Nijiro, he suddenly turned his back. Uzumi. As a center, Uzumi looked at Shinichi Maki's pure inside player attacking movements with a slightly condensed expression. I have to admit, Shinichi Maki's inside footwork is even better than that of a center like himself. VV. It's a point guard. And he is a point guard who doesn't look like a point guard in terms of his body shape or playing style. So strong. Even though he is an opponent, Uzumi can't help but admire him, and at the same time, he is a little unwilling to give up his skills as a striker. At the same time, Tachibana Nijiro was not surprised by Shinichi Maki's offensive steps. At this time, Maki suddenly took the initiative to collect the ball and made a faster turn. At the same time, Tachibana Nijiro, who was highly focused, noticed the momentary drift of Shinichi Maki's eyes. Whoosh! Shinichi Maki suddenly passed the ball to the other side. At this moment, Tachibana Nijiro reacted very quickly. However, he subconsciously resisted the desire to grab the ball, but immediately turned sideways and returned to the penalty area to defend. As expected, Kanan power forward, who got the ball, immediately passed the ball back to Maki-shin who cut inside without the ball. Bang! Shinichi Maki received the ball. In one step, he rushed to the near basket position. The position beside him. Tachibana Nijiro, who had just made a completely accurate judgment, followed closely behind him without stopping. In the penalty area, Uzumi, who was concentrating, was about to jump up to block Shinichi Maki, but he saw Tachibana Nijiro following Shinichi Maki closely at an amazing speed, and he made a gesture of stretching his hand and pushing back at himself, pointing behind him. This action made Uzumi hesitate for a moment, but in the end, after taking 2 steps towards Maki, he suddenly stopped in place and did not jump up to block. And the next second, he was extremely fortunate that he noticed Tachibana Nijiro's gesture in time. 7 pounds. Shinichi Maki, who was accumulating power to jump, flew into the air, but under the pressure of Tachibana Nijiro's block, he did not force it, but passed the ball. Air catch. Baronet. It was Takasago Kazuma who Uzumi was supposed to defend. Takasago Kazuma, who cooperated well with Shinichi Maki, quickly rose into the air, reached out from the left side of the basket, and grabbed the fast pass with both hands. Facing Uzumi, whose defensive position had already leaned towards AMU, Takasago Kazuma, who had completely created offensive space, swung his arms fiercely and slammed the ball into the basket. Suddenly, a long arm stretched up from below, and then a huge black shadow appeared in front of him. One arm. A slap. Bang. Both the person and the ball were blown away. From the perspective of the audience, Yuzumi, who had just defended Shinichi Maki, suddenly stood still, then turned around and suddenly blocked Takasago Kazuma, who was in the blind spot behind his head. "Please give me flowers." Then he easily blocked the shot. How is it possible? Takasago Kazuma, who fell out of the court, was extremely shocked, and couldn't believe Yuzumi's defensive reaction and choice just now. After seeing the aerial relay passed by Shinichi Maki, the audience at the scene had originally imagined the scene of Kanan's attack. In a blink of an eye, all the exclamations died down. The court fell into silence for a moment. The whole court was in silence. "Quick break!" Tachibana Nijiro shouted. Although Yuzumi himself was slightly distracted by the defense just now, Ryonan, who always maintained good discipline on the court, instantly switched from defense to offense. After Tachibana Nijiro grabbed the ball that was blown away, he pushed forward at full speed, leaving Shinichi Maki behind. Kanan was a point guard to defend, but Tachibana Nijiro led the man over and immediately passed the ball. Captain Funahashi rushed to the front with his legs swinging. When he counterattacked, he reacted even faster than Sendoh. After getting the ball, he strode directly into the penalty area, grabbed the ball with both hands, and jumped up. Bang! Slam dunk! On the court. From the exquisite offense created by Shinichi Maki just now to the sudden defensive counterattack by Ryonan, the speed was too fast. The audience at the scene had not recovered yet. And off the court, Coach Riki Takato, who saw it very clearly, Dai Marobushi in the audience, and Fujima Kenji, who said he would not come to watch but came secretly, all looked at Tachibana Nijiro on the court with a serious look on their faces. I couldn't help but think. BOJX. I was completely seen through. When that guy defended AMU's personal offensive techniques, such as fake moves and shooting rhythm, he had obvious lack of experience. Facing this type of action, he relied more on physical ability and instinct to defend. But for the type mixed with passing. As the game progressed, Tachibana Nijiro seemed to see it more and more clearly. So much so that the Alioop pass just now, which was so close, could be predicted in the first time, no. Even completely in advance. Is he a natural point guard? Chapter 81. Kanan's offensive round. Tachibana Nijiro's extraordinary all-round offensive ability has already created unequal physical consumption for both sides, so in the last quarter, the gap between the two sides has been particularly obvious. Even in terms of relatively weak defensive experience, this is still the case. Swoosh! Shinichi Maki's defense from back-to-back play was forced to pass the ball in a ball-protecting posture. Kanan's point guard got the ball. Facing Sendoh, he turned around and shot a jump shot. It bounced out of the basket. Ryonan's round. Sendoh advanced with the ball and passed it to Tachibana Nijiro, who launched an attack from outside the three-point line. Shinichi Maki. Concentrate. Focus. Be more focused. His unconventional shooting has been seen throughout the game, and you have to predict his movements. At this point, everything was beyond Shinichi Maki's plan. In fact, he knew very well that the victory and defeat had been decided, but even if he lost, he had to play 10 meaningful games. Giving up the competition and directly admitting defeat 7-9-3 would be too disrespectful. This defeat. He was determined not to let it become a proof of Kanan's weakness. On the other side, Tachibana Nijiro. Under the high concentration of wildness, he completely forgot the difference between the two sides. There was only one thought in his heart. No matter how much. He wanted to win more. until he could see the fragile eyes of the person in front of him. It's not just about winning or losing. What he wanted to defeat was the so-called opponent. Bang! That was the sound of muscles hitting each other. In the state of extreme concentration, Shinichi Maki squeezed out so much strength from nowhere, and managed to withstand the physical confrontation of Tachibana Nijiro. But the fancy moves under the super high-speed dribbling were so fast and ridiculous. After retreating and actively pulling away, Tachibana Nijiro rushed into Kanan's restricted area after passing the ball to one person. Kanan players rushed forward as if facing a great enemy. Genius agility. Sudden stop. Quick start. The speed was already terrifyingly fast, and at this time, a sudden pause and then acceleration, the Kanan restricted area suddenly fell to the ground. Jump. Dunk. But Kanan's full effort in the restricted area just now was not completely ineffective. At least, they bought time for Maki's pursuit. Swish. Shinichi Maki's leap. The pressure and tension were full from behind Tachibana Nijiro, and the timing of the jump, taking into account Tachibana Nijiro's exaggerated bounce and blocking the early point, were all the best. Pa. Touched. Mew. Finally blocked it. Kanan bench, everyone's face showed excitement. However, the next second, Shinichi Maki suddenly saw the opponent's ball collection action, followed by a magical attacking action. One arm. Reaching the moon from the bottom of the sea. Even. From behind. Almost at the same time. Swish. With the sound of the ball brushing the net, his body hit Tachibana Nijiro, and the referee's whistle sounded. White number 8 defensive foul, blue number 13. 1 free throw. The referee's voice broke into Maki Jinyi's ears. At the same time, after landing, Tachibana Nijiro stood up, his hair fell with sweat, revealing his eyes that were almost like burning flames. Burning hot, beside him, rushed to Shinichi Maki at the side of the basket. Hey! Day! Beat him! Kanan's round. The score difference at this time has been rapidly widened. In the stands, Daimarobashi looked at Tachibana Nijiro on the court with a serious face, although he lacks experience in defense, but facing the current Shinichi Maki, after almost the entire game, he has gradually adapted. What a great reaction ability! I'm afraid that with his more advanced physical fitness, speed, and height at this time, he can already intercept head-on. In the field. The moment Shinichi Maki just approached the free throw line, he felt a strong sense of crisis. Shinichi Maki, _number. He turned his head to look at his teammates, and then made a sudden move. After this feint, he suddenly made a mid-range jump shot. Dry pull-up jump shot. Tachibana's move this time still didn't show much experience, but his instinctive move was an exaggerated follow-up with a super strong reaction. The next second, he appeared in front of Shinichi Maki and slapped the ball. It's gone. Ryonan's ball. It was passed to Tachibana Nijiro. What a decisive pass, almost no hesitation, obviously he also has super firepower. Counterattack. Kanan's retreat was obviously much faster than before because he was scored by Tachibana Nijiro continuously before, and was even forced. Some people started running when they saw Tachibana Nijiro jump to block the shot. Righto. Except Shinichi Maki, the others have a huge gap in speed. And the only one who can catch up, after being blocked, has been left behind by Tachibana's accelerated sprint. Stop him! Damn it! Bang! The Kanan point guard went up and down to fight. A strong force quickly broke through his defense. When he was doubting his life, Tachibana Nijiro had disappeared in front of him. He turned around and saw. So fast! Has he run so far? The rest of Kanan's players organized a circle to surround Tachibana Nijiro. Tachibana Nijiro leaned forward, lowered his center of gravity, and dived. Genius agility! acceleration, wildness, tiger, leopard. The defense line was suddenly shattered. Damn it! How can there be such a monster? Kanan's eyes widened. He had been waiting for the opponent in a relaxed position. As a power forward, he was thinking about how to fight back and how to stop the opponent with strength. But even if he was ready, he only had time to see the opponent turn around and pass by him. At that moment, it was not only about speed, but also about speed. In the blink of an eye, all the Kanan members collapsed. Tachibana Nijiro looked indifferent. The previous series of attacks did not seem to interest him much. Or, what interested him was the current Kanan players, not the basket in front of him. Except for the only target in the opponent's half. In his eyes, there was no one else. Swoosh! Jumping from one step inside the free throw line. The power of his natural jumping made his body suddenly rise. Jumping from one step inside the free throw line. Unprecedentedly high. The fierce wildness, wantonly invading everyone around 3.9. Boom! Sliding towards the basket at high speed with a sound of breaking through the air. Bang! Everyone present, no matter how far away, could clearly hear the sound of the dunk, even the audience in the stands were startled by the sound. At the same time, they also saw Shinichi Maki. They tried their best to catch up and jump with him, but Shinichi Maki was completely out of reach regardless of the distance and height. Bang! Release the basket! Tachibana Nijiro followed the momentum of the dunk and went out to the baseline. Closer to the audience stands, he could see Ryonan's bravery and courage, Kanan's constant victory, and at the same time, the surprised faces in front of him. Tachibana Nijiro suddenly opened his arms. 10*89. It was bright incandescent light. And the audience cheered enthusiastically. He slowly closed his eyes and enjoyed the noise of the moment. Chapter 82. Ryonan vs Kanan. The game has come to the final stage. I won. After saying that, Tachibana Nijiro rushed to Shinichi Maki's side at the fastest speed he could burst out at the moment. In Shinichi Maki's field of vision, he could clearly see that the opponent's Ryonan jersey was dragged by the wind while moving, as if it was hindering Tachibana Nijiro's steps. Shinichi Maki. First-year kid. So simple. Title. The words he wanted to say later could no longer reach Tachibana Nijiro's ears. Can't catch up. Not only did he fail to catch up, but he was constantly being pulled away. So easy. So fast. Is Shinichi Maki, at his limit? Compared with Tachibana Nijiro's style of play, that kind of physical confrontation flow is obviously more physically demanding, and this game was oppressed by Tachibana Nijiro's attack throughout the game. In fact, the most crucial part is the third quarter. From that quarter, Tachibana Nijiro used his teammates to attack, forcing Shinichi Maki to take care of his defense and the defense of other Ryonan people at the same time. We can see the gap between the two sides. It was also at that stage that the physical energy consumption showed obvious unequal consumption. Yes, with Tachibana Nijiro who can hold back AMU, we can immediately see the advantages of other positions of Ryonan compared to Kanan, especially in offense. Sendoh, Uajumi, and Fukuda. On the court, the Kanan players looked at Shinichi Maki, who was desperately chasing with his head up, but the distance was getting bigger and bigger. They were all confused and had unbelievable thoughts. Bye. From that desperate, slightly embarrassed posture, all the Kanan players saw the reason to continue fighting in such a disadvantage, that is, the game is not over yet. Defense. Defense. No matter what, we must defend him on this ball. Snap. Snap. Tachibana Nijiro's leopard and tiger have both speed and strength. The opponent's interception and confrontation are far from that of AMU, whose physical strength is not in good condition. Then, they are broken by Tachibana's rapid advance. D. Come and try to chase. Tachibana Nijiro's voice rang in the ears of the dumbfounded Kanon point guard and small forward. In a blink of an eye, the source of the voice was getting farther and farther away. Such a strong contrast in the actions of both sides made everyone stunned. When Tachibana Nijiro entered the Kanon restricted area, the center and the power forward blocked Tachibana Nijiro from the left and right, but the next second. Dizzy crotch. Emergency stop. Retreat. Instantly, the Kanon power forward suddenly staggered back 2 steps. Number. Facing the panicked block of the center. After the step back. Turn around. Crotch penetration. A fancy move that combines turning and crotch penetration completely shakes off the Kanon center. Fit. There is no one in front of him. Bang. A mediocre slam dunk, but like a heavy punch, hit fiercely. All the Kanon players seemed to have paused their heads because of Tachibana Kojiro's amazing 1 in 5. The scene was silent, and it took a long time for them to come back to their senses. It was a blast. 1 beat 5. The restrictions on Maki, who had no physical strength or problems, turned out to be this level. Too exaggerated. So, Maki-shin has always been playing against this kind of monster. After a few rounds, Shinichi Maki, who was sweating profusely, was once again blocked by Tachibana Kojiro in the paint area, but this time, he waved his hand to refuse his teammates' cover and stared at Tachibana Kojiro in front of him. This moment, Shinichi Maki's speed, strength, and skills, in Tachibana Nijiro's eyes, all seemed like a desperate struggle before the opponent's last gasp, and he reached the best state that the opponent had ever shown in this game. Swish! Bang! The confrontation on the move is disguised. The powerful force finally broke through Tachibana Nijiro's defense again. The restricted area. There was no hesitation, and no feint like before. Jumped up. But the sound of breaking wind behind him made Shinichi Maki, who was trying his best at the moment, suddenly feel a chill on his spine. The head-on confrontation he had originally wanted turned into a single. Ukter. Pull the lever. Everyone on and off the court widened their eyes, in disbelief at Shinichi Maki's Maki was still able to play such an offense at this stage, and was also shocked by overhand block. Bang. E**. Flying all the way from the backcourt to the front court in the sound, Tachibana Nijiro turned his hips and accelerated after landing. Xito. The fatigue from his legs. But it distracted him instantly, and half of his wildness disappeared. 17+. Tachibana Nijiro looked at the ball flying to Kanon's half-court in front of him, and the orange target clearly came into his eyes. In the whistling wind, his mind was clear. The distracted attention suddenly gathered. The wild phantom that had been scattered behind him. The roar of the tiger and leopard sounded again. Until Kanon's restricted area, Tachibana Nijiro finally caught up with the ball, then took off and dunked. Bang! The dunk was successful. The feeling of releasing the basket and landing at the moment made Tachibana Nijiro realize that his physical fitness had also reached a state that was almost the same as before. TJ. It's over. Tachibana Nijiro, you won. When Shinichi Maki's voice echoed in his ears, Tachibana Nijiro was stunned for a moment, then suddenly turned his head to look at the scoreboard on the sidelines. For a moment, he opened his mouth with a complicated expression and some surprise. But when the words came to his lips, he fell silent and swallowed them back. Ryonan vs Kanon. 127:91. From leading by 21 points in the fourth quarter to 36 points at the end. As Ryonan's plan against Shinichi Maki in the third quarter went through, they scored twice as many points as Kanon in the fourth quarter, and the gap between them and Kanon was 15 points. Almost close to the total gap in the first 3 quarters. Tachibana Nijiro scored his last goal in the last minute of the game. Because he was highly focused at the time, when the audience cheered, he gasped and sweated profusely at the moment of pleasure. Immediately afterwards, he was replaced by Takamoiki. Title. This last less than a minute, just like Shinichi Maki's early admission of defeat, was meaningless under that absolute advantage. Then, the last time ran out. Beep. The final whistle sounded. The game. It's over. Chapter 83. Whoa. The two walked in the middle circle, shook hands, and looking at the first-year kid in front of him, Shinichi Maki took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Congratulations, Tachibana Nijiro. IG. The senior is very strong. The two people who were not familiar with each other at all were talking about irrelevant things. Until the end, Shinichi Maki couldn't help but look at the score that had not been cleared on the sidelines. I lost. Me. The loss was very complete. Let's play again next time, Fei. I.e. the second seed, Kanan will definitely win, right? At this moment, Shinichi Maki looked at Tachibana Nijiro with a serious look as if he was facing Suna. After a moment, his expression relaxed. Don't be careless, in the national competition. There will be stronger opponents waiting for you. The voice paused, and Shinmei said, don't let down your guard. Hearing this, Tachibana Nijiro responded with a confident smile, the same goes for seniors, don't lose to Fujima, it will be bad if you can't go to the national competition at that time. I'll wait for you in the national competition. Shinichi Maki laughed and shook his head, next time, it won't be so easy, Tachibana Nijiro. Tachibana Nijiro was startled when he heard this, and then nodded, and said meaningfully. I wanted to say that too, next time I see you. It's not that easy. Shinichi Maki turned around, didn't reply, just waved his hand. 15. When we meet again in the national competition, we will definitely win. And so on. As a loser, let's not talk about it. Fit. What will the loser of today become tomorrow? DN. Since you have already recognized the reality that you are not strong enough in this game, then do your best to polish every weapon you can use. Learn from the lessons and further consolidate the skills you have mastered through training. FR. We must win. On the other side. Tachibana Nijiro was thrown into the air by the wave of joy. Del. Thrown in the physical sense. Among them, the third-year players had the most fun playing with Tachibana Nijiro. In their excited smiles, there was also gratitude to Tachibana Nijiro. If it weren't for him, this year's Ryonan, fighting such a monster Kanan, I'm afraid they would have retired. It's good now. Third year. The last chance was seized. After the excited celebration, Funabashi Daisuke led everyone to the audience to thank the students who came from school to cheer for him, and the others followed him closely. Thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Oh. Champion. Champion Ryonan. Looking at the audience stands in front of him, the neat cheers on the Ryonan side, and the Ryonan banner brave and courageous hanging under the stands, Tachibana Nijiro couldn't help but be a little dazed for a moment. $310. Yeah. On the side. Sendoh couldn't help but nodded. On the other side. Fukuda Kicha was being infected by the emotions of the third-year substitute senior, and looked like he couldn't help crying, while Koshino beside him was complaining you have a chance to play, why are you crying, and Uekusa silently patted Fukuda on the shoulder. Just then. The first-year students were all stunned after hearing what Tachibana Nijiro said next. When we win the national championship. It will be even better, right? Everyone. Yes. Next. What awaits Ryonan is the national stage. The moment they thought of this, the first-year students, especially Sendoh, were already accustomed to the goal of dominating the country. When Tachibana Nijiro said that he almost regarded the national championship as his own, they were not surprised at all. Well. Then let's dominate the country, Sendoh said with a smile. Soon. After thanking everyone in the cheering group. Everyone gathered in the middle of the venue. Takamoiki, who had just proudly straightened his back in front of Riki Takato, had a camera in his hand ready to take a victory photo of everyone. Everyone crowded together noisily, fearing that they would be left behind. Ouch! Funabashi, I'm almost squeezed out. Day! Why don't you just squat down? The front row is reserved for our first-year ace. $33. All ready, let's take a photo. Click. Although the county competition has not yet ended, Ryonan can't wait to take a championship photo first. Under the humility of the senior, Tachibana Nijiro and Sendoh sat in the front. Behind them Izdaka coach Moiki was surrounded by the seniors of the third grade, while the remaining first graders were standing on both sides of the team, holding banners with the words fierce and courageous. Everyone was laughing happily. Even Uajumi was the same. He smiled innocently and reached out from behind to press Tachibana Nijiro and Sendoh on their heads. At the same time, the Basketball Weekly reporters at the scene also recorded this scene. Then, the next day, as expected, Keinan defeated Shoyo. Buri lost all 3 games. Tachibana Nijiro, as a representative, won the championship trophy of Ryonan, and also the Best Player Award of Kanagawa. Next, the best lineup of Kanagawa. Tachibana, Sendoh, Uajumi, 3 people were selected, and the other 2 were Fujima and AMU. So far, the ones who won the right to compete in the national competition were Keinan High School, which had advanced for more than 10 consecutive years, and Ryonan, which won the number 1 seed in its first round-robin finals. Chapter 84. The National High School Basketball Championship in summer, the National Sports Conference in autumn, and the trials in winter are collectively known as the 3 major competitions in high school basketball. Among them, the most glorious thing for high school basketball is to win the national championship in summer. It is August, the day when the national competition opens. At this time, including Ryonan, in the venue, 59 strong teams from all over the country have lined up in the center of the venue. At the same time, there are constant flashes around. It comes from the weekly reporters who keep taking pictures on the sidelines. For famous teams and players from all over the country, especially those ace players who often appear in basketball weekly magazines, Tachibana Nijiro doesn't know much about them except for the few who appeared in the original plot, and the third-year seniors, who have been in the county competition for many years, know even less. In this lively atmosphere, Ryonan, a group of newcomers in the national arena, looked around. Under the influence of all the powerful teams in the country, as the number 1 seed in Kanagawa, they pretended to be masters. Swear. We players together. I declare the National High School Basketball Players' Rights Conference. Opening. After a while, the opening ceremony had just ended, and the teams left in an orderly manner. Suddenly, a large group of weekly reporters swarmed in, and then quickly split in front of the teams. The scene was once very spectacular. 160 Tachibana Nijiro noticed it at the same time. The largest group of splits ran to a group of guys wearing pure white jerseys and all monks. It was a team that made people feel pressured at a glance. Tachibana Nijiro. Monk Brigade. Suna. Bang. Tachibana Nijiro was bumped by Sendoh behind him. When he turned around, he saw the latter's distressed expression. It turned out that he was being pestered by reporters. The reporter who was pestering Sendoh saw Tachibana Nijiro and glanced at the number on his jersey. His eyes lit up immediately. Kanagawa's MVP this year, Tachibana Nijiro. Right, right. I heard that in the Kanagawa preliminaries, as a point guard, you averaged 30 plus 15 plus, data per game? May I ask, is this because Kanagawa's strength has been weak in recent years? Sendoh also averaged nearly 30 points per game and was selected for the best team. Kfi, you and Akira Sendoh are both freshmen, but as a point guard, will your scoring suppress Sendoh as offensive talent? And will the third-year seniors in your team? Tachibana Nijiro. Zzz. Something's wrong? It's a bit aggressive. Just as Tachibana Nijiro was thinking this, the reporter suddenly asked, have you paid attention to Daigakuin's performance in the county competition? Coupled with an Osaka accent, Tachibana Nijiro saw through the other party's underwear. Hidden hostility. Is it because they beat Ashiba in the previous training match? A fan of Daigakuin. Reporter. Tachibana Nijiro didn't bother too much with the reporter's embarrassed look. Although he had never experienced such a scene, he had seen a lot of interviews with NBA players and high emotional intelligence videos. So, compared to Sendoh's confusion due to his inability to deal with it, Tachibana Nijiro smiled and calmly took over the troublesome reporter for Sendoh. As for Ryanan's own problems, he repeated the same old things over and over again, and as for Daigakuin, he tried his best to praise it highly in the end, when Ran gave a twist without losing the game. A standard and formulaic answer. Everyone, including Sendoh, was stunned. And the reporter on the other side was also confused. This Ryanan's first-year ace? What the hell? He was a little confused. He thought about it carefully and asked for a long time, but it was basically the same as asking nothing, especially about Ryanan's strength. Reporter. We can only wait until the game to see it with our own eyes. After all, the rumors are exaggerated, even if Ryonan beat Dai in the training match, even if Ryonan defeated Kanan and got the number 1 seed in Kanagawa. The next day. The first day of the national competition. 3 hours before the game started, the audience stands were already crowded with people. After coming out of the locker room, entering the stadium through the player channel, Ryonan and their opponent today, Momokura Industry, were under the spotlight. Everyone's expression was very serious, and their eyes were full of fighting spirit. Around. The audience was talking everywhere. In this noisy atmosphere, Ryanan's first match was about to begin. How far can Momokura Industry go this year? I'm looking forward to it. Weekly reporters on the sidelines were also excited to see the players from both teams warming up. Momokura Industry was last year's quarterfinals team, so its strength should be similar to Ryonan. FO. There is still a gap in strength. Especially considering that Ryonan defeated Kanan by a large margin and won the number 1 seed in Kanagawa. And what's interesting is that last year's Kanan had the first-year ace Shinichi Maki and made it to the quarterfinals, and this year's Ryonan, to be honest, judging from the data, it's not an exaggeration to say that there are 2 first-year aces. Although I haven't seen them play live, just looking at the data is scary enough. For Ryonan, a team that entered the national team for the first time and was rated B, the most worthy topic of discussion is their 2 ace players on the back line. After all, they are 2 guards with explosive scoring power, and one of them can also take care of assists, steals, and blocks at the same time. They are all freshmen. Then, everyone talked about the strength of the rumored freshman ace of Ryonan, and they were arguing fiercely. Soon. The warm-up time was over. On the Ryonan bench, everyone looked at Dakamoiki. Thinking of Ryanan's further improvement in the training camp after the county competition, especially Tachibana Nijiro's ability, Dakamoiki couldn't help but smile confidently, just play according to the previous pace, because I know very well that we are the strongest this year. Now go and win the first victory in the national arena, until we win the championship in the end. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. The 5 starting players walked onto the court. Tachibana. Sendoh. At this moment, Dakamoiki suddenly called them. Tachibana Nijiro looked back at him, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. I am looking forward to your performance. Dakamoiki said solemnly, obviously with high expectations for the 2. Tachibana Nijiro nodded slightly. It should be said that Moiki is good at it. This feeling of being trusted, is really good. Tachibana made an okay gesture, and then said in a very calm tone, okay, watch my show, 10 3-pointers should be enough to deal with them. Speaking of this, Tachibana Nijiro turned around and walked towards the court. Endika Moiki was slightly stunned, and then smiled at Sendoh, who had a weird smile on his face. Don't lose to him, Sendoh. Well, that seems a bit difficult. Chapter 85. Beep. The referee blew the whistle to start the game. The center of Momokura Industry and Yuzumi jumped up to fight for the ball. Snap! Uazumi used his excellent physical fitness and height advantage to easily hit the ball to Ryonan. After Tachibana Nijiro got the ball, he directly crossed the midfield and passed it to Sendoh. On the right side near the 3-point line, Sendoh and Funabashi Daisuke's pick and roll was another tactical combination of Ryonan besides Tachibana and Sendoh. Funabashi Daisuke was very good at running skills and had excellent timing in the moment of screen and pick and roll. And Sendoh was versatile and could both break through and shoot. Even in the training camp before the national competition, because of the influence of Tachibana after entering high school, his accumulated interest in passing broke out in advance. During this period, he had been practicing passing with Tachibana Nijiro. For this ball, Sendoh chose to go straight to the penalty area. Momokura Industrial's forward line retreated and gave Sendoh a fierce double-team attack. At this time, Sendoh, who was double-teamed by 3 people, was not panicked at all, but felt eager to try. Ever since he saw the pass from Tachibana Nijiro, he has always had a vague feeling of passing. Bang! Jump up! He made a fake attack in the air, attracted the opponent's attention, and passed the ball to Ikumi Ryuji, who came up to respond. Actually, he wanted to get it right in one step. But he had been practicing for less than 2 months, and he didn't have the ability to accurately pass the ball from a long distance like Tachibana, either in terms of vision or skills. If he had to pass it, he was a little unsure. Title. With the help of Ikumi's transfer, his pass could also play the role he wanted. Swoosh! Sendoh knows that his passing ability is far inferior to that of Tachibana, and he is also strengthening it with experience. For example, in this ball, his passing is not just passing, but also signaling with eyes. Ikumi, who received this eye command, passed the ball very quickly. Tachibana Nijiro received the ball in the right corner. Wide open space. Then, in the surprised eyes of the audience, Ryonan number 13 had just shot the ball, and the power forward of Ryonan had already raised his hands high and made a gesture of the main pass to the audience stands. At this moment, Funabashi Daisuke understood too well that the reason why Momokura Industry dared to double-team Sendoh was because they didn't know their current situation. This was also expected, because the schedule of the preliminaries was very tight, and the time of the end of the preliminaries in various regions was very uneven. Even the reporters of Weekly Basketball could not collect detailed information about each team. Other teams that have gone all out for the seeding spots and will be training for the national competition right after that, have even less room, unless they get the matchup list for the national competition in advance as soon as the preliminaries are over and collect information in a targeted manner. Ah! The information of 59 teams, what a huge project! Therefore, Taokeng Industry still relies on previous experience, and most high school teams do not have enough stable 3-point turrets to play, so they dare to choose this double-teaming tactic. 101. Ryonan is different. With Tachibana Nijiro, a reliable 3-point shooter, no matter who Taokeng Industry double-teams, they will be like the ball just now, making them suffer. Swish! 3-pointer hit. At the same time, after seeing Funabashi Daisuke's celebration, Tachibana Nijiro didn't know what to say for a while, and always felt that the ball was scored by himself, and forced others to pretend. The audience in the stands saw that the ball really went into the net as Funabashi Daisuke expected, and the whole audience was in an uproar. So confident? How can you be so sure? Nice 3-pointer! He jumped up the moment he received the ball. What a quick three-pointer! Ryonan scored a three-pointer right at the start. Power forward Ryonan started celebrating before scoring, which shows that he is very confident in No 13's three-pointer. By the way, who is No 13? Is it possible that this team is coming to the country for the first time and we don't know anyone? I'm from Kanagawa, and that person is Tachibana Nijiro, a freshman. J.E. A familiar cry of surprise came one after another. Speaking of Tachibana Nijiro, the uncle in the flowered shirt couldn't help but show a smug smile on his face. Hey! It's your turn. Watch out! There's more to come. Let me show you a little shock from our best player in Kanagawa. Ryonan started with a 3:0. After a moment of hesitation, Momokura Industry also started the attack immediately. The point guard dribbled forward, then raised his right hand and made a tactical move. The power forward immediately moved to the high position like Funabashi Daisuke and made a pick and roll with the point guard of Momokura Industry. Ryonan was obviously very familiar with this, so he didn't change his defense because of this. Tachibana Nijiro directly made a clean pick and roll and continued to chase. In the restricted area, the Tao King point guard drew Uzy to help defend. Swoosh! He threw the ball into the air. The Tao King Industrial Center jumped up, caught the ball with both hands, and then hit it hard. But the next moment... boom! In the middle of the court, a white figure flashed through the restricted area. From the paint area on the right side, it chased and intercepted the point guard to the position in front of him. At the moment when the opponent suddenly passed the ball in an alley-oop, it turned around and accelerated at an odd speed. Mindaki genius and agility. Wildness. Leopard. The point guard of Tao King Industry, the connection with the center, was blown away by a fierce force with a muffled sound of the ball hitting the center's body and flew far away. Kagami Taiga genius and jumping. Wildness. Tiger. The power of this block was so great that it not only knocked the center of Tao King Industry to the ground, but also made the ball fly all the way from the basket to the outside of the court. RNJE. Boom! It flew past the cheek of the reporter who was taking pictures and hit the billboard behind the reporter. The reporter looked up from behind the camera with a confused look on his face, turned around and took a careful look, and couldn't help swallowing. In an instant. Not only on the court. Even the audience in the stands were stunned. Then, the scene full of deterrence and violence just now made the scene cheer. The coach of Tao King Industry looked at this scene with a gloomy expression on his face. Although the center of the current Tao King Industry is a weak point, it is too embarrassing to be ravaged by the opponent's point guard. In addition, he also understood one thing. Ryonan's number 13, as soon as he came up, first made a three-pointer, and then such an exaggerated block. There is no doubt that he must not be regarded as an ordinary player who stepped into the national arena for the first time. Even if this number 13 is a freshman. Chapter 86. Everyone, be alert, and make sure to defend. Do you want to lose to Ryonan, a team that made it to the nationals for the first time? The coach of Momokura Industry shouted angrily. Just now, Tachibana Nijiro blocked the ball, and it was the last touch of the ball by the center of Momokura Industry. Then Ryonan served the ball and launched an offensive. After dribbling across half-court, after a fake eye move to Yuzumi, Tachibana Nijiro suddenly passed the ball to Sendoh. The latter broke through the top of the arc and went straight to the paint area. At the same time, Tachibana Nijiro, with the cover of Funabashi Daisuke, easily came to the position where he had just made a three-pointer. As soon as he arrived, Sendoh's pass came in time with a whistling sound, showing his passing skills and desire. Snap! Tachibana received the ball. The opponent's shooting guard turned around and bypassed the pick and roll, rushing up aggressively. Q. Tachibana Nijiro ignored the opponent's defense and decisively chose a ground shot. Ding! Under the fierce confrontation, the basketball almost fell into the net, and when it was about to roll in, it was swiped out. Beep. Red number 6 defensive foul. 135 pounds. 3 free throws. Tachibana Nijiro. It's still a little short. Compared to the qualifiers, the national level defense is not as good as Fujima and Maki, but in terms of interference, the average level is indeed a level higher than the average players in the qualifiers. 14. Use the current shooting ability, gradually and steadily play changes and so on. Fix. Use the strongest, start directly from the center circle. Tachibana Nijiro just thought of this, the opponent's shooting guard waved at Tachibana, and said aggressively, "First-year student, you are lucky for this ball, but next time, don't think about shooting a three-pointer in front of me." When the Ryonan players heard this, they all looked at him with a weird look. Tachibana just shrugged his shoulders, ignored him, and walked forward to shoot free throws. Off the court. On the bench of Dokura Industrial. The coach breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had realized that number 13 was unusual, he couldn't help but comfort himself and said to himself, "It should be like this." That three-pointer was too casual. The previous shot was almost panicked, but this time the shot choice was obviously worse. Just be careful to control the fouls. But then again, how can Ryonan have such a player? What's the difference with a random shot? Tisk. This team has no discipline. As a three-point shooter, if he can't even grasp the timing of his shot, then his shooting must not be stable enough, and he will waste a lot of offensive opportunities next time. As long as we hold the defense, number 13 doesn't have to worry. It's only temporary. As the voice of Dokura Industrial's coach fell, on the court, after Tachibana Nijiro shot a free throw, Dokura Industrial started the next round of attack. The small forward received the pick and roll and squeezed past Ikumi, but he didn't dare to rush into the inside. Instead, he pulled away to the weak side of the restricted area, and then received the pass from the point guard. He calmly shot a mid-range jump shot. Scored 2 points. Seeing this, the face of the coach of Tao-Keng Industry became better. But the next round, Sendoh pushed the ball forward, past half-court, and passed the ball to Uzumi. Passing the ball back to Sendoh outside the three-point line. Tao-Keng Industry coach. What are you doing? Ryonan's players seemed to be waiting for something. And soon, when he saw Ryonan number 13 staggering to the vicinity of the center circle, and then made a shot posture to catch the ball, he was stunned. Are you kidding me? It is obvious that Ryonan has been focusing on Tachibana Nijiro's offense since the start of the game. To be more precise, it is the three-pointer with the highest number of points in efficiency. Sendoh passed the ball to Tachibana Nijiro. This scene shocked not only the coach of Momokura Industry, but also all the audience present. This is the first time they have seen someone swaying and falling in the middle circle behind when other teammates have already taken their positions during the offense, and his teammates actually passed the ball to him. Even going to shoot directly from the middle? Tachibana Nijiro received the pass from Sendoh and immediately raised his hand. Mid-circle. Completely open. No one can defend the shot here. Swish. Shoot, shoot. Before a fast shot, a strong shot almost against the defender, this time the shot choice is even more outrageous, a three-pointer close to the midfield? Are you kidding? This kind of reckless three-pointer will seriously undermine the team's morale. And it will also affect the offensive rhythm. This is obviously Ryonan's fixed tactic, right? That number 13 just stood there without moving. Ryonan took the initiative to pass him. The terrifyingly high arc suddenly crossed the sky. The time waiting for the ball to fall was terrifyingly long. In the audience even had enough time to quickly express their opinions on this wasteful three-pointer. Righto. The net was flying, and the ball hit beautiful waves. All the voices and discussions suddenly stopped and returned to silence. The uncle in the flowered shirt from Kanagawa, as well as many spectators from other regions, suddenly changed their eyes from full of disappointment and confusion to astonishment. It took a long time to come back to their senses. Number. Got in. Got a three-pointer from midfield. What kind of arc is that? It's too high. How can this be scored? The shooting guard of Momokura Industry looked at him in shock. Ryonan number 13, the opponent was firmly standing a little bit in front of the center line just now. He never thought that someone would shoot there, let alone think of defending. At the beginning of the game, it was like a full court press to defend to the center circle. Wouldn't it be exhausting to defend like this? FFFLY. Is it a guess? But the coach of Dokura Industry off the court saw more things. From Ryanan's unusual pass, number 13 took the ball without hesitation, and it didn't look like a fluke. But if it wasn't a lucky shot, then no 13's three-point ability would be too terrifying. On the sidelines, 4.7 Basketball Weekly reporters from various regions were also shocked, especially combined with the news from their colleagues in Kanagawa. Everyone was looking forward to the content of this game. At the same time, there were bursts of surprised cheers from the audience. The cheers fell on the ears of the Dekang Industrial point guard who had just spoken a harsh word and was slapped in the face. It was like a booing poured on him head-on. Humph! You're lucky that you can score even with such a fluke. Next time, I won't give you any chances. If you have the guts, just keep shooting like this. I'll see how many more you can hit. Hearing this, Tachibana Nijiro couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. How many more can you hit? Hey! At a position close to the center circle, with the help of the Midorima obtained after defeating Kanon Shinter, in the primary stage, he can shoot three-pointers as he usually does in training, and even has a higher hit rate than usual. Chapter 87. In this round of Dekang Industrial's offense, the point guard made another tactical gesture after passing half-court, and then the players of Dekang Industrial immediately started to act. Not long after, the shooting guard used the screen on the right side of the three-point line to run out of the open space. Whoosh! The point guard passed the ball to the opponent. Judging from his pick and roll just now, this tactic was designed specifically for this shooting guard. Now using this tactic is to use three-pointers to defeat magic with magic. The shooting guard of Dekang Industrial is very fast and his shots are also very beautiful. Righto. Wild. Tiger. Leopard. Amine's natural agility with the blessing of wildness broke the delay of the pick and roll, and then forced the opponent's shot with the blocking height of Kagami's natural bounce. A set of combos with the blessing of wildness. No matter how you look at it, it's unreasonable. Pa! Under the obviously high-quality pick and roll of Momokura Industry, Tachibana Nijiro jumped from a distance with a sudden burst of terrifying speed and height, forcibly changing the flight path of the ball. Damn! This guy! Is he really a shooter? He can run and jump too much. Boring. 25. The ball hit by Tachibana Nijiro hit the backboard. Yuzumi jumped up steadily to get the ball, and then passed the ball to Sendoh, who played as a point guard at the beginning of this game. Counterattack. Ryonan quickly switched from defense to offense. Sendoh's advance was very fast, but just when he rushed to the three-point line, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and passed the ball to Tachibana Nijiro who had just crossed the center line. Still in front of the center line. Stop! Make a shooting motion. Accumulate power. For a moment, everyone felt a chill on their backs. The Dokura Industrial shooting guard who couldn't catch up was also in disbelief. Are you kidding me? A real shot? And what's wrong with Ryanan's point guard? Just now, the defense counterattack was launched, right? He didn't organize people to attack the basket, but passed the ball to the midfield to make a three-pointer? What a joke! Just thinking about this, Tachibana Nijiro's charging posture has been completed, Midorima Shintare's shooting action, his body beautifully unfolded in the air, the basketball flew out of his hand, a jaw-dropping anti-aircraft gun. Shua! Hollow! Like a sharp blade falling from the air, fiercely piercing into the net. The whole audience was silent for a moment, the audience was stunned, some people dropped the snacks in their hands, until the exclamations gradually sounded one after another, they came back to their senses. The whole audience was in an uproar. Am I dazzled? Wait, is this the style of high school basketball now? He made 2 3-pointers in the middle circle, it seems that he is not lucky. Where did this monster come from? I heard that it was a freshman, it's too exaggerated. Everyone was stunned. Off the court. Before, when Tachibana Nijiro hit the first midfield 3-pointer, Coach Momokura subconsciously clenched his tactical board, and then the second one followed, and it was even an outrageous defensive counterattack in the middle circle 3-pointer, which made him even more angry. Bang! Throw it hard in his hand. The tactical board flew in pieces. Everyone on the bench of Momokura Industry was stunned, and then they looked at each other, facing the furious coach, and they all looked at each other and dared not say a word. In the audience stands Sawakita Eiji, who had shaved his head like a monk in his first year, was watching the game with his seniors from Suna High School. Like Tachibana Nijiro, he was the ace of the team in his first year. At this time, he looked at his seniors, and both of them saw surprise in each other's eyes. It seems that your plan will fail. As a first-year player, you are the best player in the country. Before you even play, Ryonan number 13 has already stolen your limelight with just these 2 shots. Hearing Kawada Masashi's words, Sawakita Eiji frowned slightly. It was just 2 3-point shots. Let's not talk about the strength of this strange and unconventional skill. Although he was reluctant to admit it, it was indeed strong enough in terms of impact. It seems that it was the right choice to watch this game. Ryonan no 13. Hearing Fukatsu Kazunori's words, Kawada Masashi raised his eyebrows immediately. I say Fukatsu. It's weird for you to talk like this. No female fans will like it. It's okay. Kawada Masashi. This guy. Forget it. On the court, the shooting guard of Momokura Industrial looked at the Ryonan substitutes cheering for Ryonan number 13, feeling extremely frustrated and unhappy. Damn no 13. I told you to shoot from the center circle. And you really shot. And you actually made it. By the way. Am I dreaming now? There really is such a 3-pointer. In the offensive round of Momokura Industrial, the point guard rushed to Ryonan half-court, the shooting guard took the ball from the point guard in a fierce brainstorm. He faked 2 moves, but was almost snatched away by Tachibana Kojiro. The result? He had no choice but to pass the ball back with a gloomy face. Not long after. Ting! It was their power forward, who played against the opponent's inside line with his back to the basket. After a turnaround jump shot, the sound of Jin Chiming's iron shot. 130 damn! On the other side. Yuzumi grabbed the rebound and quickly launched an attack. After a set of passing the ball, when there was a clear opportunity to attack the basket, Funabashi Daisuke suddenly glanced at Tachibana Kojiro who was running with people in the middle circle. The opponent was accelerating and came out of the middle circle, coming to a 45-degree angle, 2 steps away from the 3-point line. Then, he also learned from Sendoh and passed the ball to Tachibana Kojiro. Shoot! Swish! From the start of the game to now, Tachibana Kojiro has scored 4 3-pointers in a foul on the ground shot. Ryonan vs Momokura Industry. 15:2. In a blink of an eye, they have already taken a 13-point lead. I have to say that 3-pointers are really a powerful weapon to widen the gap. When the coach of Momokura Industry saw this scene, he felt his scalp tingling and was furious, and he called a timeout directly. Although it was a bit early, there was nothing he could do. Momokura Industry was clearly a team that made it to the quarterfinals last year, but this game, facing a newcomer in the national arena, was completely beyond his expectations. If Ryonan number 13 keeps shooting like this, then this game doesn't have to be finished at all, and it is very likely that the opponent's three-pointer will ruin it before the end of the first half. Last time, they made it to the top 8, this time, they are going to lose in the first round and go home. Chapter 88. The game was suspended. What are you thinking about? And Nanmu. You are already in the 3rd grade. You are being taken advantage of by a player you just met for the first time in the national arena? What about the goal of winning the championship? It doesn't matter if you lose, right? Okay. Then why don't you just stop playing and go home directly? The coach of Dakang Industry said in a very angry tone, while putting pressure on the players and venting his anger. The number 13 player on the court just now completely suppressed their shooting guard Nankan changer. You know, Minami Kiji is the backbone of the team's offense and defense. If he is only at the level just now, how can we talk about victory? Sorry, coach. I was careless. This time, I will defend him to death. Minami Kiji gritted his teeth. He was also worried about the scene of Ryonan number 13 shooting over his head just now. Minami, you have to fight. Ryanan's biggest threat now is the three-pointer from number 13. Next, we just need to ensure that he can't get the ball and don't let him have the opportunity to catch the ball and shoot three-pointers, then we can catch up with the score. Don't let him get the ball. Momokura Industrial coach held the tactical board in his hand. After explaining the defensive tactics, he looked up at everyone, frowned, and said solemnly. This is a national competition. Lose a game. All our efforts this year will go to waste. While speaking, he went over the tactics he mentioned in his mind, and prayed in his heart, hoping that it would work. Otherwise, he would have to double-team Ryanan's number 13. By then, there is no doubt that Dokura will be at a greater disadvantage. At the same time, Ryonan was on the bench. Takamoiki quickly arranged the pre-match tactics for the team. At the beginning, the main attack was Tachibana Nijiro's three-pointer, which was to use his firepower to divert all of Dokura's attention to him. And Tachibana Nijiro did not disappoint. As always, he even exceeded expectations and threw the super three-pointer that he had shown during the training camp, helping the team to take a big lead with a 13-point advantage at the beginning. After the opponent's timeout, the importance of Tachibana will definitely increase, so next, Tachibana will be responsible for attracting firepower, Sendoh and Uajumi as Ryanan's main attack period. The reason why he was so careful was not because Dokura Industry was so strong, nor because Yinghua Honglang could not win if he let go of singles. Rather, in such an important national arena, physical preparations must be made to make the game as reasonable as possible to avoid a single player, or even a team ace, being too selfless on the exciting stage of the national arena, causing physical problems in subsequent games. Make sure they have enough physical strength to hit the final championship, and not lose the game that should have been won due to unreasonable physical distribution. In the national competition, it is not just a competition between players, but also a competition between coaches. Tien Moiki smiled slightly. The coach of Dokura Industry will probably be very angry when he sees Ryanan's playing style in a while. If it is not unexpected, his prediction should be quite accurate. Asterisk. Takamoiki turned his head and his eyes fell on Tachibana Nijiro. All of this was inseparable from Tachibana's jaw-dropping three-point shooting ability. The timeout was over. Both players returned to the court. The lineup did not change. It was still the same as at the beginning of the game. At this time, there was only less than 4 minutes from the start of the game, so there was naturally no need for any substitutions. Dokura Industrial's offensive round. The point guard was looking for his teammates, but suddenly found that Ryanan's defense had become tougher, and the intensity suddenly went up a level, and It was mainly to defend against passing and receiving the ball. The strategy of not letting number 13 receive the ball during the timeout was caught off guard by the opponent after he came on the court. The ball could not be passed, but Dokura point guard reacted quickly, thinking that since his teammates were closely defended by Ryonan, that means, the help defense against him would not be so strong. So, when he saw this scene, he shot himself without hesitation. Change of direction in front of the body. Stop. Mid-range jump shot. Ding. However, the one defending him was Sendoh, in addition to the general high school level point guard, still pays more attention to the attribute of passing and controlling functions, rather than one-on-one duels. Takamoiki also came for this point. Boom. The mid-range shot bounced out of the basket. Yuzumi grabbed the rebound and passed the ball to Sendoh. The moment Sendoh received the ball, he took a look at the defense of Momokura Industry. The coach of Momokura Industry. Completely seen through by Coach Daka. As Takamoiki expected, Taikagong focused all his attention on Yinghua Honglang. Even if there was no exaggerated double teaming, there were at least 2 players on the court who were concentrating on the direction of Tachibana Honglang. Their intention was obvious, which was to prevent him from receiving the ball. Boed. Sendoh attacked without hesitation. He targeted the opponent's defensive weakness and rushed forward without any fake moves. Since the opponent's attention was on Tachibana, Sendoh got an excellent 1v1 situation. A set of exquisite attacking skills. 2 points scored. Ryonan continued to expand the score. In the next few minutes, Tachibana Nijiro did not get a chance to receive the ball under the strict defense of Momokura Industry, but Ryonan's offensive did not decrease at all, and beat the opponent without any chance to fight back. Sendoh took over Tachibana Nijiro's offensive power and showed his superhuman talent in offense that was even more amazing than his passing in the game, and kept scoring. This also led to the defense of Momokura Industry being in a dilemma. On the one hand, we have to beware of Ryonan no 13's long 3-pointer, but the tilt of the defensive focus also allows Ryonan no 12 singles and the pass to Yuzumi after singles to score freely. So strong, Ryonan. In addition to number 13, another person on Ryonan's back line is also very strong. You just noticed it. You should have noticed it earlier, right? Before, he was responsible for delivering ammunition to Tachibana Nijiro, and as a point guard, his height of 190 centimeters is too conspicuous. Actually, Tachibana Nijiro is the point guard. Hey!